Chapter 1. The Graduation Party. In July, the weather in the spring city resembled a steamy sauna, oppressive and sweltering. Only in the early morning and late evening did a faint hint of coolness linger. Xia Yunxi, accompanied by her roommate Jiang Minghan, hurried to catch the earliest bus to school, for today was the day designated by the university to collect graduation certificates. Upon reuniting with classmates, it was inevitable that they engaged in gossip about their plans following graduation. After receiving her diploma, Xia Yunxi turned to Jiang Minghan and said, "Minghan, I have a few matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. Let us celebrate our graduation together later this evening." "All right, you take care of your business," Jiang Minghan replied. Jiang Minghan was Xia Yunxi's closest friend and confidant. Both had journeyed from a small town to this third-year university in the spring city. Since her freshman year, Xia Yunxi had taken on part-time jobs. Lacking a formal education, she could only find work as a waitress in a restaurant or as a promotional salesperson at a cosmetics counter. Xia Yunxi lived frugally, barely managing to sustain herself through university. The graduation certificate held immense significance for her. It would open the door for her to apply for a formal position at TL Company. TL was undoubtedly a Fortune 500 enterprise, and securing a promising job there would elevate her to the status of a white-collar worker, freeing her from the shackles of part-time employment. For a girl like Xia Yunxi, who possessed neither family connections nor financial resources, this was her singular opportunity to establish herself in the Spring City. The person she was to meet was Yi Buishuan. They had arranged to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together that day to obtain their marriage license. A month prior, after completing her graduation defense, Li Jiasen, the wealthiest girl in their class, had booked a multifunctional hall at the newly opened Junrui five-star hotel and organized a graduation party for the entire class, which naturally included Xia Yunxi and Jiang Minghan. That night, revelry led to inebriation. It was Xia Yunxi's first experience with alcohol, and after just 2 glasses of red wine, she was utterly disoriented. Jiang Minghan and Li Jiasen, along with a few classmates, were intent on partying through the night. "Yunxi, how will you manage in society with such a low tolerance for alcohol?" Li Jiasen remarked, clad in a black, alluring backless dress, swirling her half-filled glass of red wine. "I've booked a few rooms upstairs. Those who can't handle it can retreat to rest." She placed a stack of room keys on the table. "Minghan, I can't drink anymore. My head is pounding. They'll head up to rest and leave the door open for you. Don't stay out too late." "All right, you go rest first. They'll come find you when we're done having fun." Jiang Minghan waved her off. With the room key in hand, Yunxi stumbled her way to the room. Once inside, she was too weary to even turn on the lights. She simply shed her t-shirt and jeans and crawled into bed. In the dim room, a man lay on the large double bed, startled awake by the sudden noise of the door opening. Illuminated by the neon lights filtering through the window, Yi Buishuan observed a slender girl enter, swiftly disrobe, and collapse onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Yi Buishuan suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. He had been at the Junrui Hotel for a social engagement that evening and had indulged in too much alcohol, leading him to casually book a room for a brief rest. When did this hotel start offering beautiful women as well? Under the influence of alcohol, he felt an unexpected surge of primal desire. The petite beauty beside him, her cheeks flushed, appeared exceptionally enchanting. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, exposing her alluring shoulders. Lying half-naked on the bed, her voluptuous curves showcased the enticing silhouette of femininity. Yi Buishuan had always been averse to close proximity with women, maintaining a distance that bordered on obsessive cleanliness. Regardless of their type, he had never felt any interest. He had even questioned whether he was attracted to women at all. Approaching 30, he remained unmarried, despite being the heir to a wealthy family and possessing a cold, idol-like demeanor that attracted many admirers. Yet, throughout the years, he had never allowed any woman to come close. He suffered from a severe psychological aversion to intimacy. No matter the woman beside him, he could not respond in a manner typical of a normal man. But tonight was different. He felt an undeniable reaction, a strong one at that. Struggling to suppress his physiological response, he resolved to take a cold shower to regain composure. At that moment, a smooth, pale leg unexpectedly draped across his waist. Unable to contain himself, he rolled over and pinned Xia Yunxi beneath him. In her drunken stupor, Xia Yunxi found herself lost in a dream of tumultuous passion with a man. When dawn broke, she awoke to find herself surrounded by remnants of crimson and a half-naked man beside her. Clutching the blanket tightly to her chest, she screamed, "Why you? Who are you? How did you end up in my bed? Who are you?" "This is my room," Yi Buishuan replied, though his voice lacked assurance, as he realized he had overstepped the bounds of propriety under the influence of alcohol. Xia Yunxi's mind was in a whirlwind. Last night's dream had manifested into reality. Oh heavens! She had entered a stranger's room and had been violated. Overcome with shame and anger, she hastily donned her clothes and fled the room. Yi Buishuan rose, picking up the student ID that Xia Yunxi had dropped. That day, Xia Yunxi's mind was a chaotic mess. What was she to make of this encounter? A one-night stand or an act of violation? But how could she prove that it was not consensual? The other party was a handsome man who would believe that he had forced himself upon her. Even she herself struggled to accept it. She had given herself to a strikingly handsome man. Perhaps she had not lost out, for he was indeed handsome, with a chiseled eight-pack that was hard to argue against. She dialed Zhang Minghan's number, but there was no answer. Last night, Zhang Minghan and their classmates had drunk to excess, sprawled across the multifunctional hall, and were yet to sober up. Xia Yunxi thought this matter would simply fade away, until 2 days later when she received a call from an unfamiliar man. "Miss Xia, this is Yi Buishuan. You left something in my room the other day. Shall we meet up so I can return it to you?" "Why, you are that person?" Xia Yunxi stammered. "Corner Cafe at Wudong Road, number 16. The call ended abruptly. Xia Yunxi was momentarily stunned, struggling to recall what significant item she might have left behind. How did he obtain her number? She was perplexed. The CAF he mentioned was just around the corner. Deciding she needed clarity, she made her way to the Corner Cafe at Wudong Road, number 16, where Yi Buishuan awaited in casual attire. Peering through the cafe's glass window, he spotted Xia Yunxi, who still wore a white t-shirt and fitted jeans, complemented by a short plaid shirt. With a fresh face and an unembellished appearance, she embodied the spirit of a student. Upon entering, her gaze swept the CF until Yi Buishuan waved her over. Even in his casual outfit, he remained strikingly handsome and effortlessly noticeable. "What would you like to drink?" Yi Buishuan inquired. "How did you get my number?" Xia Yunxi countered, avoiding the question. "Your student ID," he replied, sliding the ID across the table towards her. "I apologize, I was quite inebriated that night. But I can take responsibility. I know you haven't graduated yet. Once you do, we can obtain a marriage license and take our time to get acquainted. I hold a mid-level position at a company, with a decent income and no bad habits. I have a house in the Spring City, which I plan to use as our marital home, and a regular family car under my name. I am an only child, my parents are retired and also live in the Spring City, so I bear no familial burdens. We could marry first, and you could reside in the marital home while I live with my parents. We will keep our marriage discreet for now and sign a marital agreement. If we find compatibility, we can plan a wedding in a year. If not, the house will be yours as compensation. Just think it over and call me when you've made a decision." Chapter 2. The Flash Marriage. Xia Yunxi arranged to meet Yi Buishuan at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Miss Xia, have you made your decision? If you wish to reconsider, now is still the time." "Mr. Yi, I have made up my mind. I will not backtrack." Xia Yunxi resolutely produced her household registration book, which contained only her name. The staff, witnessing the couple, noted that while others came to obtain marriage certificates with joy, these two appeared as if they were there to file for divorce, their faces devoid of emotion. "Are you here for a marriage license? Marriage is not a trivial matter." "Indeed," they replied in unison. After mechanically completing the formalities and receiving their small red books, the tension in their expressions began to ease slightly. Yi Buishuan seemed to be the one who was nervous, while Xia Yunxi was decidedly calm. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he suggested, "Miss Xia, allow me to drive you home. I have a business trip to attend, so I won't be able to accompany you further. They'll contact you once I return." Xia Yunxi regarded Yi Buishuan's distant demeanor and nodded in agreement. "Mr. Yi, you go ahead with your business. I can take the bus home." "Not a problem. I still have time to drive you back." Yi Buishuan drove a white cherry sedan, which appeared modest but was evidently new. Xia Yunxi naturally settled into the back seat. "Can you drive?" You may use this car. I have a company vehicle. I don't have a license, and its unnecessary public transport is quite convenient for me. You should consider getting a driver's license. Having a car is more convenient. What are your plans after graduation? I aspire to apply for a position at TL Company. I've heard their benefits are quite favorable. Upon mentioning the company she intended to apply to, Xia Yunxi's excitement was palpable, her voice brimming with anticipation. Yi Buishuan glanced at Xia Yunxi through the rearview mirror, remaining silent. Upon arriving at Xia Yunxi's residence, they found themselves in an aged neighborhood, where the narrow streets could barely accommodate a single vehicle. Mr. Yi, this is where we part ways. There's no need for you to come in. All right then, there's 20,000 yuan in this card for you to use. When I return from my business trip in a couple of days, we can help you move to your new home. No need, I have enough money, Xia Yunxi replied, her gaze cast downward. Take it. You just graduated and finances may be tight. Now that we're officially registered, it's only natural for a man to support his family. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Yunxi accepted the card nonetheless. Standing by the roadside, she watched as Yi Bakshuan's car turned the corner and disappeared from view before she made her way to the apartment she was sharing with Jiang Minghan. At the corner, Yi Buishuan parked the car and handed the keys to a young man in his 20s. Dolly, please drive this car to the company's underground parking. Then, scout out a new apartment of around 150 square meters near TL Company in the CBD, preferably one that is fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Understood, Mr. Yi. He'll take care of it right away. Yi Buishuan then entered a sleek black Maybach and drove off into the distance. Yunxi, let's skip cooking at home tonight to celebrate your graduation. He'll treat you to hot pot, Jiang Minghan said cheerfully. They chose a highly rated hot pot restaurant. Minghan, let's first find a discount coupon online. It'll save us some money. Absolutely. You're such a savvy planner. Whoever ends up marrying, you must have accumulated a great deal of good fortune across several lifetimes. You're not only beautiful, but also know how to manage life. Unlike me, who just wanders around eating. That's your blessing. You have a childhood sweetheart waiting for you, while I feel like I'm just an extra. Yunxi, you're such a wonderful person, you will surely meet someone who appreciates you. If you ever find yourself without a home, remember that my home is always open to you. Thank you, Minghan. Xia Yunxi pondered whether she should share the news of her marriage certificate with Jiang Minghan. As they were enjoying their meal, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Is this Miss Yi? I am Li, but you can call me Dolly. I'm a friend of Yi Buishuan. He's away on a business trip today and has entrusted me to deliver the keys to your new apartment tomorrow. He'll come by to pick you up. All right, thank you, Dolly. Yunxi, what keys are you talking about? Have you found a new place? Their lease was nearing its end, and Jiang Minghan knew that Xia Yunxi had been preparing for an interview at TL Company and searching for housing. Minghan, I got married. Xia Yunxi's declaration left Jiang Minghan nearly choking on her lamb slices in shock. Yunxi, are you joking? You don't have a boyfriend. As far as I know. Are you saying you married the heir? Minghan, im seduce? As she spoke, Xia Yunxi handed over the marriage certificate she had just obtained that day. Is it really necessary to have a marriage certificate for jobs these days? This certificate looks as authentic as they come. This man looks decent. Did you find a handsome picture online? Minghan, I truly did get married. It was a whirlwind romance. Jiang Minghan reached out to feel Xia Yunxi's forehead. Yunxi, you're not feverish, are you? You can't treat marriage so lightly. Seeing the sincerity in Xia Yunxi's eyes, Jiang Minghan began to believe her. Now tell me what on earth happened. Jiang Minghan crossed her arms, demanding an explanation. Xia Yunxi recounted the events leading up to her marriage to Yi Buishuan in a concise manner. It was that simple? Goodness, Yunxi, have you met his family? What is his character like? Does he have any violent tendencies? Just because he said he slept with you and is now responsible for marrying you, you actually believe that? What era are we in? There aren't people who are that old-fashioned anymore. I, for one, do not buy it. Yunxi, if you're short on money, I can help you. Even though I've returned to my hometown, it'll ensure you find a good rental. You can't just marry someone because you have nowhere to live. Who knows what might happen in the future? Well, never mind. You've already registered. Minghan, I know you're looking out for me. You've helped me so much, and I can't keep relying on you. That man doesn't seem like a bad person. Besides, I don't have anything to be scammed out of. Yunxi, remember, if you ever feel wronged, just call me, and I'll make sure he pays for it. Xia Yunqi laughed, tears brimming in her eyes. I promise to tell you, so you can seek justice for me. Jiang Minghan had trained in Taekwondo and even participated in competitions no man could stand a chance against her. Yunqi, when are you two planning to hold the wedding? He said we should keep it under wraps for now, giving ourselves a year to adjust to one another. If all goes well, we can then publicly celebrate our marriage. Chapter 3. Successful interview. Upon reflection, this man does seem to possess a modicum of responsibility, yet I find myself reluctant to part with you. Jiang Minghan approached and embraced Yunqi, as nearby diners enjoying hot pot cast curious glances their way, undoubtedly wondering what had sparked such whimsical behavior in these two girls, alternating between laughter and tears. The following morning, Yunqi received a call from Dali. Miss Xia, which floor are you on? I will come up to assist you with your belongings. No need. I've already tidied up. I only have 2 suitcases to carry. Just wait downstairs. My best friend will help me take them down. Indeed, Xia Yunqi's possessions were minimal, merely a few changes of clothes packed into 2 suitcases. On the street, Dali waited in his brand new cherry sedan, and upon seeing the 2 girls approaching with their luggage, he hurried over. You must be Miss Xia, right? I'm Dali. Let me handle the bags. She is the Miss Xia. Jiang Minghan pointed to Yunqi beside her. My apologies. Greetings, Miss Xia. Dali scratched the back of his head, momentarily taken aback by Xia Yunqi's student attire of jeans and a white t-shirt. After all these years, surrounded by various stunning women, how could the boss be enamored with such a plain-looking student? You two just need to get in the car. I'll take care of everything. Dali maintained a facade of eagerness as Yunqi and Jiang Minghan climbed into the vehicle, which he drove directly to Huayanijing, a prestigious residential complex adjacent to the Jingwei Road CBD. Most residents here were elite professionals from nearby office buildings. Yunqi, this apartment has a great location. Once you start working at TL Company, you won't have to endure the hassle of public transport, and you can rest during lunch. Quite splendid, Jiang Minghan remarked while gazing at the street scenery. Yunqi merely responded with a non-committal hum. Dali parked the car in the underground garage, where it was even more convenient to take the elevator directly upstairs. Just yesterday, he had purchased this apartment for Yi Buoxuan. Now realizing the reason behind his insistence on acquiring a property near the CBD, it was all for Xia Yunqi's convenience. This 3-bedroom apartment was a well-decorated space with a minimalist European style, perfectly suited for young residents. Miss Xia, here are the keys to the apartment. You can also set up fingerprint and password access for convenience. Additionally, the utilities are all set up, so you can settle in without worry. If you need any small items, Mr. Yi mentioned that you should feel free to purchase what you need. Should you require assistance with moving anything, just give me a call. All right, thank you, Dali. You're welcome. Mr. Yi said he would come to see you after returning from his business trip. Yes, understood. Yunqi accepted the keys. I'll be on my way now. You two can take your time unpacking. After Dali left, Jiang Minghan remarked, Yunqi, I saw online that this apartment costs over 3 million. You should clarify whether there's a mortgage on the property. If so, you both will have to share the repayments, and you should ask him Yi Buoxuan. Oh, Yi Buoxuan. To have your name added to the property deed would be a form of protection for yourself. I understand, but I have a 3 to 6 month probation period at TL Company, and my income won't be substantial. I doubt I can contribute much towards any mortgage payments. I'm just grateful to have a place to stay. As for the rest, I believe in letting things unfold naturally. Sigh, Yunqi, you always think of others first. Jiang Minghan chided playfully while helping Yunqi organize her new home. 3 days later, in the grand panoramic office on the top floor of the Haixin Group building, Yi Buoxuan signed a stack of documents while listening to Li Li's report. Mr. Yi, as per your request, the apartment has been purchased, and Miss Xia has moved in. Here are the details from the private investigator regarding Miss Xia's background. I don't need to see it. Just give me a summary. Certainly, Miss Xia's hometown is Qingcheng. Her biological parents were ordinary workers. She has an older sister who is married and a younger brother in his senior year of high school. After Miss Xia was born, due to her parents' preference for sons, they sent her to her uncle, who is also her biological uncle. After marrying, her uncle and aunt had no children initially and treated Miss Xia well. However, after they had a son, her uncle passed away, and her aunt remarried. Miss Xia was raised by her maternal grandmother until her grandmother's death during her freshman year. Miss Xia has been juggling part-time jobs to support her studies and has applied for student loans. Over the years, a classmate named Jiang Minghan has frequently helped her. When we helped Miss Xia move, Jiang was present and seemed quite amiable and straightforward. Yi Buoxuan's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white, before gradually relaxing. Her student loan should be paid off. Very well. Mr. Yi, is there anything else you require? Nothing more. You've worked hard these past few days. Remember not to disclose my marriage to anyone. Understood. You can count on me. Dolly left the office, and Yi Buoxuan gazed out at the sprawling cityscape, lost in thought. Today was the day of Xia Yunqi's interview. She had spent 500 yuan purchasing a professional outfit online, knowing that one must not appear too casual for an interview. Surprisingly, the inexpensive attire gave her an air of sophistication, making her stand out among the crowd of candidates. Xia Yunqi, a secretary called out. With confidence, Yunqi walked into the interview room, where 5 interviewers scrutinized her with various expressions. Questions flowed in rapid succession. How much do you know about TL Company? What foundational financial knowledge is required for the position you are applying for? Practical testing of office software. Finally, the interview concluded. Yunqi exhaled deeply. She had prepared thoroughly and felt confident about her performance. Miss Xia, welcome to TL Group. Please await your offer, announced a short-haired woman wearing black-rimmed glasses. Yunqi bowed and exited the interview room. Hey, how did it go? A sunny, handsome young man greeted her. It went all right, just barely managed. Are you here for an interview as well? Yunqi observed this young man, who was dressed casually. I'm Dong Hao, applying for a position in the training department. What about you? I'm Xia Yunqi, applying for a position in the operations department. In truth, Yunqi had considered applying for the lecturer position in the training department, but that role was typically reserved for returnees or those with master's degrees in relevant fields. With her background from a lesser-known university, she felt she had no chance. Let us add each other on WeChat. If you get the offer, let me know. We might end up being colleagues. Reluctantly, Yunqi agreed, thinking, what if we do become colleagues? All right, you can scan me, she said, pulling out her phone. Upon returning home, Yunqi checked her email every half hour. And finally, just before the end of the day, she received the acceptance notification. She quickly called Zhang Minghan. Minghan, I got the offer. I'll be going in to complete the onboarding tomorrow. Let us celebrate tonight. After hanging up, just as she was about to change for going out, her phone rang again. Miss Xia, this is Yi Buoxuan. Yunqi paused, realizing that her husband, whom she had just married, had slipped her mind amidst the excitement of the day. Chapter 4. Celebrating the successful interview. Mr. Yi, you're back from your business trip? Are you coming home for dinner? I didn't know you were returning today, so I haven't prepared anything. Let us eat out. I'll pick you up shortly. Yi Buoxuan's tone left no room for argument. She had just made plans with Zhang Minghan to celebrate. She thought of sending Yi Buoxuan a message to ask if she could bring her friend along, only to discover she didn't have his WeChat. Using Yi Buoxuan's phone number, she added him on WeChat, noting her name as Xia Yunqi. Before long, he accepted her request. Mr. Yi, I received an offer from TL Company today, and I'm celebrating with my friend. Since you're back, could you join us? She added a cute emoji at the end. Yi Buoxuan raised an eyebrow at the suggestion of a date with her friend. Was this intentional? He replied with a terse, all right. His brevity was striking. Yunqi pouted slightly. Moments later, she received a brief message from Yi Buoxuan. Underground garage. Seriously? Can't he spare a few more words? She thought, rolling her eyes. After all, she was living in his house. Upon exiting the elevator, she spotted the white sedan. Yunqi obediently took a seat in the back, while Yi Buoxuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Today, she wore a lovely white dress that complemented her long, dark hair, exuding a gentle and sweet demeanor. He considered asking her to sit in the front seat but refrained. Miss Xia, have you decided where to eat? We're going for hot pot. Do you have a better suggestion? Then let us have hot pot, he replied, attempting to sound more relatable. In truth, Yi Buoxuan wasn't particularly fond of hot pot. He always felt as if the lingering scent clung to him long after the meal. I know a hot pot place. I'll send you the location, and you can forward it to your friend. Upon glancing at the menu, Yunqi quickly forwarded it to Zhang Minghan, who had previously mentioned wanting to take her to this restaurant. Remarking on its exorbitant prices while also noting the rave reviews online. 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt in the parking area of the hot pot restaurant. Yunqi hesitated to exit. A waiter promptly approached and opened the car door for her. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? The front desk attendant inquired politely. No reservation. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we require prior reservations. The frown on Yi Buoxuan's face deepened as he felt a surge of frustration. It was rather embarrassing to be turned away on his first outing with his wife. Reservations were typically handled by his secretary or housekeeper, and he had never made one himself a tea that moment. A supervisor hurried over. You must be Mr. Yi, correct? My apologies, she is new. Please, come upstairs. Would you prefer a large private room or a small one? Manager Chi, a small room will suffice. Yi Buoxuan glanced at the name tag of the supervisor. Chi Feifei, who bore the insignia of the dining room manager, in an elegantly appointed private room on the third floor with a street view. Yunqi quickly sent a WeChat message to Jiang Minghan. Third floor, Jiang Shanli room. What flavors does Miss Xia enjoy? Please order. Xia Yunqi, experiencing her first visit to such a high-end hot pot establishment, was met with a selection of ingredients she had never encountered before. The items on the menu appeared lavish: abalone slices, Arctic shrimp, and crab leg meat. After perusing the menu, she opted for a few ordinary selections of beef and lamb rolls, along with some vegetables. Let us have a multi-flavor broth, and just order whatever else looks good for the three of us. Yi Buoxuan hardly glanced at the menu. Just as she finished ordering, Jiang Minghan appeared at the door of the private room. Minghan, come sit. Yunqi invited her to take a seat opposite Yi Buoxuan. Mr. Yi, this is my best friend. Jiang Minghan. Hello, Mr. Yi. You look younger than in your photos. Oh, much more handsome. Yi Buoxuan silently thought. Dolly was right. Jiang Minghan was rather straightforward, implying he looked old. Miss Jiang, good day. Please feel free to order anything you like. He handed her the menu. No need. You all order. Let us see how it tastes first, and we can order more if needed. That works, Yunqi. When do you start working? I report tomorrow. Today is only the 3rd, so I'll still receive full pay for the month. You're amazing. I knew you'd be fine. Mr. Yi, which company do you work for? What is your position? Your income must be quite high, right? Your new house looks lovely. Did you pay in full? Jiang Minghan's barrage of questions was akin to an interrogation, reminiscent of a household survey. Yunqi tugged at Minghan's sleeve. Yunqi, it's fine. You're both married now, your family, so what can't be discussed? Yunqi was at a loss for words. Yi Buoxuan chuckled softly. This was quite a challenging character. I work as a small department manager at a subsidiary of Haixin Group. My income is average, around 300,000 a year, and occasionally there's a decent year-end bonus. As for the house, it was purchased outright, no mortgage. Does Miss Jiang have any further inquiries? I've heard that it's quite difficult to enter Haixin Group. Which university did you attend, Mr. Yi? I graduated from a domestic university and completed my postgraduate studies abroad. A Ritterni? No wonder. Seeing the table filled with an abundance of unfamiliar fresh ingredients, the two women quickly forgot about questioning Yi Buoxuan and began to eat. Yi Buoxuan silently exhaled, feeling his appetite grow as he observed their enthusiasm. Having grown accustomed to the pretentiousness of socialites, he found their genuine enjoyment infectious. It struck him as interesting. This was a true respect for the ingredients, which compelled him to indulge more than usual. Today's hot pot seemed exceptionally delicious. Mr. Yi, let us have 2 bottles of beer. Yi Buoxuan was taken aback. Are young women today this bold? All right, Miss Xia, you should have a bottle too. He glanced at Xia Yunqi. Yunqi, let us celebrate your successful interview. You must drink. Just take it easy, Minghan chimed in. You all enjoy. I can't hold my liquor. If you want to order, I'll just have 1 glass. Whether it was the heat from the hot pot or her shyness, Yunqi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Jiang Minghan was truly as boisterous as a boy. In no time, 2 bottles of beer were consumed. And with her around, the atmosphere was never dull. You all continue. I'll step out for a moment. With only Yunqi and Yi Buoxuan remaining in the room, the atmosphere grew awkward. Mr. Yi, aren't you curious about my family background? Yunqi felt a pang of insecurity regarding this topic. It's not important. I'm marrying you, not your family, Yi Buoxuan replied with a smile. Typically, Yi Buoxuan seldom smiled, resembling an iceberg, yet today, for some reason, his lips involuntarily curved upward, and his tone softened considerably. After dinner, Yi Buoxuan drove Minghan home. Yi Gu, you'd better treat Yunqi well. She's all alone, and it's not easy for her if you bully her. I won't let you off easily. Yi Buoxuan took her words to heart. I will. It seemed that Minghan was quite satisfied with the meal, as she had begun to refer to him as Yi Gu. After seeing Minghan home, the two returned to their new residence. Yi Buoxuan had yet to visit the house he had purchased. He trusted Dali's capabilities. Apart from some minor issues, he was quite pleased overall. Given the urgency of needing the house, it was indeed commendable that Dali had managed to finalize everything within a day. Mr. Yi, Will you be staying here tonight? Yunxi's face flushed crimson once more. Whether from the beer or another reason, it's late. I want to be heading back tonight, and no need to worry, I'll just stay in the guest room. The bedding in the guest room hasn't been purchased yet. How about you make do for one night, and I'll buy it tomorrow? As she spoke, her face grew even redder, and Yi Buoxuan felt a sudden urge to pull her into his embrace. Chapter 5. The first day at work, Yi Buoxuan had not intended to stay overnight, so he hadn't brought any clothing with him. It's no trouble. I have a meeting early tomorrow morning. When you have the time, please tidy up the guest room for my convenience when I come to stay. Each month, I'll transfer 20,000 to your card for any necessary purchases. If that isn't sufficient, just let me know. From now on, please don't call me Miss Xia. You can call me Yunxi or Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, you can call me Buoxuan from now on. Yunxi, who was particularly shy, felt the heat return to her cheeks. In an impulsive moment, Yi Buoxuan drew Yunxi into his embrace, kissing her soft, pink earlobe. The delightful scent emanating from her was not of perfume, but rather an enticing fragrance that left him enthralled. Yunxi felt a mix of ticklishness and shyness, instinctively burrowing deeper into Yi Buoxuan's embrace. Even through the thin summer fabric, he could perceive her softness, reigniting an indescribable urge within him. This time, he was certain that the sensation was not merely a result of alcohol, but rather an innate physical reaction. Yi Buoxuan felt a surge of joy. Perhaps his psychological struggles had truly been resolved? This feeling was utterly intoxicating. Struggling to release Yunxi from his embrace, he dashed to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face before hastily departing. He feared that if he lingered for even a moment longer, he might repeat his past mistakes, leaving Yunxi bewildered in his wake. Was it possible that he had frightened Yi Buoxuan away? The next day, Yunxi arrived at TL Company with her onboarding documents. Among the 20 or so new hires, each one brimming with youth and vitality, she walked through the open office, drawing envious glances. After completing her onboarding procedures in the Human Resources Department, Yunxi headed to the office to collect her work uniform and ID badge. Excuse me, I'm from the Operations Department. Whom should I approach for my workstation assignment? Yunxi inquired of the colleague distributing the badges. You should find Supervisor Xiao in the Operations Department. All right, thank you. Miss, the colleague, affectionately referred to as Miss, felt a rush of happiness and took a moment to admire her reflection in the nearby mirror, pleased by the compliment of looking youthful. Yunxi made her way toward the Operations Department. Holding a stack of folders, "Hey, Xia Yunxi, do you remember me?" A sun-kissed young man called out to her. "Are you Dong Yong?" "I'm Dong Hao," the young man corrected her. "My apologies. Yes, Dong Hao." He was unfazed by her mistake. "Xia Yunxi, have you received your workstation assignment?" "Not yet. I need to find Supervisor Xiao. I've already been assigned mine. Once you're settled, you'll need to head to the IT department to collect your desktop computer. If you need help moving the main unit, just call me," Dong Hao offered enthusiastically. "Thanks a lot." This was Yunxi's first official job, and she was unaware that she would have to manage these tasks herself. Thankfully, Dong Hao informed her. Otherwise, she would have likely remained at her workstation until closing time, like a clueless goose. "Excuse me, I'm new here, and I'd like to ask who Supervisor Xiao is?" Yunxi approached a modest-looking woman in the operations area who appeared amiable, donned thick glasses, and seemed to be around 30. A newcomer. "What's your name?" "Hello, I'm Xia Yunxi." The bespectacled woman scrutinized Yunxi before saying, "You looking for Supervisor Xiao to get your workstation? She is currently in a meeting. The 2 workstations available are unoccupied. Feel free to choose one. Thank you. May I ask your name?" "I'm Lu Jing." "You can call me Sister Jing." "Hello, Sister Jing." "Xia Yunxi, I've brought your computer over." Dong Hao approached, holding the monitor in his left hand and cradling the main unit in his right. "Thank you, Dong Hao. Do I need to sign anything?" "No, I've signed it for you." "Oh, how nice of someone to be so attentive right at the start of work." "Xia Yunxi, is he your boyfriend?" A stunning beauty with elaborate makeup and voluminous waves teased beside Yunxi's workstation. "No, we are just new colleagues," Yunxi hurriedly clarified. "Zhang Wanru, handsome guy. Which department are you from?" "Sister, I'm Dong Hao from the training department." "Oh, do I really look that old?" "You still call me sister. How old are you?" "Dong Hao? I'm 24, Dong Hao replied candidly. "We're about the same age then." Zhang Wanru laughed. "I'm going downstairs to buy coffee. Would you like a cup?" The beauty in waves stood up, her well-tailored outfit accentuating her alluring figure. "No thanks, Sister Wanru," Yunxi replied while wiping the table with a wet tissue. please bring me an iced latte. Thank you, beautiful. Okay. The beauty in waves sashayed away. In just a few moments, Dong Hao had successfully set up Yunqi's computer. Xia Yunqi, just send your computer's IP to teacher Wang Sheng from the tech department via UC, and he'll help you activate your local network permissions. Thank you, Dong Hao. I had no idea there were so many things to do. No worries, you'll get familiar with it in no time. Dong Hao sat at the workstation of the Beauty in Waves, chatting with Yunqi about some common knowledge after joining. Soon, the beauty returned with 2 cups of coffee. Xia Yunqi, do you have any plans for tonight? If not, a few new colleagues are gathering. You should join us, Dong Hao said while sipping his coffee. Dong Hao, who else is coming? Just 1 from the finance department and 2 from our department. Zhang Wanru, do you have plans for the evening? If not, come along. Sure, your training department is full of handsome guys with good incomes. Why not enjoy a free meal? Yunqi, go. It's good to meet colleagues from other departments. It will be helpful in the future, Zhang Wanru urged Yunqi. All right. Actually, Yunqi was thinking of going to buy bedding and sleepwear for Yi Buoxuan after work. After work, they went to a Japanese restaurant named Shangqing, which was conveniently located at the entrance of Yunqi's residential complex. Having never tried Japanese cuisine, Yunqi found herself unable to eat in front of an array of exquisite dishes. The finance department's quiet beauty named Yulin and another from the training department, Yang Jia, both around 1.8 meters tall and possessing voices akin to broadcast announcers, harmonized beautifully with Dong Hao, creating a lively atmosphere. Yunqi opted for barley tea and sushi, listening to their banter about company affairs. Xia Yunqi, try this sake. The alcohol content is low, it's fine. If you drink too much, I'll take you home, Dong Hao insisted. I truly can't drink it all. Even a bottle of beer would send me under the table. You all go ahead. No matter how Dong Hao encouraged her, Yunqi remained steadfast in her decision not to touch alcohol. Since we all started on the same day, we should look out for one another. Yunqi, just have a small drink to show your appreciation. Let's raise our glasses and take a photo to commemorate this, Yulin suggested. Sounds good. I'll take the photo, the Beauty in Waves volunteered. After everyone enjoyed their drinks, they all posted on social media, and Yunqi shared the group photo along with her reflections on starting her new job. Not 10 minutes after posting, her phone on the table vibrated. It was a call from Yi Buoxuan. Chapter 6. Jealousy. Yunqi hurried to the restroom to answer the phone. Xiaoxi, are you at home? Oh, Buoxuan. I'm at the Japanese restaurant at the entrance of the complex, gathering with a few new colleagues. I'll be home soon. Xiaoxi, it's fine. Enjoy yourself. I'll have Dolly bring over some of my clothes. He might arrive shortly. Yi Buoxuan then called Lili. Dolly, please go to my villa and find Aunt Shui. Bring my change of clothes and bedding to the Huaranijing apartment. Yunqi is home. After arranging that with Aunt Shui, Yi Buoxuan began to scrutinize the group photo Yunqi had posted on social media. Who was the sunny young man sitting next to Yunqi? Yi Buoxuan found himself feeling a tinge of jealousy, irrationally envious of a stranger. This was certainly not his style. Yunqi hurriedly bid farewell to everyone. You all enjoy yourselves. I have someone waiting at home, so I'll head back first. We should be wrapping up too. We have work tomorrow. Yunqi, let me give you a ride. Dong Hao offered. I no need. I live in the small neighborhood behind here. It is not far. Yunqi, did you buy a house here? This place is quite expensive. The Beauty in Waves looked at Yunqi with curiosity. No, I can't afford it. It's my relative's house. He has gone abroad, and I'm helping him look after it, which is convenient since I work nearby. Oh, I see. Conveniently, Dong Hao was driving Yulin home, while the low bass voice was taking the Beauty in Waves home. Yunqi hurried home. After waiting at home for quite a while, Dolly still hadn't arrived. Yunqi checked the time. It was almost 10. She needed to shower and rest, so she called Dolly. Dolly, where are you? Are you still bringing the things over tonight? Miss Xia, I'm so sorry. There was a bit of a situation on the road. I'll be there in a few minutes. Just then, there was a sound at the door indicating someone was entering with a password. Yunqi peered through the peephole and saw it was Yi Buoxuan. She promptly opened the door. Buoxuan, why didn't you call before coming back? I was worried you were resting and didn't he want to disturb you. Xiaoxi, has Dolly arrived yet? I just got off the phone with him. He said he would be here shortly. Oh, why is he so unreliable this time? Yi Buoxuan thought to himself. This guy is quite fast. It's over 50 kilometers from the villa to here. Buoxuan, have you eaten dinner? If not, I can make you a bowl of noodles. No need, I've already eaten. Yunqi, how was your first day at work? Quite good. Did you meet any new colleagues? Of course, we had dinner together tonight. Yunchi spoke candidly without reservations. Did you split the bill or did someone treat you? Yi Buoxuan inquired. A colleague named Dong Hao treated us. He is a returnee, new to our training department, and we met on the same day for the interview. He is really nice and even helped me set up my computer. Oh, in the future, try to keep things on an AA basis. Workplace relationships can be complicated. You just graduated and don't have much work experience. Maintain a certain distance from colleagues, especially male ones. Got it? Just then, the doorbell rang, signaling Dali's arrival. While Yi Buoxuan and Dali chatted in the living room, Yunchi organized Yi Buoxuan's belongings, placing the bedding in the master bedroom while she moved her things to the second bedroom. Once she finished tidying up, Dali had already left. Seeing Yi Buoxuan was in the shower, Yunchi felt uncertain about what to do and decided to sneak into the guest room. After Yi Buoxuan finished his shower, he wrapped a towel around his waist and headed toward the guest room, unaware that Yunchi had moved his things to the master bedroom. He went straight to the guest room, and Yunchi, sitting inside, said, I moved your things to the master bedroom. Yi Buoxuan, with his upper body bare, revealed a well-toned physique that left Yunchi flustered, unsure whether to stay or leave. Her face flushed. I'm going to take a shower. Yunchi hurriedly slipped out. When she finished her shower and emerged, she found Yi Buoxuan had already retired to the master bedroom. She let out a long sigh. Although the door to the master bedroom was open, she hesitated to enter, feeling it would be odd for a girl to take the initiative. That night, neither of them closed their doors, yet both tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Early the next morning, Yunchi rose early to prepare breakfast. Her culinary skills were modest. She usually made do, but with Yi Buoxuan present, she couldn't afford to be lax. After a busy morning in the kitchen, she prepared 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. When Yi Buoxuan got up, intending to go out for breakfast, he saw Yunchi had made breakfast and sat down to eat with her. Although her cooking was average, Yi Buoxuan relished the meal. Yunchi, this noodle is quite good. Yunchi felt pleased that her cooking today was better than usual. Buoxuan, is this enough? There is still some left in the pot. Should I serve you more? No need, I'm good. I need to head to work. Don't cook tonight. I'll take you out for dinner after work. Eating out is too expensive. I'd rather cook at home. What do you want to eat? Yi Buoxuan looked at Yunchi. I'm indifferent. Anything is fine. Yi Buoxuan stood at the door, seemingly forgetting something. Yunchi, come here for a moment. Yunchi approached, asking, what is it? Yi Buoxuan suddenly pulled Yunchi into his embrace and gently kissed her forehead before turning to leave. Leaving the cloud-like Su Chue in place, a rosy hue appeared on her small face. After starting work, there was much to learn. Supervisor Xiao instructed Su Chue to first accompany De Bolong for her studies. Sister Wanru, from now on, you shall be my mentor. I eagerly seek your guidance. Su Chue, in due time, you shall come to understand that I excel in indulgences of all sorts, yet falter when it comes to work. Do not emulate me, for I fear I may lead you astray. Sister Wanru, I must also learn the art of indulging. Wanru nearly spat out her drink. All right then, you have my youthful spirit. You cannot fathom the difficulties our department faces in handling high-profile complaints. It is the most thankless task in the company. Should you hone your skills in this position, there will be no challenge you cannot overcome. Su Chue, have you not noticed that Dong Hao has an interest in you? Sister Wanru, do not jest. I have just begun my career and wish to focus on working diligently and earning money, with no other thoughts. Oh, silly girl, a woman's youth is fleeting. You must seize the opportunity to find a wealthy husband, and you shall have achieved half of life's success. I believe Dong Hao is quite promising. He is a returnee and likely hails from a wealthy family. Though you know how much our meal cost last night? This much. Jiang Wanru gestured with her fingers, indicating 6,600. Silly girl, 6,000. Su Chue was taken aback. How exorbitant. Her monthly salary was less than 6,000. Dong Hao remained unfazed. If he lacked money, who would dare patronize such an establishment? Thus, I surmise he is a rich second generation. Chapter 7. Intoxication. Jiang Wanru, having moved from a small town to the city of Springs, was now 26 and still without a marital prospect. She was renowned in the company for her beauty and equally for her lofty standards. Numerous suitors pursued Jiang Wanru, yet she would only marry a man of wealth. Jiang Wanru was a diligent mentor, teaching Su Chue daily the basics of the job, how to use the internal company system to export data, format it into standard tables, and distribute the latest data to various departmental groups. For the challenging task of high-profile complaints, Jiang Wanru took a hands-on approach, allowing Su Chue to learn alongside her. At noon, Most employees dined in the downstairs restaurant or ordered takeout. Su Chue preferred to return home to prepare a simple meal, allowing her a half-hour of rest. As 11:30 approached, Su Chue was just preparing to leave for home when she received a call from the delivery person informing her of a package arrival. Surprised, she realized she had not ordered any takeout. Upon collecting the delivery, she received a WeChat message from Dong Hao. Summer Su Chue, I ordered takeout from Songjiang Lu and happened to order a portion for you as well. Do try it and see if you like it. She glanced at the price. Over 200. Wondering what kind of takeout was so extravagant. Su Chue sent a red envelope to Dong Hao, but he returned it, accompanied by a cute emoji. Reluctantly, she took the meal home to enjoy. The expense was indeed justified. For dishes and a soup, each exquisitely packaged and visually appealing, though the portions were quite large. Leaving her with half uneaten, Su Chue placed the leftovers in the refrigerator, planning to finish them later and not waste food by in the afternoon at work. Su Chue casually bought coffee for De Bolong and Dong Hao from the CAF downstairs. It is essential to maintain reciprocal gestures among colleagues. Noticing Dong Hao had yet to arrive, she left the coffee on his desk and sent him a quick message. The afternoon grew busy, and Su Chue neglected to check her WeChat. As closing time approached, she glanced at her messages and saw several notifications. Jiang Minghan had returned home and shared a sweet photo with her childhood friend. Yi Buoxuan announced he had purchased groceries for dinner and would prepare the meal together. Dong Hao inquired about her weekend plans, to which she responded she would be joining Yulin, Dean Pao, and De Bolong for a tennis match. Feeling slightly guilty for declining, Su Chue replied, suggesting they might have another opportunity. Dong Hao quickly responded with a cheerful emoji. As the clock struck the hour, Su Chue hurriedly gathered her things to leave. Upon returning home, she found Yi Buoxuan had not yet returned. She first washed the shirt he had worn yesterday and hung it on the balcony. When Yi Buoxuan returned, he carried 2 large bags of groceries. Buoxuan, why did you buy so much? I stopped by the supermarket after work to pick up a few extra items. You were planning to cook at home for lunch, weren't you? Noticing the shirt drying on the balcony, Yi Buoxuan said nothing and proceeded to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Having lived abroad for many years, he was quite self-sufficient and could whip up several impressive dishes. Upon discovering the leftover food from lunch, he noted the Songjiang Lu insignia on the container. Busy at the office, he was familiar with this takeout, often ordered by his secretary. Discreetly, he discarded the leftovers. He blanched 4 small pieces of pork ribs, added half a corn cob, yam, and carrots, and boiled a small pot of soup. He then prepared a large colorful salad and seared 2 portions of steak. In just half an hour, the meal was ready, complemented by a bottle of red wine. Su Chue was astonished at the spread before her. Buoxuan, you can cook so well. This is amazing, even more professional than takeout. Yi Buoxuan smirked slightly. Is that a compliment or, come, taste it and tell me how it is? Oh, Buoxuan, what happened to the leftover takeout from lunch? I threw it away. Leftovers aren't good for your health. But it was so expensive. What a waste. Su Chue protested. Did you order that takeout yourself? Yi Buoxuan inquired playfully. It was ordered by a colleague. I would never spend so much on takeout, but it was quite tasty. Which colleague? They certainly have exquisite taste. As Yi Buoxuan searched for cups, he casually asked, noticing the absence of wine glasses, only to find regular glasses available. It was a colleague named Dong Hao. Sister Wanru mentioned he once treated us to dinner at Tsinghua, costing over 6,000, which is more than my monthly salary. What did you say? I certainly told him not to order such extravagant meals again, but I did buy him coffee this afternoon. Also, they invited me to play tennis this weekend, but I declined as I wanted to visit the flower market to buy some potted plants to decorate the home. At the mention of Dong Hao, Yi Buoxuan's brow furrowed slightly. Let's eat first. I have no plans this weekend. I can accompany you to buy flowers. Really? I was worried about carrying the flowers back on public transport. If you drive? That would be wonderful, Yi Buoxuan smirked. So you want me to be your laborer? This wine is delightful. The fruity aroma is so rich, Su Chue exclaimed after taking a sip. This is a Burgundy wine from France. I purchased a few bottles during a business trip to France while visiting the Joseph Drouhin winery. It wasn't too expensive. I have some bottles in my office. If you enjoy this flavor, I can bring back more. I don't know much about wine. It would be a waste for me to drink it. Given my tolerance, it's best I abstain. Moderate consumption of red wine is beneficial for your health. You can gradually practice. By the way, Buoxuan, does your company frequently travel abroad? Sister Wanru said our company offers a free domestic trip for employees after 5 years and a chance to travel abroad after 10. I really look forward to it. I want to work there for over 10 years. I also want to visit the vineyards in France. Suchue, where do you most wish to go? Honestly, I haven't traveled anywhere, so I am unsure where to go. I've heard Saipan has 7 colored waters, and the sand on the beach varies in shape. You can even go diving. Once I have the means, I wish to see it. Yi Buoxuan noticed the sparkle in Su Chue's eyes, but remained silent. The wine was so enjoyable that Su Chue unwittingly became intoxicated, feeling dizzy and eventually dozing off on the sofa. Her face flushed, a delicate pink beneath her fair complexion. After tidying up the kitchen, Yi Buoxuan gently draped a light blanket over Su Chue in her dreams. Su Chue saw her beloved grandmother waving to her from afar, and she desperately ran forward, though her body felt heavy and weak. Step by laborious step, she cried out, "Grandmother, please do not leave me alone. I miss you, grandmother." Yi Buoxuan, observing the tearful Su Chue in her slumber, heard her softly calling for her grandmother. He understood she was longing for her. Having investigated Su Chue's background, he knew her grandmother was her only loving relative, and his heart ached for the girl. He gently scooped Su Chue into his arms and carried her to the bedroom, cradling her tenderly while wiping away her tears. Whispering softly in her ear, he said, "Little Su, your grandmother is no longer here. But you still have me. I will take good care of you from now on." Chapter 8. Yi Buoxuan's chance encounter with Feng Rushi that night. Su Chue slept exceptionally soundly. Upon waking early in the morning, she found herself in Yi Buoxuan's embrace, both of them having slept fully clothed. "Awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Yi Buoxuan said, gently rubbing his arm, which Su Chue had used as a pillow. "Why didn't you wake me?" "Oh dear, I can never drink again. It seems I always fall asleep and miss everything." Yi Buoxuan chuckled mischievously. "Little Su, you are aware of this flaw. From now on, you can only drink at home. Just avoid drinking out." Su Chue's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. "I'll go take a shower and prepare breakfast. You promised to accompany me to the flower market today, remember? Don't bother. Let's eat out instead. I know a hotel with a decent buffet breakfast. I'll take you there," Yi Buoxuan suggested. "All right then." Yunxi's culinary skills leave much to be desired. She fears that Yi Buoxuan may not be accustomed to her cooking. After taking a shower, Yunxi donned a simple white t-shirt paired with form-fitting jeans, an ensemble that exuded youthfulness. This unpretentious attire, when worn by Yunxi, possesses an indescribable charm. The typically self-assured Yi Buoxuan, in her presence, suddenly felt as though he had aged a bit. He rummaged through his wardrobe, finding only suits and casual wear, realizing he lacked such vibrant, youthful t-shirts. "Yunxi, once we finish buying flowers, let us head to the mall. Now that you're working, you ought to have a few decent outfits," he suggested. "I also need to pick up a couple of t-shirts for the summer. They're convenient for wearing at home." "Sure. Let us see if there are any discounts," Yunxi replied cheerfully. Yi Buoxuan smiled faintly, finding the girl's contentment quite endearing. They first visited Haidong Hotel, a 5-star establishment renowned for its buffet breakfast. Priced just over 100 per person, Yunxi, having never experienced such a sumptuous breakfast, indulged for nearly an hour. "Buoxuan, please wait for me. That velvet cake is simply divine. I must have another piece to make the most of this 100. "Never mind, don't overindulge. If you enjoy it that much, I'll bring you here again tomorrow," he replied. "In a way, I want to be able to eat that much tomorrow. I'll just have one last piece." With that, Yunxi took another small slice of cake along with a plate of fruit. Yi Buoxuan was bemused, pondering where all that food went, for despite her indulgence, her waist remained remarkably slender. After breakfast, they headed to the flower and bird market. Yi Buoxuan intended to purchase flowers from the mall, but Yunxi adamantly refused, claiming that it was too expensive. "The flowers here are not only cheaper but also more diverse," she insisted. Unable to sway her, Yi Buoxuan accompanied her to the market. Having never been to such a place, he found the cacophony of birds and barking dogs quite overwhelming, while Yunxi reveled in the atmosphere. Occasionally playing with the various kittens and puppies, Yi Buoxuan remained indifferent, merely uncomfortable with the scents that mingled in the air. Despite the mask, he could still detect the various floral fragrances mixed with animal odors. Yunxi selected a few pots of budding flowers and exchanged them for some attractive containers. Remarkably, the arrangement rivaled those found in upscale stores. After purchasing the flowers, Yi Buoxuan loaded them into the car. On their way back, Yunqi appeared quite delighted, instinctively taking the passenger seat and humming a little tune. Bushwan, don't you have any pop songs in this car? She inquired. I typically listen to classical music and seldom indulge in pop. He replied, oh, all right then. Yunqi fell silent. Upon arriving at the mall, Yi Bushwan first guided Yunqi to the women's clothing section. She glanced at the price tags and exclaimed, Bushwan, let us leave. These are far too expensive. I might as well shop online. Now that we're here, let us pick out a few pieces. You need some outfits for important occasions. Having never shopped with a girl before, Yi Bushwan lacked experience. He decided to take Yunqi to the service desk, explaining the situation to the attendant and asking her to assist in finding brands suitable for Yunqi's age and the occasions she needed to dress for. To his dismay, Yunqi's model-like figure made everything look good on her. Ultimately, he decided to purchase everything she tried on. Bushwan, there's no need to buy so much. One piece is sufficient, she protested. Girls should dress beautifully. It doesn't cost that much, he thought to himself, secretly lamenting that the total spent could hardly compare to the worth of a designer handbag. Speaking of bags, Yi Bushwan noticed that Yunqi never carried one. Isn't there a saying that bags can cure all ailments? Yunqi, let us find you a nice bag. The nearby salesgirls, noticing Yunqi with such a handsome and capable boyfriend, cast envious glances their way. No more purchases. I've already spent too much, Yunqi insisted, pulling Yi Bushwan along. We shouldn't waste money. It's not easy for you to earn it. There will be plenty of places we'll need to spend in the future. Yi Bushwan then went to the men's section to buy a few simple t-shirts and loungewear. With his well-proportioned physique, he didn't even need to try anything on. He simply selected his sizes and proceeded to the checkout. Laden with bags, the two prepared to leave when Yi Bushwan spotted a jewelry store on the first floor. Yunqi had no jewelry adorning her. She appeared quite plain. Yunqi, let us get you a necklace. Bushwan, no more purchases. I've spent enough for today. A necklace won't cost much. Just look at all the girls on the street adorned with jewelry. As they entered the jewelry store, the staff warmly welcomed them with tea and offered to assist with their bags. Several attendants gathered, captivated by Yi Bushwan's striking appearance, whispering amongst themselves. A young girl couldn't help but approach, asking, Excuse me, are you a celebrity? Or perhaps a model? Yi Bushwan, uncomfortable with women encroaching on his space. Especially since he seemed to have an aversion to them, except for Xia Yunqi, coldly replied, Neither. The girl, feeling embarrassed, retreated and turned her attention to Yunqi, recommending various styles of necklaces. Yunqi picked the simplest and least expensive option, asking Bushwan, Does this look good? It's too simple. Let us find one with some diamonds. Yi Bushwan was about to rise to help her select. Why Yi Bushwan? Oh my, is that really you? What a surprise to see you here shopping. Yi Bushwan turned in surprise to see a young woman in her 20s, adorned in luxurious attire, clearly the daughter of a wealthy family. He felt a vague familiarity, but couldn't quite place her. You don't remember me? I'm Feng Rushi. Last time. Yi Bushwan waved his hand dismissively, prompting her to fall silent. He recalled that she had accompanied her mother to a family gathering. The Feng family had made their fortune in real estate, and she was their only cherished daughter, keen on establishing ties with the Yi family. Mrs. Yi had thought her suitable and had attempted to introduce them, but Yi Bushwan had rebuffed her, stating that looks alone should not dictate marriage. This was not the first time, and everyone knew that the heir of the Yi family was akin to an iceberg. Rumors circulated that Yi Bushwan might be gay. Feng Rushi hadn't expected to encounter him here today. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that Yi Bushwan would bring a companion to buy jewelry. Chapter 9. Setting up a cozy home together, Yi Bushwan beckoned Feng Rushi outside, saying, Miss Feng, as you can see, the lady inside is my girlfriend. She is unaware of my true identity. I hope you won't expose this. Let us maintain the pretense of being colleagues, shall we? Playing the fool, are we? No problem. Just don't forget what you promised today, Mr. Yi. Feng Rushi was astute enough to realize that Yi Bushwan was not someone she could afford to offend. Establishing any connection with him would be invaluable for the Feng family, potentially providing them with a solid backing in the future. She was even more curious about the girl who could make the illustrious Yi Bushwan so anxious. The two returned to the jewelry store, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Yunqi felt a twinge of unease as she observed Yi Bushwan speaking with a beautiful woman, yet she remained seated, patiently waiting. Yunqi, this is our colleague, Miss Feng. Hello, Miss Feng. I am Xia Yunqi, she said obediently, adhering to their agreement to keep her identity concealed. Miss Fong, Yunqi is my girlfriend. Since I know little about jewelry, could you help her select a suitable necklace? Yi Buoxuan asked courteously. That's my specialty, Fong Rushi readily agreed. Miss Xia, you seem quite youthful. Are you still in school? She casually inquired while assisting Yunqi in choosing a necklace. Miss Fong, I just graduated this year and started working at TL Company. Oh, how impressive. You look so youthful. I thought you hadn't graduated yet. If you're working, this one would suit you well. It's versatile enough for both formal and casual wear. Fong Rushi personally adorned Yunqi with a delicate necklace featuring a small diamond pendant. Lovely. Miss Xia, you're quite beautiful, so anything looks good on you. Yunqi turned to Yi Buoxuan, asking Buoxuan, do you think it's pretty? Indeed, it's quite nice. Miss Fong has a good eye. Let us go with this one. Thank you, Miss Fong. Yunqi beamed sweetly. Miss Xia, if you ever need assistance shopping in the future, feel free to reach out to me. It's my forte. Sure. I'm rather clueless about these things, so I'll definitely be seeking your help. Yunqi replied earnestly. Shall we exchange WeChat? Fong Rushi suggested, her gaze lingering on Yi Buoxuan. She was keen to keep close to Xia Yunqi, seeing it as an opportunity to connect with him. Go ahead and add her. I'll be busy from now on, but Miss Fong can accompany you when you go shopping, Yi Buoxuan said softly to Yunqi, his eyes narrowing slightly as they met Fong Rushi's. Fong Rushi understood his unspoken warning. Do not overstep. She quickly scanned Yunqi's WeChat code. Miss Fong, we'll take our leave now. Let us plan to meet again soon. Yunqi waved her phone. And after Yi Buoxuan settled the bill, they departed with their arms full of bags. Fong Rushi stood momentarily stunned, realizing that if a paparazzi were to catch this moment, it would be the talk of the town. Upon returning home, Yunqi busied herself arranging the flowers and plants on the balcony, dining table, and bathroom, instantly infusing the space with vitality. Meanwhile, Yi Buoxuan took it upon himself to head into the kitchen, quickly preparing 4 small dishes and a soup. As Yunqi finished tidying up, she noticed Yi Buoxuan had already prepared the meal. Buoxuan, you're truly amazing. It's wonderful having you at home. How do you reward me? Yi Buoxuan joked, his eyes fixed intently on Xia Yunqi. Then let us finish this together, shall we? Yi Buoxuan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. All right, Buoxuan, your cooking is truly exquisite, far surpassing that of hotels, at this rate. You'll make me fat, Xia Yunqi exclaimed, praising him as she ate. It's all right, you're so slim. I would prefer you a bit plumper. Yunqi's face flushed suddenly, her fair complexion blooming like peach blossoms in March. Upon witnessing her shyness, Yi Buoxuan felt a stir in his heart and couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her delicate cheek. This only made Yunqi more bashful as she lowered her head and continued to eat in silence. After their meal, Yunqi promptly took the initiative to wash the dishes. Through the transparent glass door of the kitchen, Yi Buoxuan observed her busy figure, and a sense of stability and contentment washed over him, feelings he had never experienced in all his years. When his parents were young, they were engrossed in their careers, leaving all household chores to the maid. As a child, he envied his classmates whose parents would work together at home, enjoying cozy family meals and conversations afterward. This warmth was the essence of home. His own parents were perpetually consumed by business trips and social engagements. Later, his father's infidelity brought home a half-sister. Even then, his parents lived a facade of harmony, bound by family and wealth, while their true feelings had long since withered. Yi Buoxuan beckoned Yunqi to sit next to him, and though she seemed a bit shy, she complied. Yunqi, is it easy to take leave at your workplace? Yi Buoxuan pulled her closer, caressing her small hand. I just started working. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask for time off. Why was Buoxuan asking this? Next week, I have a business trip abroad, and I want to take you with me. I can't bear the thought of you being alone at home. In truth, Yi Buoxuan was more concerned about Dong Hao. He had learned through Dali that Dong Hao was not an ordinary rival. He came from a prominent family, studied abroad, and earned a master's degree from Stanford University. Upon returning, he chose to carve his own path rather than join the family business. For Yi Buoxuan, Dong Hao represented a formidable competitor. Psychologically, a person's comfort zone is about 1 meter. This sentiment resonated deeply with Yi Buoxuan. Over the years, any woman who ventured within that distance would evoke an inexplicable aversion in him, except for his grandmother and mother. Xia Yunqi was the sole exception. For Dong Hao, the choices were plentiful, but for Yi Buoxuan, only Yunqi mattered. He yearned for her to fall completely in love with him, in both heart and body, not merely for his wealth. Buoxuan, I can't take leave. I'm still in my probation period. If I don't perform well, I want to be confirmed. All right, work is important. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yi Buoxuan gently lifted Yunqi's chin and kissed her softly. The blush on Yunqi's cheeks only further captivated him. One was brimming with youthful vigor, the other was a budding flower. Yi Buoxuan was utterly enchanted. In a swift motion, he removed Yunqi's clothing, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful painting before him. His hands, warm and tender, glided over her slender waist as he swept her into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Yunqi nestled against Yi Buoxuan's chest like a soft, obedient kitten, causing his heart to race and blood to rush to his head. This intoxicating sensation made it difficult for Yi Buoxuan to maintain his composure. Suddenly, his phone rang, darkening his expression. What a nuisance! Who could be calling at such a critical moment? Yi Buoxuan entered the master bedroom and covered Yunqi with a blanket. As he reached for his phone, ready to express his annoyance, he saw it was his mother calling, and he instantly calmed down. Mom, what is the matter? Asian, tomorrow is your grandmother's 80th birthday. Don't forget to return to the old house. Also, I've prepared a birthday gift for her, so come back early to collect it. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Yi Buoxuan felt his mood settle. He returned to the bedroom, finding Yunqi curled up like a little cat, sound asleep. He couldn't bear to disturb her, so he lay beside her, greedily inhaling her gentle fragrance. Unbeknownst to him, he fell asleep as well. The two enjoyed a comfortable afternoon nap. When Yunqi awoke, she found Yi Buoxuan lying closely beside her, his long, muscular arm draped over her. She attempted to lift his arm but inadvertently woke him. Yi Buoxuan feigned sleep, playfully teasing Yunqi, his strong arm making it impossible for her to budge. Frustrated, she turned to see if he was awake. One of Yi Buoxuan's long, slender hands began to wander over Yunqi's body, causing her to tense up as a wave of delightful sensations washed over her, prompting a soft sigh. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yi Buoxuan rolled over and devoured the ripe peach before him. The two remained entwined in bed for the entire afternoon, with Yi Buoxuan growing increasingly addicted to the experience, as they lay together until midnight. Yunqi finally spoke. Buoxuan, I'm a bit hungry. Are you hungry too? I'll go make some noodles. As she got up, she stumbled onto the carpet, her legs weak from Yi Buoxuan's relentless affection. He swiftly scooped her up and carried her back to bed. Darling, lie down. I'll prepare some food for you. Yi Buoxuan wrapped a towel around his waist, his sculpted muscles resembling a perfect statue. He happily headed to the kitchen to cook for his beloved wife. Yunqi watched his retreating figure, thinking, this husband is quite warm-hearted. The next morning, Yi Buoxuan rose early to prepare breakfast for Yunqi. Xiaoxi, eat breakfast before going back to sleep. I have some matters to attend to today. So don't wait up for me tonight. Rest well at home. Okay, Yunqi replied sweetly. Yi Buoxuan gazed at her adorable and obedient demeanor, reluctant to leave her side. After lingering a moment longer, he finally departed. Yi Buoxuan returned to the old residence, a standalone villa steeped in history, located in the old town, still displaying its former grandeur despite the passage of time. The Yi family had mostly gathered. Yi Buoxuan's father was the eldest, and he had two uncles and aunts present. Yi Buoxuan's grandfather had ventured to the South Seas in his youth, establishing a vast family fortune. Later, he returned with his eldest son, Yi Jingxing, who was also Yi Buoxuan's father, to found Haixian Group. Today, this group had businesses spanning several Southeast Asian countries, from petrochemicals to real estate and multinational hotel chains. In recent years, Yi Jingxing had gradually stepped back from the business, entrusting the management of the group to Yi Buoxuan and his uncles, only making appearances for significant matters. The grandmother's 80th birthday was a momentous occasion, and nearly everyone had come. Yi Jingxing's old friends from the business world were also present, taking the opportunity to mingle and seek suitable matches for their children, given that any family associated with the Yi family was either wealthy or influential. Yi Buoxuan first sought out his mother to collect the exquisite jade bracelet destined for his grandmother's birthday gift. Mom, where did you find this? The quality is remarkable. Knowing you're busy, I specifically flew to Tangchong to select this top-grade jade bracelet for you. Thank you. Mom, Asian, several of your father's old friends have brought their children along, and some of them are quite impressive with good upbringing. Keep an eye out for any young ladies you fancy. Mom, I've told you before, you needn't worry about my affairs. You're turning 30 by the end of the year. How can I not be concerned? Look at your cousin, just 24 and already a father of two. If you could bring home a grandson, I wouldn't bother you again, Mom. I'll bring home a grandson within a year. All right. Do you think it's as easy as raising a kitten or puppy? You don't even have a girlfriend. Who would you have a child with? Mrs. Yi chuckled. Yi Buoxuan made his way toward the garden, where a long table was already filled with guests, and the banquet was about to commence. In the garden, his grandmother, with her silver hair and spirited demeanor, was chatting with several ladies. Spotting her eldest grandson approaching from afar, she waved excitedly. The other ladies and young women instinctively parted to make way. Look, my darling grandson is here. Isn't he handsome? It's just a pity he's a bit picky and still single. The grandmother proudly promoted her grandson. Everyone understood that Yi Buoxuan wasn't lacking in romantic prospects. Rather, he simply chose not to pursue them. If he desired a woman's company, countless heiresses would eagerly vie for his attention. Yet, he remained indifferent. Asian. It's been a while since you last visited your grandmother, Grandma. I'm here now. Here as your birthday gift. Yi Buoxuan presented the jade bracelet, eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd. This exquisite jade piece would fetch no less than 10 to 18 million. The elderly lady beamed as she donned the bracelet, remarking, "The bracelet is beautiful, but alas, I'm too old. It would look splendid on a young lady's wrist." Xin, these young ladies are a few years your junior. You youngsters should certainly find common ground to converse about. Why not take them for a stroll in the back garden? I shall engage in some light-hearted chatter with you and these lovely aunts. This old matriarch sees this as a splendid opportunity to select a bride for her eldest grandson. Yi Buoxuan finds himself at a loss for words. Every time he returns to the ancestral home, his venerable ancestor is ever so eager to play matchmaker for him. As Yi Buoxuan gazes upon the enchanting young women before him, each a vision of elegance and opulence, he momentarily suffers from facial blindness, as they all appear so alike. While pondering an escape, a young lady adorned in a delicate yellow dress boldly approaches, taking his hand. "Brother Buoxuan, take us to play. I've heard that the back garden of the Yi residence boasts some rare orchids. Let us go see them." Instinctively, Yi Buoxuan steps back, only to be met with the girl's infectious laughter. "Brother Buoxuan, why are you hiding? Are you afraid we might devour you?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, he glances away, noticing his younger cousins watching enviously. Chapter 11. The matriarch's matchmaking. Yi Buoxuan clears his throat and waves at his cousins, who quickly come to his aid, appearing to rescue him while secretly relishing the opportunity. The young ladies are swiftly escorted away by his cousins, yet the girl in yellow declines the offers of others, remaining steadfastly by Yi Buoxuan's side. "Brother Buoxuan, now that they've all left, can you take me to see the orchids?" She reaches out to tug at his sleeve, but Yi Buoxuan evades her like a man fleeing a pestilence. The girl, with her sparkling eyes and an expression of adoration, gazes up at him. "I have matters to attend to. Go find them instead." Yi Buoxuan is unyielding to her tactics. This vexes the girl, her expression shifting as she pouts playfully. "Humph, if you want to accompany me, I shall tell the matriarch that you've bullied me." As she speaks, tears begin to glisten in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Yi Buoxuan, feeling a surge of irritation, realizes he has met his match today. This girl would be a waste of talent if she didn't pursue acting. Today marks his grandmother's grand birthday celebration, and he has no desire to dampen her spirits, thus reluctantly concedes. "Fine, follow me." Under the girl's persistent coaxing, he finally relents. Instantly, her frown transforms into a radiant smile, her face blooming like a flower. The speed of her mood shift rivals that of a seasoned performer. As Yi Buoxuan leads the way, he occasionally swats away her outstretched hand, reminiscent of a couple in playful discord. Meanwhile, the matriarch and several ladies engage in idle chatter, while covertly observing Yi Buoxuan's interactions. Upon seeing Yi Buoxuan retreating with the girl in yellow towards the back garden, the matriarch exhales deeply, a smile gracing her lips as she takes the hand of Madame Su, the girl's mother. "Madame Su, your daughter possesses quite the charm." The other ladies nod in agreement, all too aware that whichever family manages to align their daughter with the heir of the Yi family will undoubtedly find themselves well fortified. The implications are unmistakable. Su Wanru follows Yi Buoxuan into the expansive garden, which is as large as half a football field. The ancient gardener, Master Zhang, has tended to this garden for decades, cultivating it into a resplendent haven akin to the gardens of Suzhou, brimming with flowers and lush greenery. It embodies both the elegance of bamboo and rocks and the harmony of fish frolicking in the verdant waves. Why Ibo Xian, having not visited the ancestral garden in quite some time, feels his spirits lift at the sight of such beauty. He approaches Master Zhang, inquiring, "Uncle Zhang, where are those orchids you cultivated?" Master Zhang emerges from the blooms. "Ah, Xian, it's been ages since you last visited. Ive even developed a few new varieties. Come, let us take a look." Having watched Ibo Xian grow up, Master Zhang recalls how this garden was a paradise for him as a child. Leading them to the newly cultivated orchids, a faint fragrance wafts through the air, invigorating their senses. Why Ibo Xian finds the scent familiar, reminiscent of Yun Xia's presence. Unable to resist, he inhales deeply. "Uncle Zhang, you're truly remarkable. This vibrant orchid is unlike any I've ever seen, and it smells divine." Su Wanru's voice drips with sweetness. "Thank you for the compliment, young lady," Master Zhang responds. "If you like, I can pot one for you, and you can happily come to fetch it later. Brother Bo Xian, could you give me a pot too?" "I adore them," Master Zhang, seeing Yi Bo Xian remain silent, interjects. "Young lady, these orchids have just been cultivated, and there are only a few. They haven't yet reached production levels. Perhaps you might prefer another variety? There are rare types over there." Su Wanru, quick-witted, seizes the opportunity. "Brother Bo Xian, please choose for me. I'll adore whatever you select." Yi Bo Xian, without further deliberation, casually points to a pot of resplendent yellow orchids. "Uncle Zhang, please gift this pot to this young lady." "Certainly, young lady. This orchid complements your attire splendidly. They are both exceptionally beautiful. Thank you, Brother Bo Xian, and thank you, Uncle Zhang." Su Wanru exclaims. The significance of the gift lies not in the flower itself, but in the fact that it is from Yi Bo Xian. Imbuing it with a special meaning, she promptly whips out her phone, snapping several pictures to share on her social media, declaring to her wealthy friends, "This orchid was gifted by the esteemed young Master Yi." The implication is clear. She is announcing her conquest of the young master. Instantly, a flurry of likes and hearts flood in. Having admired the flowers, Yi Bo Xian heads towards the front garden where guests gather around the matriarch, offering their congratulations. Noticing her grandson returning from the back garden with a young lady, the matriarch first pauses in surprise, then smiles warmly. "Ah Xian, you've been admiring the flowers, I see. And who might this young lady be?" "Hello, Auntie. I'm Su Wanru. My father is Su Qihang. You must know him." "Ah, so you are Miss Su. I had no idea the Su family had such a beautiful daughter. Indeed, my precious daughter has just returned from studying abroad. She enjoys lively gatherings, so I brought her along to forge new friendships." Madame Su explains to Yes matriarch why Yi Bo Xian knows of the Su family. Old Master Su abandoned politics for business and has built substantial connections in Quancheng. The Su family consists of one son and two daughters. The son follows in his father's footsteps, while one daughter has married into the capital. Thus, this young lady must be the second daughter of the Su family. "Madam Yi, you are looking more youthful than ever, Madam Su. You are quite the charmer. I've been driven to gray hairs by this boy of mine. Unlike you, who is blessed with a delightful and beautiful daughter, there's nothing quite like having a daughter to keep one close. Madam Yi, please do encourage Wanru to visit us more often. She has a wonderful disposition and is quite amiable." Yi Bo Xian, uninterested in their superficial flattery, wanders over to converse with his grandmother. "Ah Xian, the Su girl seems gentle and kind. Perhaps you might consider her?" The matriarch probes, seeking insight into her grandson's intentions. "Grandmother, there's no need for you to worry about my affairs. I know how to navigate them." "You rascal, you're nearly 30. How could I not be concerned? My health declines with each passing day. I fear I may not live to see you present me with great-grandchildren. Grandmother, you're in good health. Rest assured, within a year, I shall bring a daughter-in-law to meet you." "Ah, you've been saying that for years, grandmother. This time I truly mean it." Yi Bo Xian assures her, gently embracing her shoulders. "Very well. I shall hold you to that," she replies, her anticipation palpable. The banquet commences. The ladies gather in one area, the gentlemen in another, and the younger generation congregates in yet another. "Eldest brother, it appears that the second Miss Su is quite taken with you. Just observe how she regards you. It seems a matrimonial affair is in the air." "What do you mean by that?" Yi Bo Xian inquires, his expression stern. "It's a rare occasion." His cousin Yi Chen teases. "You seek a beating, do you?" "Eldest brother, I would never dare. But truly, The second Miss Sue is quite stunning. So poised and fashionable. If you find her appealing, perhaps you should pursue her, Yi Bo-xian retorts, leaving his cousin to gawk in surprise. Chapter 12. The hosting turmoil that evening. Having indulged a bit too much in drink, Yi Bo-xian remains at the ancestral home to accompany his grandmother, instructing Li to deliver the pot of orchids to his small residence. After dinner, Xia Yunqi admires the exquisite orchids, their appearance suggesting they are of great value. She has never encountered such vibrant blooms before, with long, waxy green leaves and elegantly shaped flowers exuding a subtle fragrance. These flowers must be quite expensive, she muses aloud. Moments later, she receives a message from Yi Bo-xian. Darling, did you receive the orchids? Their fragrance is akin to your own, followed by a cheeky emoticon. Yi Bo-xian grins foolishly for a moment. Xian, who are you chatting with so joyfully? His grandmother inquires as she approaches. No one in particular. Just pleased to see the company's revenue has been doing well. You foolish boy. Don't get so absorbed in work that you neglect your personal matters, grandmother. Please. It's getting late, and you must be tired. Do rest. I must go to work tomorrow, so I shall take my leave now. Yi Bo-xian hurriedly dashed upstairs, leaving his grandmother shaking her head in secret disapproval. Monday is the most hectic day, filled with various meetings and the distribution of weekly targets. Yunqi was so busy that she hadn't finished by noon. It seemed that cooking at home was out of the question, so she decided to join Dabbling for lunch at the cafeteria downstairs. As Yunqi took her seat, she spotted Dong Hao approaching with a tray in hand. Xia Yunqi, it's rare to see you dining in the cafeteria, Dong Hao remarked. Usually, you don't come here. What brings you today? Dabbling teased. I've had enough takeout and wanted a change of pace. The cafeteria's steak is passable, Yunqi replied. Are you sure that's enough food? Dabbling inquired. Here, take my steak. I ordered two. No, thank you. This is sufficient for me, Yunqi quickly declined. Nevertheless, Dong Hao insisted on giving her the cut steak. As Dabbling ate, he smiled knowingly. Yunqi, that necklace is quite lovely. It must be a gift from your boyfriend. Dabbling asked playfully. Yes, Yunqi admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. When did you get a boyfriend? How come we weren't informed? Is he from outside the company? Dong Hao queried, evidently excited. He is from outside, and it's still in the early stages. Yunqi candidly shared. What does he do? How old is he? Dabbling expressed genuine curiosity. He is a few years older, works as a middle manager in a regular company. Don't overthink it, Yunqi, with your looks. Settling for an ordinary family seems a bit unfair. You shouldn't rush into marriage. You might regret it later. If you're going to find someone, aim for a wealthy or highly capable partner. Life is fleeting, especially for women. Dabbling began his lecture again. All right, I understand. Dong Hao cast a deep glance at Xia Yunqi but said nothing, silently continuing his meal. As the afternoon began, Supervisor Xiao summoned Yunqi to the conference room. Yunqi, I hope your recent work has been progressing smoothly. Thank you for your concern, Supervisor Xiao. It's been quite smooth, though there's a lot to learn. That's good to hear. The reason I called you is that the company is holding a semi-annual summary meeting today. Leaders and elites from various sectors across the province will be attending. For those with outstanding contributions, there will be an award ceremony. The office has decided not to hire external hosts, so you newcomers, all youthful and vibrant, will be responsible for the hosting duties. Manager Lu Ying from the general office will train you. For the next 10 days or so, just follow Manager Lu's instructions. You can hand over your other tasks to Wanru. Understood, Supervisor Xiao. Upon returning to her workstation, Dabbling approached eagerly. Yunqi, what did Supervisor Xiao want? Sister Wanru, she asked me to go to the general office to find Manager Lu Ying. She mentioned there's a semi-annual summary meeting. That's excellent. These meetings are attended by leaders and elites from various sectors. It's your chance to shine. Who knows, you might catch the eye of a leader and ascend the ranks. But it's just hosting. It's not as grand as you make it sound. Silly girl, this isn't just any hosting opportunity. Seize the moment. I'm counting on you to rise to greater heights and help me out. In the afternoon, Yunqi went directly to the general office to find Manager Lu Ying. Yulin and Dong Hao were also present, and to her surprise, Dong Hao was chosen as the male host, while the female host was Chen Yin, a lecturer from the training department. With time pressing, they had only a week to train, rehearse, and finalize their attire. Quite a busy schedule indeed. Recently, Yi Bo-xian had been on a business trip abroad, so Yunqi had devoted all her energy to work. The day before the semi-annual meeting, Manager Lu unexpectedly approached Yunqi. Yunqi, Chun Yin has caught a cold and lost her voice. Would you take her place as the host tomorrow? Manager Lu, I've never hosted before, and with such little time. I want to be able to memorize the script, however, finding someone else now wouldn't be suitable. Only you, with your height and age, would pair well with Dong Hao. You don't have to do anything today. Let Dong Hao guide you through the script and rehearsals. Just ensure you can handle tomorrow's event, and I will apply for your early confirmation. How does that sound? All right, I will give it my all. This offer was too tempting for Yunqi, as everyone knew that only half of the staff would have a chance to stay after March. If Yunqi could secure her confirmation this month, it would be like a stroke of luck falling from the heavens. Dong Hao is very responsible, patiently correcting Yunqi's pronunciation and expressions. They practiced repeatedly, working late into the night until past 10. Xia Yunqi, you're ready. As long as you perform normally tomorrow, it will be splendid. Dong Hao, I've never hosted in front of so many people. I am still feeling quite anxious. Don't be nervous. Just think of the audience as a bunch of puppets. You won't feel nervous at all. Yunqi chuckled. How can living people be puppets? That evening, Dong Hao insisted on driving Yunqi home, and she could not refuse as she got into his stylish and flashy Lamborghini. They soon arrived at her apartment complex, and Yunqi waved goodbye. Dong Hao, you should head back to rest. Let us both give our best tomorrow. She made a cute gesture of encouragement. Dong Hao watched Yunqi enter the complex until she disappeared from sight before he left. Coincidentally, Yi Buoxuan, who had just returned from his trip, noticed Dong Hao's departure. Without a word, he drove his white cherry sedan into the underground parking lot. Back home, Yunqi hurried to shower and rest. Tomorrow would be a tough battle, and she needed to muster all her energy to ensure victory. While she was showering, Yi Buoxuan returned home, hearing Yunqi happily humming a tune in the bathroom, blissfully unaware of his arrival. Yi Buoxuan gazed at the glass door of the bathroom, where Yunqi's alluring figure was faintly discernible, igniting a fire within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he flung off his clothes and burst into the bathroom. Yunqi let out a startled scream, covering her chest with her hands, only to see Yi Buoxuan standing there. Chapter 13. The Hosting Turmoil Part 2. Yunqi, still shaken, was about to ask when Yi Buoxuan pulled her into his embrace with his powerful arms. After an almost predatory kiss, Yunqi gasped for air and pleaded, Buoxuan, tonight isn't suitable. I need to rest well for tomorrow's hosting at the company's semi-annual meeting. Fresh from her shower, Yunqi's damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin glistening with droplets of water, exuding a pure yet captivating beauty, akin to a dew-kissed rose in the morning, stunning and vibrant. Yi Buoxuan exhaled deeply, restraining himself. Yunqi, what hosting? Yunqi, like a little sparrow, recounted every detail of the past few days to Yi Buoxuan, including Dong Hao driving her home after late-night work. She understood Yi Buoxuan's desires. He would not relent until he had his way with her multiple times tonight. The thought of her legs turning to jelly on stage the next day was daunting. Initially, Yi Buoxuan had been troubled by Dong Hao's gesture, but knowing the whole story softened his heart. Darling, I didn't hurt you, did I? Then you should rest well. I look forward to your good news tomorrow. I'll come home early to celebrate with you. Yi Buoxuan gently wiped Yunqi's hair with a towel, speaking in a voice that was almost tender. Don't forget to dry your hair. Sleeping with wet hair isn't good for your health. All right. You should also rest early, Buoxuan. The next day, Yunqi hurried to the hotel hosting the semi-annual meeting. The grand venue was opulent and brightly lit. Staff bustled about preparing the space, and the makeup artist had already arrived. Dong Hao had yet to appear, as male hosts typically required no makeup. A change of attire sufficed. Yunqi chose a relatively conservative water-pink gown adorned with diamonds. The fitted design accentuated her slender waist and long, fair legs. Yunqi usually didn't wear makeup, but her innate beauty, combined with the makeup artist's skillful touch, rivaled that of top-tier celebrities. When Yunqi appeared before Dong Hao, he was momentarily awestruck. Dong Hao, how does my makeup look? Is it suitable? No, it's perfect. Xia Yunqi, you look stunning with makeup. I didn't recognize you at first. I thought a star had wandered into the wrong venue. Yunqi giggled, her earlier nerves dissipating. As the meeting commenced, Yunqi and Dong Hao became the focal point of the entire gathering. After all, who could resist a handsome man and a beautiful woman? Yunqi felt utterly anxious, her palms sweating, momentarily forgetting her lines. Fortunately, Dong Hao was quick on his feet and covered for her. The audience remained oblivious to the minor slip, believing it was part of the planned sequence. Yunqi recalled Dong Hao's advice. When you feel nervous, think of the audience as puppets. Instantly, her mood lightened, and her mind returned to normalcy. The subsequent segments flowed smoothly, with the duo performing in perfect harmony, receiving bursts of enthusiastic applause from the audience. After the morning meeting concluded, Yunqi and Dong Hao finally had a moment to catch their breath in the lounge. Supervisor Liu approached them. Your hosting today was fantastic. The general manager is highly pleased. He even remarked that your hosting level is on par with that of CCTV. He specifically invited you two to the general manager's honor banquet. Hurry and change your clothes so we can head over. Supervisor Liu, I don't drink. Can I skip it? Silly girl, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Others would jump at the chance, but it doesn't come easily. Xia Yunqi, go ahead. I shall help you fend off the alcohol. In such a setting, you need not worry about overindulgence. Very well. The two ventured into the opulent private suite. Ha ha. Our golden boy and jade girl have arrived. Come, take a seat. The general manager's secretary hastily beckoned. Dong Hao, is it Xia Yunqi? Today is truly splendid. I hear you both are fresh recruits, having joined less than a month ago. Excellent. I shall speak with the HR department and advocate for your early confirmation. The general manager, a refined gentleman in his 40s, appeared to be in high spirits today. Thank you, General Manager. Dong Hao and Yunqi chorused in unison. You two can't just express your gratitude verbally. You must toast the general manager. Mr. Liu from HR interjected diplomatically. Yunqi glanced at the glass of white liquor before her, feeling quite daunted. If she were to drink it all, she might not manage to leave this room. Dong Hao tilted his head back and down the glass in one go. Mr. Zhao, Xia Yunqi has never had white liquor. Could you allow her to drink less? I shall consume the remainder on her behalf. Good. It shows you cherish the delicate. Yunqi took a timid sip, while Dong Hao finished the rest without leaving a drop. General Manager Zhao clapped his hands. Impressive drinking capacity, Dong Hao. In future occasions, I shall bring you along to help me fend off the drinks. What do you say, Mr. Zhao? You flatter me. I am but a brick in this company. Wherever you say, I shall be moved. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I like this character. It was evident that Mr. Zhao was in excellent spirits today. Dong Hao sat beside Yunqi, noticing her reluctance to eat, and he dutifully piled her plate high. The general manager looked at Dong Hao with a knowing glance. After lunch, Supervisor Liu granted them both the afternoon off, urging them to rest well. Dong Hao had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and took a cab home for some rest. Yunqi stopped by the supermarket to buy some groceries, planning to prepare a few delicacies from her hometown for Yi Buoxuan that evening. Primarily, her culinary skills were lacking, and she could not manage anything else. After sending a WeChat message to Yi Buoxuan, Yunqi peeled shrimp while watching television at home. Before long, Yi Buoxuan returned home. Buoxuan, it's barely past 3. Why are you back so soon? Isn't the company busy? No matter how busy, it can't compare to your importance. Darling, what delicious dish are you preparing tonight? I thought of stir-frying a few dishes and making some dumplings with 3 flavor filling. How does that sound? You can make dumplings? I wouldn't have guessed. There's no rush for dinner, but you must repay me for what you owe from last night first. With that, Yi Buoxuan kissed Yunqi's cherry-red lips, causing her cheeks to bloom with a rosy hue. Yi Buoxuan, like a man consumed by a craving, could no longer contain himself. In a swift motion, he undressed Yunqi and carried her into the bathroom. Yunqi's waist was soft and slender, her figure perfectly proportioned. Leaving Yi Buoxuan utterly defenseless before her, he could never tire of her. Last night he had suppressed his desires, and today he would not relent until he had thoroughly indulged. Buoxuan, let us cook first. We can indulge after dinner, Yunqi pleaded with a soft voice. Darling, I've been patient for several days. Dinner is secondary. You must fill my appetite first. Yi Buoxuan's low, husky voice whispered in Yunqi's ear, and she leaned against the bathroom mirror, filled with a deep sense of shame as she gazed at her own body. Yi Buoxuan pressed against her back, gently nibbling her delicate earlobe, relentlessly ravaging her like an erupting volcano. Yunqi gasped and moaned in delight. The passionate indulgence lasted for a full hour. Chapter 14. The stubborn adhesive. The promised dinner was only organized after the two had thoroughly enjoyed each other as company. Yi Buoxuan bustled in the kitchen with his bare torso, while Yunqi occasionally tilted her head to admire him, noting that her man's physique surpassed that of any model. Summer Yunshi prepared 2 plates of shrimp and 3 flavor dumplings. And they sat together, blissfully sharing dinner as Yi Buoxuan opened a bottle of red wine. Listening to Yunshi animatedly recount the day's highlights, he observed her exuberance. The innocence and simplicity of a young girl were on full display. Yi Buoxuan clapped along, offering compliments, which only made Yunshi happier, her face flushed with a rosy glow, resembling a vibrant flower. Suddenly, Yi Buoxuan's phone vibrated, and as he gazed at Yunshi with delight, he answered the call with utmost gentleness. "Hello? Buoxuan Gij, it's Wanru." A sweet voice came from the other end. Su Wanru felt a surge of joy. Today she had messaged Yi Buoxuan, but he hadn't replied. Why was his tone so tender now? "What is it?" Yi Buoxuan immediately reverted to his icy demeanor. "Buoxuan Gij, I visited your office today, but your secretary said you left early. I merely wanted to thank you for the orchids you sent last time and hope to invite you to dinner." "No need. I'm quite busy." Yi Buoxuan abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Su Wanru, about to call again, found her call cut off, and she seethed with rage. "Yi Buoxuan, just wait. One day I shall make you kneel at my feet." Su Wanru's eyes sparkled as a plan formed in her mind. Since she couldn't find solace from Yi Buoxuan, she, Su Wanru, was not short of admirers. She pulled out her phone and dialed, "Jianwei Gij. Where are you?" "Oh, it's nothing urgent. I'm simply feeling down and thought I might find someone to drink with." "All right, I'll see you at Night Color Bar." Jianwei is Yi Buoxuan's cousin, who has long harbored feelings for Su Wanru. Despite several invitations, she had always turned him down. Su Wanru knew that only Yi Buoxuan was the true heir of the Yi family. The others merely relied on the family's reputation for their share. It was common knowledge that Yi Buoxuan's parents held 80 of High Xian Group shares. Without Yi Buoxuan, Jianwei would merely serve as a distraction. At Night Color Bar, under the dim lights. Couples seemed to share a silent understanding as they sipped their drinks. Jianwei had arrived early, sitting at the bar and waving to Su Wanru. "You miss. What would you like to drink? A glass of Red Maiden? That's rather dull. I prefer a glass of Macallan whiskey." "Splendid. I'll have a whiskey as well." "Which scoundrel has upset Miss Su?" "Your brother will take care of it. It's one of the Yi family." "Do you dare?" Su Wanru replied with a playful smile. "Aside from Yi Buoxuan, others would dare." Jianwei downed his drink in one gulp. "Fine. I know you wouldn't dare confront him. Is he really my older brother?" "Come on, you know he doesn't like women." "Jianwei Gij, do you really think your brother is gay?" "I'm not certain, but over the years, no woman has ever been close to him." "Tio say none is inaccurate. There are 2 or 3 women." "Jianwei Gij, quickly tell me who they are." Jianwei deliberately teased. Seeing him remain silent, Su Wanru pouted. "Come on, dear brother, just tell me." Jianwei felt his resolve weaken. "My grandmother. My aunt and his half-sister. You're insufferable." Su Wanru playfully hit Jianwei's shoulder. "Wanru sister, you know I like you. As long as you're with me, I'll do whatever you ask." "What is so great about my brother?" "He is like an iceberg. Your brother is the true heir of a wealthy family. None can compare." Su Wanru thought to herself, but replied, "Jianwei Gij, you're so kind. You're the best to me." "Brother, recently, I've set my sights on a bracelet. Will you accompany me to have a look?" "All right, Wanru sister, I shall buy it for you." In no time, they arrived at the mall, with Su Wanru leading Jianwei directly to the Cartier counter. "Jianwei Gij, I've set my eyes on a Cartier bracelet. Could you help me evaluate it? You men always have a keener eye than us women." Su Wanru selected a diamond-studded bracelet from the Cartier nail series and tried it on. "Jianwei Gij, don't you think this looks lovely?" Nearby, a sales assistant complimented. "Miss, this bracelet perfectly matches your elegance. It seems tailor-made for you. Sir, your girlfriend is truly stunning, akin to a movie star." Jianwei was flattered by the praise and promptly took out his card to pay. "Jianwei Gij, you're the best." As Su Wanru leaned in to kiss his cheek, Jianwei, caught off guard, couldn't help but grin foolishly as he touched the spot she had kissed. On the way back, the driver was in front, while the 2 in the back seat shared a kiss. Having spent years abroad, where attitudes towards relationships were more liberal, Su Wanru, slightly tipsy from the evening, felt emboldened. Jianwei cautiously slipped his hand under Su Wanru's clothing. Feeling her smooth, supple skin, "Jianwei Gij, please don't. I'm feeling shy." This playful tactic was one Su Wanru mastered well. Having spent over 400,000 tonight, she knew she couldn't let him have everything at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't be inclined to lavish her with gifts again. Janwei, left wanting more, was thoroughly intrigued. After dropping Su Wanru off at the entrance of her villa, he savored the lingering fragrance on his hand. Lost in thought. The next day at work, Su Wanru adorned herself in vibrant attire as she entered the High Exion Group office building. She took the elevator straight to the top floor. Heading for Yi Buoxuan's office, at the entrance, two male secretaries sat, and upon seeing a beautiful woman approach, they quickly intercepted her. "Miss Su, please hold. You cannot enter without an appointment with Mr. Yi." One of the secretaries was aware that Miss Su had visited yesterday, and they were also well aware that Ye despised being disturbed by women. Once someone was let in, it would be inevitable to face his wrath. Su Wanru began to call Yi Buoxuan, but he refused to answer. Since a gentle approach was futile, she resorted to a more forceful tactic. Standing at the door, she called out, "Brother Buoxuan, I know you are in the office, I mean no harm. I merely wish to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude for the orchids you sent me." Yi Buoxuan, irritated in his office, thought to himself, "What is it with this woman? She clings on like a stubborn adhesive." He was curious to see what trick she would attempt next. He picked up the phone and commanded, "Let her in." The secretary felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Miss Su, Mr. Yi has instructed you to enter." Chapter 15. A trapped Su Wanru adjusted her attire and cheerfully opened the door to the office. "Brother Buoxuan, I knew you couldn't bear to keep me waiting outside." The overwhelming scent of her perfume enveloped Yi Buoxuan, causing him to sneeze multiple times. "Speak quickly. I am allergic to perfume, so please keep your distance." He hurriedly retreated to the other side of the desk. The two secretaries stifled their laughter, realizing that their boss had encountered a formidable opponent. Amused by Yi Buoxuan's reaction, Su Wanru said, "Brother Buoxuan, if you dislike the scent of perfume, that can easily be remedied with that." She removed her outer garment and tossed it onto the two secretaries outside. Striding into the office clad in a silk camisole that revealed a hint of her décolletage, simultaneously shutting the door behind her. "Miss Su, please conduct yourself appropriately. This is an office, not a nightclub." "Brother Buoxuan, you didn't answer my calls, leaving me with no choice. I simply cannot help but like you. Ever since our last meeting, I have been unable to eat or sleep. Yet you continue to ignore me. What am I to do?" In the confines of the office, with only the two of them present, Su Wanru felt emboldened, convinced that no man could resist her charms, especially given her unwavering confidence in her appearance. Yi Buoxuan's expression hardened. "Miss Su, please maintain decorum. This is my office. If you have something to discuss, do so promptly. If not, I must ask you to leave." "Brother Buoxuan, if you agree to accompany me for dinner tonight, I will leave immediately. I promise I will not disturb you again." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Buoxuan considered the long-standing relationship between the Yi and Su families. Out of respect for his grandmother and father, he decided he could not be excessively harsh. "Very well, I will agree to one dinner, but after that, you must promise not to bother me again. I assure you." Su Wanru's heart soared with joy. Beneath his seemingly impenetrable exterior, Yi Buoxuan had revealed a crack. "Brother Buoxuan, I will finalize the location and send you a message. You must not refuse." She adopted an overly sweet tone, making Yi Buoxuan's skin crawl. "Fine, you may leave now. I still have much work to attend to." Watching Su Wanru's flirtatious demeanor made him uncomfortable. She blew him a kiss and swayed her hips as she exited. The two secretaries, eavesdropping at the door, were startled when it swung open, causing one to stumble inside. Yi Buoxuan's expression grew colder, and the frightened secretary hurriedly retreated. Shutting the door behind her, Su Wanru retrieved her coat and sauntered toward the elevator. The two secretaries exchanged puzzled glances. What just happened? As Yunxi arrived at work, she was approached by the lively Dabo. "Yunxi, you've become quite the celebrity. I heard you shown at the branch office's semi-annual meeting, and you and Donghao are a perfect match." "Sister Wanru, are you joking with me?" "Not at all. You made it to the front page of the Group's website. You should check online. Moreover, I've heard from the HR department that you may be officially confirmed this month, which is a special exception from the branch manager. Well done, girl. You and Donghao are exemplary figures in your early careers." "Sister Wanru, did someone from HR tell you this? Do you know when I'll sign the official contract?" Just then, the internal phone rang. "Is this Xia Yunxi? This is Han Bin from HR. I have received the latest notification. You can conclude your internship early and sign your formal employment contract. If you are free this afternoon, please come by my office to finalize the paperwork." After hanging up, Yunchi embraced Dabo excitedly. This is fantastic. It's true. I can go this afternoon to handle my confirmation. A message popped up on her phone. Xia Yunchi, did you receive the HR notification? Dong Hao, I did. Did you receive it too? Yes. Let us celebrate together tonight. Dong Hao, I'll treat you when payday comes. I can't keep letting you spend money on me, Yunchi replied with a cute cartoon smiley. Dong Hao smiled at the message and replied with an okay. After work, Yi Buoxuan sent a message to Yunchi. Xiaoxi, I have plans tonight, so don't wait for me to eat. Driving his own car, Yi Buoxuan followed the address given by Su Wanru, arriving at a tranquil high-end club nestled on a picturesque hillside. Su Wanru was already there, sipping tea outside the suite, idly scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Yi Buoxuan, she immediately stood to greet him. Brother Buoxuan, I knew you liked me and wouldn't keep me waiting. Today, Su Wanru was dressed modestly, exuding an air of refined elegance with every gesture. Noticing the absence of her perfume in the air, Yi Buoxuan felt relieved as he stepped inside. Brother Buoxuan, I've ordered a few dishes. Please let me know if there's anything else you'd like. That won't be necessary, Brother Buoxuan. It's such a rare occasion to dine together. How can we settle for anything less? Considering the familial ties between their families, Yi Buoxuan relented and casually ordered a couple of dishes. Brother Buoxuan, I wish to ask you a sincere question. What type of girl do you truly like? In truth, Su Wanru's underlying question was, do you prefer men or women? Miss Su, there's no need to waste your time. You are not my type. Brother Buoxuan, I can learn. What type do you prefer? As their dishes arrived, Su Wanru poured 2 glasses of red wine. Brother Buoxuan, from the first moment I saw you, I was smitten. I wish it weren't so, but I simply cannot forget you. With tears in her eyes, she appeared like a heartbroken actress, her talent and performance wasted on not being on stage. Please, Miss Su, refrain from such theatrics. Others might misunderstand our situation. Very well, Brother Buoxuan. Your presence alone makes me ecstatic. Let us toast to our acquaintance. Her face lit up with joy as she raised her glass and drank it all in one go. And for this second glass, I thank you for the orchids. I absolutely adore them. Yi Buoxuan felt compelled to join her in the toast and drank as well. After downing 3 glasses, she urged, Brother Buoxuan, you must eat. The dishes here are quite delicious. She proceeded to serve him a piece of the best turtle dish. Despite having consumed only a little, Yi Buoxuan felt slightly dizzy, perhaps due to not having eaten. As he took a few bites, he prepared to make a discreet exit. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he was uncertain if it was the alcohol or something else. In that moment, Su Wanru, with her face blooming like a peach blossom, nestled closer to him while serving him food. Typically, he would never allow a woman to come so close. Save for Xia Yunchi, he felt strangely weak, unable to push her away. He watched as Su Wanru fluttered her beautiful eyes, her long lashes batting flirtatiously, inching closer. Chapter 16. An unexpected turn. I have been drugged. Yi Buoxuan seethed with rage, infuriated that someone dared to slip him a drug. He glanced at Su Wanru, whose complexion was flushed, breathing slightly heavier, her meticulously tailored outfit discarded to the side, revealing her alluring figure. His mind grew increasingly hazy as he struggled to pour a glass of ice water over himself, but the effects of the drug intensified, rendering the cold water nearly ineffective. Seeing the drug take effect, Su Wanru deliberately poured herself another glass of red wine, leaning in with her half-exposed bosom. Brother Buoxuan, would you like another drink? Su Wanru feigned intoxication, conveniently collapsing into Yi Buoxuan's embrace, her ample bosom pressed against him. As she slyly poured another drink into the muddled Yi Buoxuan. Before long, under the influence of the drug, his limbs grew limp, and he gradually lost consciousness. Observing this, Su Wanru was elated and swiftly assisted Yi Buoxuan to the large bed in the suite. Hastily stripping him of his clothing, as she beheld his athletic physique, she could not help but swallow hard twice. Su Wanru placed Yi Buoxuan's hand on her chest, capturing several intimate photos of the two. As she caressed his sculpted abs, her heart fluttered with desire. Initially, she had ordered an aphrodisiac online, but to her surprise, it turned out to be a powerful sedative. Enhanced by the alcohol, the effects were potent. And within half an hour, Yi Buoxuan succumbed to slumber. The more she gazed upon him, the more exhilarated she became. Unable to contain her excitement, she dialed Yi Jianwei. Jianwei Gidge, I've been drugged. Please come to save me. I'm at Fanching Mountain Villa, room 116. I'm waiting for you. Were it not for Yi Buoxuan falling unconscious so quickly, she would not have had to resort to that scoundrel Yi Jianwei. Better to have someone than no one at all. Su Wanru then moved to the adjacent suite, which mirrored her own, complete with a large bed, as she awaited Yi Jianwei's arrival. To ensure her plan's success, she had reserved the entire establishment for the night and instructed the owner not to disturb them after delivering the food. She had meticulously prepared for this evening, even undergoing a minor surgical procedure to restore her virginity, but she had not anticipated that the aphrodisiac would turn out to be a sedative. She knew that if she missed this opportunity tonight, it would be exceedingly difficult to manipulate Yi Buoxuan in the future. Before long, Yi Jianwei arrived in haste at the villa. Upon entering room 116, he was greeted by a scene of intoxicating allure, and without hesitation, he lunged onto the bed, entangled with Su Wanru. After a passionate encounter, amidst the remnants of their fervor, Yi Jianwei finally came to his senses. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Su Wanru urged him to leave at once, and in his flustered state, Yi Jianwei fled in a panic. Following this, Su Wanru switched the bed linens and repositioned the unconscious Yi Buoxuan back onto the bed. Settling beside him, reveling in her triumph as she contemplated her next move. All of this remained solely within Su Wanru's knowledge. No one else was privy to the events of that night. As long as she kept silent, no one would ever discover what transpired. At dawn, Yi Buoxuan awoke, still dazed and bewildered. Upon seeing the naked Su Wanru beside him, he was horrified, a cold sweat breaking out across his body. His mind cleared instantly. Su Wanru, what have you done? Buoxuan Gij, why do you ask? You took advantage of me all night long with that. She tossed aside the covers, revealing the glaring crimson imprints upon the sheets. Yi Buoxuan's head spun as he realized the implications. Su Wanru, with tear-filled eyes, lamented, Buoxuan Gij, you were so vigorous last night. You've left me in pain. The pale expanse of her chest bore the marks of passionate kisses, remnants of Yi Jianwei's actions. Yet, Su Wanru was not satisfied. She intended to seduce Yi Buoxuan today. Did she truly believe a man would refuse a feast laid before him? However, today she was not dealing with just anyone. She was confronting Yi Buoxuan. What was last night's drug? Yi Buoxuan's face darkened. He could scarcely believe her audacity. Su Wanru, have you lost your mind? Buoxuan Gij, I truly don't know what happened. I simply woke up to find it like this. So you choose to remain silent about the truth, do you? Very well, let us await the arrival of the police. Yi Buoxuan retrieved his phone to call for help. Su Wanru was taken aback by his determination. Panic set in. Buoxuan Gij, I liked you too much. It was my fault. I bought the drug online and added it to the food, leading to last night's events, but I sincerely like you. Su Wanru was clever enough not to reveal Yi Jianwei's involvement. As Yi Buoxuan observed her tear-streaked face, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. You repulse me. Were it not for the reputations of both the Yi and Su families. Do you think your despicable tactics could ever sway my heart? It only serves to make you seem more pathetic. I never wish to see you again. With that, Yi Buoxuan coldly donned his clothes and departed without a backward glance. Instead of returning to his modest home, he retreated to his villa, where he thoroughly washed away the remnants of the night, both inside and out. Needing time to regain his composure, he sent a message to Yunqi, informing her that he would be on a business trip and required time to process recent events. Upon receiving his message, Yunqi replied with a cartoonish hug emoji. I'll be waiting for you at home. Reading Yunqi's message, Yi Buoxuan felt like a guilty child, tears of regret brimming in his eyes. Whether it was the stress of work or an upset stomach, Yunqi had been experiencing a lack of appetite. Initially, she dismissed it, but as it worsened, there came a day when she was ill in the restroom, garnering the peculiar gazes of her colleagues. Returning to her desk, Dabo waved her over, concern etched on her face. Yunqi, you don't look well. Are you feeling sick? Maybe you should take a couple of days off to rest. This job is never-ending. Wanrujia, I'm fine. Just a bit nauseous. Perhaps something I ate didn't agree with me. Dabo regarded Yunqi with uncertainty. For several days, Yunqi felt unwell, prompting Jiang Wanru to pull her aside in a secluded corner. Yunqi, have you and your boyfriend moved in together? Yunqi, unskilled in deception, felt her face heat up as she stammered. Unsure how to respond. Silly girl, you haven't been careful, have you? Wanrujia, what should I do? Goodness, you need to talk to your boyfriend. Have you not met his parents yet? Ugh, men these days, Debo comforted Wanru, patting her back sympathetically. Yunchi, you should go to the hospital and get checked out. Let's confirm this. Yunchi nodded, feeling apprehensive about the situation. Wanru, yeah, I can go by myself. Please keep this to yourself, Debo agreed. If you need anything, just call me. The following day, Yunchi took a leave of absence, heading to the hospital early for an examination. When she received the test results confirming her pregnancy, she was filled with mixed emotions. Joy for the child she would share with Yibuoshuan, yet anxiety over their one-year agreement, which did not include a pregnancy. She was uncertain about Yibuoshuan's reaction. Chapter 17. The breakup. Yunchi messaged Yibuoshuan. Buoshuan, when will you return from your business trip? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yibuoshuan replied, Xiaoxi, I'm back. I'll be home tonight. He prepared to confront Yunchi, believing that honesty was essential in a marriage. He recognized that Su Wanru was a mistake for which he must take responsibility. After work, Yunchi purchased groceries and prepared dinner. When Yibuoshuan returned to find Yunchi busily cooking, he felt a pang of conflicting emotions. They sat together in the living room after dinner, watching television. When Yunchi nestled against him, Buoshuan, there's something I need to tell you. I have something to tell you as well. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins goes first, Yunchi suggested playfully. All right. Yunchi threw out scissors while Yibuoshuan chose rock. You go first. I'm all ears, Yunchi said, sitting up straight, her expression cheerful. With a heavy sigh, Yibuoshuan recounted the events from his grandmother's birthday to Su Wanru's entanglement, culminating in the drugging and the unexpected night. As Yunchi listened, her expression grew increasingly icy until she was seated at the opposite end of the sofa. Why Yibuoshuan understood her feelings, his heart aching. After all, they had met through a night of passion. And now he had repeated that with Su Wanru. No matter how he explained, Yunchi would likely never forgive him. Yunchi clenched the test results tightly in her hand, realizing there was no need to reveal them. She felt a suffocating pain in her heart. Her life was already difficult enough. She sought nothing more than a stable home, to live as an ordinary couple with Yibuoshuan. Why had this melodramatic turn of events intruded upon her life? Yunchi, you had something to tell me, right? What is it? Yibuoshuan noticed her grip on the paper. Buoshuan, it's nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I've been promoted early. That's great news. Yibuoshuan attempted to ease the growing tension. This weekend, let us go out to celebrate. Invite your close colleagues, and we'll have a little party. Observing Yunchi's demeanor, he noted her cold expression, devoid of the usual warmth and sweetness. That's unnecessary. I've already told my colleagues that when payday arrives, I'll treat them using my salary. The meaning of Yunchi is quite clear. She does not wish to spend Yibuoshuan's money any longer. Yibuoshuan had once desired to embrace Yunchi, but she gently evaded him and retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. That evening, Yunchi hid in her room, quietly weeping, unsure of what to do next. The arrival of this child could not have come at a worse time. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved and sorrowful she felt, prompting her to call Jiang Minghan. Minghan? How have you been lately? Yunchi, what's wrong? Your voice sounds off. Has someone named you been bullying you? Yunchi felt a warmth in her heart, grateful that someone still cared for her at this hour. No? I just miss you. She did not want Minghan to worry about her. Silly girl, we aren't far apart. I will see you soon, Minghan. Are you coming to Quanqing? Yes, Jiakong is moving to Quanqing for work. And I will be going with him. We can be together again. Jiakong was Jiang Minghan's childhood sweetheart. That's wonderful. When are you two getting married? Our parents are pressing us, and we've set the date for the 16th of next month. You must come. You are the only choice for my bridesmaid, Jiang Minghan said excitedly. All right, I will take a couple of days off to help you. The wedding is a significant event. There's so much to do. Yunchi, work is important. Just come back a day in advance. There will be plenty of family to help. Okay, I'm truly happy for you, Minghan. Silly girl, remember, a year from now, you will hold your wedding, and I will be your bridesmaid. Yes, of course. After hanging up, Yunchi felt a bit better, but thoughts of her own situation soon filled her with melancholy. The next morning, Yibuoshuan rose early and prepared a breakfast of milk sandwiches for Yunchi. Having spent the night awake, she reflected on the nature of her relationship with Yibuoshuan. Through their time together, she realized she had developed feelings for him, though she was uncertain if what she felt was truly love. Perhaps it was her inner longing for a home or the ulterior motive behind her acceptance of Yibuoshuan's suggestion of a year of hidden marriage. However, This did not imply that she could tolerate the idea of him having other women outside their relationship. Their initial connection felt like a mistake. Today it was Su Wanru, tomorrow it could be Lu Wanru. She was confident she lacked the courage to confront a mistress. Rather than endure future suffering, she resolved to cut her losses now. She intended to bring the child into the world and raise him or her alone. During breakfast, Yunqi gazed at the man before her. Yi Buoxuan was cautiously stealing glances at her, his eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. Faced with such an attractive visage, a commendable physique, culinary skills, and financial stability, she wondered how fate had bestowed such a fine individual upon her. As for herself, Xia Yunqi, aside from her looks and figure, she had no illustrious family background, no impressive educational credentials, and no wealth to compete with those affluent and beautiful women for a man. This realization filled her with a profound sense of inadequacy. Buoxuan? I pondered throughout the night. We should part ways. Let's terminate our agreement a year early and set each other free. Yunqi, I fell into someone else's trap. I did not mean to be unfaithful to you. Please give me another chance. The time hasn't even been a year. We cannot break up. Yi Buoxuan was determined to stick to his decision. Buoxuan, we are both adults. You should understand that the one who erred today is you. If the roles were reversed and I had been with another man, regardless of my consent, would you still treat me the same way? Yi Buoxuan fell silent. Emotions are selfish, and how could one tolerate any imperfections in a romantic relationship? Mr. Yi, I will find a place to move out as soon as possible. Yi Buoxuan felt his heart wrenching as he observed Yunqi's seemingly resolute demeanor. He knew she was equally heartbroken, merely putting on a brave front. Yunqi, you need not move out. The fault lies with me. Since you have decided to terminate the agreement early, this house will be yours. I will transfer the property deed into your name promptly. Additionally, I will deposit 1 million into your account as compensation. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call. In my heart, I have only ever loved one person. It's you, now and forever. After speaking, Yi Buoxuan stood to leave, knowing that if he lingered, he would break down like a child before Yunqi. Chapter 18. Meng Han's wedding. It was the weekend, and Xia Yunqi took leave to return to Qingqing early. Zhang Menghan's home was situated in an old villa district of Qingqing, where a number of relatives had already arrived to assist. Mrs. Zhang, in her 40s, appeared as though she were in her late 30s, exquisite and graceful. Her gentle and warm demeanor contrasted sharply with Meng Han's more boisterous personality. Yunqi had often stayed with Meng Han's family during their school days and was quite familiar with them. Mrs. Zhang adored Yunqi, frequently saying, Xiaoxi, you must come back to visit me and your Uncle Zhang often. We consider you our own daughter. Once Meng Han is married, we will be even lonelier, Mom. I'm just getting married, not entering a convent. Why act as if we are parting for eternity? I will return just as before. Silly girl, when you have your own children and they get married, you will understand a mother's feelings at such moments. Yunqi would lean against Mrs. Zhang, saying, Auntie, now that Meng Han is getting married, you have gained another so and I in the future. I shall bring you a few grandchildren to keep you busy. I just love how well-behaved Yunqi is. You resemble my own daughter, while Meng Han seems more like a child from someone else's family. Mom, Yunqi is your biological daughter. I must be the one you picked up by the roadside in the future. It is possible that Yunqi may give you grandchildren before I do, so just enjoy your current peaceful time without grandchildren. Mrs. Zhang felt immense joy watching the two girls bond so closely. Even sisters by blood might not share such a connection. Although Yunqi came from humble beginnings, her innate grace suggested she would undoubtedly lead a fortunate life. Yunqi could not contribute much to the preparations, primarily accompanying Meng Han for wedding dress fittings, selecting a makeup artist, and attending to various matters typical of a bride. There was a local tradition that the bride and groom could not meet 3 days prior to the wedding. Thus, Yunqi was there to support Meng Han in completing these mundane tasks. Watching Meng Han try on her wedding dress stirred a pang of sorrow within Yunqi. She realized that she would soon bring a child into the world and might never have the chance to wear a wedding gown herself. Yunqi, when will you and brother Yi have your wedding? Meng Han suddenly recalled Yi Buoxuan. We have broken up. Yunqi and Meng Han were as close as sisters, so there was no need to hide this matter. Why? Did Yi Buoxuan bully you? Not at all. Yunqi succinctly explained the situation. Yunqi, you cannot place all the blame on Yi Buoxuan. After all, the fault does not lie solely with him. Besides, he has transferred the house to your name and given you 1 million. That speaks volumes about his intentions and sincerity. You should consider giving him another chance, as responsible men like him are rare in today's world. Yunshi, do not let my situation weigh on your mind. Tomorrow is your big day, and you should be happy. We've known each other since we were children, and after so many years together, there is no passion left, only familial affection. What is there to be happy about? It is merely a ceremony. You should count your blessings. Jiakong truly cares for you. The beautiful women of our small town are practically breaking down his door, yet he insists on marrying you. He is not as exceptional as you claim, and besides, I am quite a beauty myself. Many pursued me back in the day, only to be driven away by Shi Jiakong. Recalling their sweet memories from their student days brought a smile to their faces. On the day of Meng Han's wedding, long before dawn, a red carpet was laid from the entrance of the Jiang family home to the street. A multitude of neighbors, relatives, and friends gathered at Meng Han's house. Creating a lively atmosphere, the courtyard of the villa was filled with guests. According to northern customs, a bride must have a dowry, which typically includes silverware, gold ornaments, and various bedding items. At this moment, the distant relatives were eager to play their part. Shi Jiakong donned a dapper groom's outfit, carrying a red bag filled with envelopes of money. A few mischievous young men blocked his way, demanding the contents of the bag before allowing him to enter. Such is the nature of weddings. If there's no ruckus, it lacks excitement. In the north, it is common for bridesmaids to be quite assertive. Meng Han had warned Shi Jiakong in advance that if anyone dared to disturb Yunshi, they would have to face her wrath. Having faced Meng Han's punches before, those boys dared not set their sights on Yunshi. Once inside, Shi Jiakong's relatives multiplied, and after exchanging formalities, they collected an impressive number of red envelopes. Yunshi, getting married is exhausting. I swear I never want to go through this again. Meng Han, what are you saying? On your joyous day, you should only speak auspicious words. All right. Following the traditional Chinese ceremony, there was also a Western-style wedding at the hotel. Meng Han was utterly drained, and Yunshi felt weary as well, her feet throbbing and swollen from the high heels. As night finally descended and the newlyweds entered the bridal chamber, Yunshi returned to Meng Han's family home, finally finding a moment to rest. The following morning, she set off back to Quanqing, where she had arranged to meet Yi Buoxuan at the property transaction hall to finalize the transfer of ownership. In the afternoon, Yi Buoxuan insisted on driving to pick up Yunshi, despite her insistence that she could simply take a taxi. His little white car was parked in the underground garage. Having not seen Yi Buoxuan for a few days, it was evident that he was not in the best of spirits. Though he was impeccably dressed as always, exuding a commanding presence, the redness in his eyes betrayed his fatigue. Yunshi, where have you been these past few days? Yi Buoxuan inquired, concerned. For several nights, he had come downstairs only to find the lights in her home unlit. He had contemplated sending her a message but feared it might annoy her. Today, he needed to clarify things. Meng Han has gotten married, and I returned to my hometown. Oh, Yunshi, you don't look well. Have you been feeling exhausted lately? Yi Buoxuan observed her fatigued demeanor in the rearview mirror. Of course, she felt unwell. She had just discovered her pregnancy and was suffering from severe morning sickness. Coupled with the stress of Meng Han's wedding, she felt utterly drained. Yunshi, you must take care of your health. Please consider taking a few days off to rest at home. He urged with genuine concern. I'll be fine. Just a couple of days of rest will suffice. Before long, they arrived at the property transaction hall, where Dolly was already waiting outside. Director Yi, Miss Ya. Good to see you. I've arranged everything with the contact, so we won't have to wait in line. Dolly, has the matter regarding that shop been settled? Yi Buoxuan inquired. Yes, Director Yi, it's all set. The owner is already here, waiting in the hall. What shop? Yunshi asked, puzzled. Miss Ya, you're not aware? Director Yi was concerned about the pressures of work on you, especially since your income is still unstable at the beginning of your career. He purchased a small storefront on the main street for over 1.5 million. With an agent handling the rental, you won't need to worry about it, and you'll receive over 10,000 yuan in rent each month, making life a bit easier for you. Chapter 19. A call from Home Buoxuan. Where did you get all this money? Besides, you've given me the wedding house. Will your parents agree to this? Yunshi, you needn't worry about finances. I've recently been promoted, and my income has increased. As long as you're well, that will bring me peace of mind. Dolly observed Yi Buoxuan's response, bemused by his lack of subtlety. What position allows someone to suddenly acquire hundreds of thousands? This Miss Ya is far too naive. She has no idea. Dolly thought to himself that once she discovers Yi Buoxuan is the heir to a wealthy family, she would surely regret her ignorance. To Yi Buoxuan, having two properties is hardly a concern. Given how attentive he is towards her, he would probably buy her an entire street of shops if needed. How naive she must be, having come from a small town. Yunqi gazed deeply at Yi Buoxuan, choosing not to say anything further. Once the taxes were paid, the transfer procedures were swiftly completed. Holding the two property deeds in her hands, Yunqi struggled to believe their authenticity. Yi Buoxuan was a responsible and caring man, and though she had contemplated pretending none of this had happened and returning to their former life, she questioned whether she could endure the inevitable influx of beautiful women drawn to someone as exceptional as Yi Buoxuan. The answer was a resounding no. Rather than endure future suffering, it was better to cut her losses now. After completing the paperwork, Yi Buoxuan escorted Yunqi home. Upon returning to their cozy little abode, he felt a profound sense of reluctance. As Yunqi assisted him in tidying up, tears streamed down her face. Thinking of the child who would be born without a father, her heart ached for the innocent life, and her tears flowed uncontrollably, like beads on a string. Having grown up without parental love, she understood all too well how deeply a child could feel the lack of affection and security. Yi Buoxuan entered the room, wanting to comfort Yunqi, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace. He assumed she was distressed at the thought of his departure. "Xiaoxi, forgive me this once. I promise I won't interact with any other women from now on. You know my feelings for you are sincere." This only caused Yunqi to sob even harder, her nose running and tears flowing. Yi Buoxuan, awkward and unskilled at comforting, hurried about in a fluster, searching for tissues. Seeing his panic, Yunqi couldn't help but laugh through her tears. "Yunqi, what can I do to earn your forgiveness?" Yi Buoxuan asked, his typically stern demeanor softening in this vulnerable moment. Just then, Yunqi's phone rang. Ignoring Yi Buoxuan, she answered the call. "Hello, may I ask who is calling?" "Is this Yunqi? I'm your elder sister, Lu Min. Do you remember me?" Lu Min? Yunqi recalled that this was her biological sister. She had taken her adoptive father's surname, and they rarely communicated. What could this call be about? "Hello, is there something you need?" Yunqi replied, refraining from addressing her as sister. After their grandmother's passing, her biological parents, fully aware of her helplessness, had not extended a hand to assist her. Yunqi had once mustered the courage to seek help from her biological parents, but they had refused to acknowledge her, claiming their son's education was too costly. Left with no options, she had applied for student loans and worked 2 jobs throughout college, never enjoying a single weekend of respite. "Yunqi, I heard you were a bridesmaid at Ming Han's wedding. My brother-in-law has connections with Ming Han's family. I saw you in the wedding photos. Time flies, and you've grown into a young woman. I heard from Meng Han's husband that you're working in Quanqing now at a reputable company. Our parents are very pleased to hear this. You didn't visit when you last returned. We've all been thinking of you. My younger brother and I often talk about you. After all, we are siblings. We plan to visit you in Quanqing soon. Family should keep in touch. Otherwise, we'll become strangers. It wasn't easy to get your number. Thank you. But there's no need. I'm busy with work, and want to have time to entertain you. I'll visit when I return to my hometown." Yunqi replied, feeling uncomfortable with her sister's sudden closeness. Years ago, her adoptive mother left with her brother to remarry when Yunqi was not yet 10 years old. At that time, she felt utterly abandoned. Her grandmother had taken her back to the Lu family to establish a connection, but the family refused to acknowledge the daughter they had given away. With no choice, her grandmother, over 70 and relying on the meager earnings from a flock of chickens, managed to support Yunqi's education. Her grandmother was skilled with a needle, well known for making burial garments for the elderly. Their livelihood depended on her sewing. The only regret was that her grandmother did not live to see Yunqi prosper. Every year on her grandmother's death anniversary, Yunqi would return to her hometown to burn paper offerings at her grave. Though there was no affection, she would at least express some polite words. "Yunqi, let me be honest. Our father is unwell and needs to come to Quanqing for treatment. I wanted to ask if you, having studied and worked there for so many years, know any doctors at the hospital? Could you possibly help us get an appointment with a specialist?" So this was the purpose of the call. Yunqi paused for a moment, realizing this was not too difficult. What department does he need? Nowadays, it's easy to make appointments online. I can help with that. Great. I knew I could count on family. Please get an appointment with Dr. Zhang in the cardiovascular department at the provincial hospital for next Tuesday. If possible, All right, I'll take care of it and let you know. After hanging up, Yunxi exhaled deeply. Throughout the conversation, Yi Buoxuan remained silent, choosing not to pry. Once she had organized Yi Buoxuan's belongings. She asked Buoxuan, "Are you taking these with you today, or will Dolly come to collect them later? Let us leave them here for now. I'll come back for them another day. I have a dinner engagement tonight. So I want to take them with me." "Okay, understood, Yunxi. If there is anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. You can tell me or Dolly. Either is fine." "All right, I got it." After Yi Buoxuan left, Yunxi had a light dinner and began the process of helping her father secure a specialist appointment online. The next day at work, her colleague, Wanru, pulled Yunxi aside, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Yunxi, how did the test results turn out? Are you really pregnant?" Yunxi nodded in affirmation. "Oh my, I knew it. You've fallen for that man's tricks. Are you planning to stay?" "Wanru, what are you saying?" "Of course, I intend to stay. You don't understand. Raising a child is incredibly challenging. Once you have a baby, you'll lose nearly all opportunities for advancement for at least 3 years. The competition is fierce. Wanru, I've thought it through. I plan to work until the very end of my pregnancy, taking only about 2 months off for childbirth. Once the baby is born, I'll hire a nanny and return to work as usual. It won't affect my career significantly. What does your boyfriend think about this?" "I haven't discussed it with him yet. However, we are legally married, so the child is legitimate." At that moment, Yunxi realized that she couldn't proceed with the divorce from Yi Buoxuan until after the baby was born and registered. She certainly did not wish for her child to be labeled as an illegitimate offspring. Chapter 20. The lone turmoil. Lu Min and her father came to Quan City for medical treatment. Yunxi kindly reserved 2 rooms at a budget hotel not far from the hospital. They brought along some local specialties from their hometown. Although they held little value, Yunxi graciously accepted them. After all, the consultation with the specialist and the hotel arrangements cost her over 1,000. Lu Min did not mention the money, and Yunxi felt too embarrassed to bring it up. When Lu Min offered to treat Yunxi to a meal, Yunxi politely declined, citing overtime at work as her reason. She wished to maintain her distance from this family. However, the following day, Lu Min called Yunxi again. "Sister, I have something to discuss with you. Father has heart disease and needs to be hospitalized for bypass surgery. The deposit is 150,000. We came in such haste and did not bring that much cash. Could you lend us 80,000 or 100,000? Consider it a loan from the family. The medical insurance will reimburse us, and once we get that sorted, I will repay you. What do you think?" Yunxi was taken aback by their audacity. "I just graduated and still have student loans to repay. Moreover, I have just started working, and my salary is not substantial. I truly cannot afford to lend you any money. Sister, I understand it's difficult for you. Could you perhaps borrow from your colleagues to tide us over? The doctor said father needs the surgery urgently, or it could be life-threatening. Over the years, with my brother in school and father's poor health, we have not been able to save any money. I found a regular job, and my family is not well off either. If we had any other options, we wouldn't be asking you." On the other end of the line, Lu Min began to sob softly. Yunxi's heart softened. "I will try to borrow from my colleagues, but I cannot guarantee anything." After some contemplation, Yunxi decided to call Yi Buoxuan to briefly explain the situation and ask for help. Upon hearing her plight, Yi Buoxuan replied, "Yunxi, I will transfer 100,000 to your account shortly, but you need to get them to sign an IOU with a repayment date. There are too many cases where borrowing is easy, but repayment becomes a challenge." "Understood. Thank you, Buoxuan." In truth, Yi Buoxuan had already investigated Lu Min's family situation. Although Lu Min's parents were salaried workers, they lived quite comfortably, owning a house in Qingqing and having even purchased a flat for their son who was in high school. Lu Min had established 2 beauty salons that were doing well, and her husband was a civil servant, with their family income considered quite good in Qingqing. There was no way they could not afford the more than 100,000 needed for the surgery. The only reason for their sob story was to exploit Yunxi's innocence and kindness. Yi Buoxuan refrained from revealing the reality, wanting Yunxi to experience some hardships and understand the treachery of human nature. It is said, people cannot learn from others, they learn through experience. Yunxi called Lu Min to inform her that she had managed to borrow the money, but insisted on an IOU. After a moment of silence, Lu Min responded, "Yunxi, we are sisters. Do you not trust me? Once the insurance reimbursement comes through, I will definitely repay you. Since you are sure about repaying, signing an IOU should not be a hassle. The main issue is that I do not have the ability to repay, and my colleagues are skeptical of me. Yunqi was not naive. Upon hearing Lu Min's hesitant tone, she felt even more convinced that Yi Buoxuan was right. An IOU is meant to guard against the unscrupulous, not the honorable. Everyone struggles to earn their money. All right, come to the hospital tomorrow, and I will have father sign an IOU for you. Lu Min was merely playing tricks. She had no intention of being held accountable. The next day, Yunqi went to the hospital with the IOU in hand, where Lu Min's father cooperatively signed it. Afterward, Lu Min inquired, "Sister, is it all right to transfer the money now?" Yunqi felt uneasy but concealed her discomfort. "I will head to the inpatient department to pay the 100,000 deposit," she replied. Lu Min could not argue with Yunqi's insistence. When Yunqi inquired about the surgery deposit, the inpatient department informed her that the required deposit was only 100,000, not 150,000. Yunqi's anger flared. This meant she was being burdened with all the costs, since she had an IOU in hand. She was not overly concerned about repayment. The surgery went smoothly, and a week later, Lu Min's father was discharged. When they returned home, they did not even inform Yunqi. It was only when Yunqi called the hospital to inquire about the patient's condition that she discovered he had already been discharged and gone home. This incident weighed heavily on Yunqi's heart, causing her distress each time she thought about it. More than 10 days later, when she called Lu Min to ask about the reimbursement, her tone had completely changed. "The IOU was signed by father. You should ask him for the money." Yunqi was so incensed that she could not regain her composure for a long time. How could there be such people in the world? The borrower was treated like a master, while the lender was treated like a servant. Yunqi shared this incident with Jiang Minghan, who became furious. "Yunqi, come back this weekend. I will accompany you to collect the money. I have seen shameless people, but I have never encountered anyone as brazen as they are. You should never have lent them money in the first place. They abandoned you back then and now have the audacity to ask for money. What a bizarre family. I am truly amazed." On Saturday, Yunqi called Yi Buoxuan to explain the situation, expressing her intent to return home to demand the money. Why Yi Buoxuan anticipated this. "Xiaoxi, I will accompany you. As a girl, you may face some verbal disputes while collecting the debt. You are no match for them. Don't worry, what can they do? They won't resort to violence, right? Besides, Minghan will be with me. Xiaoxi, please be cautious if they refuse to pay. Return home and we can hire a lawyer to pursue the matter legally. You will definitely be able to retrieve your money. Learn to protect yourself. Rest assured, I understand." On Saturday, Yunqi took an early high-speed train back to Qingsheng, where Minghan picked her up at the station. The moment Minghan saw Yunqi, she rushed to give her a warm embrace. "Yunqi, why do you look so unwell? Is it because of this matter?" "Minghan, it is indeed distressing, but I have not been feeling well lately. I have lost my appetite and my sleep quality has been poor." "Yunqi, you have always had good health. How could this happen? Is it due to work stress?" Minghan inquired with concern. "Minghan, I am pregnant," Yunqi said languidly from the passenger seat. Minghan abruptly slammed on the brakes. "What did you say? Repeat that." "I am pregnant." Yunqi deliberately elongated her words. "Minghan, when did this happen?" "I discovered it just before my wedding, so it has been over 2 months now. I should be about 3 months along by the time it becomes apparent." "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You were running around so much during my wedding. The first 3 months of pregnancy are very risky. Did you not know that? I regret thinking about it now. How could I be so delicate? I come from a humble background, not from a privileged family, and I can endure hardships. My child will certainly be resilient. There is nothing to worry about. Yunqi, now that you are pregnant, you should not break up with Yi Buoxuan. He is quite responsible. Yes, I sometimes remind myself of that. After all, a child needs a complete family. But whenever I think about him being with another woman, it makes my heart uncomfortable. The future is long, and I cannot help but feel pricked by these memories, like a thorn in my heart. Yunqi, I respect your choice. We are both perfectionists in spirit. Do not worry. I am here for you. Once the child is born, we will raise him together. With 2 mothers who cherish him, he will not lack for a father." Chapter 21. The debt collection. The two of them drove back to Jiang Minghan's new home, a spacious 200-square-meter modern flat. "Minghan, are you adjusting well to the life of a housewife? It is quite boring, but fortunately, we will soon be moving to Quan City for development. Jiakong plans to relocate the marketing area of the products entirely to Quan City, leaving only the production area in Qingsheng. Once we are in Quan City, will you work alongside Jiakong?" "I think not. Working together for too long can lead to friction. I intend to open a Taekwondo studio and recruit students. Apart from my limbs being relatively well developed, I am not particularly skilled in other areas. That sounds wonderful. Being able to engage in something you love is indeed a blessing. The two spent the evening shopping for groceries, cooking together, and chatting. When Jia Kong returned home, he playfully remarked upon seeing the inseparable sisters, Yunqi. Ever since you arrived, I have been relegated to the sidelines. Husband, you usually monopolize the harem. For the next couple of days, you can take a break. Yunqi is here, so tonight, we shall sleep together and give you a day off. That won't do. We agreed I would sleep in the guest room tonight. You two are newlyweds? Still in your honeymoon phase. I cannot bear the brunt of the criticism, Yunqi jested. We have been together for so many years. It is not as you say. Your Highness, without you, I cannot sleep at night. Jia Kong feigned a melodramatic tone while snuggling up to Jiang Minghan and speaking in a high-pitched voice. All right, hurry and wash up. Await your king's favor. I accept your decree. Jia Kong pretended to sway his hips as he headed to the study, leaving Yunqi and Minghan in the living room, laughing heartily. Yunqi had a habit of going to bed early and was always in bed by 10 p.m. After washing up, she lay in bed reading, only to hear Minghan and Jia Kong in the master bedroom next door, still passionately entwined, their activities continuing for over half an hour. The walls were not soundproofed, and Yunqi felt her face flush with embarrassment. She and Yi Buoxuan had never been so uninhibited. Clearly, Jiang Minghan and Shi Jiakong's married life was quite harmonious. After much difficulty, tranquility was finally restored. Yunqi had just dozed off in a daze. Early the next morning, Jiang Minghan drove Yunqi to her grandmother's grave to burn some paper money and joss paper. Afterward, they returned to her grandmother's old house for a brief visit before setting off to the Liu family home. Although Yunqi felt that they were there to ask for money, she thought it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, so she decided to buy a fruit basket along the way. Minghan, noticing this, said nothing. The Liu family resided on the first floor of a half-new apartment in the old town, spanning around 100 square meters. Yunqi had visited with her grandmother in her childhood, but had not returned since being turned away at the door. And the memory of that sorrow and heartache lingered in her mind after all these years. When Liu's mother opened the door and saw the two beautiful women at the entrance, she was momentarily taken aback. Yunqi introduced herself, saying, Aunt Liu, I am Xia Yunqi. Since they had denied her as their daughter back then, she felt no need to refer to her as mother. Oh, it's Yunqi. Please come in. Upon entering, they found the interior well furnished, indicating that the house had been recently renovated. Liu's father emerged from within, appearing quite well after what seemed to be a successful surgery. Yunqi's here. I need to recuperate at home. You shouldn't have gone to so much trouble to see me. And who is this young lady? I'm Jiang Minghan, a classmate of Yunqi's. Oh, I remember now, it's Miss Minghan. It seems my son-in-law is related to your family. Liu's father, sensing Minghan's formidable presence, hastily tried to ingratiate himself. Yunqi observed Liu's mother stealthily retreating to the balcony to call her daughter and son. Whispering warnings, Yunqi remained silent, watching the scene unfold. Uncle Liu, now that you're recovering, I assume your medical insurance reimbursement has come through. You know Yunqi just started working and is without funds. She borrowed this money from her colleagues. Since the time has come, could you please return the 100,000 to Yunqi? What do you mean by that, young lady? I didn't borrow anything. It is only natural for children to support their parents. This is not a matter of borrowing, Liu's father declared shamelessly. Yunqi felt a surge of anger. You truly intend to evade repayment? Uncle Liu, your reasoning is flawed. If supporting parents is a natural duty, then raising children is also a fundamental responsibility. You abandoned Yunqi when she was young and failed to fulfill your parental duties. Now you expect her to show filial piety? That logic does not hold water. Minghan, sharp-tongued, easily outmatched Liu's father in this verbal skirmish. Who do you think you are? This is our family matter, and it is not your place to meddle. Whether I matter or not is irrelevant. Repaying debts is a righteous principle. I have encountered many shameless individuals, but none as brazen as your family. The IOU is clearly written in black and white. There is no way to escape repayment. Liu's father, incensed, took a few gulps of water from a glass on the table, exclaiming, This is outrageous. Children demanding repayment from their parents. Is there no sense of justice left? At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and Liu Min and Liu Xiong stormed in furiously. Who are you? My father has just undergone heart surgery, and you want to provoke him into distress. I want to let this go. Lu Xiong rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront them. Lu Min grasped her brother's arm, urging, "Let us talk things over calmly. No need for violence. What is there to discuss? You ignored my calls and denied borrowing the money, but now you wish to involve yourselves." Yunqi's hands trembled with rage. She regretted not heeding Bo Xian's advice to steer clear of this family. "Xia Yunqi, have you cared for your parents in all these years? You come to demand this small medical fee. And you, unfilial child, should beware of retribution. Mind your words, Lu. Speak cleanly and stop behaving like a common street thug. You know not who will face retribution. It is those who give birth yet neglect their duties who truly deserve it." Ming Han was unafraid of Lu Min. At this moment, Lu Xiong's eyes blazed with anger, and he prepared to strike. "You wish to fight, do you? If your family is so small, what are you afraid of? I bet you can't sleep at night for worrying about your television and refrigerator. If you dare, come at me in the open. If I feared you, I wouldn't be the daughter of my parents." Saying this, Ming Han took Yunqi's hand and led her outside, not forgetting to carry the fruit basket along. Fruits are meant for people, not for beasts. The Lu family lived on the first floor, with a small road outside the community where many residents were taking refuge in the shade of trees. When they arrived, Ming Han had already surveyed the area, ensuring that, in case things turned violent, there would be witnesses. "Yunqi, if a fight breaks out, you need not concern yourself with anything but capturing the entire incident on your phone." Chapter 22. 1 against 3. Yunqi nodded, knowing that with Meng Han's skills, even 5 strong men would not stand a chance against her. "Dear villagers, please come and judge. Over 20 years ago, this Lu family bore a second daughter, only to abandon her at birth due to their preference for sons. That poor child, not even a month old, had never tasted a single drop of milk. She was raised by adoptive parents until the age of 10, after which her adoptive father passed away, and her mother remarried and moved away. This unfortunate girl grew up relying solely on her grandmother, surviving on the charity of others. How pitiful it is that she seeks to recognize her biological parents, only to be turned away at the door, denied recognition. This unfortunate child depended on her grandmother until her passing, and she graduated from university through her own labor and government loans. Now, this Lu family deceives her into believing that for a surgery in Quan City, a deposit of 100,000 is required, promising reimbursement from medical insurance. This kind-hearted girl borrowed the sum from her colleagues to assist Lu's father. Yet, this Lu family now shamelessly refuses to repay, claiming that it is natural for children to support their parents. Are such parents truly human? Let everyone judge. What difference is there between this Lu family and beasts? Ming Han had no concern for embarrassment. She wanted this Lu family to be thoroughly shamed. The onlookers, previously idling in boredom, gathered in droves, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lu's mother, Lu Xiong, and Lu Min emerged from their home. "You insolent girl, stop your nonsense. I see you're itching for a fight." Lu Xiong shouted, advancing with hostility. "Hey, everyone, look! This one intends to resort to violence. Please bear witness for us," Ming Han exclaimed, brandishing the IOU. "Here is the document handwritten by Lu, stating the debt of 100,000. They wish to evade repayment." Lu Xiong lunged forward to snatch the IOU, but Ming Han deftly evaded him. She tucked the IOU securely into her pocket, declaring, "Everyone saw that. This is attempted theft." Lu Min joined the fray, tugging at Ming Han's hair. While Lu's mother grabbed a broom and pursued her, Ming Han dodged, shouting, "Everyone, witness this. This family is bullying a frail girl. You must help me." Yunqi recorded the scene, her heart racing for Ming Han's safety. Ming Han swiftly kicked Lu's mother, causing her to stumble and fall, eating dirt and injuring her lip. Seeing his mother in distress, Lu Xiong rushed forward, swinging a fist at Ming Han. In response, Ming Han seized his arm and threw him to the ground. From the crowd, a voice called out, "Well done." Laughter erupted as the spectators found amusement in the spectacle. The Lu family, known for their selfishness and arrogance, had offended many neighbors in the past. Now, witnessing someone stand up to them, the onlookers cheered in delight. Lu Min attempted to claw at Ming Han's face, but Ming Han retaliated with a swift kick to Lu Min's abdomen, causing her to double over in pain and remain on the ground. At that moment, police sirens blared as 2 police cars arrived. It was unclear who had called the authorities, but 4 officers disembarked from the first vehicle, while two individuals emerged from the second. Youngzi recognized one of them as Dolly, though she did not recognize the other. The officers wasted no time in handcuffing Lu's mother and her two children. Lu's father, who had been hiding in his yard, could no longer contain himself and rushed out. "Officer, you've got the wrong people. These two girls came to stir up trouble." A middle-aged officer, stern-faced, replied, "Is it wrong for them to demand money? Who initiated the violence?" Yunchi was about to show the video to the police when a member of the crowd pointed at the Lu family, stating, "They were the ones who started it. They bullied that girl." The officer coldly responded, "You owe a debt that must be repaid through the courts. But initiating violence is a serious offense. You may face detention or even imprisonment." The officer deliberately escalated the severity of the situation. Lu's father hurriedly pleaded for leniency. "Officer, we understand our mistake. Please don't take anyone away. I just had heart bypass surgery and cannot be left alone. You can expect a fine, but whether or not to detain you depends on their willingness." Lu's father was left dumbfounded as he looked at his handcuffed wife and children. With a resigned heart, he declared, "Yunchi, this is a family matter. Why let outsiders mock us? Just speak to the police. And I promise to return the money by tomorrow." At this moment, a man who had accompanied Dolly approached, saying, "Miss Xia, I am the lawyer commissioned by Mr. Yi. Allow me to handle this matter. You may return home to rest." Jiang Minghan and Yunchi felt reassured upon hearing that the lawyer was arranged by Yi Buoxuan. Moreover, they had not suffered any losses. The ones truly at a disadvantage were the Lu family. "Then we shall trouble Lawyer Zhang," exclaimed Yunchi. "Dolly, thank you both," she added. Offering a nod to Dolly. As Jiang Minghan and Yunchi drove away with the basket of fruits, Yunchi's phone chimed with a message. Upon checking, she discovered that the 100,000 yuan had been successfully transferred. "Such people only shed tears when faced with a coffin," Jiang Minghan remarked. Yunchi remained silent, reflecting on the sorrow of having such biological parents. Yunchi called Yi Buoxuan. "Yunchi, are you all right?" Came his concerned voice from the other end. "I'm fine. With Jiang Minghan by my side, I won't suffer any losses." She reassured him. "That's good to hear. When will you be back?" "Should I come pick you up?" he inquired. "No need. I can take the high-speed train back easily. I'll be home tomorrow." "Thank you, Buoxuan. If it weren't for the lawyer you found, I doubt I would have retrieved the money so smoothly. Glad to hear you're well. In the future, avoid dealing with matters directly. It's far too dangerous," he cautioned. "Let me know once you've booked your train ticket, and I'll come to get you tomorrow." After hanging up, Jiang Minghan teased, "Yunchi, are you certain this is a breakup? I can't help but feel you two are still basking in the glow of romance. Look at how concerned Yigu is. Finding a lawyer and offering to pick you up. He truly treasures you. Yunchi, hurry back and rekindle old flames with Yigu." "Shameless Minghan, rekindle what old flames? We are not like you and Jianwei Ge." Yunchi retorted, "In what way are we different? Does that imply we are less passionate? With children involved, what is there to be embarrassed about? Couples bicker at the head of the bed and reconcile at the foot. That's what my mother taught me. If you don't know how, I can teach you," Jiang Minghan quipped, one hand on the steering wheel while the other reached out to pull Yunchi in for a kiss. "Stop fooling around and drive properly. We're married now, yet you still can't behave." Upon returning to Menghan's home, Mrs. Jiang bustled about with bags as if moving house, bringing local specialties for Yunchi, free-range chicken, farm-fresh eggs, and local pork, among other delights. "Mom, this is too much for me to carry," Yunchi protested. "Isn't your husband coming to pick you up? Let Menghan help you to the car, and once you arrive, he can assist you with your things. You're pregnant. You must eat well for the sake of your health." Mrs. Jiang fussed over Yunchi like a doting mother. "Yunchi, you must keep up with your prenatal checkups during the first 4 months. Also, avoid eating rabbit and donkey meat." "Mom, we live in a modern age. Experts have declared there's no scientific basis for that. All meats are permissible," Yunchi argued. "Traditions handed down from previous generations should not be broken. Since when do experts have the final say? Little Shi, listen to Auntie. For the first few months, avoid being with your husband until the pregnancy stabilizes. Wait until the 5th or 6th month, and you'll be fine." Mrs. Jiang continued to nag, holding Yunchi's hand persistently. Flushed with embarrassment, Yunchi could only acquiesce, while Jiang Minghan rolled her eyes. Upon returning from Qingqing to Quancheng, Yi Buoxuan awaited at the station's exit, among the crowd. He spotted Yunchi immediately, her slender figure struggling with 2 hefty luggage bags. "Yunchi, why are you carrying so much? It's so heavy," he exclaimed, attempting to lift one of the bags. "In a wonder it's so cumbersome." It was Auntie Jung's insistence that I bring them. They're all free-range eggs and other goodies, claim to be good for my health. Why not send them by courier? It's so convenient these days. He suggested that they're all fresh. I was worried about the courier taking too long, so I decided to carry them back myself. Thankfully, I can manage. In the future, don't bother with such things. Organic supermarkets carry all that you need. Why put yourself through this hassle? I understand, Bushwan. Thank you for your help with the lawyer. I'll transfer the money back to you once I get home. There's no hurry. If you need the money, keep it for yourself, he insisted. That's not fair. You've already done so much. I've started receiving my salary, and I manage my expenses well. My salary suffices for my needs. Yi Bushwan placed the 2 heavy bags into the trunk. Yunqi, your home has been empty for a few days. There is hardly any fresh produce in the fridge. Let us stop by the supermarket to pick up some supplies before heading back. All right, she agreed. Yi Bushwan parked the car by a supermarket, and they entered together. He instinctively pushed a shopping cart, as it was only natural for a man to handle such chores, and they made their way to the fresh produce section to select fruits. Suddenly, an impeccably dressed woman approached, radiating wealth and sophistication, none other than Su Wanru. She was incredulous at the sight before her. How could the aloof Yi Bushwan be shopping with a girl? Is this the Yi Bushwan I know? She thought, jealousy surging within her. Recalling their previous encounter, where her advances had failed to sway him, she surmised it must be due to this girl beside him. She scrutinized Xia Yunqi, noticing her naturally flowing hair cascading over her shoulders and her delicate, unadorned features. While she possessed a certain beauty, it was not the kind that overtly captivated men. A surge of indignation welled up within Su Wanru. She attempted to contact Yi Bushwan, but he ignored her calls. Even when she visited Hai Xian Company, where she was well known, the security would not allow her entry. This month, feeling unwell, she discovered she was pregnant during a hospital visit. It seems heaven is aiding me. She mused, envisioning the perfect scheme to pin the blame on Yi Bushwan. She envisioned herself managing the finances of the Hai Xian group, destined to become the wife of a wealthy heir. Originally, she intended to inform the Yi family matriarch, knowing how desperately she wanted a grandchild. With just a photograph and the hospital report, she could ensure that the die was cast, and even the most obstinate bull like Yi Bushwan would have to yield under the family's pressure. Little did she expect to encounter him in the supermarket today. Yi Bushwan also spotted Su Wanru, his gaze fierce and icy, as if he wished to obliterate her with his stare. What a nuisance. He muttered under his breath, Bushwan, I was just thinking of you, and here we are. Su Wanru exclaimed, feigning innocence. What do you want, Su Wanru? Yi Bushwan's tone was chilling. Yunqi looked at him, bewildered. Was this truly the Bushwan she knew? Bushwan, how can you treat me this way? I'm pregnant with your child. Su Wanru declared triumphantly, casting a sly glance at Xia Yun 11. Yi Bushwan gripped the shopping cart tightly, his knuckles turning white. Enough, Su Wanru. How much longer will you continue this charade? He rasped, voice trembling with suppressed fury. Don't you feel happy knowing you have your own flesh and blood? This is your heir, the legitimate grandson of the Yi family. I understand this news may be overwhelming for you, but take your time. I'll give you space. Each of Su Wanru's words pierced Yunqi's heart like daggers, leaving her feeling cold and desolate. That's enough. What do you truly want, Su Wanru? Yi Bushwan's eyes blazed with fury, as if he were ready to tear her apart. Bushwan, you know I've loved you since the day we first met at the ancestral celebration. I've cherished the orchid you gifted me. It symbolizes our love. I want to marry you and be by your side forever. Su Wanru spoke earnestly, tears streaming down her face, her demeanor so pitiful that onlookers might mistake her for a wronged lover. Gasps filled the air as people began to whisper among themselves, Su Wanru, abandon this delusion. My heart belongs to Yunqi, and it always will, past, present, and future. With that, Yi Bushwan embraced Yunqi, whose shoulders trembled, and they left the supermarket without a backward glance, leaving Su Wanru seething with rage. Upon returning home, the mood between the couple plummeted. Yunqi remained silent, lost in thought, contemplating Su Wanru's background. A well-bred young lady attempting to orchestrate a one-night affair with Yi Bushwan. Was it truly love at first sight as she claimed? Today's scene only served to reinforce that Yi Bushwan was also a victim, while Su Wanru, the instigator, exhibited an alarming level of emotional resilience. Her performance, executed flawlessly in front of an audience, did not directly target Yunxi but rather employed subtle means to undermine her. Yunxi realized they had underestimated her. Buoxuan, I've come to a realization. We 1T break up if you're willing. We are legally married, and Su Wanru is, at best, a mere mistress, if she even qualifies as that. From now on, let us return to our previous lives and enjoy our days together. Yunxi, if that is how you wish to perceive it, then I couldn't be happier. No matter what happens, don't worry. I'm here for you. Yi Buoxuan enveloped Yunxi in his arms, unable to resist kissing her hair. Just then, his phone rang. It was his grandmother calling. He knew that troublemaker Su Wanru had stirred up a hornet's nest. Buoxuan, I don't care where you are right now. Come home immediately, his grandmother's stern voice commanded from the other end. Yunxi looked at Buoxuan with concern. Don't worry, just order some takeout and eat something. I'll be back soon. There's no need to fret. I'll handle this. Yunxi nodded obediently. Buoxuan, do not be anxious. There will always be a way to resolve matters. In turn, she offered comfort to Yi Buoxuan. He gently kissed her cheek before hastily driving to the old residence. Upon entering the Yi family's ancestral home, Yi Buoxuan immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. In the living room, Grandma Yi sat upright, flanked by Yi father and Yi mother, while Su Wanru sat closely beside Grandma Yi, dressed in a demure outfit, exuding an air of pitiable innocence. Yi Buoxuan felt an overwhelming disdain, hardly wishing to cast even a glance her way. Rebellious child, observe the consequences of your actions. What on earth is the situation with Miss Su's pregnancy? Speak clearly before everyone today. If you fail to elucidate, do not blame your grandmother for resorting to family discipline. Though over 80, Grandma Yi's voice resonated powerfully, filled with authority. Yi Buoxuan recounted how Su Wanru had relentlessly pursued him since his grandmother's last birthday, detailing the trap she had laid that led to his being drugged. As for the events that transpired thereafter, he was utterly unaware, and he had no knowledge of Su Wanru's pregnancy. Grandma Yi, though advanced in years, was far from senile. The accounts from Yi Buoxuan and Su Wanru were entirely contradictory. She understood her grandson's character well. Su Wanru's declarations of deep affection and drunken confessions were mere fabrications, intended to deceive outsiders. Grandmother, father, mother, I beg your pardon for the trouble I have caused. I harbor not a shred of affection for Miss Su. My heart has always belonged to one girl, now and forever. Furthermore, Yunxi and I are legally married and share a genuine marital bond. With everyone present today, I wish to formally introduce her to our elders. What Yi Buoxuan revealed was even more shocking than the news of Su Wanru's pregnancy. This is preposterous. How can our family's daughter-in-law be so reckless as to marry hastily? This concerns the family's assets and the distribution of shares, not to mention the future development of Haixin Group. This cannot be a unilateral decision. Madam Yi cleared her throat softly. This matter warrants further discussion. Regarding Miss Su's child, what are your plans? She was fully aware of Su Wanru's intentions. This was a calculated move on her part. However, given that the child was of Yi lineage, a prudent resolution was necessary, lest it tarnish the family's reputation. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely. What do you propose to do about this, in my view? We need not consider Buoxuan's opinion on this matter. Since he is also a victim, his forbearance is merely to safeguard the dignity of both the Yi and Su families. As for the pregnancy, I believe it is best to resolve this swiftly to avoid future complications, Grandma Yi asserted firmly. Seeing the tide of support shifting towards Yi Buoxuan, Su Wanru grew anxious. Buoxuan, although I acted inappropriately that day, my feelings for you are genuine, and this child is indeed a part of the Yi family. Can you not think of the child's well-being? Yi Buoxuan coldly replied, Su Wanru, we are not of the same ilk. Why persist in this entanglement? Even with the child, it was never my intention. I am already committed. I hope you can manage this situation on your own. I was clear before. I chose not to pursue this matter out of respect for the Yi and Su families' long-standing ties. Should it come to scrutiny, I doubt you can shoulder the responsibility, Miss Su. Miss Su, perhaps you should return for now. Let us devise a plan before proceeding. This is not something that can be resolved in a day. Yi father suggested. With tears in her eyes, Su Wanru implored Madam Yi, Aunt Yi, you must advocate for me. Madam Yi gently patted Su Wanru's hand. Be good. Return home for now. Your health is paramount. After sending Su Wanru away, the three returned to the living room. Now, tell me, what exactly is the situation with Yunxi? Yi father demanded with a fierce demeanor. Yi Buoxuan recounted how he met Yi Yunqi, their marriage certificate, and the agreement of their year-long concealed union. After listening, Grandma Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "I believe you have acted rightly, my dear. While our family does not require strategic alliances through marriage to secure our status, we must not indiscriminately bring scheming women into our household." This Yungzi, however, Yungzi, Yi Buxian interjected. Oh, though from humble beginnings, she has managed to support herself through hard work while completing her studies. That is commendable. Years ago, your father also emerged from poverty, gradually building his wealth through diligent effort. A year of concealed marriage serves as a prudent trial. We shall not treat the girl poorly. If her character proves unsuitable, we can amicably part ways with a suitable compensation. Conversely, if she is worthy, I believe marrying a modest girl could indeed temper the temperament of our esteemed grandson. Grandma Yi, aware that her cherished grandson had assumed domestic roles of cooking and tidying, was bound to be taken aback. Yi father and Yi mother, seeing that Grandma Yi had already spoken, refrained from further interjections. Buoxuan, when will you bring the young lady home for us to meet? It would save us from awkward encounters in the future. Grandma Yi had set aside thoughts of Su Wanru altogether. This weekend, perhaps? Yunqi is dedicated to her job and rarely takes leave. She will only have time on weekends. It might not be appropriate to invite her to the old residence. So I suggested we dine at our modest home instead. Let Yunqi prepare some hometown dishes. Otherwise, she'll accuse me of not being able to manage a household. Dining at home sounds splendid. Is there anything we should prepare? Should we buy her a casual outfit? Grandma Yi was brimming with excitement. You two should also don the attire of a household caretaker or driver. We must appear like an ordinary family. We cannot afford to slip up. Yi Buoxuan observed his grandmother's anxious demeanor, realizing that it was not Yunqi who needed to be concerned, but rather the family matriarch. Buoxuan, shall we dine at home tonight? I shall have the kitchen prepare some of your favorite dishes. Grandmother, I ran into Su Wanru at the supermarket with Yunqi today. She is still rather troubled. I will accompany her for dinner tonight. Very well, hurry along. Do not keep Yunqi waiting. Grandma Yi eagerly anticipated meeting her future granddaughter-in-law, convinced that a girl who accompanied her precious grandson on a supermarket visit must be extraordinary. Chapter 25. Such coincidence. By the time Yi Buoxuan returned home, it was already past 8. He found Yunqi sitting alone in the living room, lost in thought. Buoxuan, how did it go? Nothing to worry about. I will explain everything in due time. Have you eaten? Did you skip lunch? Yunqi nodded. You cannot continue like this. Your health cannot endure. Come, let me take you out for dinner. Without waiting for Yunqi's consent, Yi Buoxuan took her by the hand and led her outside. Buoxuan, please wait for me to change. This outfit is not suitable. Only then did Yi Buoxuan notice that Yunqi was dressed in loungewear. Very well, I will wait for you. Yunqi changed into a loose, casual long dress. Yi Buoxuan had never seen her in such a style, and found it pleasantly relaxed, creating a sense of ease. He teased, Yunqi, that dress resembles a maternity gown. Realizing his faux pas, he chuckled awkwardly and helped her carry her bag as they stepped out. They found a restaurant named Four Seasons Dining not far from their community that appeared quite decent and entered at this hour. The dinner rush was in full swing, and all private rooms were fully booked. The two settled in a relatively quiet corner table in the hall. Yi Buoxuan, uncharacteristically at ease, showcased his culinary prowess by ordering several dishes before handing the menu to Yunqi. Yunqi, are there any dishes here that you dislike? At that moment, two gentlemen dining at a nearby table turned upon hearing Yunqi's name. Summer Yunqi? Recognizing them as Dong Hao and Yang Jia, Yunqi replied, Dong Hao, Yang Jia, what a coincidence to see you here. We were working overtime at the company today and decided to grab a bite nearby. What a surprise to run into you. And who might this be? I am Yi, Yunqi's boyfriend. Yi Buoxuan naturally extended his hand to shake hands with Dong Hao and Yang Jia. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yi. Yunqi has mentioned you. She said you are a senior executive at Haixin Group. I hope to seek your guidance in the future. Dong Hao assessed Yi Buoxuan, noting his height of approximately 1.85 meters, a physique akin to a fitness coach, and a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an aura of aloofness that suggested a strong sense of self-preservation. Yi Buoxuan was keenly aware that this sunny, straightforward young man was his greatest rival. We just arrived. Our food hasn't been served yet. Would you like to join us? Yang Zhu inquired. Yunqi glanced at Yi Buoxuan, who remained silent, before responding, perhaps another time. We have some matters to attend to during dinner today. All right, Summer Yunxi, we shall invite Wanru along next time for a gathering. Just then, the food arrived at Dong Hao's table. Then we will eat first. Yi Buoxuan gestured in farewell. Dishes arrived one after another, while the two individuals remained absorbed in their meals, exchanging not a word. Over here, Yi Buoyuan occasionally served dishes to Yunxi, while Dong Hao discreetly observed the serene and harmonious scene between Xia Yunxi and Yi Buoyuan from the corner of his eye. It was no wonder that Xia Yunxi held no regard for him. Her boyfriend was indeed a figure of remarkable stature, far from ordinary. As he watched this tranquil tableau, a twinge of envy and melancholy arose within Dong Hao. The reason he had invited Yang Jie to dinner today was in hopes of encountering Yunxi, but unexpectedly, while he did see her, it only deepened his sorrow. Their interactions were minimal, and after hastily finishing their meals, they bid farewell and departed. Yunxi, your colleagues are rather handsome, Yi Buoyuan remarked seemingly casually, though his gaze was fixed intently on Yunxi, scrutinizing her expression. Indeed, they are from the training department, where everyone possesses both high education and appealing looks. Xia Yunxi had little to say about Dong Hao, likely indifferent to him. That fellow named Dong Hao has been eyeing you. Does he harbor feelings for you? Buoyuan, please refrain from such jokes. We are merely colleagues. Besides, Dong Hao comes from a wealthy family. He is a second-generation rich kid. How could someone like me, from a humble background, ever aspire to that? I am well aware of my place. Not all affluent families prioritize lineage. Some are genuinely interested in the person. The kind of story where a poor girl falls for a young, handsome, and wealthy CEO only exists in online novels. Such occurrences are hardly realistic, Yunxi laughed. Yunxi, will the company be working overtime this weekend? My grandmother and my parents are coming. Is that convenient for you? There shouldn't be any overtime. Did Buoyuan not mention that we agreed to keep our marriage secret for a year? We have been together for quite some time, and we even live together. I've informed my family, and they are eager to meet you to avoid any awkward encounters on the road. I fear I might not make a good impression. They might look down on me. Yunxi's inherent insecurity, stemming from her background, always lingered. Though Yi Buoyuan assured her that his family was ordinary, Yunxi persistently felt as if she was reaching beyond her means by associating with the Yi family. That is not the case. They are all very easygoing and pleasant to be around. Just be yourself. Since my grandmother and your parents are visiting this weekend, may I inform Jiang Minghan to join us for a meal? She is like family to me, and since we are meeting the parents, it would be nice for both families to meet, right? Of course. After all these years, had it not been for Menghan's family frequently assisting me, I would not have completed my university education. In my heart, she is truly family. Yi Buoyuan did not refuse, merely stating, that is only right. Speak to Jiang Minghan and invite her to join us. All right. After finishing their meal and returning home, Yunxi began to tidy up the house. Yunxi, hire a cleaner. Doing it yourself is too exhausting. Yi Buoyuan believed that if something could be resolved with money, there was no need to do it oneself. Yunxi understood Buoyuan's concern for her. There's no need to spend that money. Besides, if I do a little each day, I can finish in 2 days. After dinner, it's a good way to stay active. It's beneficial for my health. Yunxi called Jiang Minghan. Minghan, do you have time this weekend? You know me. I'm practically rotting with boredom. Come to Quanqing this weekend. Buoyuan's grandmother and parents are coming for a family meeting. You're aware of my situation. You should come. I'll go with my mom. My dad is too busy with work to join us. Mom mentioned she wants to check out some properties in Quanqing. Hoping to buy a place so we have a base after moving. That's wonderful. You can stay with me for a few days and accompany my aunt on her outings. Such a significant matter as buying a house. Isn't your brother Jin Kong coming along to check it out? Mom wants to purchase a house under her name. As they age, it becomes inconvenient for them to live with us. Being closer would be better for mutual support. Understood. From now on, we will care for them together. My mom often jokes that she has acquired a daughter for free. Jiang Minghan chuckled on the other end of the line. Chapter 26. Meeting the parents on Friday, Jiang Minghan drove her mother, Madame Jiang, to Quanqing, heading straight to Jiang Minghan's home. Yi Buoyuan, aware of their arrival, had moved back to the old residence in advance to free up the guest room for the mother-daughter duo. The trunk of Menghan's car was filled to the brim with food. Madam, you brought so much food. Are you planning to turn me into a chubby person? The free-range chicken and black pork from last time are still uneaten. Yunxi, you've lost weight again. These items can be stored and eaten gradually. Driving allows for more to be brought. After dinner, the three of them drove to a nearby supermarket to buy supplies for the family banquet the next day. Madame Jiang, looking remarkably youthful, appeared more like an older sister accompanying her two younger siblings. The trio of tall, elegantly poised beauties attracted the attention of many shoppers. Onlookers gazed at them with envy, and one customer could not resist approaching. "Excuse me, are you the sister of these two beauties?" "They are my daughters," Madame Jiang replied with delight. "How fortunate you are to have two such beautiful daughters. You must be incredibly young yourself. I bet others think you are their sister." Madame Jiang beamed with joy. She loved hearing compliments about her youthfulness and beauty, which made her feel elated. "Madam, you truly look young. You are the most youthful and beautiful among those of your age that I have seen," Yunqi genuinely remarked. The three of them emerged with a full cart of groceries, dividing the items into several large bags. As Yunqi prepared to carry them out, Madame Jiang admonished, "Yunqi, put that down. You are pregnant now. How could you lift such heavy items? Let Minghan load them into the car. We will wait here. You truly are a mother." Jiang Minghan rolled her eyes while heading to the parking lot. Madame Jiang and Yunqi chatted as they sat on a bench to rest. "Yunqi, have you informed your husband about your pregnancy?" "Not yet. I wanted to remind you too. Please don't mention it tomorrow. We agreed to keep our marriage under wraps for a year. Firstly, the time isn't right, and secondly, I'm still uncertain about Buyuan's family stance. We will take it one step at a time. Child, their family's attitude is something to consider, but ultimately, marriage is about the two of you. As long as you both feel it is right. Everything else is not overly important. Thus, do not burden yourself too much. Moreover, your health should be your priority now that you are pregnant." Madame Jiang had developed a fondness for Yunqi, seeing in her a reflection of her own character, externally gentle and demure, yet possessing a resolute determination when faced with challenges, unlike Jiang Minghan, who was more boisterous and boyish in nature. Sometimes, Madame Jiang even wondered if she had mistakenly held the wrong child at birth. The next morning, the three were busy in the kitchen, and Madame Jiang's culinary skills were indeed exemplary. Under her guidance, Minghan and Yunqi quickly prepared a sumptuous feast for the family gathering. As the clock approached 11, Yi Buyuan arrived at the Huayuan Yijing residence with his grandmother and parents. The door was opened by Jiang Minghan. "Hello, Grandma. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Hello, Brother Buyuan." Jiang Minghan's extroverted nature shone through even more in the presence of the Yi family. Yi old lady mistook Minghan for Yunqi and immediately grasped her hand, saying, "Yunqi, come here. Let me have a good look at you." "Grandma, I am not Yunqi. I am her sister, Minghan," Jiang Minghan replied with a smile, finding the elderly lady amusing. Just then, Yunqi emerged from the kitchen. "Hello, Grandma. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Yunqi." She hurriedly ushered everyone into the living room to sit. "Oh, so you are Yunqi." The elderly lady took hold of both Yunqi and Minghan's hands, settling them on the sofa while admiring them. "Look at these two girls. They are truly delightful," Jiang Minghan playfully remarked. "Grandma, having one granddaughter-in-law like Yunqi is enough. If you like me too, why not just adopt me as your granddaughter?" Madame Jiang stepped out of the kitchen to greet everyone, saying, "Please don't mind me. My daughter loves to joke. I am quite serious. Finding a granddaughter-in-law means gaining another granddaughter. How wonderful is that? I couldn't be happier." Yi father and Yi mother scrutinized Yunqi. Although she wore simple attire, an innate elegance radiated from her that could not be concealed. Today, Yunqi had applied light makeup, enhancing her graceful and refined beauty. While she might not be breathtakingly beautiful, she could certainly hold her own against first-tier celebrities. Yi mother unconsciously compared Yunqi to Su Wanru, noting the difference between Yunqi's scholarly charm and Su Wanru's dazzling opulence. It was not that ordinary girls lacked beauty. They simply lacked the confidence that came with being raised in affluent households. After exchanging pleasantries with the elderly lady, Yunqi returned to the kitchen to assist Minghan. Madame Jiang remained in the living room, engaging in conversation. Being well-versed in high society, she recognized that even though the Yi matriarch dressed modestly, her demeanor and eloquence indicated she was no ordinary woman. Yi father and Yi mother, though few in words, were also remarkably well-preserved. Particularly Yi mother, who could easily portray a wealthy matriarch without any need for makeup. A person's beauty can indeed be transformed through the art of makeup. Yet one's innate temperament is far more challenging to alter. Yi Buoxuan entered the kitchen and, upon seeing the countertop adorned with several completed dishes, offered to assist in bringing them to the dining table. "Brother Buoxuan, allow me to handle the serving. I am far more suited for this task." "Very well. I appreciate your efforts." He glanced at Yunqi, who was still busy frying. Soon, a bountiful array of dishes was laid out upon the table. The Yi family's chef specialized in Huaiyang cuisine, and it had been quite some time since they had savored such homely fare. Indulging in it once more felt remarkably refreshing. The dishes are truly exquisite. It seems that nowadays, very few young people possess the skill to cook, praised old lady Yi as she savored her meal. Yunqi felt a wave of relief, thinking to herself how fortunate she was to have Aunt Zhang's guidance today. Had she relied solely on her own limited culinary skills, she would have fallen short. The meal was a delightful gathering, with laughter and joy shared among hosts and guests alike. Yunqi, my dear, it is my first time meeting you, and I have nothing of great value to present, but this pair of jade bracelets was purchased during a trip to Yunnan with the senior citizen group a few years ago. Though they may not hold substantial monetary worth, they carry my heartfelt sentiment. You are my granddaughter-in-law, and you are my granddaughter. I believe these jade bracelets would suit you both perfectly. Come, let me adorn you with them. Old Lady Yi produced a pair of sky-blue jade bangles, flecked with hints of emerald green, and placed them on Yunqi and Meng Han's wrists. Look, they are much more charming when worn by the young. Thank you, Grandma. Your taste is impeccable. I have never seen such beautiful jade bracelets before. Meng Han examined the bangles closely, noting their translucent quality akin to glass. Nowadays, counterfeit goods are crafted to such a degree that they are indistinguishable from the genuine article. Chapter 27. A Battle of Wits. If these were indeed authentic, they would surely be worth hundreds of thousands. Meng Han suspected that the elderly lady, having participated in a senior shopping group, might have been duped into spending thousands on a fake. Unbeknownst to them, the bangles were indeed worth a fortune, as old Lady Yi had a profound appreciation for jade and had amassed a significant collection over the years. Today, she felt it would be impolite to visit empty-handed. Hence her thoughtful selection of these modestly priced bangles. As the saying goes, gold and silver have their price, but jade and stone are priceless in China. Jade is regarded as the epitome of luxury. Contemporary luxury brands may offer jewelry priced in the tens of thousands, yet in comparison to the jade that has been treasured throughout history, they pale in significance. Yimu inquired about Yunqi's family background, and upon learning that there were few people back home, she exchanged a glance with Yifu and refrained from further questioning. Yi Buoxuan remained by Yunqi's side, gently urging her to finish her soup before delving into the meal, and assisting her with her favorite dishes. It was the first time for old Lady Yi to witness this. Her usually aloof eldest grandson, who had always been indifferent to girls, displaying such tender concern for a young lady, revealing a softer side to his character. This brought to her mind the late Yi Laoyes, who had also been incredibly considerate towards her, evoking a wave of nostalgia. It seemed that this grandson had inherited his grandfather's nature. Yi Tai and Jiang Tai, being of similar age, found common ground in their conversation. After the meal, Jiang Meng Han and Yunqi busied themselves in the kitchen, clearing the dishes while stealing glances at their mothers, who were engaged in lively banter in the living room. Meng Han whispered to Yunqi, "My mom seems to have met her match today. She has unleashed all her social prowess. Your future mother-in-law is quite the formidable character. Although she speaks little, every word strikes home. I noticed that too. Grandma appears to be quite amiable." Ah, that is the affection of the older generation. Once they had finished tidying up, Yunqi and Jiang Menghan arranged a platter of fruits, and everyone settled down to enjoy some tea. Yunqi, as elders, we genuinely hope for your happiness with Buoxuan in the future. However, it must be said that a blissful life requires a solid financial foundation. Wouldn't you agree? Although you and Buoxuan have signed a one-year marital agreement, I believe it is wise to think long-term. It would be prudent for you to share expenses or even consider signing an agreement relinquishing all future claims to property, and have it notarized. Of course, if you have children, they will still have the right to inherit the Yi family's assets. What do you think? Yi Tai spoke with a warm smile, her tone calm and measured. Mom, we have already signed the marital agreement. There's no need for anything further. Yi Buoxuan interjected, visibly displeased. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tai chimed in, Yi Tai, while Yunqi may come from humble beginnings, she is a diligent individual who graduated from university through her own efforts and now holds a stable job. As the saying goes, children will have their own fortunes. Let these young people carve their own paths without parental interference. Their success is a reflection of their capabilities, and discussions of property agreements seem unnecessary. When it comes to marriage, it should not feel transactional. Jiang Tai thought to herself, AA system? Property agreements. Do they think they are sitting on a gold mine? Little did she know, the Yi family was more than just affluent. They were part of a hidden elite. At this moment, Yi Fu, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke. Miss Yunxi, as you have just begun your career, your income is likely modest. It is only right that Buoxuan supports you. An AA system is not essential. We have only one son, and in the future, all assets will belong to him. Our family's financial situations are quite different. As long as you are willing to sign an agreement relinquishing future claims to property, we will support your union. The old man did not specify what would happen if she refused to sign. His words were carefully crafted to avoid giving anyone a handle to criticize or offend. Enough, father, mother, this is profoundly unfair to Yunxi. Yi Buoxuan's voice rose significantly, brimming with indignation. Uncle, aunt, I understand your concerns. In today's society, where morality is lacking, you may think I am after Buoxuan's wealth, but if signing an agreement relinquishing property will put your minds at ease, I will gladly do so. Currently, my income may be modest, but I can support myself, and an AA system is also feasible. My relationship with Buoxuan is built on his sense of responsibility and kindness towards me. It has nothing to do with his financial status. Furthermore, in this world, as long as one has the ability, they can earn a living. We are still young and can thrive on our own. Old lady Yi cleared her throat a couple of times. All right, what are we, a family that cannot support a daughter-in-law? Yunxi is right. Young people today have the strength to forge their own paths. Yunxi, worry not. You have me, this old woman, to stand by you. Buoxuan, pay heed. As long as I am alive, I will not allow anyone to mistreat my granddaughter-in-law. Yi Buoxuan understood his grandmother's intent. Grandma, I know you cherish me most, and I trust you will extend that love to Yunxi. Ah, my dear grandson understands me well. Today has been delightful. Buoxuan, when you have time, take Yunxi back to the old residence to familiarize her with our family home. And bring along my granddaughter as well. At a teen my age, I relish the company of the young. It brings me joy. Buoxuan drove his grandmother and parents back home. Finally, having seen the Yi family off, the trio settled into the living room for a chat. I am utterly exasperated. Why are Buoxuan's parents so materialistic? Do they have a fortune hidden away? Jiang Minghan exclaimed with frustration. I suspect they view my humble origins as inferior to that of Miss Su. Yunxi replied. Which Miss Su? Both Jiang Tai and Minghan inquired in unison. Yunxi briefly explained the situation regarding Su Wanru. Minghan remarked, it seems Buoxuan still has feelings for you. After all, he disregarded Su Wanru's threats about the child. Yunxi, you ought to inform his family about your pregnancy. You are legally married, after all. What can they do to you? I hope he appreciates me for who I am, rather than the child. After all, children will grow up one day, but a marriage is a lifelong commitment. You both are still young, yet you place such weight on emotions. While feelings are important, money is equally critical. As we reach our age, we come to realize the significance of financial stability. After all, most issues in life can be resolved with money, and those that cannot are often insurmountable. At Jiang Tai's age, she naturally understood the challenges of life. Yunxi, do you have any idea how the Yi family intends to handle the situation with Miss Su and her pregnancy? I am uncertain. It largely depends on Buoxuan's stance. From what I gathered today, his grandmother is likely to support me, whereas his parents seem inclined towards Miss Su. While they may claim not to care about wealth in front of me, I must consider my child's future. Raising a child is costly, and while I can provide for him, I cannot guarantee a nurturing educational environment. Chapter 28. Changing Jobs. Yungzi, if that is how you feel, then so be it. We are not saints. We are entitled to our own selfish interests and must plan for our own futures and that of our child. We cannot easily concede. We should yield what is necessary, but not a bit more. Remember, pride alone cannot sustain us. You must not only think of yourself, but also strive to secure a promising future for the child yet to be born. This marital agreement should not be signed. Jiang Tai advised Yunxi. Understood, Yunxi replied. Mom, I feel that these jade bracelets bear an authenticity that suggests they might actually be genuine. Perhaps we should head to a specialized jade shop for an appraisal. Minghan suggested. Appraise what? Did not old lady Yi mention that they were purchased during a senior shopping trip? What good could they possibly have acquired? I have only heard of inferior goods being sold as superior. I have never heard of the reverse. Mrs. Jiang smiled and said, Mom, how about we go to explore the nearby properties tomorrow? It would be closer to Yunxi, and once she has children, You can come over to help her with the little one. I doubt her mother-in-law will be much help. You're right. We shouldn't be too far from Yunxi. This community looks quite pleasant. Let us take a stroll tomorrow. The following day, after breakfast, Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Minghan set out to view the houses, while Yunxi hurried to work. Before she reached the office, she received a call from Buoxuan. Yunxi, are you all right? I'm fine, Buoxuan. Why do you ask? That's good to hear. You worked so hard yesterday with all those dishes. How about I take you out for lunch? No need, Buoxuan. My aunt and Minghan went out to look at houses. I'll be back home to cook lunch. I can rest a bit then. All right, just don't overexert yourself. Take care, and I'll accompany you this weekend. Yi Buoxuan's voice was deep and gentle, and Yunxi could clearly feel his genuine concern for her, which warmed her heart. After a busy morning at work, as the end of the day approached, De Bolong approached her. Yunxi, are you still going home for lunch? The restaurant downstairs has introduced some seasonal dishes. Let us go try them. Sister Wanru, I have relatives visiting, so I'd like to go home for lunch today. Maybe another time. Yunxi, Dong Hao has come looking for you several times. Let's plan an outing together this weekend. I'll treat everyone to dinner. And it would be a great chance for my boyfriend to meet everyone. Last time we ran into Dong Hao and Yangzhe while dining at the entrance of my community. Silly girl, can't you see that Dong Hao truly likes you? The bonds between people are indeed quite mysterious. Sister Wanru, I'm a married woman with a child. There's no possibility with Dong Hao. He knows my situation. Isn't being friends more lasting? Yunxi, are you feeling better? I've noticed your reactions haven't been as severe lately. Has your husband accompanied you to the hospital for checkups? You still need to be cautious in these early months. Xia Yunxi, come to my office as soon as you arrive in the afternoon. I need to discuss something with you. Supervisor Xiao said, walking by with a folder. Understood, Supervisor. Is the supervisor calling you for good news? I heard there are a few spots for training in Kyoto from the group company. Maybe it's about that. It seems the company wants to cultivate you. We'll know by the afternoon if it's a blessing or a curse. I'm heading home for lunch now. See you this afternoon. After work, Yungzi planned to walk home. Just after leaving the company, a red convertible slowly followed her. Are you Miss Xia? Upon seeing that the driver was Fong Ruxi, Yungzi stopped. Miss Fong, what a coincidence to meet you here. Where are you headed, Miss Xia? May I give you a ride? No need. I live just a short distance away in a nearby community. I assume you work nearby too. I'm also here for errands. Which building are you in? Let us grab a coffee together if you're free in the afternoon. I work at TL Company. There's a CAF below our office, if you're free later. Come find me, and we can enjoy some coffee. I know the CAF below TL Company. I'll see you this afternoon. I'll message you when I arrive. Fong Rushi stepped on the gas and sped away in her convertible, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Being wealthy and beautiful is indeed wonderful. Seems like all the beautiful women around Yi Buoxuan are affluent. Yunxi pondered this as she walked home. When she returned, Mrs. Jiang had already prepared a meal, eagerly waiting for Yunxi to arrive. Aunt, it's so nice to have you here. I can come home to a ready meal. It feels wonderful to be pampered. Living the life of a little princess, Yunxi spoke sincerely. If you enjoy my cooking, once we settle in this area, you can come over for lunch regularly. Aunt, have you found a suitable house? Yes, there's a large flat for sale in your community, fully furnished, and we're considering making a purchase. Jiang Minghan chimed in. That's wonderful. We can be neighbors. What's the area? Over 180 square meters. My mom thinks it's small, but I believe it's sufficient, especially since it has 4 bedrooms. When you have children, we'll have enough space. Minghan, thank you for always considering me. However, the price in this community is rather steep. You don't work here. You and your aunt should look for a school district house in the city center for convenience when you have children. This property has great appreciation potential. Who knows when I'll have kids? The three of them chatted happily. As soon as Yunxi arrived at work in the afternoon, she went to Supervisor Xiao's office. Supervisor, you called for me? Yunxi, your major is marketing, correct? Yes, Supervisor. The marketing department has an opening. Would you be interested? Supervisor, I lack practical experience. No worries, the marketing department will provide the hands-on experience you need. Plus, the performance bonuses are substantial. And there are many opportunities for promotions and raises. It can be a bit demanding. Are you up for the challenge? Upon hearing about the prospects for promotions and raises, Yunxi felt intrigued. It was wise to earn more before having children since their expenses would be considerable. Supervisor, as long as the pay is good, I'm not afraid of hard work. That's great. I'll speak to General Manager Zhong in the marketing department. You can have a chat with him tomorrow. If all goes well, you'll be transferred. Supervisor, did I not perform well? Yunqi felt a bit guilty, as it's uncommon for a department head to facilitate the transfer of their own staff to another department. You think I would let you go? The general manager has specifically requested this, wanting you to gain experience in marketing and accumulate frontline knowledge. Work hard, Yunqi. Don't disappoint the leadership's expectations. Chapter 29. Aspiring to be a little wealthy lady exiting Supervisor Zhao's office, Yunqi felt a surge of joy. Yi Buoxuan's parents always criticized her for being financially challenged. She was determined to seize this career opportunity. It was the fastest path from being a peasant to ascending into the middle class. Summer Yunqi received a message from Feng Rushi, who was waiting for her at the CAF downstairs. Yunqi quickly tidied herself up, applying some lipstick to enhance her appearance. After all, she couldn't embarrass her husband in front of his colleagues. Miss Xia, over here. Feng Rushi waved from a window-side seat. Observing Yunqi's approach, Feng Rushi felt a mix of admiration and jealousy typical among young women. Dressed in a well-fitted business suit, her hair styled into a neat bun and sporting light makeup, Yunqi exuded an elegant and competent aura, an ideal image of a professional woman. It was clear why Yi Buoxuan was drawn to such a type rather than a silly rich girl. Hello, Miss Feng. What a coincidence indeed. I ordered an Americano. How about a latte for you? That sounds perfect. I usually love lattes. Does your building have any other business? There's a Mingjing law firm in your building. Our company's legal department collaborates with them. I'm here to renew the contract and didn't expect to run into you. Does your family run a business? Yunqi surveyed Feng Rushi anew. Realizing she came from a prominent background, a small company managed by my father. I'm just an office worker. Feng Rushi recalled her previous pretense of working for Haixin Group and knew she had to maintain her disguise. She aimed to leverage her connection with Summer Yunqi to get closer to Yi Buoxuan, though. It seems like even rich second-generation kids like you work hard. We ordinary folk don't have the luxury of not striving. Yunqi joked with a smile as Yunqi observed Feng Rushi's designer attire and that striking red convertible. It was evident that Feng Rushi was indeed a wealthy beauty. It's impressive that Miss Xia managed to work at TL Company. That's a bona fide Fortune 500 company. Hee, I'm just a small employee, part of the working class. Miss Feng, does your father's company employ many people? Not too many, around 100 or so. That's wonderful. I'm about to transfer to the marketing department, focusing on corporate pensions. I'll have plenty of opportunities to interact with businesses. There's a chance we might collaborate in the future. Really? If there's ever a way I can assist you, just let me know. Thank you in advance. Noticing that Summer Yunqi still wore the necklace she helped her choose previously, Feng Rushi inquired. Miss Xia, what do you typically do on weekends? I don't have any special hobbies. I just read books or watch shows at home. How about you? I know a great beauty salon. Let me take you there this weekend to unwind. And we can do some shopping together. Yunqi pondered for a moment. All right, I'm free this weekend. Let us hang out. In truth, Yunqi wanted to build a good relationship with Feng Rushi. She might be able to assist her with her first business deal. Meanwhile, Feng Rushi sought to cultivate a connection with Yunqi, each with their own motives, echoing the saying. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. After bidding farewell to Feng Rushi, Yunqi returned to the office, where Jiang Wanru approached her. Yunqi, was Supervisor Xiao calling you about the Kyoto training opportunities? He didn't say, but I'm transferring to the marketing department. I'll be out there making big money now. Wow, you're being transferred there? The department head, Mr. Li, is widely known throughout the company as the notorious madman Li.it is said that he is a workaholic. Working under him is both exhausting and fast-paced. Yet the financial rewards are indeed substantial. I am currently in need of money, big money. You little money grubber, isn't your husband an executive? His income should suffice. Having money of your own brings a sense of security that no one else's wealth can provide. This year, I shall set a modest goal, to earn 1 million. I aspire to become a wealthy woman, Yunqi playfully exclaimed. Cheers to you becoming a little rich lady soon, Wanru said as she clinked her coffee cup with Yunqi's water glass. The following day, Xia Yunqi was successfully transferred to the marketing department, the busiest and highest earning division of the entire branch, on her first day at the new position. Mr. Li of the marketing department placed a stack of product information on Xia Yunqi's desk. Xia Yunqi, the sales targets in our department are stringent, and the pressure is immense. You have 2 days to thoroughly research these products and prepare a report detailing the product configurations required for each age group. I need a consolidated PowerPoint presentation of about 20 pages, submitted to me within 2 days. With that, Mr. Lee turned and answered a phone call, leaving Yunqi in stunned silence. Goodness, over 10 products to master in just 2 days. Along with a report. How is that even possible? This task would typically take over 10 days to complete. Others in the company remarked that the marketing department's employees were indeed like madmen. And they weren't wrong. Resigned, she thought, I must tackle this formidable challenge. Over the next 2 days, Yunqi devoted herself tirelessly to studying the products and their sales highlights, often working until midnight. Finally, she completed the PowerPoint presentation and submitted it to Mr. Lee early on the 3rd day. Just as she was about to sigh in relief, Mr. Lee called out, Xia Yunqi, notify everyone in the department to gather in the conference room. You will present your PowerPoint to them. The past 2 days had been a blur of work for Yunqi, and she hadn't even had breakfast that morning. In the conference room, feeling slightly lightheaded from hunger, she managed to present her slides over the course of an hour. Feeling utterly drained by the end. You are a marketing major. You need to capture attention, essence, and highlights. You took an hour to present all these products, yet you failed to emphasize 2 standout items. On what grounds do you expect a third party to sign a contract with us? Should we sign for all these products or none at all? Mr. Lee slammed the folder down on the conference table, and the gazes of her colleagues bore into Yunqi. Tears brimmed in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. I need you to prepare a refined version of the presentation by tomorrow morning. I have meetings scheduled with 2 enterprises in the afternoon, and you will accompany me to present. After the meeting, Yunqi sat in her chair, momentarily lost in thought. Xia Yunqi, don't take it to heart. Mr. Li is just like that. He may seem harsh, but he is actually a decent person. Over time, you will come to understand this, said Li Fei, the top performer in the marketing department, who had been there for years. Leading the team to achieve remarkable results, I have the previous product design proposals. I will send them to you on UC for reference. Thank you, Sister Li. Li Fei patted Yunqi on the shoulder before departing. Yunqi took a tissue from the table to wipe away her tears, allowing her emotions to settle. She put on a smile and exited the conference room. Chapter 30. Troublesome Matters. Yunqi arrived early at the coffee shop downstairs and ordered 2 cups of coffee, one of which she took to Li Fei. After drinking 1 cup, she felt slightly rejuvenated and began to meticulously study Li Fei's PowerPoint presentation. She couldn't help but admire the work. It was not only visually appealing but also concise and well-structured. As noon approached, the office emptied, but Yunqi was still engrossed in refining her presentation. Yunqi, the office was quiet this morning, so I came back early to prepare lunch. When will you be home? Bushwan, I'm off work now and will be home shortly. Yunqi suddenly realized her stomach was growling with hunger. As soon as she entered the house, the aroma of delicious food filled the air. Unable to resist, Yunqi picked up a cheesy baked oyster and took a bite. Bushwan, I haven't had your cooking in ages. It's absolutely delightful. Xiaoxi, hurry and wash your hands. Yi Bushwan ladled a bowl of soup for Yunqi. Drink the soup before eating. Yunqi devoured her meal eagerly. Bushwan, how did you find the time to cook lunch today? The company wasn't busy, and after finishing my tasks, I returned early to indulge in a little laziness. My dear wife, haha, your company seems wonderful. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. Yunqi shared her department transfer with Yi Bushwan. Although this new department is challenging, the performance potential is tremendous. If I can secure a few major contracts, I could become a wealthy woman. Yunqi, isn't your income sufficient? If the shop rent and your salary aren't enough, I can give you an additional 20,000 each month. You shouldn't have to work so hard, Bushwan. I don't wish to rely on your money. I want to prove to uncle and aunt that I can build my own career. Honestly, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Just focus on being yourself, and my only wish is for you to be happy and content. I don't want you to be so overworked. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, Yunqi said, when my career flourishes and I can earn more, I will feel fulfilled. Spending your money leaves me feeling uneasy. All right, as long as you are happy, just promise me to take care of your health. That is the most important thing. After lunch, Yunqi lay on the sofa to rest and unknowingly fell asleep. After tidying up, Yi Bushwan gazed at Yunqi curled up on the sofa, feeling a pang of sympathy. He gently covered her with a blanket. The previous day, Feng Rushi had called him, reporting that she had plans to take Yunqi shopping over the weekend. He hadn't said much, as he felt at ease knowing Yunqi would have a friend with her while Zhang Minghan was away. In recent days, Ye's parents had incessantly brought up Su Wanru's pregnancy. Although they understood it was a trap set by Su Wanru, all the evidence lay in her hands. Outsiders would assume Yi Buoxuan had abandoned her. And if this escalated, it could tarnish the reputation of Hai Xian Group. Regardless, Su Wanru was carrying a child related to the Yi family. Even if born out of wedlock, the child had rights to inherit the Yi family's fortune. If this matter was not resolved properly, it would lead to greater troubles in the future. Ye's mother had spoken to Su Wanru, who had no intention of terminating the pregnancy. Left with no other options, Ye's parents called Yi Buoxuan home to discuss the situation. Xin'er, we all know you love Xia Yunqi, but Su Wanru is carrying your flesh and blood. Perhaps you could try to accept her? Who knows, you might develop feelings for her. Moreover, our family can marry 2 wives if necessary. Ye's mother, Shun Huixian, stated, Mom, I am already married to Yunqi. We are the true couple, and no matter how you look at it. Su Wanru is merely relying on her family for support. If she had no family background, would you still push for me to be with her? Our family has not yet reached the point of relying on family alliances. Why can't you understand? We are considering Su Wanru's family background and the child she carries. You hold the largest share in Hai Xian Group, which means both your wife and your illegitimate child have rights to inherit your wealth and control the company. In that case, I will relinquish my shares in the group. Mom, Dad, you can reclaim them. Yunqi and I will start anew, and that will be fine. Yi Buoxuan replied indignantly. You foolish son, how can you say such a thing? The heir of Hai Xian Group can only be you. It cannot be anyone else. Although Shun Huixian spoke to Yi Buoxuan, her gaze fixed intensely on Yi Jingxing, Yi Buoxuan's half-sister, who had always been a sore spot for her. Though raised in the same household and referring to each other as siblings, Shun Huixian had always been wary of her, as maternal instinct drives women to protect their own. What can we do? I am resolute in my commitment to Xia Yunqi. She is my only wife. Buoxuan, to silence outsiders and make things right, all you need to do is temporarily separate from Yunqi, file for divorce. Sign a prenuptial agreement with Su Wanru, and obtain a marriage certificate. After she gives birth, you can divorce her and reclaim custody of the child. You can marry whoever you wish afterward. We will help raise the child. All right, son, please heed my advice just this once. We are only considering your future and that of Hai Xian Group. Mom, I cannot betray Yunqi. Su Wanru was after the Yi family's fortune. How could a cunning woman like her easily agree to any agreement? If you don't believe me, you can take back all my shares. When I am left with nothing, you will see Su Wanru's true colors. That is indeed a possible solution. Yi Jingxing stroked his chin and remarked. Ever since leaving home, Yi Buoxuan has been in a sour mood. Looking at Yunqi, who was soundly asleep like a baby, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to whisk her away to a foreign land. To a place where no one knew them, where they could be an ordinary couple living their simple lives together. Yi Buoxuan gently brushed aside the locks of hair obscuring Yunqi's face and couldn't resist planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Inhaling the faint fragrance of her skin, he simply could not bring himself to disturb her slumber. Yi Buoxuan remained by Yunqi's side, waiting patiently for her to awaken. Buoxuan, what time is it? Why didn't you wake me? I have to get to work. If that perverse general manager Li finds out I slacked off, I can't imagine how he'll berate me. Buoxuan chuckled softly. My little treasure, it's not late at all. I'll drive you to work. We'll be there in just a few minutes. All right, I've been sleeping so much lately. Summer Yunqi was unaware that this was a typical reaction to her pregnancy. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Yunqi inquired, Buoxuan, whose car is this? What happened to your old one? She noticed a luxurious Maybach parked in her designated spot. Oh, that's our boss's car. I need to help him take it to the 4S shop for maintenance this afternoon. So I borrowed it for lunch. Yi Buoxuan, eager to return home, had forgotten to switch back to his cherry. Chapter 31. Cold War. Buoxuan, your boss must be quite wealthy, right? The interior of this car is simply exquisite. Although Yunqi was not knowledgeable about cars, she could tell that this one was undoubtedly expensive. You should really consider getting your driver's license when you have the time. Having a car is quite convenient. Fine, I'll look for a nearby driving school soon. As they spoke, Yi Buoxuan's car came to a halt in front of Yunqi's office building. Stepping out, Yunqi happened to catch the eye of Jiang Wanru, who was buying coffee on the first floor. Yunqi, are you buying coffee? Was that your husband who just dropped you off in the luxury car? Yes, why? Your husband is quite handsome. I was wondering why you seemed indifferent to Donghao's advances. Is that car his? No, it's our boss's. His car is only worth over 100,000. What a pity. If your husband were wealthy, He would be perfect. Are you adjusting to the marketing department? It's a bit challenging. The pace is fast, but I'll manage. Keep it up. I know you have potential. Once you unleash your inner power, nothing is impossible. Jiang Wanru made a cheering gesture, while Wanru was busy gesturing enthusiastically at Yunqi. The elevator doors opened, and she turned to step inside, only to collide with someone, spilling her freshly purchased coffee all over herself. Yunqi gasped. To her surprise, it was General Manager Zhao she bumped into. And fortunately, most of the coffee splashed onto Wanru, with only a few drops landing on Zhao's trousers, in the thin summer attire. The coffee soaked through, clinging to Wanru's figure, making her ample curves quite evident. Wanru blushed deeply. General Zhao, I'm so sorry. It was my clumsiness. She hurriedly bent down to wipe the coffee stains from his trousers. From Zhao's perspective, Wanru's attractive figure was on full display. Which department are you from? With many employees in the company, General Zhao did not know everyone. General Zhao, Wanru is from the operations department. She was in the same department as me before. Oh, it's nothing. You should go change your clothes. Be careful next time. How are you adjusting to the marketing department? It's great. There's so much to learn. I appreciate the leadership. Later that afternoon, at around 4, Jiang Wanru messaged Yunqi. Yunqi, I have some exciting news. General Zhao has invited me to dinner tonight. Should I go? This news was sensational. Wanru, this coffee incident has turned into a blessing in disguise. It caught General Zhao's attention. After all, wasn't it the case that Ding Wendy caught Rupert Murdoch's eye with a spilled glass of wine? Haven't you always wanted to find a wealthy partner? This time, you should hold on tight to that opportunity. You might just rise in status. Summer Yunqi replied with a devilish smile. Wanru even sent an okay gesture. Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. With no time to waste on others' affairs, Yunqi focused on her own tasks. If she didn't finish her work today, she'd be scolded tomorrow. When she returned home that evening, Yi Buoxuan had already arrived, seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Buoxuan, you seem quite leisurely today. Why are you home so early? What's for dinner? Yunqi, I've made soup for you. It will be ready shortly. But with such a capable husband, how will you reward me? Yi Buoxuan wrapped his arms around Yunqi from behind, his face close to her ear as he whispered softly, Buoxuan, stop teasing. I'm so hungry. Lately, my appetite has been insatiable. I feel like I could devour an entire cow. Then I'll fill you up, but you must also satisfy me. His alluring voice stirred Yunqi's heart, yet recalling Mrs. Zhang's words about abstaining for the first 4 months. She steeled herself. Slipping out from his embrace, she declared, let's eat first. I'm starving. In the kitchen, Yi Buoxuan had already prepared a pot of soup and 4 dishes. Yunqi devoured her meal with gusto, leaving nothing behind. Yi Buoxuan watched her. Yunqi, didn't you eat enough for lunch? Why is your appetite so voracious? I've been feeling hungrier lately. I feel starved by 4 in the afternoon. Maybe I'm just overworked. After finishing their meal, Yi Buoxuan saw Yunqi sitting cross-legged on the sofa, absorbed in her phone, and moved closer. He draped an arm around her delicate shoulders, kissing her hair, and as he leaned in for another kiss, Yunqi playfully evaded him, laughing. Ever since the incident with Su Wanru, they hadn't been intimate. From Yi Buoxuan's perspective, he believed Yunqi was repulsed by him. It had never been like this. In the past, whenever he showed affection, Yunqi responded eagerly. Now, she was clearly avoiding him. Feeling rejected was quite humiliating. Yi Buoxuan's displeasure was evident on his face, and seeing his cold expression, Yunqi gently pleaded, Buoxuan, I've just switched departments, and the workload is heavy. I'm truly exhausted. Can we wait a while? Yunqi's words only confirmed Yi Buoxuan's suspicions that she was indeed avoiding him. Without saying a word, he retreated to the guest room and shut the door. Frustrated, Summer Yunqi rolled her eyes. Is this how all men behave? If their needs aren't met, they sulked. No wonder so many men cheat when their wives are pregnant. She couldn't be bothered to coax Yi Buoxuan. She was already worn out from work, lacking the energy to comfort him. After finishing her evening routine, she noticed the guest room door remained closed but thought nothing of it. She simply shut her door and went to bed. They were adults, after all. She wasn't going to coddle him like a child. If it was a cold war, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? As soon as Yunqi hit her pillow, she fell into a deep slumber, leaving Yi Buoxuan behind in her thoughts. Yi Buoxuan waited in the guest room, unable to bear the silence, and when it reached 10 o'clock, he finally got up to wash up. The master bedroom was dark, and Yunqi was sleeping soundly. Yi Buoxuan was infuriated. Feeling helpless against Yunqi, He lay on the living room sofa, stewing in his anger, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. The next morning, Yunshi awoke to find Yi Buoxuan sleeping on the sofa. Her heart ached a little, and she covered him with a thin blanket. In truth, Yi Buoxuan had already woken up. He was merely testing whether Yunshi would show concern for him. After rising, Yunshi quickly prepared 2 bowls of wontons and heated 2 cups of milk. Once ready, she called for Yi Buoxuan to come eat. Yi Buoxuan, who had been feigning sleep, could no longer resist and hurried to wash up. They sat at the dining table for breakfast, both silent. Yunshi said nothing, and Yi Buoxuan didn't ask anything. As they quietly ate, Yi Buoxuan thought to himself that if Yunshi would just gently ask him how he slept last night, he would forgive her for her coldness the night before. However, throughout the meal, Summer Yunshi did not utter a single word, washed her bowl clean, tidied up, and left without a word. Chapter 32. Conscience awakening. Yi Buoxuan was furious, pushing his bowl away and declaring he wouldn't eat anymore. He pulled out his phone and called Secretary Liu. "Order me breakfast. I'm heading back to the office to eat. Have Dolly come pick me up immediately. He knows where I live." Secretary Liu immediately complied. Sensing that Yizong was in a foul mood today, Dolly drove straight to the underground parking garage of Huaran Yijing. He discreetly observed Yi Buoxuan through the rearview mirror, noting the icy expression on his face. Even without the air conditioning on, the car felt like it was below freezing. Throughout the morning, any subordinate who came to report or seek a signature was met with an inexplicable reprimand from Yi Buoxuan. The 4 secretaries outside the office were too frightened to enter, fearing they would be scolded. "Dolly, what happened when you picked up Yizong today? Did something go wrong?" "I have no idea. Something feels off today," Dolly replied. Having known Yi Buoxuan since childhood, he understood him well and was one of his most trusted confidants. Usually, Yi Buoxuan wouldn't lose his temper with Dolly. "I don't know. I sensed something was amiss when I picked him up. I suspect it has something to do with Miss Xia." Just as Yunshi arrived at the office, she was summoned to General Li's office. "Summer Yunshi, have you finished the presentation? Why haven't you sent it to me yet?" "Mr. Li, I sent you the UC yesterday. I am not in the office. How can I access UC? Can't you just use your brain to send me a message on WeChat or Faceu? Hurry up and prepare. Let's attend a corporate pension bidding meeting together." After leaving Mr. Li's office, Yunshi first went to the restroom to calm herself down, then returned to her workstation and sent the presentation to Mr. Li's Faceu and WeChat. She tidied up her computer and waited in the lobby on the first floor for Li to come down. Not long after, she saw Li hurrying out. The driver had been waiting at the entrance of the building for quite some time. Yunshi pondered to herself, is Li always this hurried in his undertakings? With a boss who has such a fast-paced style, I might have to endure some hardships in the car. Yunshi dared not ask Mr. Li where they were going. Half an hour later, they arrived at a provincial branch of a bank, where several representatives from asset management companies were also present to bid for the bank's employee pension plan. The bidding session lasted all morning, with each company given 30 minutes to present their products and bid prices. It was Yunshi's first time participating in such an industry bidding, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Fortunately, she had spent 3 days mastering the PPT. Finally, it was her turn. She completed her presentation in a full 29 minutes, observing the bank staff across from her diligently taking notes without any visible reaction. She thought today might not be promising. The results of the bidding would only be announced in the afternoon. The client had arranged a working lunch, and Mr. Li, being unpretentious, had a meal with Yunshi at the client's cafeteria. "Mr. Li, do you think we can secure the pension plan from this bank?" During lunch, Yunshi couldn't help but ask, "There's a 50% chance. Your final version of the PPT was acceptable, and we are a large company. Although those smaller firms have price advantages, we still have a stronger brand. If we succeed today, it would be a 50 million contract, and the commission alone would be equivalent to your entire year's salary in the operations department." Yunshi, who had initially felt able to enjoy her meal, suddenly lost her appetite. Good heavens, such easy money. Knowing this, she regretted not having spent the entire night beautifying that presentation. For that commission, 2 sleepless nights seemed trivial. After returning to the office in the afternoon, Yunshi thought of sneaking a quick rest in the lounge. She hadn't rested all noon, her hair felt heavy, and her body lacked energy. During work hours, the lounge was empty. Just as Yunshi half lay down on the sofa, preparing to close her eyes, her phone rang. It was Jiang Wanru. "Yunshi, where are you?" "Sister, I was just about to take a break when you woke me up. I'm in the lounge. Come to the coffee shop downstairs." The company's rules don't allow resting in the lounge during work hours. With no choice, Yunqi got up and went downstairs. Upon meeting Zhang Wanru, unable to contain her excitement, said, "Yunqi, guess where President Zhao took me to dinner yesterday?" "Miss, I'm not a mind reader. How would I know?" "At Qing Cuisine, the one right by your doorstep. We went there last time." "All right. Aren't you going to ask what President Zhao said to me?" "What did he say?" Yunqi mechanically played along. "He said he didn't expect there to be such a beautiful girl in the company. And he even asked if I was married. He mentioned that he would reserve a spot for me in the study abroad program in Kyoto." "Wanru, President Zhao has taken a liking to you. Be careful. He is already married and may be trying to pursue you." "Yunqi, I'm only telling you this, but I think President Zhao is quite a decent person. Although he is a bit older, men in their 40s have a certain charm of maturity. If he likes me, I would rather be a mistress to a successful man than marry a poor guy as a wife." Yunqi remained speechless. "Sister Wanru, don't be deceived. Haven't you seen online? There are plenty of men in the workplace looking to take advantage. I know my boundaries. If he truly cares for me, I won't let him have his way easily. Men are all the same. Once they have what they want, they don't cherish it." Zhang Wanru, extending her elegantly manicured hand, said proudly, "I believe if President Zhao has no feelings for his wife, he should divorce. If he likes you, he should pursue you openly after the divorce, not in this manner." "Yunqi, do you think what I'm doing is immoral? I come from a rural background, and I fear poverty. I want to stay in the Spring City. I need to find a support. I can't endure hardship like you. I have no ambition. My life goal is to find a wealthy husband and become a rich wife." Yunqi patted Wanru's hand. "I understand you. It's perfectly normal for a beautiful girl to rely on her looks to ascend socially, but how many truly wealthy and responsible men are there? In this regard, Yi Buoxuan is quite responsible." Thinking of this, Yunqi sent a message to Buoxuan throughout the day. "Darling, are you busy this afternoon? I want to eat the meal you prepare tonight. Missing you, Xiaoxi." After a day of being as cold as ice, Yi Buoxuan felt his mood brighten instantly upon receiving Yunqi's message. "It seems my little wife has had a change of heart and recognizes my worth. Dali, go to the supermarket and buy all the ingredients from the list I sent you, then deliver them to my house." "President Yi, which house?" "Hey, how many houses do I have? The one with a wife is called home, and the one without is just a house. You get it?" Got it, got it. I'll take care of it right away," Dali mumbled as he walked. "My house may not have a wife, but it's still a home." Chapter 33. Reconciliation. As Yunqi stepped through the door, a delightful aroma of food enveloped her senses. Yi Buoxuan had even opened a bottle of her favorite red wine to breathe. "Yunqi, you're back? Was work exhausting today?" It seemed as though yesterday's Cold War had never occurred. "It was all right. We attended a bidding meeting with our leader. The results won't be out until tomorrow. The dishes will be ready soon. Wash your hands and come eat." Yi Buoxuan poured a glass of red wine. "Buoxuan, I think I'll skip the wine tonight. You drink it. Don't you like the flavor of this red wine?" "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" "I'm not unwell. Just. Yunqi hesitated, uncertain whether to share her pregnancy news with Boxian. Yi Buoxuan didn't press further and poured her a glass as well. "You've been working too hard. You need to rest more. Work is never-ending. Let us take a break this weekend." He served Yunqi a piece of steamed grouper. "Eat more fish. It's good for your health." As Yunqi ate, she contemplated Zhang Wanru's words. A life goal to become a wealthy lady. "Buoxuan, may I ask you something? Do you think wealthy men prefer to have their families at home while indulging in affairs outside?" Yi Buoxuan nearly spit out the sip of wine he had just taken. "What's going on in that head of yours? Who filled your mind with such ideas?" "I'm just asking. The workplace is already unfair to women. We work just as hard as men and also bear children. If men are out chasing after others, that truly shouldn't be forgiven. Such men are a minority. The vast majority of men take marriage seriously once they are wed. Unless there are fundamental issues, they won't divorce. Let us not delve into such serious matters. They don't concern us. Let us talk about where you want to go this weekend. Miss Fong invited me for a beauty treatment and shopping this weekend. By the way, Buoxuan, do you know if Ms. Fong's family business is substantial? I want to maintain a good relationship with her to secure their company's pension plan." While sipping wine, Yi Buoxuan took his time and said, "I'm not sure. Although we are colleagues, we don't know much about her family. You know, we seldom discuss personal matters in the workplace." The two exchanged light-hearted banter at the dinner table, and the warm atmosphere returned, as if the previous night's Cold War had never happened. After dinner, Yunqi sat in front of the television, browsing channels for an unseen movie, while Yi Buoxuan comfortably settled next to her, draping his long arm over her shoulder. Yunqi leaned into the embrace, and Buoxuan was quite pleased with this action. Holding Yunqi's soft body, he felt a surge of affection. Unconsciously, he leaned in to kiss her tender cheek, his hand wandering up to her face. Yunqi's soft breaths filled his ears as he gently lifted her chin. At that moment, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her alluring lips were irresistibly enchanting. Yi Buoxuan felt a rush of heat. Yunqi realized she wouldn't escape tonight. Yi Buoxuan scooped Yunqi up and headed toward the bedroom. Resting against his solid chest, she softly said, "Buoxuan, be gentle. My period just ended." "All right." Yi Buoxuan was still considerate. Even in his hunger, he took Yunqi's feelings into account. After the storm, Yunqi lay in Buoxuan's embrace, secretly laughing. "The baby hasn't formed yet. I wonder if it has any awareness. If it does, it must be cursing its scoundrel of a father." Yunqi couldn't help but imagine that scene. After a moment of rest, noticing Yunqi laughing, Yi Buoxuan assumed she was laughing at him. "Didn't he eat enough? Once more, I assure you, we shall indulge ourselves to our heart's content. I can't go on any longer. I truly cannot. Have mercy on me." Yunqi hastily pleaded for mercy as Yi Buoxuan contentedly kissed Yunqi's silky hair. There is an old proverb in China that aptly describes the dynamics between couples: quarrels at the head of the bed, reconciliation at the foot. This saying is particularly fitting in the present context. The following day at work, Mr. Li summoned Yunqi to his office. "Xia Yunqi, the results from yesterday are in. We have won the bid. However, the other party has allocated a small portion of the quota to another privileged client. We haven't worked in vain, as the commission for this deal is approximately 100,000. Over the next few days, you will need to collaborate with colleagues from 2 departments to finalize the subsequent procedures. We still have a significant gap to reach our monthly target. I have a list of several large enterprises that I haven't managed to approach yet. As you are a fresh face. After you finish your current tasks, I want you to visit them and see if there are any opportunities for collaboration." Yunqi readily agreed. As a novice in the realm of corporate annuities, she returned to her workstation, poring over the list of enterprises. "Xia Yunqi, Mr. Li has handed you these deadbeat accounts again." "What do you mean by deadbeat accounts, Sister Peng?" "These are tough nuts that haven't yielded in years. The easier ones have already been dealt with. These are exceedingly challenging to negotiate with. While these enterprises are quite profitable, the notion of providing additional funds for employee annuities is perceived by the owners as an unnecessary expense. They simply lack the awareness. If you manage to secure a deal with them, you'll surpass Mr. Li. Everyone in our department has already gone through these accounts. It's nearly impossible, so don't waste your energy." Yunqi smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Peng. I understand." On the weekend, Feng Rushi took Yunqi to an upscale beauty salon. It was Yunqi's first experience at such a place, and Miss Feng, clearly a regular, led them into a luxurious private room where they indulged in a full set of skincare treatments. Yunqi's already radiant skin appeared even more hydrated and elastic, as though it had drunk its fill of water. "Yunqi, your skin foundation is truly remarkable, and you haven't even undergone any hydrating injections or skin rejuvenation treatments. Your complexion surpasses those who have," Feng Rushi exclaimed, a hint of envy in her tone. "Your skin is stunning too, Miss Feng. It positively glows. That's thanks to makeup. Without it, I wouldn't dare step outside." After styling their hair, when Yunqi gazed at her reflection, she could hardly recognize herself. Was this truly the same girl who once went about barefaced? It was as if she had transformed into someone entirely different. "Be careful of traffic as you head out." "Ladies," the salon manager joked. "Let us see if we encounter any traffic after we leave," Yunqi replied. They climbed into Feng Rushi's striking red convertible sports car, which, coupled with their beauty, turned heads as they cruised slowly through the bustling city center. Feng Rushi seemed to revel in the attention, playfully tossing her wavy hair while donning chic sunglasses that added to her allure. Suddenly, a sleek blue sports car pulled up beside them. "Hey, Xia Yunqi, where are you off to?" Yunqi, without her glasses, was immediately recognized by Dong Hao. "Dong Hao, we're just out shopping. I was hoping to treat you both to a meal. Would you do me the honor?" Feng Rushi pushed her sunglasses back atop her head, glancing at Dong Hao. "Yunqi, do you know him? My colleague. With an invitation like that, I can hardly refuse. Then let us head to the Hilton Hotel. I'll lead the way." The vivid red and blue convertibles, both filled with handsome men and beautiful women, certainly attracted attention. As they paused at a traffic light, many drivers and pedestrians were so captivated by the sight that they neglected to notice the signal, causing quite a traffic jam. Some observant individuals posted videos online, titling it, "Is Beauty to Blame for the Traffic Jam?" Dolly, who often scrolled through videos, happened to come across this one and felt an unsettling familiarity with the beautiful women featured. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Wasn't he that Miss Xia? He quickly forwarded the video to Yi Buoxuan, who was exhausted after a long day of work. Thinking it was a humorous clip, he opened it only to find his wife seated in a convertible with Dong Hao. Jealousy surged within him. He was aware that Yunxi had gone out to have fun with Feng Rushi today. How could she be with Dong Hao? Yi Buoxuan contemplated calling Yunxi but hesitated, fearing she might be displeased with his jealousy. Dolly, find out where they are headed. Understood, boss. This was Dolly's forte. A friend of his was responsible for monitoring traffic camera feeds, making it a matter of moments to trace their whereabouts. Soon enough, he reported back, boss, they are headed to the French restaurant at the Hilton Hotel. Quite the romantic choice. How dare they indulge in French cuisine with that fellow? Yi Buoxuan exclaimed, grabbing his coat and heading out, but halfway there, he reconsidered, realizing it might not be appropriate to go alone. Dolly, you follow them and report back immediately if you notice anything. Avoid letting Yunxi see you. Inside the Hilton's French restaurant, the European decor exuded a sense of exotic charm, with each corner meticulously arranged. Beautiful lighting, warm cushions, luxurious European furnishings, and a charming bar radiating an air of nobility. The melodious piano music encouraged diners to lower their voices. Wary of appearing rude, Yunxi, it's your first time dining on French cuisine. You're not familiar with the etiquette, but Feng Rushi is an attentive teacher, Dong Hao remarked. There's no need for such constraints. Just be comfortable. French dining does require a certain finesse. Enjoying exquisite cuisine while appreciating the elegance of beautiful women is a pleasure in itself, is it not? Dong Hao smiled as the three engaged in quiet conversation while enjoying their meal. A nearby table erupted with loud laughter, drawing the ire of the other diners. Why are they being so loud? What do they think this place is? Feng Rushi complained. The disruptive table soon garnered the displeasure of other patrons. A server approached to remind them, "Excuse me, esteemed guests, could you please lower your voices? Are we not allowed to speak while dining? We came here to eat, not to be silenced." "Fetch your manager," a young woman declared. Amplifying her voice intentionally in exasperation, the server called for the restaurant manager. The entire dining room's attention turned toward that table. Yunxi recognized the young woman immediately. It was Su Wanru. Truly, enemies often cross paths. The man seated across from her was unfamiliar, yet they appeared quite intimate. She discreetly snapped a couple of photos with her phone. "Yunxi, do you know her?" Dong Hao inquired upon noticing her actions. "I don't know her, but she is acquainted with Buoxuan." Dong Hao did not press further. When the manager arrived, he offered a series of humble apologies and ultimately agreed to comp their meal. Prompting the raucous table to quiet down, after enjoying their complimentary meal, the two women sauntered toward the exit, pausing as they passed Yunxi's table. "What a coincidence. Isn't that Miss Xia? I never expected to run into you here. And who is this handsome gentleman? Has Miss Xia been abandoned by Brother Buoxuan so quickly that she has found a new benefactor?" They taunted, giggling. Yunxi's face flushed with anger, just as she was about to retort. Feng Rushi interjected. "Who is this country bumpkin making such a racket? How dare you disturb us?" Feng Rushi leisurely sipped her soup, unfazed. "Who are you calling a country bumpkin? Do you think dining on French cuisine elevates you to nobility? How laughable! The girl sitting with Xia Yunxi is probably just as inexperienced. Miss Su, please show some respect. I have no quarrel with you. If you have issues, take them up with her. Flexing your authority here is utterly pointless." Yunxi could no longer contain herself. "Brother Buoxuan and I already have children. Why are you still clinging on, seeking his wealth? I've encountered many women like you, pretending to be innocent in front of men while secretly cavorting with younger suitors. Only a foolish man would fall for your act." As she spoke, Su Wanru shot a glance at Dong Hao, who was seething with rage. If she were a man, he might have already lost his temper. Who is the one pretending to be innocent? Some people even claim to be pregnant while sneaking off to dine with their paramours, enjoying free meals without even knowing who the father is. TSK. I've seen many women resort to such tactics to climb the social ladder, deceiving men as if they are gullible fools. Feng Ruxi's sharp tongue hit a nerve, provoking Su Wanru into a furious uproar. The exchange between Su Wanru and Feng Ruxi escalated into a heated argument, with each woman refusing to back down. Su Wanru had intended to humiliate Yunqi but had not anticipated encountering someone as formidable as Feng Ruxi. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached to mediate. He was helpless against Su Wanru's antics, merely urging Feng Ruxi to calm down and resolve the matter amicably. However, Feng Ruxi was not one to back down easily. As Dong Hao and Xia Yunqi engaged in a heated argument, neither could interject when a coldly composed man clad in a black shirt and trousers entered the room. Upon seeing him, Su Wanru's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes welled with tears as she lamented, "Brother Buoxuan, you're finally here. These two women have ganged up on me." Chapter 35. Only those with thick skin can earn money. It turned out that Dali had been remotely reporting the situation, prompting Yi Buoxuan to drive over promptly, albeit missing the most riveting moment. Unexpectedly, upon his arrival, Yi Buoxuan did not confront Su Wanru but instead addressed her male companion, Yi Jianwei, saying, "Third brother, ensure she vanishes from my sight immediately. I do not wish to see her again. If you fail to do so, do not return to Haixin Group." At this, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Yi Jianwei's forehead, and without further ado, he seized Su Wanru and ushered her out, leaving her no choice in the matter. "Is Yunqi all right? How could she be? If it weren't for Miss Feng today, she would have devoured me," Yunqi huffed, visibly agitated. "All right, I understand and I apologize for the spectacle today." Yi Buoxuan offered no explanation about his relationship with Su Wanru. Instead, he plopped down beside Yunqi, declaring, "Today, I shall treat everyone to a splendid feast." Seeing this, Feng Ruxi and Dong Hao felt it inappropriate to pry further and simply resumed their seats, the atmosphere growing palpably awkward as silence enveloped the group. "Yunqi, I heard you've transferred to a new department. How are you finding it?" "It's manageable, just a bit hectic," Yunqi replied, taking a sip of water to clear her throat. "Miss Feng, if I recall correctly, you mentioned your family owns a business, correct? Our company has an employee pension project. Could you possibly provide an introduction?" "Certainly, no problem at all. I'll send you the contact details of the responsible person via WeChat. Your company can dispatch someone for the connection," Feng Ruxi responded with enthusiasm, causing Yunqi to feel a sense of surprise at her sudden success, as her meticulously prepared talking points remained unutilized. "Yunqi, our family also owns a business, albeit on a smaller scale. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out," Dong Hao offered warmly. "Of course, the more connections, the better. Thank you both." Yi Buoxuan glanced at Dong Hao but refrained from further comment, choosing instead to drown his thoughts in drink. "Mr. Yi, Haixin Group is a substantial corporation with many employees. If your company could entrust the employee pension project to Xia Yunqi, you might not need to pursue smaller ventures. In truth, Dong Hao harbored jealousy towards Yi Buoxuan, fully aware that any possibility of his own relationship with Yunqi had evaporated. Yet, witnessing Yunqi's demeanor towards Yi Buoxuan filled him with bitterness, akin to a vinegar jar overflowing. Why Yi Buoxuan, perceptive to Dong Hao's sentiments, chose to ignore the provocation. "We are merely a subsidiary under Haixin Group. Additionally, my position is not high enough for such matters to rest on my shoulders." Though he spoke thus, his demeanor radiated confidence. Contrary to the notion of being powerless, Feng Ruxi, aware of Yi Buoxuan's desire to maintain discretion, swiftly interjected, "Mr. Yi, I recall that we have someone at our branch who specializes in this area. What was their name again? They are quite familiar with the person overseeing this at the headquarters. Are you referring to Suli? That sounds about right." "Yes, exactly. Yunqi, I'll speak to him and facilitate an introduction." "You can give it a try." Feng Ruxi and Yi Buoxuan's exchange seemed entirely genuine, and Feng Ruxi recognized that with Yi Buoxuan's stature, Yunqi might harbor doubts. Thus, she sought to lend him a helping hand, ensuring he remembered her goodwill for future endeavors. Yi Buoxuan cast a glance at Feng Ruxi, wordlessly acknowledging her cleverness with a newfound appreciation. It was a recognition not born of romantic interest, but of mutual respect among peers. After lunch, Feng Ruxi took Yunqi shopping, and the two men felt it inappropriate to accompany them, exchanging farewells instead. Yunqi returned home late that evening, having spent the afternoon shopping yet acquiring only a single set of cosmetics, which Feng Ruxi had insisted upon, emphasizing the importance of a light makeup for business interactions as a form of respect. Reluctantly, Yunqi accepted, knowing Feng Ruxi's wealth rendered such expenditures trivial. That evening, She treated Fang Rushi to a late-night snack before returning home. Upon her arrival, Yi Buoxuan awaited her in the study, perusing the internet while anticipating her return. He felt compelled to explain the day's events to Yunqi, as the likelihood of Su Wanru's continued harassment loomed large. And he aimed to alleviate Yunqi's concerns. As soon as Yunqi entered, she expressed her exhaustion. After freshening up, she settled in the living room with some fruit, her mood appearing surprisingly buoyant. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Buoxuan remarked, "Yunqi, I wish to discuss Su Wanru with you." "What is there to discuss?" "There are only two outcomes. One, we divorce, and you pursue her. Point two, we stay together, and she is free to do as she pleases. As long as your intentions towards her remain non-existent, as long as you can withstand your parents' pressure, I will have no issues. You need not worry about me." Yunqi's clarity of thought was commendable. With a child on the way, she felt no fear. Yi Buoxuan realized he had been unnecessarily anxious. "Yunqi, refrain from spending time with Dong Hao in the future. It's evident his feelings for you extend beyond mere friendship." "Buoxuan, you are overthinking it. We share a purely professional camaraderie. Today, I actively sought to pair him with Miss Fang. I believe they are quite compatible, hailing from good families and sharing an attractive appearance. It seems Miss Fang was pleased with my matchmaking efforts. Look, she even gifted me a set of cosmetics." Yi Buoxuan chuckled softly, opting not to voice further objections. His little wife was too innocent, unwittingly meddling in relationships while feeling quite pleased with herself. The following day, Yunqi boldly contacted the person Fang Rushi had recommended, only to find him reliable. They swiftly established a cooperative plan and scheduled a time to finalize the necessary procedures. Though the amount was modest, it held great significance for Xia Yunqi as it represented her first independent venture. Yunqi, seizing the momentum, also connected with Su Li through Fang Rushi, thus boarding the grand ship that was Haixin Group. Yi Buoxuan had already ensured that Dali prepared in advance. Yunqi's business endeavors flourished remarkably, almost as if guided by divine intervention, though she remained blissfully unaware that this divine assistance stemmed from her husband. Consequently, this month saw Yunqi's performance soar, dominating over 70% of her department's results, quickly elevating her to a position of prominence. Not one to let success inflate her ego, Yunqi treated her colleagues to a lavish meal, celebrating the fruitful deals that had yielded her a handsome commission and bolstered her confidence. The sudden success did not overwhelm her. Instead, she diligently began visiting the list of enterprises provided by General Manager Li. With her work hours dwindling, she found herself preoccupied with business matters. Chapter 36. Eavesdropping walls. In the span of over 10 days, Yunqi diligently visited every enterprise on her list, amassing a number of interested prospects as business deals began to materialize. Yi Buoxuan observed Yunqi's industriousness, feeling a pang of sympathy for her fatigue. One evening, Yunqi returned home late again, greeted by Yi Buoxuan in the living room. "The strong woman has returned." Yunqi discerned the discontent in his tone and chose to ignore it. Changing into comfortable attire, she replied, "Buoxuan, I'm exhausted and don't wish to talk." "Yunqi, are you truly in need of money? Is my financial contribution insufficient for your needs, leading you to exhaust yourself like this?" Noticing Yi Buoxuan's genuine anger, Yunqi nestled beside him and softly replied, "Buoxuan, I merely wish to earn a little extra. Once I have my own income, your parents will no longer look down on me. Moreover, when we have children, there will be many expenses. I cannot rely solely on you." Initially filled with frustration, Yi Buoxuan's heart softened at Yunqi's words, realizing that she bore burdens that were not hers to carry. Gently stroking her hair, he reassured her, "Xiaoxi, my income is more than sufficient to support our family. You truly need not tire yourself out like this. There are several 100,000 in my account for living expenses. From now on, you are not to work in the marketing department. If you wish to work, find a position with fixed hours that isn't too demanding." Yunqi kissed Yi Buoxuan and replied, "All right, I shall rely on you from now on. Tomorrow, I will apply to transfer back to my original department." "Really, Xiaoxi, let us have a child. Having a baby will naturally draw your focus back home." At times, Yunqi considered revealing her pregnancy to Yi Buoxuan. Yet the thought of his parents' potential reaction made her hesitate, especially since the situation with Su Wanru remained unresolved. Just then, the cheerful ringtone of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf chimed from her phone, revealing a call from Jiang Han. "Yunqi, we've moved to Quanqing and are all settled in now. Jin Kang's company opens next Monday. You and Yigu must come to support us." Jiang Han's voice rang out like a silver bell. "Of course, Buoxuan and I will definitely be there. Is there anything else you need help with?" "No, You take care of your health. Don't worry about us. Just come over for meals every day. After hanging up the phone, Yunqi's fatigue vanished in an instant. With Jiang Minghan's return, she would have company again, and the thought brought her joy. Bushwan, what should we give to Zhou's family for Brother Kang's company opening? Perhaps just a floral arrangement or something similar? You needn't concern yourself. I'll have Dali take care of it. Let's rest for now, and promise me you'll swiftly change departments tomorrow. Understood. Yunqi stood up to wash up, while Bushwan observed that her once delicate waist seemed slightly thicker than before. Perhaps due to her home attire obscuring her figure, but he did not dwell on it. The next day at work, Yunqi approached General Manager Li's office and said, Mr. Li, I've been feeling somewhat fatigued lately and my health isn't quite optimal. I would like to transfer back to the operations department, if that is possible. Xia Yunqi, if you're tired, you can take a few days off. Why would you want to transfer? Your performance is the best in the company. Are you dissatisfied with your earnings? Mr. Li responded, working with you has been quite fruitful, and your growth has been rapid, with a commendable income. However, I am pregnant and cannot continue such an intense workload. We'll discuss it again after the baby is born. In that case, I won't retain you. Whenever you wish to return, you are always welcome. Yunqi did not anticipate such smooth proceedings. Having spent less than 2 months in the marketing department, she calculated her performance bonuses to be quite substantial, ensuring she would have ample funds for her future child. With this financial cushion, she felt at ease. During this period, Xia Yunqi made remarkable progress, developing a unique sales process that proved invaluable for training newcomers. Mr. Zhao did not transfer Yunqi back to the operations department. Instead, he assigned her to the training department, specifically for newcomer training, making her a colleague of Dong Hao. This was indeed a case of utilizing talent effectively. These days, Zhang Wanru adorned herself like a vibrant butterfly, increasingly enchanting. On this particular Friday, while Yunqi was busy preparing teaching materials at her workstation, Zhang Wanru approached with her serpentine waist swaying gracefully. Yunqi, let's have dinner together tonight. I heard a new Yangzhou restaurant open nearby, and the food is delightful. Let's invite Dong Hao and give it a try. Sure. With Dong Hao there, Yunqi replied, then called Feng Rushi, Miss Feng. I haven't properly thanked you for the last time. Tonight, Dong Hao and I, along with another colleague, are going out for dinner. Would you like to join us? She was intentionally trying to bring the two together. The restaurant was a newly opened establishment with the lingering scent of fresh paint, featuring a charming Jiangnan garden style, tranquil and elegant. Each private booth was separated by thin screens, creating an intimate atmosphere. Prior to arriving, Yunqi had informed Zhang Wanru that she would be treating this meal as her way of expressing gratitude for everyone's support thus far. Arriving early, the two women eagerly explored the little garden. They sat in a private room, sipping tea and scrolling through their phones as they awaited Feng Rushi and Dong Hao. The room was quiet, with no soundproofing between the small booths, allowing for clear conversations from adjacent tables. Suddenly, the sliding door from the next booth opened with a clatter. Uncle, Auntie, please take a seat. Came a familiar yet unwelcome voice. Su Wanru? How could she be everywhere? Wanru, being pregnant means you must take care of yourself. You shouldn't be running around. The first few months can be quite precarious. Auntie, you must help me. I invited you both today to discuss something. The baby is growing, and I can't have an out-of-wedlock child. Especially as a member of the Yi family. It wouldn't sound good to label the child a bastard, would it? Miss Su, you know Bushwan's temperament. He is quite stubborn. We can't get through to him. Especially with the old lady backing him up. This was Yi Jingxing's voice. Uncle, Auntie, I need a straightforward answer from you. If there is no Xia Yunqi, do you agree to me marrying into the Yi family? If you agree, you needn't worry about anything else. Just wait to hold your grandchild. Yi Jingxing and Shen Huixian exchanged glances. Wanru, please don't do anything rash. After all, it's a matter of life. Moreover, if Bushwan can't find Xia Yunqi, how could he possibly let it go? Xia Yunqi is not someone who can be easily dismissed with a little money. Uncle, I will offer her a sum to study abroad, as long as the money is sufficient. I believe she will see the benefit in that. You needn't worry. Chapter 37. A sudden calamity. Then we can rest easy. As long as this matter is handled properly, we can be assured. We also hope you marry into the Yi family. I am looking forward to holding my grandchild. This was from the adjacent booth. Clatter! The sound of a waiter bringing tea interrupted them. Just leave it there. We'll call you if we need anything. Su Wanru said, on this side. Zhang Wanru and Xia Yunqi held their breath, straining to eavesdrop. Suddenly, the door to their booth swung open. startling Jiang Wanru and Xia Yunxi, who nearly cried out. Traffic was terrible today. Sorry for being late, Dong Hao entered. The adjacent booth fell silent, and soon they heard the sound of the door opening and closing again. You're quite the interruption, arriving at such an inopportune moment. Sister Wanru, Yunxi shook her head at her. Fine, if you don't want to talk, we won't. Jiang Wanru swallowed the words she had nearly voiced. What else with the two of you? Why so secretive? Dong Hao asked. Puzzled, Dong Hao, what did you think of Miss Fong last time? Dong Hao scratched his head. She seemed nice enough. That's good to hear. I've invited Miss Fong today as well. Don't forget to add her on WeChat later. In the future, be more proactive. You won't need me to create opportunities for you. Yunxi, you don't seem overworked anymore. You even have the energy to play matchmaker, Jiang Wanru teased. Matchmaker for whom? Just then, Fong Rushi walked in. Miss Fong, you're late. You owe yourself a drink. The four of them soon became lively, but amidst the conversation, Yunxi often drifted off, recalling the earlier discussion and regretting not recording it. After dinner, Dong Hao and Fong Rushi called for a designated driver for their respective cars. Yunxi texted Yi Buoxuan, inquiring if he was free to pick her up, but received no response. Resigned, she and Jiang Wanru shared a taxi back. Yunxi, I think you should be cautious. That Su person has ulterior motives. Offering you money to go abroad is merely a fade for her future in-laws to see. Who knows what her true intentions are? I too doubt her goodwill. I initially believed she wouldn't act recklessly, but now I'm not so sure. You should tell your husband. Just to be safe, Mem. Upon returning home, Yi Buoxuan had not yet arrived. Xia Yunxi called his phone, but it went unanswered. He didn't reply to her WeChat messages either. What was going on? Lying on the sofa, she felt uneasy, sensing something was amiss that night. She called Dolly, and finally someone picked up. Dolly, are you with Buoxuan? Miss Xia, I'm at home. After work, President Yi drove off and didn't he mention any plans for the evening. He not home yet. I've tried calling him, but there's no answer. He has never done this before. Don't worry, just wait a bit. Perhaps President Yi is drinking with friends and forgot his phone. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Yunxi glanced at the time. It wasn't too late, so she settled into the living room to wait for Yi Buoxuan. Unbeknownst to her, she eventually fell asleep, only to awaken at dawn, realizing she had dozed off on the sofa. Likely due to her recent exhaustion, Yi Buoxuan had not returned home. When she called again, his phone was switched off. Quickly gathering her things, she felt no appetite and skipped breakfast before heading to work. Dolly, has Buoxuan arrived at the office yet? Miss Xia, I was just about to call you. President Yi hasn't come to work. He didn't return home last night, right? Yes, he has never done this before. Even when busy, he always informs me. I couldn't reach him yesterday. Don't panic. I'll check with President Ye's family. Shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar number called. Hello, Yunxi, it's me, Buoxuan. Why does your voice sound different? Why are you using this number? What happened last night? I drank too much last night. My voice is hoarse and my phone was broken. As long as you're okay. I was worried sick. I ruined my clothes last night. Could you bring me a suit from home? I have an important meeting this morning and I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Sure, text me the address and I'll take a cab over. Summer Yunxi requested a day off, hurriedly returned home to grab Yi Buoxuan's clothes, and hopped into a taxi towards the given address, which turned out to be a business hotel. Just as she was nearing, Zhang Minghan called. Yunxi, where are you? Yunxi briefly explained the situation. Buoxuan had drunk too much and was at a hotel. She was on her way to deliver his clothes. Are you going alone? Of course. What could possibly happen during the day? Wait for me. Send me the address and I'll accompany you. All right. Xia Yunxi subsequently forwarded the address to Zhang Minghan. After the taxi arrived at the business hotel, Yunxi, clutching Yi Buoxuan's clothing, waited at the entrance for a while. Noting that Zhang Minghan had yet to arrive, she grew concerned that Yi Buoxuan might be anxious. Thus, she entered the hotel and found room 218. Just as she was about to knock, she discovered the door ajar. Buoxuan, are you inside? Is that you, Yunxi? I'm in the shower. Please close the door and wait for me. A murmur of a man's voice emerged from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Yunxi pushed the door open and stepped inside. The suite had a bathroom integrated within, rendering the sounds indistinct. Clutching the clothing, Yunxi sat on the suite's sofa and sent a text to Zhang Minghan. Just as she was halfway through composing her message, a tall, burly man emerged from the inner room. A towel wrapped around his waist. Who are you? Xia Yunxi gasped in terror as she gazed at the man, I'm your Boishuan, the man boasted with an insidious grin. You must be anxious. I've just finished my shower and soon I shall attend to you, my lovely. You are not Boishuan. Why are you pretending to sound like him? Who are you, and where has Boishuan gone? My dear, after a night apart, you miss your husband so much? Don't worry, I assure you that I will satisfy you thoroughly, and after a few rounds, you won't think of that Boishuan anymore. As he spoke, the burly man seized Yunqi, lifting her as if she were a helpless chick, and headed toward the grand circular bed in the suite. Yunqi's frail body stood no chance against his strength. She struggled desperately, kicking and hitting. With a flash of inspiration, she activated the voice messaging feature on her WeChat to contact Jiang Minghan. Minghan, come save me. The burly man tossed Yunqi onto the large bed. Are you trying to find another girl to join us? Good. Today I shall enjoy this double delight. He snatched Yunqi's phone and hurled it aside, effortlessly tearing away her clothing to reveal her fair, delicate waist. The more Yunqi struggled, the more excited the man became. Salivating with desire, one of his hands pinned both of Yunqi's wrists above her head, rendering her immobile. Chapter 38. Bordeaux, France, my dear, you truly captivate me. Just look at your tender, delicate skin. I can hardly bear to be rough with you. The man lifted Yunqi's top, gazing at the alluring sight before him. Unable to contain his impatience, he hastily removed the towel from his waist and prepared to lift Yunqi's skirt, intent on forcing himself upon her. In a desperate act, Yunqi summoned all her strength and kneed him in the groin. The man winced in pain but did not release his grip on her wrists. After a moment of cursing under his breath, he was about to launch another attack when the door was kicked open. A surge of joy coursed through Yunqi. It had to be Jiang Minghan. Before the man could turn around, he was struck in the lower back by a fierce kick from Jiang Minghan, causing him to double over in agony, followed by a flurry of kicks that left him bruised and battered. Yunqi, still shaken, asked, Minghan, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been violated by this beast. Jiang Minghan retaliated with a brutal kick to the man's groin, vowing, let this be the end of your lineage. You will never harm another person again. The man let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig before collapsing. Lifeless. At that moment, a commotion outside revealed that Jiang Minghan had called the police, who soon arrived on the scene. Upon arrival, the police were met with a confusion of circumstances. A bruised man resembling a battered pig lay on the floor. Who called the police? I did, Jiang Minghan declared loudly. The officers exchanged glances, noting that Jiang Minghan did not appear to be a victim. She quickly recounted the events. We need you both to come to the station to provide statements. The police documented Yunqi's torn clothing, which was beyond repair. Fortunately, Yi Boishuan's suit and shirt came in handy, allowing Yunqi to change into his white shirt in the restroom. Although oversized, she fashioned it into a stylish shirt dress by cinching it with a tie. Upon re-emerging, Yunqi appeared radiant and elegant, shedding the terror she had just experienced. The two officers could not help but steal glances, silently admiring her resilience in the face of such adversity. A female officer accompanied Jiang Minghan and Yunqi to the hospital for a checkup. After confirming that Yunqi had only sustained minor bruises and no serious injuries, they proceeded to the police station to give their statements before finally returning home. Yunqi recounted the details of the eavesdropping incident at the Yangzhou restaurant to Jiang Minghan, harboring an unsettling suspicion that Su Wanru might be involved, but without any means to contact Yi Boishuan, she could not ascertain the truth. Yunqi, don't you have your grandmother's number? Call her and ask. Oh, I completely forgot about her. She promptly retrieved her phone and dialed her grandmother's number. Grandma, it's Yunqi. How have you been lately? Oh, Yunqi, I'm doing well, thank you. It's been a while since I heard your voice. Have you been busy with work? Yes, I've been quite occupied recently, but things are better now. Grandma, I wanted to ask if Boishuan has come to visit you recently. He was here last week. Is there some trouble between you two? If he is mistreating you, let me know, and I'll deal with that little rascal. No, Grandma. Boishuan has been very kind to me. He hasn't returned these past few days, and I thought he might be with you. I just wanted to ask casually, if he returns, please tell him to give me a call. It would ease my mind out, of course, dear. If you're not busy this weekend, bring along Minghan and come visit your grandmother. I heard that her company is opening next week. I must go celebrate. All right, Grandma. We will visit you often. Yunqi shook her head at Minghan. That night, Minghan stayed over at Yunqi's place. After several attempts to reach Yi Boishuan, his phone remained switched off, unreachable. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that Dolly called. Miss Xia, Mr. Ye's parents contacted the company, requesting an extended leave. They mentioned that Y is accompanying them abroad for a wellness retreat and will be unavailable for some time. Likely due to family matters. If you need anything, feel free to call me. The fact that even Dolly, who was closest to Yi Buoxuan, was unaware of his whereabouts left Yunqi feeling uneasy. She sensed that something was amiss. Without Yi Buoxuan by her side, Xia Yunqi felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability, as though someone was watching her from the shadows. The next day, the police informed her that the burly man remained tight-lipped, only admitting that he had been captivated by Yunqi's beauty and had lured her into a trap, revealing nothing further. He could only be charged with attempted rape, which, under the law, warranted a prison sentence of no less than 3 years. He currently awaited trial in custody. Ming Han and Yunqi understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Yunqi, you are in a perilous position. This time, we managed to escape, but what about the future? With Yiga missing, you should consider taking a long leave and staying at my home, where my mother can keep you company until you safely deliver the child, and then decide your next steps. Being exposed while the threat lurks in the dark is truly concerning. Ming Han, I can't impose on your family any longer. You have already helped me enough. Over the past 2 months, I have worked tirelessly in the market and saved over $1 million. Combined with what Buoxuan left me, I nearly have $2 million I plan to apply for overseas graduate studies. After the child is born safely, I will return. Buoxuan also left me a small shop that brings in over 10,000 a month. If I manage my expenses, it will suffice. I've made up my mind. I must leave. The opposing force is too formidable. I cannot contend with them, nor can I hide from them. Once you've made your decision, prepare swiftly. We must guard against unforeseen complications. A week later, with the assistance of Dong Hao, Xia Yunqi boarded a flight to Bordeaux, France. Studying wine had always been her aspiration, and this opportunity allowed her to fulfill her dream. In Bordeaux, she applied for a student visa, intending to learn French first, and after giving birth, she would apply for a master's program at the Institute of Vine and Wine Sciences, ISVV, at Bordeaux University. During the day, Yunqi immersed herself in her studies and made local Chinese friends, leading a leisurely and joyful life in the stillness of the night. Yunqi would send voice messages and texts to Yi Buoxuan via WeChat, but she never received a reply. Deep down, she feared that something had happened to him, yet she remained oblivious to whether he was alive or dead. The only people she could still connect with back home were Jiang Minghan and Dong Hao. 6 months later, at the Périgueux Hospital in Bordeaux, a beautiful and charming Chinese baby boy named Xiananfeng was born, a name inspired by the phrase "the southern wind knows my intentions." Blowing dreams to the western land. Chapter 39. The Queen returns at Charles de Gaulle Airport in France. A tall young woman wearing sunglasses drew attention as she transferred flights to Seoul, South Korea, en route to Kwancheng. Accompanying her was a 3-year-old boy with a cherubic face and curly hair, who intermittently mixed Chinese with French as he asked his mother, "Mommy, we lang. Gentle breeze, do not rush. We shall arrive shortly, Mama. Will Daddy come to pick us up? Will Aunt Minghan come to fetch us? Uncle Donghao and Aunt Minghan will be here to retrieve us. Daddy is still unwell and is recuperating. Will Daddy be happy to see the gentle breeze? Of course, our little Nanfeng is simply delightful. The flight attendants are quite fond of this charming and handsome little boy, often coming over to play with him, while little Nanfeng maintains a serious demeanor as if he were a grown-up. The more he acts this way, the more eager everyone is to engage with him. Upon their arrival at the arrivals hall, Xia Yunqi and little Nanfeng were instantly recognized by Jiang Minghan and Dong Hao. 4 years have passed, and Yunqi seems even more beautiful than before, possessing an exquisite grace reminiscent of a Frenchwoman. Little Nanfeng, dragging his small suitcase, stays closely by his mother's side. Yunqi, Nanfeng, over here. Dong Hao and Jiang Minghan waved their hands vigorously. Yunqi and Jiang Minghan embraced each other joyfully. After 4 years apart, Minghan has also become a mother, giving birth to a little girl who is just over a year old. Dong Hao lifted little Nanfeng, saying, "Nanfeng, let Uncle have a good look at you. You are even more handsome and adorable than in the videos." "Uncle, you are just as handsome as in the video," Nanfeng exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Dong Hao's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. An elated Dong Hao turned to Xia Yunqi and declared, "Yunqi, I have claimed this godson. I adore him." Nanfeng then hugged Minghan and kissed her cheek, saying, "Aunt Minghan, I missed you so much, and I also want to see the little sister." "Is that so? We all missed you too. When we get home, You will see Grandma and the little sister. Really? I am so happy. Yunqi and Donghao exchanged a ceremonial embrace. Claiming a son is quite simple. He is yours to raise. Mama, are you giving me away? Why would you send me to someone else? Little Nanfeng said, his big, dark eyes seemingly brimming with tears. Nanfeng, how could Mama bear to send you away? I was just teasing you. You have Mama's love, Auntie's care, and now a godfather who adores you. Isn't that even better? Aunt Minghan, is my godfather the same as Daddy? Pretty much. Your godfather loves you just like your father does. So, I have two fathers now. I will tell my friends Anthony and David that I am also a child with a father, and I have two dads. Donghao and Jiang Minghan felt a pang in their hearts. For little Nanfeng, having grown up without seeing his biological father, the yearning for paternal love was more intense than for maternal affection. Donghao arranged for 2 cars, a sedan and a minivan, as Yunqi's luggage was somewhat plentiful. Donghao and the minivan's driver took Yunqi's belongings directly to the Huashang Yijing community residence. Over the years, Minghan and Mrs. Jiang had often come to tidy up and water the plants, maintaining the same appearance as when Yunqi left years ago. Minghan had thrived in her business with Jiakong and had long since purchased a villa in a high-end community. Mrs. Jiang frequently came over to help Minghan care for her child. As Minghan and Yushi parked outside the villa, Mrs. Jiang and Aunt Jiang welcomed them at the door, carrying Minghan's daughter, Wenwen. Auntie, after all these years, how have you become even younger? Look at you, Yunqi. After spending a few years abroad, your eloquence has improved significantly. You are even more beautiful since becoming a mother. Is that so? It seems I could easily charm a young man upon my return. Not just easily. I fear your doorstep may be trampled by suitors. Minghan jested. As she unloaded her belongings, she added, Mom, Yunqi will stay with us for a few days. Everything is ready over there for her to move in. Aunt Jiang, please take the luggage to the room we prepared on the 2nd floor. I would be delighted to stay. With little Nanfeng and Wenwen around, our home will be even livelier. Mrs. Jiang smiled, playfully teasing Nanfeng, who was simply irresistible. Wenwen had just learned to walk, and Nanfeng took on the role of a protective older brother. Holding her tiny hand and saying, Wenwen, I am your big brother Nanfeng. I will protect you. The family could not help but laugh at his serious demeanor. Wenwen, unfazed by their absence, quickly began to play with him. Before long, Donghao arrived, accompanied by Feng Rushi. Their relationship had progressed to the point of discussing marriage. Rushi, my judgment is impeccable, isn't it? I knew Donghao was perfect for you. It seems I have a talent for matchmaking. Feng Rushi laughed, saying, We must thank you, our little matchmaker. Chapter 40. Bo Xian's amnesia. Everyone gathered together, happily chatting. Yunqi, what are your plans now that you are back? Do you wish to return to TL Company? Your past achievements remain unmatched. Donghao had now been promoted to the head of the training department at TL Company. Is this a personal invitation or a company request? Yunqi joked, I still prefer to carve my own path. If that doesn't work out, I might reconsider entering the workforce. After all, I need to care for Nanfeng, and my working hours must allow for flexibility. During my years in France, I have made some acquaintances in the wine business and have a bit of knowledge about red wine. I am contemplating signing a few domestic agency deals for red wine brands and seeking opportunities in this field. Yes, it's good to hone your skills, Donghao responded. Minghan, how is your Taekwondo studio? It's just a way to earn some extra cash, mainly covering rent. Making a fortune is not feasible. I have a clear understanding of my own needs, and I am not cut out for business. In truth, doing what you love and being able to provide for your family and children is more than enough for me. I have no grand ambitions, Yunqi. Before you went abroad, Yi Buoxuan was in a serious car accident. We kept it from you because you were pregnant with Nanfeng, and we didn't want you to be distressed. He was in critical condition several times, but thankfully, he was saved, Feng Rushi said, all the while carefully observing Yunqi's expression. What is his current condition? Xia Yunqi's concern was evident on her face. After all these years, there has been no word from Yi Buoxuan, and everyone must have a reason for keeping it from me. Has he remarried? With Su Wanru? Although Yunqi's voice was restrained, it trembled slightly. Everyone, please have some soup. Aunt Jiang has simmered it for 3 hours. Give it a taste. Mrs. Jiang interrupted the conversation, serving Yunqi a bowl of soup. She felt pain for Yunqi, who had spent all these years drifting with her child, studying and raising him. Now that she had finally returned, how could she withstand such a blow? Yunqi accepted the soup. Auntie, I'm fine. After not hearing from him all these years, I assumed he had passed. Knowing he is still alive brings me great joy. At least Nanfeng still has a father. Mama, is Daddy coming? Little Nanfeng, who had been playing with his sister, heard his mother mention Daddy and became very excited. Nanfeng, Daddy is away on a business trip, but he will definitely come to see you when he returns. Dong Hao consoled little Nanfeng on the surface, while inwardly feeling a deep sorrow. Godfather, will you take me to the amusement park? Anthony's father takes him biking and to the amusement park, but Mama is afraid of roller coasters since she is a girl. Of course. This weekend, I will take you to explore every fun ride at the amusement park. That's wonderful. I finally have a father to accompany me to the amusement park. Brother, play with me. Wanwan, who had just begun to speak, was still at the stage of uttering single words. You can't go yet? Little sister, wait until you grow up, and I will take you to play. Everyone watched little Nanfeng with a sense of bittersweet nostalgia, seeing him behave like a little adult. Rushi, how is Buoxuan doing now? Is he recovering well? Yunshi asked with concern. He has recovered physically, but, it's all right, Rushi. You can tell me that as long as he is alive, I am content. I can accept any outcome, as long as he is alive. Nanfeng has a father, and there is hope. Ye Buoxuan's body had recovered, but his mind had suffered severe trauma, resulting in amnesia. Feng Rushi took a sip of water and continued. After he regained consciousness, he could not remember anything, including marrying you. Later, Su Wanru gave birth to a son, and under the arrangement of his family, she moved into his villa. Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken emotions as they observed Yunshi's expression. Yet Xia Yunshi appeared unfazed, finishing her bowl of soup. Aunt Zhang's cooking is too delicious. I should come by more often to learn how to cook. Everyone, eat. Why aren't you all eating? You need not worry about me. I am fine. I already said, as long as Buoxuan is alive, that's all that matters. Nothing else is important. Yunshi, if you feel sad and want to cry, just let it out. We are not outsiders. Minghan understood Yunshi's character. On the surface, she seemed strong, but inside, her heart was already aching deeply. These years, I have raised my child alone. I have endured the toughest times, and this is nothing as long as I know Buoxuan is alive. And Nanfeng is growing up with roots to trace. I am content. Really, you need not worry about me. Madame Jiang gently embraced Yunshi, saying, My dear child, you are not alone. This is your home. Just return home. And whatever may come, you have us by your side. You have your Uncle Jiang and me, as well as Minghan and everyone else. Together, we shall nurture Nanfeng into adulthood. Yunshi stayed at Minghan's house for a few days. And once her residence at Huaranijing was settled, she took Nanfeng back to the home she once shared with Yi Buoxuan. Everything remained unchanged. Buoxuan's clothes still hung in the wardrobe. Upon returning to her own abode, she allowed herself a cathartic cry. Yet, life must continue. Days must go on. As a mother, she could not falter. She had to raise Nanfeng well. Subsequently, Yunshi began to explore the domestic red wine market. In recent years, the rapid development of the internet had allowed foreign wine brands to penetrate the domestic scene, leading to fierce price competition and significantly reduced profit margins. At this juncture, her graduate school classmate from France, Frac, sent her some promising news. A winery in the Burgundy region was up for transfer, and he inquired if she had any interest. This winery boasted a history of over a century, yet due to its adherence to traditional planting and winemaking practices, its production was limited and quality had stagnated, prompting the owner to seek external buyers. After inquiring about the price, Yunshi learned that the winery was listed at a modest sum of just over 1 million euros. However, substantial investment would be needed for new equipment and soil improvement in the vineyard, along with considerable funding for the development and promotion of new products, amounting to approximately 10 million yuan to become operational. In the domestic market, although similar brands faced price competition, there remained profit potential for independent brands. After 2 days of thorough investigation and calculations, Yunshi concluded that acquiring the winery was feasible. However, her available funds were limited. The sale of the shop Buoxuan had left her, combined with her rental income and savings over the years, amounted to just over 5 million, still more than half of the required amount. Considering her options, she contemplated taking on a partner. Frac, being French and knowledgeable in the field, managed the winery's operations and production in France, while she could handle market sales in China. This collaboration seemed promising. She contacted Frac to discuss the possibility of forming a partnership, and he was receptive, recognizing the vast potential of the Chinese market. With Yunshi overseeing sales in China, he could focus on the winery's technical aspects in France. They quickly reached an agreement. Chapter 41. A fight to the finish. Without hesitation, Yunqi contacted an intermediary to expedite the sale of her shop and recover her funds. During this period, she made a trip to France. Although she was well versed in the Burgundy wineries from her studies, she understood the importance of conducting a thorough assessment and meticulously calculating future expenses and profits. The over 5 million yuan represented her and Nanfeng's future security. She could not afford to be careless. Upon completing her investigation, Yunqi signed a letter of intent for equity distribution with Frac and commenced the acquisition of the Romanée winery located in the Burgundy region. Frac embarked on ambitious renovations at the winery. The vineyard boasted high-quality grape varieties. Some vines were over a century old, yet the soil required improvement. Frac introduced the latest soil enhancement techniques while preserving traditional winemaking methods, also incorporating modern filtration equipment and techniques to ensure product stability and increase yield. Yunqi reached out to several major red wine distributors in China, marketing the winery's century-old vines and its possession of France's oldest quality grape varieties. Preparing for an extensive promotional campaign, Summer Yunqi was indeed in a fight to the finish. Success was her only option. Yunqi was a workaholic. Once immersed in her tasks, she would forget to pick up her son from school. It was only when the kindergarten teacher called her that she would remember. Seeing Nanfeng sitting alone in the classroom, waiting for her, filled her with guilt. The struggles of a single mother were hers alone to bear. There was no one to lean on. Continuing this way was unsustainable. Caring for one child was the same as two. Thus, Madame Zhang decided to take Nanfeng in, allowing him to stay with her and Wanwen. During the day, she would drop Nanfeng off at kindergarten, and in the evening, he would return to Menghan's house to stay. Little Nanfeng treated his own home like a hotel, only returning to his mother's house for a couple of days when she wasn't too busy. On the weekend, Dong Hao came to Menghan's house to take Nanfeng to the amusement park, even buying him a small bicycle. Nanfeng was overjoyed, reluctant to part with it even during meals. The amusement park was filled with parents and children enjoying the attractions. Young boys gravitated towards the thrilling rides, the roller coasters and pirate ships. Dong Hao accompanied Nanfeng on the rides, his face paling with fear, yet Nanfeng, brave beyond his years, remained unfazed, unlike some children who cried for their mothers. He displayed an unusual calmness, far beyond what one would expect from a child his age. Nanfeng, aren't you afraid? Dong Hao asked, puzzled. Daddy, I am afraid too, but I must be brave, for I have to protect Mommy when I grow up. Nanfeng replied, causing Dong Hao's heart to ache. After the pirate ship ride, Dong Hao took Nanfeng to the carousel. Daddy, that ride is for girls. I don't like it. But I want ice cream. Can you buy me some? Of course. Just wait here. What flavor do you want? Chocolate. Thank you. Daddy, be good and wait for me here. The ice cream vendor had a long line, and under the scorching sun, Dong Hao felt for Nanfeng. Letting him sit in the shade while he rushed to buy the ice creams, he frequently glanced back to ensure Nanfeng was still in his spot. Upon finally purchasing 2 ice creams and turning around, he was startled to see a man squatting in front of Nanfeng, accompanied by a little boy. Dong Hao's heart raced. Had he encountered a child trafficker? He hurried over. The little boy was round-faced, appearing to be of similar age to Nanfeng, while the man was neatly dressed in a white shirt and slacks, his shoes gleaming. When the man turned around, Dong Hao froze. It was Yi Buoxuan. The world is indeed small, he thought, never expecting to run into him at the amusement park. Daddy, this is my new friend. His name is Yi Jiaheng, Nanfeng introduced. Dong Hao realized then that Nanfeng was trying to conceal from his new friend the fact that he had no father. Hello, I'm Yi Buoxian. Is this your son? He is adorable, Buoxuan greeted Dong Hao. Dong Hao understood Buoxuan's amnesia meant he wouldn't recognize him. I'm Dong Hao. Your son is quite charming too. Here, little friend. I just bought 2 ice creams, one for you and one for Nanfeng. The little boy looked at Buoxuan, hesitant to accept without his father's approval. Don't worry, it's from Uncle. You should thank him. Buoxuan maintained his usual stoic demeanor. The little boy took the ice cream. Thank you, Uncle. At that moment, the carousel came to a stop, and Nanfeng pulled Yi Jiaheng onto the ride, enjoying their ice creams while waiting for the music to start. Be careful, Nanfeng, Dong Hao cautioned. Mr. Dong, how old is your son? He seems to be over 4, judging by his height, Buoxuan observed. No, Nanfeng just turned 3. He is indeed taller than his peers, Dong Hao replied. Your son seems familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, Buoxuan remarked, watching the 2 children play together. Lost in thought. He's your son. So of course, he looks familiar, Dong Hao muttered under his breath. What did you say? Mr. Dong? Bushwan asked, his hearing sharp. That I said children usually resemble their mothers. Boys tend to take after their mothers more, while girls resemble their fathers. That's not always the case. My child doesn't resemble anyone. Dong Hao scrutinized Yi Jiaheng, noting he bore no resemblance to Bushwan at all. Nanfeng's features, however, were a striking miniature of Bushwan, explaining why Bushwan had felt the child looked familiar. In truth, Nanfeng was his exact replica. After the two children had their fill of fun, they descended the ride hand in hand. Bushwan's gaze remained fixed on little Nanfeng. When Nanfeng approached Dong Hao, the latter attentively pulled out a wet wipe to clean the smudges from Nanfeng's mouth, handing him a panda-themed water bottle. Xiao Nanfeng, take a few sips of water and rinse your mouth. We must protect those teeth. Nanfeng obediently complied, following each instruction. Mr. Dong, why does your child have the surname Xia? Isn't he taking your surname? Bushwan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Children take their mother's surname, Dong Hao responded vaguely. Oh? Yi Jiaheng tugged at Bushwan's hand. Daddy, Nanfeng and I are good friends now. Can you take us to eat KFC? Daddy will treat you to something else, all right? Didn't Mommy say fried chicken isn't healthy? But I really like fried chicken. Please don't tell Mommy. Yi Jiaheng pouted, trying to negotiate. Nanfeng, do you like fried chicken? Bushwan turned to him. Uncle, I like it too. Mommy says it's fine to eat occasionally, just not all the time. Nanfeng replied like a little adult, his demeanor mirroring Bushwan's seriousness. The two men, accompanied by the two little boys, headed to KFC where the children feasted happily. After their meal, Yi Jiaheng exclaimed, Nanfeng, we have so many toys at home. We can play together. Certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text. Indeed, my father also purchased a bicycle for me, allowing us to play together. I have a younger sister named Wanwen, who is quite adorable. You are most welcome to visit my grandmother's house with Uncle. The meals she prepares are 100 times more delectable than those from KFC. Chapter 42. The considerate little adult Yi Bushwan and Dong Hao exchanged phone numbers and WeChat contacts, agreeing to arrange for their children to play together next time. Dong Hao escorted Nanfeng back to Meng Han's home and shared this matter with Madame Jiang. Upon hearing it, tears welled in her eyes, and while Nanfeng was distracted, she discreetly wiped them away with a tissue. Dong Hao, let us keep this from Yunqi for now. She has been preoccupied with the acquisition of the winery and shouldn't be distracted. When you have the opportunity, invite Bushwan and his son to our home for a visit. Allowing Nanfeng to bond with him, I will prepare delicious food. It has been quite a while since we last saw Bushwan, and as long as he is well, we shall be at ease. After Nanfeng returned, he seemed to be lost in thought, often distracted while playing with his sister. That moment, Wanwen was beside him, building a blockhouse. Unable to reach the top due to its height, she called out to Nanfeng, brother, it's too high. After several attempts, Nanfeng finally snapped back to reality and assisted his sister in completing the small house. Nanfeng, come sit with Grandma and chat, she said. Nanfeng, ever considerate, removed the scattered blocks from beneath his sister and placed her gently onto a soft cushion, handing her a doll. Only after completing these tasks did he sit beside Madame Jiang. Seeing this, Madame Jiang felt a surge of emotion. Nanfeng was unlike most children his age. His maturity and understanding surpassed that of his peers. Rather than her caring for Nanfeng, it often felt as though he was the one looking after Wanwen. Since Nanfeng arrived at their home, Wanwen had become much more well-behaved. Upon returning from kindergarten, Nanfeng would imitate his teacher, teaching his sister, watching only half an hour of cartoons daily, and diligently turning off the television when the time was up. Even when Wanwen misbehaved, he patiently soothed her, reading together from a picture book with Pinyin. He frequently helped her tidy up scattered toys and assisted Madame Jiang with washing dishes before and after meals. Since Nanfeng's arrival, she felt that caring for Wanwen was no longer such a taxing endeavor. Nanfeng's self-discipline was also influencing little Wanwen, who was not as mischievous as before. Grandma, are you tired? May I give you a back rub? Nanfeng offered, climbing onto the sofa and gently kneading her back with his small fists, perfectly gauging the pressure. With Nanfeng here, Grandma feels much lighter. Madame Jiang embraced Nanfeng, saying, Today, I noticed you seemed a bit distracted. There's something troubling you that you're keeping from Grandma? Grandma, today Dad took me to the amusement park, and I met a new friend named Yi Jiaheng. That sounds wonderful, but why do you seem unhappy? Yi Jiaheng has a dad, but I don't. You have Dong Hao as your father, and you also have us and your sister. We all care for you. Don Tiwi? Yes, Nanfeng, you do have a father. He is just unwell and has forgotten about your mother and everyone else. Once he recovers and remembers us, he will come to bring you and your mother home. Grandma, do you know where Dad is? I want to see him and help him with his back. Tea might make him feel better. Well, your father is still undergoing treatment in a distant place. What you need to focus on is studying hard and taking good care of your mother. Once you achieve good results, your father will recover more swiftly upon learning of your progress. I understand. Thank you, Grandma. I will study diligently. Nanfeng embraced Madame Zhang's neck, gave her a peck on the cheek, and then dashed off to read. Yunqi's company was situated in a nearby office building, having just commenced operations and needing to consider costs. Since the company primarily engaged in marketing and required travel across the nation, she endeavored to recruit part-time staff from the wine industry, aside from the essential finance and administrative personnel. After a bit of training and elevating the commission structure, those with performance would earn as much as those on a fixed salary, thus significantly reducing labor cost. Yunqi's workload was immense. She felt as though she worked around the clock. Finally, having secured a couple of deals and with the company gradually stabilizing, she exhaled deeply. Reminded that she had a son, on this day, she purchased some fish collagen and bird's nest health products for Madame Zhang and some books and toys for the children. Driving to Menghan's home, Menghan and Jiakong were resting at home when Yunqi arrived to witness a heartwarming scene. Aunt Zhang busily working in the kitchen, Madame Zhang and the children playing under the sunshade in the yard, while Menghan pruned the garden flowers and Jiakong relaxed in the living room, sipping tea and scrolling through his phone. Mom? Grandma? Is that Mom? Nanfeng exclaimed, spotting Yunqi. Yunqi opened her arms to embrace her little Nanfeng. Mom, you've lost weight. Is work exhausting you? When I grow up, I will earn lots of money for you. So you won't have to work so hard. Nanfeng gently touched Yunqi's slender face, expressing his concern on why little Nanfeng is the most filial. Recently, work has been going smoothly, and I won't be as worn out moving forward. Nanfeng helped his mother carry the bags as Jiakong emerged from the living room. Yunqi, why did you buy so much? We have everything at home, and your company is just starting, which is a time when you need to conserve funds and no more shopping when you return, Jiakong remarked while assisting with the bags. I understand, Jiakong, Yunqi replied with a playful grimace. Menghan removed her gloves, brought in a bouquet of budding roses, and placed it in the large vase in the living room. Menghan, your skills in gardening have improved. These roses rival those from the florist, indeed. The flowers in the garden are flourishing splendidly, so I plan to prune some for sale roadside to avoid waste. Menghan is entirely focused on her taekwondo studio and this garden, hardly paying me any attention. Jiakong poured Yunqi a glass of water. Jiakong, do you have no conscience? I have to work and manage this household. Do you expect me to cling to you daily? Commuting to and from work? Would you enjoy that? Perhaps not. I fear you wouldn't cling to me but rather use me as a punching bag. Jiakong and Menghan were like two feuding siblings, a dynamic everyone had grown accustomed to. Yunqi, how is your company progressing? If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Jiakong was straightforward and treated Yunqi as family. Thank you, Jiakong. Sales have started to come in. Although the volume is small, everything is developing positively. If I find myself in need of help in the future, I will certainly reach out to you. Well, we're family. If he is not busy helping you, who else would he help? Menghan interjected. Mom, will you come to Grandma's house this weekend? Nanfeng inquired, wrapping his arms around Yunqi's neck. Is there a special occasion? Last time, Dad took me to the amusement park, and I met a new friend named Jiahong, invited him to Grandma's house this weekend. Chapter 43. The truth revealed. I1TB joining the children's gathering. This weekend, Mom is organizing a gathering for the adults with Menghan. How does that sound? All right. Nanfeng seemed a bit disappointed. If Nanfeng wishes for Mom to stay, then I shall remain to play with you. Yunqi noticed Nanfeng's discontent. Mom, it's all right. Dad said he would come and compete with Jiahong's father in basketball. Is that so? That essay game for boys. We girls prefer beauty treatments and hairstyling to look lovely. Understood. On Saturday, Yunqi, Menghan, and Fangrushi had made plans for a beauty treatment and hairstyling session. With Menghan leaving early to drive. As noon approached, Donghao arrived at the Zhang residence. Nanfeng had already dressed and was waiting eagerly at the villa entrance. Upon spotting Donghao's car, he joyfully announced to Madame Zhang in the yard. Grandma, my dad is here. Madame Zhang took Wenwen's little hand and stepped out to greet him. Madame Zhang accepted the cake from Donghao's hands, saying, This must be what Yunqi mentioned. I adore the cakes from this pastry shop. Indeed, Yunqi is quite attentive. This girl is meticulous with everyone yet is rather harsh on herself, showing no compassion for her own well-being. Madame Jiang, with a murmured complaint, carried the cake into the house. Dong Hao accompanied Nan Feng, standing by the door, awaiting the arrival of Yi Buoxuan and Jia Hong. Before long, Yi Buoxuan pulled up in his Maybach, coming to a gentle stop at the roadside by the villa's entrance. Upon seeing each other, Yi Jiahong and Xianan Feng embraced. As Nan Feng introduced her little sister to Jiahong Wenwan, with her doll-like large eyes, scrutinized Jiahong, appearing somewhat shy as she hid behind Nan Feng. Madame Jiang and Jia Kong, hearing the commotion, came out to greet them. Upon seeing Yi Buoxuan, she noted how he had matured and grown more composed compared to 4 years ago. The once distant expression, reminiscent of an iceberg, seemed to have softened with the passage of time, now imbued with the weight of fatherhood. Madame Jiang exchanged pleasantries with Yi Buoxuan, while Jia Kong politely accepted the gift from him. The group entered the villa's living room, where Jia Kong poured tea for everyone, and Madame Jiang along with Dong Hao engaged Yi Buoxuan in conversation. While Yi Buoxuan occasionally cast glances at Nan Feng, his eyes reflecting an indescribable tenderness, Madame Jiang observed everything. Mr. Yi, seeing how fond you are of children, are you not considering having another? Oh, Auntie, my energy is primarily devoted to work, so I haven't given it much thought. One could easily tell that Mr. Y was a career-oriented individual. What line of work are you in? I work at Haixin Group. Jia Kong handed over a business card. Haixin Group is quite a large company. Mr. Y, I run a small company, so I will surely seek your guidance in the future. Yi Buoxuan took the card, examined it closely, nodded, and tucked it away. Auntie, I heard from Dong Hao that Nan Feng takes her mother's surname. Dong Hao is her godfather, but do you know who Nan Feng's biological father is? Madame Jiang meticulously studied Yi Buoxuan's expression, not missing a single nuance, and discerned that he had begun to suspect Nan Feng's true identity. Mr. Yi, it's a long story. At that moment, Nan Feng, who had been playing nearby, approached upon hearing the topic. Uncle Yi, I do have a daddy. It's just that daddy is sick. He has a peculiar illness that makes him forget mommy and everyone else. Mommy says that one day, daddy will get better. Yi Buoxuan gently lifted little Nan Feng into his arms. Does Nan Feng know where her daddy is? Have you visited him? Little Nan Feng lowered her head. I don't know. Mommy gets very sad whenever daddy is mentioned, and I don't want to upset her. Mommy works so hard every day. Tears welled up in Nan Feng's eyes. Yi Buoxuan felt an inexplicable pain in his head. He embraced Nan Feng more tightly. I'm sorry, Nan Feng. Uncle Xuntiev asked. You are such a good child, caring for your mother. Watching Nan Feng soon play with Jia Hong and Wenwan, Yi Buoxuan took out a yellowed old photograph and handed it to Madame Jiang. Auntie, please take a look at this photo. Madame Jiang accepted the photograph, and Dong Hao leaned in as well. Isn't this Nan Feng, just with a different hairstyle? Given the photo's yellowed state, it must be quite old. What does this mean, Mr. Yi? Auntie, the child in the photo bears a striking resemblance to Nan Feng. After I last saw her, I felt a sense of familiarity. This is a photo of me as a child. Dong Hao's heart leaped with joy. Did Yi Buoxuan recall something? What do you mean? Mr. Yi? How could there be two people so alike? I was in an accident, and after waking, I lost all my memories. All that I know now comes from my wife and parents, yet I always feel like there's more to my identity than I recall. I want to know the real me before the accident. Yi Buoxuan paused, took a sip of water to ease his headache. Nan Feng mentioned that her daddy has a strange illness that makes him forget everyone. I want to understand more about Nan Feng's situation. You may think I'm not in my right mind, but this is my genuine thought. Yi Buoxuan looked at Madame Jiang with hopeful eyes. Buoxuan, do you remember nothing at all? Do you recall the apartment in Huarnijing? Do you remember Xia Yunqi? Buoxuan, Nan Feng is your biological son. You and Xia Yunqi's child. Madame Jiang could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streaming down her face. Yi Buoxuan felt as if his head might explode from pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Buoxuan, what's wrong? Call for an ambulance. Dong Hao shouted. Yi Buoxuan's complexion turned pale, and he quickly fell into a faint. The children who had been playing were startled and began to cry. Dong Hao and Jia Kong lifted Buoxuan, placing him in the back seat of the car. Speeding toward the nearest hospital, Madame Jiang, feeling like a child who had done something wrong, sat in a corner of the sofa, weeping. Aunt Zhang, the nanny, comforted the 3 panicked children. On the way to the hospital, the unconscious Yi Buoxuan regained consciousness. Dong Hao, I'm fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Mr. Yi, it's better to be checked at the hospital. We want to rest easy until we know for sure. We almost there. Upon arrival, Jia Kong registered for an emergency consultation. After the doctor inquired about the situation, they performed a CT scan of Buoxuan's brain and took some blood tests. The results came back quickly, and Jia Kong accompanied Yi Buoxuan in the observation room. Dong Hao, is there any news? The patient may have suffered an injury previously, and there is still some residual bruising that hasn't dissipated, particularly pressing against the pituitary gland, affecting the brain's nerves. Fortunately, the bruising is beginning to clear up, and his memories are starting to return. Today's headache and fainting were likely triggered by some emotional stimulus or perhaps due to overexertion of the brain. This is a positive response during the recovery of his memory. It's nothing serious. Is the patient currently on any medication? Please have him come over. I'd like to ask him some questions. Dong Hao and Yi Buoxuan explained the situation, and Yi Buoxuan was taken aback. He approached the doctor. Doctor, since the accident 4 years ago, I have been taking medication for treatment prescribed by a specialist in the capital, who said it would help my condition. Mr. Yi, please bring that medication next time. I suspect there might be an issue with it. Normally, the bruising in your skull should have dissipated by now, and the fact that it hasn't might be related to the medication you're taking. Chapter 44. Do we know each other? Yi Buoxuan froze, understanding the doctor's implication. After leaving the doctor's contact information, the three returned to the Jiang household, where Madame Jiang was still consumed with guilt. Upon seeing Yi Buoxuan return safely, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Buoxuan, I'm so relieved you're okay. I was terrified. If anything happened to you, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Auntie, I'm fine. I know my own condition. This has nothing to do with you, and I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your reminder, I would still be in the dark. The three children, exhausted from playing, had eaten lunch and were still napping. You all haven't eaten yet, have you? Look at me. I was so upset that I forgot about this. Aunt Zhang and I will hurry to prepare dinner. Buoxuan, it's been ages since you've had a meal prepared by Auntie. With a smile, Madame Jiang wiped her tears and went to the kitchen. Yi Buoxuan entered the children's room, watching the three children sleep soundly. Yi Buoxuan carefully observed the sleeping Ninfeng. This was his son. The high bridge of her nose and distinct facial features were a miniature version of himself. He had inherited all of his genes. Before long, dinner was ready, and the four gathered in the dining room to eat. Buoxuan, do you still like this flavor? Auntie, your cooking is exquisite, truly a feast for the senses. Even a Michelin chef cannot compare. Madame Jiang smiled. So you think so too? Make sure to eat more. It's already this late, and you must be hungry. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Ming Han. Madame Jiang stepped outside to take the call. Ming Han, don't come back just yet. Buoxuan just returned from the hospital, and I'm afraid that if he sees you and he might faint again from the shock. We can't rush this. It needs to be gradual. The children gradually woke up, and upon seeing Yi Buoxuan back, Ninfeng walked over, gently touching Buoxuan's forehead with her soft little hand. Uncle, are you sick? Does your head still hurt? Mommy says that having good habits will prevent illness, so you must pay attention from now on. Yi Buoxuan smiled, grasping Ninfeng's little hand and pulling her into an embrace. Uncle will listen to Ninfeng and develop good habits from now on. All right. Beside them, Yi Jiaheng felt a twinge of jealousy. His father had never been this affectionate with him. He leaned closer. Daddy, I want to go home. All right, we'll head back soon. Yi Buoxuan affectionately ruffled Jiaheng's chubby little head. After Yi Buoxuan left with Jiaheng, Madame Jiang called Ming Han.at the entrance of Huaran Yijing community. Yi Buoxuan's car passed by Ming Han Car.in the passenger seat. Fang Rushi and the driving Ming Han both spotted Yi Buoxuan. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Yet, Yi Buoxuan remained oblivious, with no recollection of anything in the back seat. Xia Yunqi was engrossed in her phone, entirely unaware of their unusual reactions. Yunqi was preparing for a product launch conference scheduled for the week, having invited several prominent e-commerce figures and influencers for a live broadcast. The venue chosen was the Hilton Hotel in Quanqing. That day, the multifunctional hall of the Hilton Hotel was bustling with activity, with some wine enthusiasts from Quanqing invited for a wine tasting event. The host, clad in a burgundy gown, took to the stage, and a large LCD screen displayed a video from the French Romanée-Conti vineyard. Filmed by a professional crew invited by Frank, capturing the essence of a cinematic masterpiece. They have also invited a somewhat renowned French celebrity to star in the advertisement. Upon a long wine display table, bottles of perfectly aerated red wine are elegantly arranged, and the air is saturated with the rich aroma of fine wine. Every variety of Romanese red wine is meticulously described in 3 languages: Chinese, English, and French, allowing guests to scan a code and view a brief video for each wine. This innovative promotional approach has truly captivated the audience's attention. Today, Yunqi is dressed most splendidly in a form-fitting, floor-length red gown that accentuates her figure exquisitely. Her flowing brown seaweed curls exude a sense of fashion and youthfulness, yet retain that quintessential French romance and sophistication. As she navigates through the crowd, her experience in such settings is evident, effortlessly commanding the atmosphere around her. A pair of eyes follows her closely, observing her as she mingles and engages in jovial conversation about the wines. Yunqi's expertise in wine presentation shines through. Under the dazzling lights, she seamlessly delivers explanations in both Chinese and French. With each wine introduced, a flurry of orders floods in through the online platform, creating a bustling scene in the background. Once all the wines have been presented, Xia Yunqi gracefully settles into a resting area, yearning for a moment of respite. A statuesque, alluring woman with cascading waves of hair approaches her, holding a high-stemmed glass. "Congratulations, General Manager Xia. Today was simply spectacular. I'm in awe, Zhang Wanru. I didn't expect to see you here," Yunqi replies with delight. "How could I miss such an occasion? I, too, have garnered a bit of fame as an online influencer. Your presentation was so captivating that I couldn't resist stocking up on some wine to savor later. Wanru, it's been years. You look even more stunning. Not just men, but even women must envy your figure." "Oh, that's nothing. Today, you are the true center of attention. You should have seen the way those men gazed at you. Wanru, are you still with TL Company? And what about Director Zhao? I resigned shortly after you left. And now I'm with Director Zhao. I've started live streaming. Impressive. You've changed quite a bit over the years. I never imagined you and Director Zhao would actually end up together. Yunqi, I'll let you get back to your busy schedule. Let us catch up another day." Yu Haven't noticed the line of men waiting to chat with you, nearly reaching the hotel entrance. Just as Zhang Wanru departs, a sharply dressed, aloof man approaches. "Miss Xia? Good day." Xia Yunqi lifts her gaze and her heart nearly halts. "Oh my, it's Yi Buoxuan. What brings him to such an event? Hello, Mr. Yi. You recognize me." Yi Buoxuan's expression flickers slightly, a hint of joy beneath his previously frosty demeanor. Yunqi covers her mouth with her hand, clearing her throat internally, thinking, "Not just recognize, after all, we even have a son together. If you've forgotten, I certainly have not. Mr. Yi, it seems that the affluent often forget those of lesser status. We met several years ago. Perhaps you don't recall." As Yunqi speaks, she avoids direct eye contact with Yi Buoxuan, instead focusing on the wine swirling in her glass, stealing glances at him from the corner of her eye. "I apologize. I had an accident and upon waking, I forgot many people and events. Is that so? We were never particularly close. I am aware of you, Mr. Yi, and I doubt you would have noticed someone like me. Miss Yi, your presentation today was incredibly enlightening. I hope to seek your advice in the future if the opportunity arises." Yi Buoxuan, now less imposing, carries a refined elegance. Time indeed is a sculptor, shaping us into forms we may or may not desire. "Buoxuan, I've been searching for you everywhere. What are you doing here?" A delicate voice interrupts. A glamorous woman adorned in designer labels and sparkling jewels strides over. "Miss Yi, congratulations on the success of this event. I'm one of your major clients," she says with a smug smile. Nearby, a secretary calls out, "Xiao Li, come here and introduce yourself. General Manager Xia, this is Su Wanru, the head of Jinshui Company, the largest beverage distributor in Jiangbei." Xia Yunqi is well aware of Jinshui's dominance in the high-end beverage market of Jiangbei. "Miss Xia, what a coincidence. The world turns in unexpected ways. Who would have thought we'd cross paths? Allow me to introduce my husband, Yi Buoxuan, heir to Haixin Group." Su Wanru declares, her expression radiating smugness, as if mocking Yunqi for mistaking a prominent heir for a mere employee. Xia Yunqi is momentarily taken aback but quickly regains her composure. "Indeed? General Manager Su, your prowess in business is commendable, as is your choice in a partner. In the face of adversity, one must often bow beneath the roof of financial necessity. With her company just starting out, she cannot afford to create powerful enemies, unless she bears a grudge against wealth itself." Yi Buoxuan remains silent, merely raising his wine glass towards Xia Yunqi before turning to leave. Su Wanru leans closer to Xia Yunqi, whispering, "Miss Xia, if you wish to thrive in business, Keep your distance from my husband, or else, with a brazen laugh, Su Wanru whirls around to pursue Yi Buoxuan. Xia Yunqi grips her wine glass so tightly that her knuckles turn white, and with a determined tilt of her head, she drains the remaining wine. Su Wanru, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. It's not that I want to repay you. The time simply hasn't come yet. Meanwhile, Su Wanru catches up with Yi Buoxuan. Buoxuan, could you not show me some respect in front of others? You turned and left without a word. What does that mean? Su Wanru, I have already granted you ample consideration. Do not overstep. When did we agree to marry? Is this not a rather absurd situation? Yi Buoxuan regards Su Wanru with a frosty gaze, his demeanor as cold as I see it. Why, Yi Buoxuan? Our child is already quite grown. This is what they call a common-law marriage. If anyone is reluctant to marry, it is certainly not me. Su Wanru lowered her voice and spoke to Yi Buoxuan, not wanting anyone around to overhear. Family trouble should not be aired in public. Everyone knew about her and Yi Buoxuan's illegitimate child. On the surface, Yi Buoxuan pretended not to hold it against her, acting like a loving couple in front of others. Yet, behind closed doors, she understood all too well that Yi Buoxuan had always kept her at arm's length. After Yi Buoxuan's unexpected car accident and subsequent amnesia, she thought her opportunity had arrived. As his former girlfriend, she moved closer to him, devotedly caring for him, never leaving his side. Her genuine efforts touched everyone around Yi Buoxuan, including his parents, who unanimously regarded Su Wanru as the ideal candidate for marriage. However, Yi Buoxuan maintained an unapproachable demeanor towards her. Tio changed this. She cunningly used the pretext of caring for him and providing their child with a perfect family to move into Yi Buoxuan's villa in Jing Mountain. Despite 4 years of close companionship, she failed to win his acceptance. It seemed Yi Buoxuan's body had an innate aversion to women. She exhausted all her means, yet ultimately could not attain his affection. A persistent thorn in her heart was the presence of Xia Yunqi, whom she had been unable to locate despite her relentless efforts over the past 4 years. Just as she was about to give up, Xia Yunqi unexpectedly appeared, having obtained a master's degree abroad and establishing her own vineyard. A turn of events Su Wanru had never anticipated. The thorn that had nearly faded from her consciousness suddenly resurfaced, piercing her once more. She had witnessed the way Yi Buoxuan looked at Xia Yunqi, a gaze she had never received. Today, she pleaded with Yi Buoxuan to attend Xia Yunqi's product launch, intent on observing how the memory-impaired Yi Buoxuan, seemingly immune to all women, would react to Xia Yunqi's presence. She aimed to extinguish Xia Yunqi's hopes while finding solace for herself. However, the situation backfired. She clearly saw the delight in Yi Buoxuan's eyes, a look of a man irresistibly attracted to a woman. Throughout the event, Yi Buoxuan's gaze remained fixed on Xia Yun11. Su Wanru's heart was consumed by a surging tide of jealousy, filled with regret and hatred. Her mind racing with thoughts of how to take revenge on Xia Yunqi. Once a woman's jealousy is ignited, it burns like an uncontrollable fire, easy to ignite but difficult to extinguish. Xia Yunqi's launch event was an unprecedented success. With orders exceeding expectations, the entire company basked in the joy of success, busy preparing for a celebration of their first triumph. Yi Buoxuan increasingly resisted returning to the Jing Mountain Villa, while Su Wanru frequently stayed over. Using their child as an excuse, assuming the role of the mistress of the house, she directed Aunt Shui and other servants in various tasks, embodying the demeanor of a rightful owner. Yi Buoxuan felt uncomfortable about this and had previously discussed it with Su Wanru. Aunt Shui had been with him for many years, and he regarded her as family. Su Wanru reined in her behavior for a time, but soon reverted to her old ways and matters of child-rearing. Aunt Shui and Su Wanru often clashed. Su Wanru excessively indulged Jiaheng, believing that sparing the rod would not foster good habits, which would be hard to correct later. This led to Aunt Shui's considerable frustration. Su Wanru repeatedly suggested that Yi Buoxuan dismiss Aunt Shui. Eventually exhausting his patience, he confronted Su Wanru directly, saying, "Su Wanru, if you cannot tolerate Aunt Shui, then you should leave. Understand this. This home is mine, not yours, and you are not the mistress of this household. Aunt Shui has been here for many years, and I will ensure her well-being. If you cannot accept her, you are free to go. There is no way I will allow Aunt Shui to leave. Yi Buoxuan, I have borne your child, cared for your child, and looked after you. My contributions, both in labor and love, over these years, do they not warrant a single warm word from you? Am I truly worth less than a mere servant in your eyes? Su Wanru sat sobbing on the sofa, a scene that had played out more than once. Yi Buoxuan remained cold-faced, unwilling to utter a word, and stormed out, leaving Su Wanru feeling emboldened to unleash all her pent-up frustrations on the servants, who dared not speak up or show anger. Stepping out of the house, Yi Buoxuan called Dolly. "Dolly, drive over and take me to the hospital. Mr. Yi, is something wrong?" Dolly's voice was filled with concern. "You'll find out when you get here." Moments later, Dolly arrived in a luxurious Maybach, slowly stopping at the villa's entrance. "To the hospital, Mr. Yi. If you're feeling unwell, you could have Dr. Liu come to you. Is it really necessary for you to go to the hospital? Not the provincial hospital, but the district hospital." Dolly looked at Yi Buoxuan with suspicion, puzzled by his actions. Half an hour later, Yi Buoxuan arrived at the same district hospital where he had been treated after collapsing at the Jiang family home, seeking out Dr. Zhang. "Do you remember me?" "Of course, Mr. Yi. With your handsome looks, how could I forget?" Dr. Zhang jokingly replied. "Could you please take a look at this medication?" Yi Buoxuan handed Dr. Zhang a small vial containing the headache medication he regularly took. "Clearly, this vial does not match the contents inside. I will need to analyze this medication, and I can provide you with results tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Zhang. Please keep this matter confidential. I will come to collect the results myself tomorrow." Chapter 46. Questions abound. Exiting the hospital, Yi Buoxuan returned to the card. "Mr. Yi, are you feeling all right?" Dolly asked with concern. "I'm fine." "Dolly, you've been with me the longest. Tell me honestly, 4 years ago, before my accident, was the girl I was with Xia Yunxi?" Dolly paused in surprise. "Mr. Yi, do you remember something?" "Yes, tell me the truth. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you." "Mr. Yi, it's not that I won't tell you. It's just that the elders have instructed me not to disclose anything. If I do, my family will be in jeopardy. You should ask the elders yourself." Dolly's face was filled with distress. Yi Buoxuan did not press Dolly further. He knew that this loyal confidant had been silenced due to the leverage held over his family. Dolly took a different route back to the villa, steering towards the entrance of Huaran Yijing, hoping to jog Yi Buoxuan's memory. Outside, the sun blazed, and a water truck moved slowly ahead, spraying water to cool the hot pavement. The black Maybach trailed behind without any intention of overtaking. As they neared the entrance of Huaran Yijing, Dolly glanced at Yi Buoxuan in the rearview mirror, noting his impassive expression as he stared out the window. Showing no signs of recognition. "Mr. Yi, are you feeling all right today? It seems you didn't eat enough at noon. Perhaps we could stop at this restaurant for a bite?" Yi Buoxuan looked at the small establishment called Four Seasons Dining by the roadside and nodded in agreement. Dolly parked the car at the entrance, and they entered together. It was still early afternoon, and the hall was devoid of customers. Yi Buoxuan walked ahead and naturally chose a table by the window. Dolly surveyed the surroundings, noting that everything remained unchanged, just as it had been 4 years ago. The table Yi Buoxuan selected was the same one he used to share with Yunxi. Dolly ordered 2 dishes and pushed the menu towards Yi Buoxuan. "You can choose. I don't eat much. Mr. Yi, don't you find the ambience familiar?" Dolly's words caused Yi Buoxuan to pause. He looked around again, realizing the implication behind Dolly's statement. Yet, everything around him still felt unfamiliar. He was surprised that Dolly had brought him to such a quaint little restaurant. Given his status, how could he dine in such a place? Seeing that Yi Buoxuan remained oblivious, Dolly sighed and continued to eat in silence. After finishing their meal, Dolly deliberately drove slowly past the entrance of Huaran Yijing. "Mr. Yi, do you have any recollection of this place?" Yi Buoxuan shook his head. Dolly sighed deeply. "Should we head back to the villa?" "Let's go back." Yi Buoxuan still felt uneasy about Jiaheng. The following morning, Yi Buoxuan received a call from Dr. Zhang. "Mr. Yi, the test results for the medication you brought are in. This is a new type of drug for treating mental disorders. It can be confirmed that it offers no benefit for your current condition and may even lead to memory deterioration. If you doubt our results, you may verify them at a larger hospital." "No need. Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Sitting in his executive chair, Yi Buoxuan's forehead throbbed with tension as he slammed his fist onto the sturdy desk, causing his knuckles to bleed. "Hire new secretaries. I want to personally interview them." Yi Buoxuan was acutely aware that his secretary had become utterly ineffectual, having fallen under the control of his parents or Su Wanru, leaving him with no autonomy over his actions. Even the doctors and servants he employed were swiftly replaced. As he contacted previous job applicants in the afternoon, inviting them for interviews at the company the very next day, he selected 2 men and 1 woman, and by the following morning, they had begun their duties. dismissing his previous secretaries, leaving only Dali behind. After appointing the new secretary, the second matter on Yi Buoxuan's agenda was to move out of the villa and return to the ancestral home to accompany his grandmother. Yi Buoxuan's return to the old residence brought immense joy to the elderly matriarch, as among her grandchildren, she held a particular fondness for her eldest grandson. This maneuver by Yi Buoxuan directly stripped Su Wanru of her control. For 2 consecutive days, she brought Yi Jiaheng to the company in search of Yi Buoxuan, only to find that the newly appointed secretary did not recognize her, denying her entry. Naturally, Su Wanru was not one to be trifled with. Her frustration had to find an outlet, and thus she devised a scheme involving Xia Yunqi. Following the previous press conference, Xia Yunqi's company had carved out a niche in the high-end red wine market in the country, gradually gaining some notoriety and attracting returning customers. To replenish her funds, Xia Yunqi was planning a grand project in collaboration with a travel agency, an event that would store 200,000 bottles of red wine and offer a romantic journey to the Bordeaux wine region in France. This initiative was broadcast across major national platforms, with registrations already surpassing 100. Once executed, this project would recoup her initial investments and yield considerable profits, though the costs involved were not insignificant. Su Wanru, of course, was privy to this information and began plotting her own conspiracy. Meanwhile, Yi Buoxuan's brother, Yi Buoxuan, had not been idle either. He arranged to meet Zhang Lin and entrusted him with investigating his private doctor's social connections. Determined to uncover who was conspiring against him, he also hired a private detective to surveil Su Wanru, all of this unfolding quietly in the background. During the weekend, Yi Buoxuan invited Dong Hao, along with Nanfeng and Jiahong, for an outing. They chose a children's play area in a shopping mall, where toddlers were bouncing on trampolines and engaging in miniature castle adventures. Yi Jiahong was thoroughly enjoying himself, engrossed in play with several other children, while Nanfeng showed little interest in the games. "Nanfeng, why aren't you playing?" Yi Buoxuan inquired with concern. "Uncle, those games are for little kids. They're too childish." Nanfeng replied. "Nanfeng, aren't you a little kid too?" Dong Hao teased him. "Dad, I prefer being with Uncle and listening to your conversations." Nanfeng nestled against Yi Buoxuan, tilting his head. Yi Buoxuan affectionately ruffled Nanfeng's hair. "Nanfeng, summer break is approaching. Do you want to stay at Uncle's house for a few days?" Since discovering that Nanfeng was his son, Yi Buoxuan had been perpetually concerned for the little boy. Taking Nanfeng out was easy to explain to Madame Jiang, but he was unsure how to broach the subject with Yunqi. After the red wine press conference, he had contemplated countless times calling Yunqi to arrange a private meeting. However, for Yi Buoxuan, whose memories had yet to return, Xia Yunqi remained a stranger. While it may be commonplace for others to meet with a girl they fancy, it felt like an insurmountable challenge for him. Chapter 47. Divorce. Recently, the company had seen a noticeable increase in business, leading Xia Yunqi to consider hiring 2 additional employees. The recruitment agency had suggested several candidates, but none met her stringent criteria. She sought individuals fluent in both English and French, possessing excellent demeanor, and with a solid background in marketing. While it was relatively straightforward to find candidates for each requirement separately, locating a versatile candidate who met all 3 was evidently a daunting task. On this particular day, while interviewing a new candidate recommended by the talent agency, Xia Yunqi's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she saw an unfamiliar number and instinctively rejected the call. The candidate, named Lin Shui, was significantly more promising than those previously suggested. She was a French exchange student with commendable spoken French, albeit slightly lacking in marketing experience, yet she met all of Yunqi's other requirements. Most importantly, this young woman had a keen interest in red wine and could hold her liquor well, qualities that endeared her to Xia Yunqi. After signing the employment contract, Yunqi instructed her secretary to familiarize Lin Shui with the work, only then recalling the missed call. She dialed back, and to her surprise, the call was answered almost immediately. "Hello, this is Xia Yunqi. I apologize for missing your call earlier. May I ask who is speaking?" "Miss Xia, this is Yi Buoxuan. I trust you remember me. I would like to invite you to dinner this evening, if convenient." His deep, magnetic voice resonated through the line. Xia Yunqi found herself momentarily stunned. Even after 4 years, she instantly recognized Yi Buoxuan's voice. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Miss Xia, are you still on the line? All right, please send me the location via text." With that, Xia Yunqi ended the call. Yi Buoxuan, taken aback by Xia Yunqi's prompt agreement, quickly added her on WeChat and sent her the address. After hanging up, Xia Yunqi's heart remained unsettled for quite some time. Meanwhile, Yi Buoxuan, Having concluded the call, promptly contacted Dali to arrange his return to the Jing Shan villa. After a meticulous selection, he donned a light-colored suit, which accentuated his youthfulness. As he prepared to pick up Jia Hong from school, Aunt Shui noticed Yi Buoxuan descending the stairs in his light blue suit, his mood evidently elevated, perhaps due to the attire that made him appear significantly younger. Buoxuan, is there a reason for your apparent joy? Aunt Shui, for now, it's a secret. I promise to share the news with you when the time is right. Yi Buoxuan descended the stairs and gave Aunt Shui a gentle embrace before cheerfully heading out. Aunt Shui watched his retreating figure in astonishment. This was the first time in 4 years since Yi Buoxuan's amnesia that he had displayed such affection, leading her to mistakenly believe that her young master had regained his memories. At the Michelin restaurant, Yi Buoxuan reserved a private room with a view of the street, where romantic, soft music enveloped every corner, making time feel as though it had slowed down. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yunqi arrived, clad in a form-fitting light blue gown, at the entrance of the Michelin restaurant. The handsome European host at the door courteously guided her to the private room, using both fluent English and halting Chinese. Stealing glances at Xia Yunqi as she passed in such an upscale dining establishment, while the host often encountered beautiful women, few left an indelible impression that warranted a second look. Both were serendipitously dressed in shades of light blue, exuding an elegant aura that captured the attention of the seasoned host, who couldn't help but admire them. Upon seeing Xia Yunqi approaching, Yi Buoxuan momentarily froze, instinctively extending his hand for a handshake, which Xia Yunqi politely reciprocated. The moment their hands met, Yi Buoxuan felt an inexplicable shiver run through him. Miss Xia, I sincerely apologize for not reaching out in the past 4 years. I believe you are already aware of the reasons. Xia Yunqi nodded, taking a sip of the tangy lime juice. Over the years, I've heard from Nanfeng's grandmother that you have faced many challenges. It must have been tough. Yi Buoxuan, unable to contain himself, reached across the table to grasp Xia Yunqi's hand. She gently resisted for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Xia Yunqi, why did you not contact me over these 4 years? You must have endured hardship raising a child and studying in a foreign land. Buoxuan, do you recall our past together? Xia Yunqi's response was evasive. Yi Buoxuan was momentarily taken aback. He indeed had yet to regain those memories. Xia Yunqi, I will gradually recover my memories, Mr. Yi. To you, I must be akin to a stranger now. As is Nanfeng. You remain unaware of what transpired 4 years ago that compelled me to leave the country and give birth to Nanfeng. With that, Xia Yunqi withdrew her hand from his grasp. Yi Buoxuan observed tears welling in her eyes, acutely aware that he was still in the dark. Mr. Yi, if your invitation to meet today is solely because Nanfeng is your child, then it is unnecessary. For years ago, we reached an agreement. You owe nothing to us. Xia Yunqi produced the agreement for him to see. Yi Buoxuan skimmed its contents, feeling a weight in his chest. Mr. Yi, for years ago, you concealed your wealth and married me in secret out of fear that I would covet your fortune. Correct? We remain from 2 disparate worlds. If that is the case, let us make this clear. That marriage certificate holds no significance. When shall we proceed with the divorce, allowing each of us to go our separate ways without interference? We were married? Yi Buoxuan exclaimed in astonishment. Surely you do not believe I am like that Miss Su from your family, eager to bear your child? Xia Yunqi scoffed. Though I, Xia Yunqi, hail from humble beginnings, I do understand principles of propriety. Nanfeng is my son, a legitimate child, not an illegitimate one. Over these 4 years, without you, we have thrived, and we shall continue to do so. Xia Yunqi rose from her seat, the exquisite dishes before her untouched. Yunqi, you may choose to reject me, but Nanfeng cannot be without a father. I implore you for another chance. I shall take responsibility for both you and Nanfeng. Please provide Nanfeng with a home, a complete home. Yi Buoxuan grasped Xia Yunqi's hand with an almost pleading urgency. Was this truly the proud and haughty Yi Buoxuan, brought low to bow before her? As Xia Yunqi gazed into Yi Buoxuan's eyes, cold as ice, she discerned a suppressed tenderness akin to the stars and the ocean. Xia Yunqi dared not linger. She feared her heart would soften once more, leading her to fall hopelessly in love with him. A man like Yi Buoxuan was beyond the control of an ordinary woman like herself. He was not to be feared, but rather the company he kept. For the sake of Nanfeng's safe upbringing, she must distance herself from turmoil and from Yi Buoxuan. Chapter 48. The eldest grandson of the Yi family on the weekend. Yi Buoxuan persuaded Dong how to bring Nanfeng out. Nanfeng was taken to the Yi family estate, where all the servants had mobilized for a thorough cleaning 2 days prior. Yi old lady had prepared a room next to her own on the second floor, transforming it into a children's room filled with the latest and most expensive toys available. Yi Buoxuan had gifted Nanfeng a Shiba Inu puppy that had just turned 1 month old, a bait to entice Nanfeng to the old estate. This was the eldest grandson of the Yi family, the future heir of Haixin Group. The Yi family estate was nearly adorned for a celebration. As Dong Hao brought Nanfeng outside, he spun a tale for Yunqi, claiming they were merely going out for the weekend and might stay at a hotel if it got too late. Returning on Sunday, trusting Dong Hao, Yunqi harbored no suspicions. Recently, Yunqi had been preoccupied with the project involving the French wine estate, overwhelmed with work and feeling guilty for not being able to accompany Nanfeng. Since Dong Hao frequently took Nanfeng out before, she did not think much of it this time. Yi old lady, dressed impeccably early in the morning, sent servants to keep an eye on the entrance for her great-grandson's arrival. Around 10 o'clock, Dong Hao's flashy Lamborghini pulled up to the estate. Upon hearing the horn, Yi old lady eagerly pulled Yi Buoxuan outside. Nanfeng emerged from the car, donned in a white outfit adorned with blue stripes and matching sneakers. His fair face making him irresistibly charming. The sight of Nanfeng, Yi old lady's heart melted. She wished to cradle him in her mouth for fear of melting, to hold him in her hands for fear of burning. Nanfeng rushed into Yi Buoxuan's arms, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "Uncle, I dreamed of you last night." "Come, Nanfeng, this is your great-grandmother." "Hello, great-grandmother." Nanfeng approached and enveloped Yi old lady in a warm embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek. This French-style enthusiasm delighted Yi old lady immensely. Just then, the sound of a puppy's whimper caught Nanfeng's attention. "Uncle, do you have a puppy?" Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Nanfeng, that is a gift from your great-grandmother. Go find it." Following the sound, Nanfeng discovered a sun-kissed grandfather fitting a collar onto the little Shiba Inu, with a golden-orange back and a snowy white belly. The adorable puppy lay on a soft mat, tugging at its collar with its front paws. The little Shiba Inu, upon seeing Nanfeng approach, sized him up before wagging its tail in friendliness. Nanfeng stepped forward, extending his small hand to stroke the puppy's fluffy neck. Seeing the puppy's acceptance, he boldly scooped it up. "Grandfather, what is its name?" Zhangbo carefully studied little Nanfeng, seeing the resemblance to the young master. "I haven't named it yet. Why don't you give it a name?" "Really? Godfather, uncle, is it mine? Can I name it?" "Of course. Your color resembles that of an orange, and you're as plump as a ball. So let's call you Orange." The little Shiba Inu seemed to understand, licking Nanfeng's small hand with its pink tongue, causing Nanfeng to burst into laughter. For the entire morning, Nanfeng frolicked with Orange in the garden, and by noon, his pristine outfit was no longer recognizable. "This little rascal is just like you were as a child," Yi old lady said to Buoxuan with affectionate indulgence. A wardrobe had long been prepared for Nanfeng. And after lunch, he took a bath, changed into fresh clothes, and settled down for a nap. The little Shiba Inu, now clean, curled up at the foot of Nanfeng's bed, watching Nanfeng play until exhaustion and drift into a sweet slumber. Yi old lady found it hard to leave. She longed to remain by his side at all times. In the living room, Yi old lady inquired with concern, "Buoxuan, have you seen Yunqi?" Yi Buoxuan recounted his encounter with Yunqi. Do not blame Yunqi. You cannot imagine what she endured. Dong Hao had lured Yunqi into a trap under the pretense of being Yi Buoxuan, nearly leading her to a hotel assault. Thankfully, Jiang Minghan arrived just in time to rescue the pregnant Yunqi. Had she been delayed, the consequences would have been dire. Recalling the incident, Dong Hao felt a lingering dread. That man deserves to die. Yi Buoxuan's eyes flashed with venomous intensity. "Buoxuan, things are not so simple." At that time, Yunqi was merely an ordinary employee at TL Company, having never offended anyone. Consider, how could she have provoked such a villain? There must be someone behind this, as I have investigated. That man, convicted of attempted rape, received a 4-year sentence and is likely out by now. Poor Yunqi had nowhere to turn, pregnant and unable to contact you during her time of need. She was utterly forsaken. The old lady's heart ached for her granddaughter-in-law, tears streaming down her face. Yi Buoxuan, his expression as cold as ice, gently patted his grandmother's back. "Grandmother, I will uncover the truth." Nanfeng spent 2 joyous days at the Yi family estate before returning to the Jiang household, which was bustling with excitement. Jiang Minghan was pregnant again. Upon learning this, Mrs. Jiang and Jiakong organized a celebratory banquet over the weekend. Jiakong's family had a tradition of passing down only sons, and after having one, he had longed for a son. With Minghan expecting once more, Jiakong insisted she close her taekwondo studio and focus on her pregnancy. Now that Jiakong's business was thriving, he dismissed Minghan's modest earnings. Treating her like a prized panda to be cherished, he laid down strict rules. No lifting, no carrying, no practicing, and simply to focus on nurturing the baby. They eagerly awaited Minghan to give birth to a healthy boy. Yunqi teased, "Minghan, if you continue like this, you'll truly become a chubby panda by the time you give birth." Yunqi organized the inaugural 100-person French red wine romantic journey, which garnered significant online attention. This large-scale booking event at the Kempinski Hotel attracted over 1,000 wine enthusiasts, with more than 300 attendees pre-ordering wines worth over 200,000 yuan. The event successfully recouped nearly 100 million yuan, yielding a profit of 40 million after costs. There were only 100 spots available for the first trip to France, with winners selected through a live drawing. Those who did not win eagerly anticipated the results, hoping to be selected for the next journey. This grand event, featuring 100 participants, was a significant undertaking, and Yunqi liaised with the largest travel agency in the country to facilitate it, actively participating herself. After more than 10 days of intense preparation, over 100 wine enthusiasts boarded the Romani private jet, embarking on a week-long romantic wine journey in France. Chapter 49. Trending. There is a reason France is the most visited country in the world. Not only does it boast the finest wines and cuisine, but it also features some of the most beautiful destinations. Each summer, the endless lavender fields make Provence one of the most enchanting places in France. The Nankai Abbey, surrounded by flower fields, is a 12th-century church nestled in the tranquil countryside near Gourds. Each June and July, it is enveloped in a sea of purple, from the fragrant expanses of Provence to the undulating vineyards and steep canyons. As well as towering sand dunes and majestic villages, France offers countless breathtaking locales. 100 guests gathered at the Romani winery to indulge in a lavish feast of wine and French cuisine. The event was streamed live, captivating wine enthusiasts back home. Participants at the venue frequently interacted with those online, stirring excitement among the viewers. Less than 30 minutes into the live banquet, as everyone savored the exquisite wines and gourmet offerings, a wine enthusiast suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth, sending the crowd into a panic. Frank called for emergency medical assistance, but before the ambulance arrived, another enthusiast fell, also foaming at the mouth. Someone exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with the wine?" As soon as the words left their lips, panic ensued. The wine served that night was complimentary, and everyone had indulged heartily. If the wine were tainted, it would be a grave concern. The scene was in utter disarray, with a chorus of boos emanating from viewers watching the live broadcast online within the country. Soon, the video made its way onto a popular platform, swiftly climbing the trending charts on Weibo, revealing the stark truth through vivid imagery. Photos of two individuals, intoxicated and convulsing, were rapidly circulated domestically. Major media outlets vied for attention, proclaiming headlines such as, "Is the romantic journey of Romani wine a path to death? The ultimate voyage of Romani and the death kiss of Romani." These reports dominated the news cycle, as netizens began to vocally condemn the Romani company for its alleged negligence, with some even sharing images of the two victims, claiming they had succumbed to alcohol poisoning. Those self-proclaimed champions of justice, the keyboard warriors, showed no inclination to uncover the truth behind the situation. Instead, they relentlessly targeted the Romani company with scathing attacks and vitriol, culminating in a wave of online harassment. The comments section was rife with accusations against Romani, with one user even exposing that the company's general manager was Xia Yunqi, sharing her photograph online. It was soon revealed that Yunqi was pregnant out of wedlock, allegedly entangled with a certain heir to a billion-dollar fortune from Quanqing, as a means to secure his wealth, having secretly given birth to an illegitimate child. Although the name Yi Buoxuan was not publicly disclosed online, it was an open secret among netizens who the affluent heir from Quanqing could possibly be Yi Buoxuan, who typically had no interest in gossip. Found himself engrossed in such news when he stumbled upon it the following morning. He promptly forwarded the information to Yi Buoxuan, who, upon reading the slanderous comments about Yunqi, clenched his jaw in anger. Who dared to meddle with his affairs? Just then, Dong Hao called, "Buoxuan, have you seen the trending news?" "I have. That I will find a way to handle this matter and ensure Yunqi remains unharmed." Yi Buoxuan, having navigated the treacherous waters of business for years, understood the implications of mismanagement. Failure could tarnish his reputation irrevocably, while a successful resolution could serve as an invaluable opportunity for increased visibility. He summoned Dali and instructed him on how to proceed. Dali arrived with 2 accomplices as they rushed to the Romani company, where they were met by a throng of agents and wine enthusiasts demanding refunds and returns. The company's employees, overwhelmed by the pressure, began reaching out to Yunqi for guidance, while a few timid staff members slipped away to avoid repercussions. Only the newly hired Lin Shui and a handful of brave employees remained at the company. Jiang Minghan and Dong Hao, naturally concerned for Yunqi, inquired about her well-being in France. Fortunately, aside from the 2 individuals taken to the hospital, the rest were unharmed. Yunqi and Frank ensured the other travelers were settled and sought the assistance of local authorities for an investigation. The online discourse surged in intensity, evidently orchestrated by hired commentators. Some accused Xia Yunqi of seducing the wealthy heir, while others labeled her a mistress. Yunqi, how despicable they are! Who is spreading such baseless rumors? Yunqi was infuriated, and she suspected that this entire debacle was orchestrated by Su Wanru. Yunqi, take care of yourself. The truth will eventually emerge. Jiang Minghan consoled her, feeling utterly helpless. Watching Yunqi endure unjust online attacks nearly drove her to the brink of fury. Had she known the perpetrator's identity, she would have relished the chance to exact revenge. In a hospital in France, Yunqi paced anxiously, awaiting the test results. She was, indeed, inexperienced in handling such crises. That moment. Her phone rang. It was Yi Buoxuan. "Xia Yunqi, are you with anyone right now? First and foremost, ensure your safety. Then, follow my instructions." "What should I do?" Yi Buoxuan represented her last hope. "You need to live-stream your current situation and that of the affected travelers. The less transparency there is, the more speculation and distortion of facts will proliferate online. Conversely, if you're open about it, there will be less room for wild conjecture. Have faith that righteousness will prevail. I'm managing things here. The primary issue is that some individuals are at the company demanding refunds. I don't know how to handle it. Don't concern yourself with the domestic situation. I've already arranged for someone to handle it. By the way, where is our marriage certificate?" "Why do you need the marriage certificate?" Yunqi questioned, only to realize Yi Buoxuan's intentions that it's at home, in our place at China Resources Yijing. Jiang Minghan has the key. "And Dali knows the location?" "Understood. Take care of yourself." At the entrance of the Romani company, 2 armored cash transport vehicles were stationed. Dali, accompanied by his 2 associates, set up 2 tables laden with cash-filled safes. Flanked by armed guards, Dali briefed Lin Shui on what to say, and her eyes lit up with determination. "Dear agents and wine enthusiasts, we thank you for your trust in Romani. I am here on behalf of our general manager, Xia Yunqi, to address this matter." Lin Shui paused, and the crowd gradually quieted. "I in front of you. The cash transport vehicles are here. Anyone wishing to return products or request refunds can bring them here, and we will settle all accounts on the spot, ensuring no one suffers a loss. For those who continue to trust Romani and believe in our strength and quality, our general manager will conduct a live broadcast from France, and the truth will soon be revealed. If the 2 individuals hospitalized due to Romani wine are indeed victims of poisoning, we will compensate tenfold. Should the French authorities conclude that our wine is of impeccable quality, Romani will gladly accept returns. Rest assured, these cash transport vehicles stand ready. Romani will not evade responsibility." Upon hearing these words, the previously raucous crowd demanding refunds fell silent. After all, waiting a little longer would not result in a loss. In any case, this transaction was unlikely to incur any deficit. Dali, along with Yi Buoxuan, drove to the China Resources Yijing residence, parking in the underground garage. "Yi, does this place seem familiar to you?" Yi Buoxuan shook his head, and Dali sighed. Jiang Minghan had arrived first, searching for the marriage certificate under Yunqi's direction. As Yi Buoxuan surveyed the small apartment, fleeting memories surged within him. On the balcony, the orchid he had gifted Yunqi still thrived, and he could almost envision her gently tending to its elongated leaves. In the modest kitchen, he recalled her bustling presence. The more he tried to concentrate, the sharper the pain in his head became. "Take it slow, Yi. Don't force it." At that moment, Jiang Minghan produced the marriage certificate and handed it to Yi Buoxuan. The small red booklet depicted a youthful and radiant Yunqi from 4 years prior. Resembling a pristine white lotus, are you feeling all right? Jiang Minghan inquired with concern. Yes, I'll be fine shortly, da. Yi Buoxuan sat on the sofa, massaging his temples. Dolly, get in touch with the media. Find the best writer to compose an inspiring article as per my instructions, and attach this evidence to prove the legitimacy of my marriage to Yunqi. She is not a mistress. Should we consult the elders or Miss Su regarding this? No need. Just proceed as I instructed. Meanwhile, in France, Yunqi remained at the hospital, attending to the 2 poisoned clients, while the domestic wine enthusiasts anxiously awaited the live stream for the final outcome, in the towering building of the Su Group. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Su Wanru animatedly recounted her accomplishments to her father, while Madame Su occasionally applauded her daughter's triumphs. Dad, Xia Yunqi has truly overstepped this time. Even the mightiest deities cannot save her now. When the agents and wine enthusiasts collectively confront her, and she has boasted of a 110 compensation, she can expect nothing less than bankruptcy. Wanru, will Yi Buoxuan marry you after this? Once Xia Yunqi faces ruin and disgrace, Yi Buoxuan will surely recognize my worth. The adage that women are pragmatic and men even more so was evident in Su Wanru's expression of victorious satisfaction. In the hospital, Yunqi anxiously awaited the results. Due to the live stream, the French police were also involved in the investigation. The test results soon emerged. The red wine consumed at the banquet exhibited no issues, and the 2 travelers had returned to normal health without life-threatening conditions. However, it was discovered that both individuals suffered from epilepsy, and a substantial quantity of phenobarbital was found in their stomachs, confirmed by the hospital as the trigger for their seizure. As for why they had ingested such a large dosage of phenobarbital, that remained a mystery only they could unravel. With the wine deemed safe, the wine enthusiasts traveling in France felt reassured and resumed their unfinished romantic journey. Yunqi and Frank led the travelers onward, continuing the live broadcast, while the 2 affected travelers had their journey prematurely halted, handed over to domestic authorities by the French police for further investigation. The crowd gathered outside the Romani company gradually began to disperse, with no one willing to seek refunds or returns. After all, everyone still harbored hopes of being selected in the next grand lottery, dreaming of embarking on an impromptu journey. Online comments began to surface. Echoing a different sentiment, the online trolls shifted their focus onto Romani company's general manager, Xia Yunqi, accusing her of leveraging her beauty to ascend through the ranks, seducing wealthy men, and secretly bearing an illegitimate child abroad before returning home to stake a claim on fortunes. Articles proliferated, pushing the narrative to its zenith, crafting an utterly disparaging persona for Xia Yunqi, branding her as a universally despised mistress. The internet overflowed with vitriol, with derogatory remarks labeling her as a promiscuous white lotus. Some individuals even went to the Romani company to unfurl banners, and the online outrage spilled into real-life repercussions. Yi Buoxuan observed the cacophony of online vitriol with a detached demeanor, choosing to remain inactive. Mr. Yi, the articles you requested have been prepared. When shall we publish them? Let the dust settle for a while. Contact the media, hot search platforms, and reporters across major websites, and hint that you possess insider information. Just wait. This first-hand news will attract plenty of attention. We've even saved on advertising costs. As anticipated, the moment the news broke, everyone clamored to ride the wave of hype, with some minor internet celebrities even live-streaming right outside the Romani company. Just as one wave began to recede, another rose, pushing Lin Shui and the company's employees to the brink of despair. Suddenly, an article titled, "Is she the original wife or the mistress?" The woman behind Romani company emerged in the public eye, vividly narrating the romantic tale of Xia Yunqi and a wealthy heir falling in love at first sight after her graduation, swiftly entering the sanctity of marriage, complete with photographic evidence and a marriage certificate dated 4 years prior. The fairy tale of Cinderella and her Prince Charming had manifested in real life, with the token of their love being the 5-colored orchid nurtured by Zhang Bo after marriage. The independent and resilient Xia Yunqi was unsatisfied with merely being a housewife. Instead, she fought her way through the corporate landscape, earning her first pot of gold through sheer determination. Subsequently, she traveled to France for further studies, achieving a master's degree with outstanding results. Upon her return, she established the Romani company, an inspiring narrative that swept through the online realm, instantly dispelling the previous slander. The ignorant netizens realized they had been deceived, swiftly pivoting to denounce the earlier falsehoods, showering her with praise as vehemently as they had once criticized. The entire incident began to reverse course, the tide shifting favorably, and as some minor internet influencers sought to capitalize on the newfound attention. They dubbed their efforts as promoting positive energy. The moment Romani's wine hit the shelves, it was sold out in an instant, with domestic stock nearly depleted. The 5-colored orchids, symbolic of love, fetched an astonishing price of 100,000 per pot online. What was being sold was not merely orchids. It was evidently a representation of love, resonating perfectly with the tastes of ordinary people. It narrated the tale of a girl from a humble background empowering herself, marrying a wealthy gentleman, and ascending to the pinnacle of life in no time. Zhang Bo's long-stored 5-colored orchids were completely sold out, leaving him bewildered as to how Yi Buoxuan managed to sell them off. The internet bestowed upon Xia Yunqi a melodious epithet, the Orchid Fairy, Chapter 51. Warmed by affection, Yunqi was naturally aware of the outcome. To be frank, she wholeheartedly admired Yi Buoxuan's adeptness in handling matters. Had it not been for his intervention, her company might have faced bankruptcy. Now, with her reputation soaring, she suddenly recognized the power of visibility. Upon returning from France, Yunqi took 2 decisive actions. First, she dismissed the employees who had fled at the onset of the crisis. And second, she began to recruit talent to strengthen her team. With the company back on track, she contemplated inviting Yi Buoxuan to dinner to express her gratitude in person. The 2 tourists who had returned from France were summoned to the police station. And all this transpired in secrecy. Eventually, the 2 were unable to withstand the police's separate questioning. They had no counter-surveillance skills and quickly revealed their backers, pointing the finger at the Su group. This time, Su Wanru had truly shot herself in the foot. Had she not paid a hefty sum for a scapegoat, she would have been implicated as well. Following this incident, Su Wanru's hatred for Xia Yunqi intensified beyond measure. With the elderly matriarch Ye's birthday approaching, Su Wanru devised a plan to curry favor with her, knowing that the elderly had a soft spot for grandchildren, especially since Yi Buoxuan was most obedient to his grandmother. In the past, Ye's grandmother had vigorously advocated for her marriage to Yi Buoxuan. Over the years, she had exerted considerable effort in front of Ye's parents, only to discover that they had no control over Yi Buoxuan. Recently, after Yi Buoxuan moved out of the Jing Mountain Villa to reside in the Yi family's old mansion, she realized that her previous efforts had been misdirected. Knowing that the elderly matriarch adored jade, Su Wanru commissioned a pair of exquisite Hatian jade jewelry at a high price, intending to present it to the matriarch on her birthday, hoping to win her favor and perhaps secure a formal acknowledgement through Yi Jiaheng's influence. At a Yangzhou restaurant, a woman dressed in a traditional qipao, with delicate features, played a tune titled Spring in Jiangnan, her slender fingers gliding gracefully over the instrument, producing a beautiful melody. Yunqi had invited Yi Buoxuan to dinner that evening to personally express her gratitude. Since she was treating someone to a meal, she was determined to show her sincerity. Arriving early, she settled in a corner of the hall, captivated by the performance, unknowingly losing herself in the enchanting music. The moment Yi Buoxuan entered the hall, he spotted Yunqi immersed in the music. Choosing not to disturb her, he approached only after the performance concluded. Yunqi. Xia Yunqi snapped back to reality. Mr. Yi, you arrived early? I apologize. I was entranced. I just got here. Today, Xia Yunqi donned a delicate outfit in begonia pink, which accentuated her skin, giving the impression of being as fresh as DW. Yi Buoxuan couldn't help but glance at her a couple of times. This shade was not something everyone could carry. It could appear elegant on a refined individual, but utterly out of place on someone unrefined. Mr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your assistance during the recent ordeal, and I wish to convey my sincere appreciation in person. I visited the Huaranijing property and recalled many past events. Yi Buoxuan's response seemed evasive. Have you regained your memory? Yunqi, taken aback, replied, it's coming back in fragments. Ive recalled many moments we shared. Xia Yunqi felt her cheeks flush. Yi Buoxuan paused for a moment. Just then, a server approached to inquire about their meal preferences. Let us go with the specialties, they said in unison, sharing a smile that alleviated the awkward tension. Curious about Yi Buoxuan's circumstances, Yunqi learned that he had moved back to the Yi family's old residence. Yunqi, after regaining consciousness, I lost my memories. Although Su Wanru and my parents told me she is my fiancée and that she is pregnant, I have always felt indifferent towards her. Even after she insisted on giving birth to Jiaheng and moved in with me. We have never been together. Why are you sharing this with me? Yunqi understood Yi Buoxuan's intent. Her cheeks reddened, yet she feigned ignorance. I want you to understand that I have no recollection of who I was before. But the moment I laid eyes on you after my memory loss, I knew you were the woman I sought. If given a chance to start over, I would still pursue you. Was this still the previously taciturn Yi Buoxuan? When had he learned to speak so sweetly? Yet, she found his words quite endearing. Noticing Yunqi's lack of rejection, Yi Buoxuan boldly dropped the bombshell. Yunqi, technically, we are legally married now that I've introduced Nanfeng to my grandmother. And she adores him. Next week is my grandmother's birthday, and I would like to take you and Nanfeng back to the old residence to celebrate. Would you be willing? The unexpected news left Yunqi momentarily speechless. When did you meet Nanfeng? I was unaware of this. This must be the doing of Dong Hao. Why Yi Buoxuan had inadvertently sold out Dong Hao in his haste. Please don't blame Dong Hao. He only had the child's best interests at heart. After all, Nanfeng yearns for a normal family. Nanfeng was Xia Yunqi's soft spot. Every time he inquired when he could meet his father, her heart ached. She longed to provide Nanfeng with a complete family, yet Su Wanru and her child formed an insurmountable chasm within her. Yunqi, if you don't refuse, I'll take it as your consent. Knowing you'll visit her will undoubtedly bring joy to my grandmother. At that moment, the server brought the dishes to their table, inadvertently pulling the door shut behind them. Yi Buoxuan, unable to contain himself, sat beside Yunqi, and before she could object, he embraced her, kissing her soft lips that resembled dewdrops. In the blink of an eye, Ye's grandmother's birthday arrived. Early in the morning, Yunqi prepared herself, donning the begonia pink outfit once more. Believing this color would bring a festive cheer to the celebration, little Nanfeng, wanting to match with his mother, wore a light blue suit complemented by a pink Baotie da. Yi Buoxuan had specifically purchased a brand new Rolls-Royce, personally driving to pick up the duo. Uncle, today is Grandma's birthday, right? I want to give her a gift, but I'm unsure of what she likes. As long as Nanfeng goes to celebrate Grandma's birthday, she will be delighted. No gifts are necessary? Bo Xian, gifts are indeed essential. I have heard that grandmother has a fondness for jade artifacts. Surely, she possesses an abundance of jade jewelry. Therefore, I have prepared a string of Australian pearls to present to her. The elderly lady enjoys wearing traditional Chinese attire, and pearls make for exquisite adornments. Yunqi took out the set of pearl jewelry that she had asked Feng Rushi to purchase. Your taste is impeccable. Grandmother will undoubtedly adore it. Although Yi Buoxuan was not particularly knowledgeable about jewelry, he recognized the value of the splendid, lustrous pearls that sparkled brilliantly. While money was merely a number to him, Yunqi's gesture signified her acceptance of the Yi family and her embrace of her relationship with Yi Buoxuan. A warm feeling enveloped his heart as he realized, unbeknownst to him, he had fallen in love with Xia Yunqi. Chapter 52. Fashion Faux Pas. Who's awkward? Today, the Yi family residence was bustling with activity, being one of the most popular days of the year. The matriarch, dressed in a black silk qipao adorned with golden threaded red peonies, exuded a noble and benevolent aura that belied her advanced age. Yi Jingxing and Shen Huixian welcomed the guests arriving to celebrate the birthday. Mr. and Mrs. arrived early with Su Wanru and Yi Jiaheng. Today, Su Wanru had deliberately donned a pink ensemble, complemented by an exquisite set of diamond tassel jewelry, making her stand out among the guests. Young Jiaheng was attired in a small black tailcoat, looking quite dapper, though a bit portly, resembling an adorable little penguin. The early guests, well aware of Su Wanru's identity, greeted her warmly, and she carried herself with the poise befitting the future daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Yi Jingxing and Shen Huixian exchanged pleasantries with Mr. and Mrs. Su, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The mother signaled Su Wanru to take Yi Jiaheng to greet their grandmother. Understanding the cue, Su Wanru approached the matriarch. Grandmother, Wanru wishes you a happy birthday, wishing you longevity like the southern mountain and blessings as vast as the eastern sea. As Su Wanru was about to present her gift, a stir arose among the crowd as they whispered and gazed towards the entrance. There stood Yi Buoxuan, the heir of the Haixin group, elegantly clad in a meticulously tailored blue suit, accompanied by a small boy in a matching blue suit adorned with an adorable pink bow tie. The onlookers were captivated by the striking resemblance between father and son. As if they were two versions of the same model, Yi Buoxuan paused at the doorway to glance back, only to see a stunning woman in a pink ensemble making her entrance. The guests in the courtyard whispered among themselves. Su Wanru could not help but notice. Xia Yunqi, with her porcelain-like skin, looked extraordinarily captivating in that pink outfit. In contrast, Su Wanru's slightly darker complexion, despite her application of the finest foundation, could not conceal her yellow undertone. Compared to Xia Yunqi, the same outfit on Su Wanru seemed devoid of elegance, resembling borrowed attire. Had it not been for the dazzling diamond tassel jewelry enhancing her appearance, the outfit would have fallen flat. She had never anticipated that Xia Yunqi and Yi Buoxuan had a son, one nearly the same age as Yi Jiaheng. The thought of wanting to reduce Xia Yunqi and Yi Buoxuan's son to mere pulp crossed her mind. After returning to the country, Xia Yunqi had been preoccupied with work and had entrusted Nan Feng to Mrs. Jiang, inadvertently avoiding potential troubles instigated by Su Wanru's temperament. Gazing at the identical pink outfits worn by herself and Su Wanru, she felt a surge of indignation. It was as if sparks were about to ignite. The saying goes, fashion faux pas is not fearsome. It's the one who is awkward. Naturally, Xia Yunqi did not expect to encounter Su Wanru in the same outfit, and she felt a twinge of trepidation, especially with so many guests present at the matriarch's birthday celebration. Yi Buoxuan noticed Xia Yunqi's unease and wrapped his arm around her slender waist as they made their way into the garden. The guests parted to create a pathway, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Upon seeing the little Nan Feng, the matriarch's wrinkled face broke into a radiant smile, rising from her seat to greet him. "Oh, my precious great-grandson is here. Come to your great-grandmother so I can have a good look at you, my dear. Have you grown taller in these past few days?" Young Nan Feng, equally fond of his great-grandmother, dashed over to her, embracing her warmly and planting a resounding kiss on her cheek, eliciting joyous laughter from the matriarch. "Hello, grandmother. Yunqi wishes you a happy birthday. May you celebrate this day for many years to come. And may you never age. Ah, my beloved granddaughter-in-law, you have finally come. I have missed you dearly." The matriarch's affection for Xia Yunqi was unmistakable, as she regarded her as the sole granddaughter-in-law. "Grandmother, it is Yunqi's unfilial behavior for not visiting you until now. Let bygones be bygones. What matters is that you both cherish each other moving forward. That is all that concerns me, grandmother. This is a token of my esteem for you. I hope you will like it. Let me see what treasure my granddaughter-in-law has bestowed upon me." The matriarch, brimming with childlike excitement, unwrapped the exquisitely packaged gift before the esteemed guests. What lay before her was a stunning set of pearl jewelry. "Beautiful, beautiful. My granddaughter-in-law has impeccable taste. I absolutely adore it. Come, Buoxuan, don't just stand there. Help your grandmother put it on. Today, let me be the queen." Yi Buoxuan smiled knowingly. It was evident that the bond between the grandmother and grandson was profound. As the matriarch adorned herself with the pearl jewelry gifted by Yunqi, the lustrous pearls accentuated her black qipao, radiating elegance and grace. "My dearest ancestor, this jewelry suits you perfectly. It is truly exquisite." The guests were unanimous in their praise. Su Wanru, seething with rage, quietly urged Yi Jiaheng, "Jiaheng, go tell your great-grandmother that mother has also prepared a gift for her." Young Jiaheng, oblivious to the underlying tension, cheerfully approached the matriarch. "Great-grandmother, my mother asked me to tell you that she has prepared a gift for you too." Laughter erupted among the guests, while Su Wanru gritted her teeth in frustration, muttering under her breath, "Useless child." With her composure fraying, she mustered the courage to approach. "Grandmother, this is a birthday gift from Wanru to you. Please have a look and see if you like it." "No need, Wanru. No need to open it. You have already gone to so much trouble. Just place it there." Su Wanru awkwardly set down the set of Hatian jade jewelry on a nearby table, not even afforded the opportunity to unveil it. The guests promptly presented their gifts as well, while the steward diligently recorded each one. That moment, Yi Jiaheng ran over to Nan Feng. "Nan Feng, let us go play. Brother Jiaheng, great-grandmother gifted me a puppy named Orange. Let me show you. It is exceptionally adorable." The two boys, hand in hand, scampered towards the rear garden, while Su Wanru's expression turned a shade of green with fury. Today had been a total embarrassment. She glared at Yi Buoxuan and Yunqi, who were engaged in light-hearted banter with the matriarch. Yi Buoxuan's gaze towards Xia Yunqi was filled with warmth, a look he had never bestowed upon her. And Su Wanru felt an ache in her heart. She had lost, utterly and completely, yet she was unwilling to accept her fate. What was to become of her future? What of ye Jiaheng? As Su Wanru contemplated her next move. MRS, you could no longer bear the spectacle. Wanru, gather Jiaheng and let us return. There is no need to draw further attention to ourselves. Su Wanru, her heart twisted with anguish, strode towards the rear garden. There, Ninfeng and Jiaheng were engrossed in play with a small dog. Upon seeing her approach with a fierce demeanor, Jiaheng quickly rose, his tailcoat now covered in dust. In her fury, Su Wanru seized Jiaheng, who began to wail. Ninfeng, concerned, exclaimed, "Auntie, you are hurting Jiaheng. Mind your own business, you little bastard." Su Wanru shouted at Ninfeng, just as the puppy, Orange, began barking furiously at her. Chapter 53. The Unacknowledged Child in a Fit of Anger. Su Wanru kicked the chubby, adorable Orange, who whimpered in pain, retreating behind Ninfeng. With a heart full of compassion, Ninfeng pushed Su Wanru forward. Though the force was minimal, it caused her to stumble. Su Wanru steadied herself, raising her hand to strike Ninfeng, but it was halted in midair as a strong grip seized her wrist. Turning to see Buoxuan's icy gaze met her own. She shrank back in trepidation. "Buoxuan, it was merely a playful quarrel among the children. Please let go of my hand. You are hurting me, Su Wanru. I have tolerated you long enough. How much longer do you intend to create chaos?" "Buoxuan, we have been together for 4 years. There is at least some familial bond between us. Why do you treat me so harshly? I have given you Jiaheng, your own flesh and blood." Yi Buoxuan's forehead bulged with veins, and he released her wrist, his expression stormy. "Su Wanru, that is enough. Do not bring Jiaheng into this. Having a mother like you is his misfortune. You are to leave my home tomorrow. I never want to see you again." "Yi Buoxuan, you are exceedingly cold-hearted, and no matter how unfeeling you are towards me, it cannot alter the undeniable truth that Jiaheng is your son. I may leave. But will that Xia Yunqi truly assist you in raising a child? Do you wish for the unfortunate Jiaheng to live perpetually in the shadow of being an illegitimate child?" Yi Buoxuan fell silent. After all, Jiaheng is still his child. Su Wanru, with the weeping Jiaheng in tow, stormed off, casting a fierce glare at Xia Nanfeng as she departed. At that moment, Nanfeng approached and, in a sweet voice, remarked, "Uncle, why is Annie so fierce? Little brother Jiaheng is so pitiful." Yi Buoxuan felt a throbbing headache. He rubbed his temples vigorously and picked up Nanfeng, leading her and Chengzi towards the front yard. After the luncheon, guests began to disperse, and Nanfeng, feeling exhausted, fell asleep in her little room. Grandma Yi summoned Yunqi and Yi Buoxuan to her side, saying, "Yunqi, I am truly delighted that you could come today. Our Yi family owes you so much. However, I must say this. Now that Nanfeng is older, shouldn't we allow her to recognize her roots? After all, you two are husband and wife. Being apart is not ideal. I have been pondering when to hold a wedding for you both to ease my heart. I am aging. Each day I live is one less, and I fear that I may pass away without witnessing your wedding day." Grandma Yi could not help but shed a few tears. "Grandma, you are so robust. You could live to be 100. Yunqi said, leaning against Grandma Yi and shaking her hand. "Otherwise, wouldn't I become an old witch?" Grandma Yi affectionately embraced Yunqi. "I know my body best. My only wish is for family harmony, with my children and grandchildren surrounding me. After all, I am old and no longer of use. This family needs someone to manage it. Yunqi, why not move into the old house? Let me watch Nanfeng grow up. Perhaps I can live a few more years." Seeing the hopeful look in Grandma Ye's eyes, Yunqi could not bring herself to refuse. She obediently nodded. "This is my good granddaughter-in-law. Rest assured, with Grandma backing you, no one would dare to mistreat you." Grandma Ye's eyes darted towards the garden pavilion, where Yi Jingxing and Shan Huixian were chatting with Su Fu and Su Mu over tea. The Yi family had an unwritten rule. The banquet for the ancestor's birthday must be a family gathering. All descendants of the Yi family were required to stay and partake in a reunion meal. The servants busied themselves with meal preparations. Other members of the Yi family gathered in the living room to chat. Yi pulled Yunqi aside and, with a pleasant demeanor, said, "Yunqi, raising Nanfeng alone these past few years has been hard on you. It is wonderful that you can return now. Both your uncle and I are very happy. However, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Would you agree?" Yunqi's eyelids fluttered. Her mother-in-law had always regarded Su Wanru as her future daughter-in-law and was dissatisfied with Yunqi's background. What was she up to now? "Auntie, please just say it." Your grandmother wishes to hold a wedding for you both, and your uncle and I are quite pleased. It is long overdue. Look at how Jiaheng and Nanfeng are of similar ages. The two brothers get along well. Your uncle and I believe it would be best to bring Jiaheng over to raise him together. Of course, we will hire several nannies, so you won't have to worry too much. It would be good for the brothers to have each other's company, wouldn't it? As Mrs. Yi spoke, she scrutinized Yunqi's expression closely. Auntie, this matter is not trivial. I understand your feelings, but you should discuss it with Buoxuan. After all, I cannot decide for him. It depends on his intentions. Thinking they could pass this troublesome matter on to her, Yunqi felt a surge of indignation. Marrying a man while simultaneously raising his illegitimate child? How could they even conceive such a notion? Summer Yunqi felt as though she had swallowed a fly, disgusted and uneasy, yet she had to maintain a facade of compliance, passing this issue back to Yi Buoxuan. Humph! If Yi Buoxuan dares to agree, I shall boldly take Nanfeng and divorce him, Yunqi silently vowed. She had made up her mind. While Su Wanru painstakingly sought to marry into this affluent family, Summer Yunqi had no desire for it. Were it not for her son needing a father, she would hardly deign to engage in such a web of intrigue with them. Mrs. Yi, feeling awkward, knew that if she could persuade Yi Buoxuan, she wouldn't have approached Summer Yunqi. Seeing that Yunqi was not receptive, Mrs. Yi felt the conversation had reached a dead end and turned to Yi Jingxing, who was watching from a distance. Shaking her head, Yunqi, think it over. There's no rush for an answer. I'll go check on Nanfeng. That child is simply delightful. During the banquet, Grandma Yi introduced Yunqi to the descendants of the Yi family. Summer Yunqi met Yi Buoxuan's two uncles, second uncle Yi Jingtao and third uncle Yi Jingting. Second uncle Yi Jingtao primarily managed the family's chain of hotels. His two sons, the elder Yi Jianhao, had already married a wealthy girl from Jiangnan, Li Fei. Their marriage was fraught with scandal, often rumored to be involved with young stars. The younger son, Yi Jianwei, was a typical mama's boy, living off his elder brother, still unmarried and having learned more about courting than about being a responsible partner. Third uncle Yi Jingting oversaw the family's chemical enterprise and had one son, Yi Chun, who had just returned from studying abroad and was learning the ropes of business under Yi Buoxuan. Auntie Wan Qin married a wealthy businessman from Malaysia and rarely returned. Everyone is family, and we must look out for one another, especially you younger ones. Yunqi, being younger, is also your sister-in-law, so be respectful and mind your manners. Grandma Yi admonished. The younger generation complied, calling out, sister-in-law, hello. However, Yunqi felt somewhat Yi Jianhao had been married for several years without children, and Li Fei, who adored kids, often played with Nanfeng, Li Fei, since you love children so much. Why not have one of your own? Yunqi, around the same age as Li Fei, engaged her in conversation, sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that we haven't been able to conceive. Li Fei's fair face flushed crimson. Yi Jianhao was young and indulged in a lavish lifestyle, spending most of his time in nightlife, neglecting his wife at home. Li Fei had her own unspoken struggles. After the banquet, Buoxuan escorted Yunqi and Nanfeng back to their home at Huaran Ajing, in the living room. Yi Buoxuan busied himself, glancing here and there, yet he made no mention of leaving. After bathing Nanfeng and coaxing her to sleep, Yunqi remained alert, straining to hear any sounds from outside. It seemed Yi Buoxuan had no intention of departing. Chapter 54. Eavesdropping. Once Nanfeng had fallen asleep, Yunqi gently closed the door. In the living room, the television was turned down low, and Yi Buoxuan feigned interest in the show. Yunqi cleared her throat and took a seat on the opposite end of the sofa. Buoxuan casually asked, is Nanfeng asleep? If the child were not asleep, would I be here? Yunqi thought, bemused by his foolish question. She noticed Yi Buoxuan's suit jacket draped over the arm of the sofa, his tie removed, and the top 3 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing the subtle contours of his physique. The atmosphere grew charged with tension. Yunqi, being experienced, understood Buoxuan's intentions. Under the soft lighting, his prominent nose, distinct lips, and slightly upturned mouth gave him an almost sculptural allure. She longed to reach out and touch Buoxuan's face, that resolute and striking visage exuding an irresistible magnetism. Yunqi rose to pour him a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table before him, inadvertently leaning forward a tad closer. Although Buoxuan's memory was not entirely restored to him, Yunqi was a complete enigma. Yet, for Yunqi, Buoxuan was far from unfamiliar. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Buoxuan took a sip of water. and the distinct sound of it traveling down his throat was audible, his attractive Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Yunqi felt an urge to leap towards him. Was it possible that being a mother had awakened such primal instincts? She reassured herself, it was not just anyone. He was the father of her child. What was wrong with that? Buochuan remained oblivious to Yunqi's thoughts. If he knew that summer Yunqi yearned to consume him whole, he would be at a loss for words. Yunqi, you've also had a tiring day. Rest early. You have work tomorrow. Yunqi replied, pondering why this man was so oblivious. Sigh. Yi Buochuan picked up his jacket from the sofa and stood up. Preparing to leave. Is he really just going to walk away? A pang of disappointment surged through Yunqi's heart. Buochuan, she called softly. There's something else? Buochuan, standing at the door, turned to glance at Summer Yunqi. His expression was calm, but her cheeks flushed. It's late. Drive safely on your way back. You rest early as well. Yi Buochuan opened the door and stepped outside, closing it behind him. Leaning against the door, Yunqi felt a rush of warmth envelop her. Outside, Yi Buochuan leaned against the wall, glancing up at the corridor lights, swallowing hard to steady his emotions before pressing the elevator button. The following morning, Yunqi awoke early. After breakfast, she dropped Nanfeng off at kindergarten and headed to the office. Just after finishing a brief meeting, as she settled into her chair, Jiang Minghan arrived. With the recent closure of the Taekwondo studio, her schedule had suddenly opened up. Yunqi, how was Grandma's birthday celebration yesterday? Tell me all about it. You seemed so eager to know. Why didn't you go yesterday? I wanted to, but when I saw it was all high society, I thought better of it as a housewife. I feared I would embarrass you. Jia Kong has been doing quite well in business, and you two are Mrs. Sure, so what is there to be ashamed of? Come on now, others in our family might not know, but you certainly do. Jia Kong is only slightly better off than those who work for others. It's all small-scale business, not much profit to speak of. To those in publicly listed companies, we are merely small fry. Meng Han, when did you become so low-key? Not at all. I too wish to be more ostentatious, but alas, my capabilities do not permit it. Yushi adores Meng Han's carefree demeanor. Being with her makes even the most troubling matters dissipate into thin AI. Do share with me. Did you two get intimate last night? Which intimate are you referring to? Yunqi feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. You are both mothers now. Why act like innocent young maidens? Did you manage to seduce Yi Bo-xian? Yunqi nearly choked on her drink. What nonsense. How could I take the initiative in such matters? TSK, what's the harm? After not being together for years, I thought you two would be ablaze with passion. Is it because Nanfeng is at home that you feel restrained? If not, I could take Nanfeng to his grandmother's house tonight, allowing you two to enjoy a romantic evening together? Spare me, it's not as desperate as you make it sound. Meng Han, you are with child. Pondering such chaotic matters daily is not good for your son's prenatal education. You are quite aren't you? After years without a man, you don't feel pinned up at all. I'm merely idle and indulging in gossip. This afternoon, with nothing happening at the company, I'll take you to a spa center for some beauty treatments and a fragrant foot massage, to enjoy the privileges of a wealthy lady. It's the same place She took me to last time. It was so comfortable. Sounds great. I want to enjoy a bit ahead of time. Once Jia Kong makes a fortune, I'll be well versed in how to spend it, lest people label me as a country bumpkin. Shui Yunjian is the largest spa and wellness center in the Spring City. The two donned their swimsuits and soaked in the hot spring pool, each ordering a glass of freshly squeezed juice, leisurely chatting at the poolside. Their calves dipped in the warm water while little fish nibbled at their heels, creating an exquisite sensation of delightful tickles. That moment, a handsome man clad in swim trunks, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters with a perfect six-pack, approached. Ladies, do you require a male masseur? Our establishment has recently introduced a full-body essential oil massage. Would you be interested in trying it? Jiang Minghan and Yunqi were momentarily taken aback. Such services existed? Goodness, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. How could a rich woman resist such a handsome man? Not to mention, wealthy men are naturally drawn to young and beautiful women, and wealthy women, in turn, are no different when it comes to dashing young men. Are all the masseurs at your establishment as handsome as you? Minghan couldn't help but pry further, of course. Are the ladies interested? What about for foot massages? Are they also handsome? We can arrange that. We have both female and male therapists available. The handsome man glanced at Yunqi. Would you two like to experience it? No need for a full-body massage. please arrange for foot massages for us. Very well, my name is JK, and I'm the supervisor here. Once you've changed, please come to the front desk, and I will assign you foot masseurs. Would you prefer male or female? Male, Ming Han replied with a mischievous smile. I want a female masseur, Yunxi declared. All right, no problem. After changing, Yunxi and Ming Han arrived at the front desk, where JK guided them to a luxuriously decorated private room equipped with 2 massage chairs. Shortly after, a male and a female therapist entered, both appearing quite youthful, likely in their 20s. The girl was slightly plump, while the male therapist bore a delicate appearance, as they lay on the massage chairs. Half closing their eyes in anticipation of relaxation, a woman's moans from the adjacent room pierced through. Ah, more focus. Just like that. Ah, so delightful. The private room was semi-open, lacking soundproofing, and the sounds were unmistakably clear. Hearing this, Yunxi and Ming Han were left blushing. What are they doing next door? Ming Han couldn't contain her curiosity. It's our most popular full-body essential oil massage, the female therapist whispered, as if fearing to disturb the guests next door. Do they not wear anything during that? Ming Han's insatiable curiosity resurfaced. Yes, typically, they wear basic attire, but some guests prefer to be unclothed. Then are the massage therapists male or female? Ming Han asked with an eager expression. We have both male and female therapists for the full-body essential oil massage, all meticulously selected with exceptional skills. You two should give it a try. The delicate male therapist explained. I can tell. Their techniques are indeed impressive. Ming Han concurred. How much does it cost for a session? It starts at 10,000 for a normal session, but if you charge 500,000 for a VIP membership, you can get an 80% discount. Good heavens, this truly is a place for the affluent. I'll just listen in, that is all. At that moment, the woman next door called out sweetly, Go fetch JK for me, he has the perfect pressure. She thought the voice sounded familiar. What a coincidence. Isn't that Su Wanru's voice? Just as Ming Han was about to speak, She waved her phone at her. Ming Han understood immediately and glanced at the message She sent. The person next door is Su Wanru. Ming Han made an exaggerated face at Yunxi. The 2 foot massage therapists looked on in confusion. Soon enough, the foot massage concluded, and the 2 stepped outside to rest. They could still hear Su Wanru's voice next door. JK? I adore your pressure. It's just right. Especially when you massage my chest. I can hardly bear it. Followed by enticing moans. Yunxi and Ming Han exchanged glances. Ming Han couldn't resist slipping on her slippers and tiptoeing towards the door. The corridor eerily empty, while the sounds from next door continued unabated. She opened her phone to record, covertly capturing a glimpse of Su Wanru and JK through the slightly ajar door. There, on the massage table, was Wu Wanru, completely unclothed, while JK worked diligently to massage her, and her delicate hands slid down his sculpted abdomen. Ming Han dared not record further for fear of being discovered and stealthily retreated. Just then, a loud crash echoed from next door. Yunxi was speechless, signaling Ming Han to leave. With a mischievous grin, Ming Han tiptoed to the entrance, unable to resist sneaking another glance inside, capturing a vivid snapshot of the scene. Upon exiting the spa center, Ming Han was elated as if she had just won the lottery. Yunxi, we've finally caught Su Wanru in a compromising situation. Let us see how long she can remain brazen. Ming Han, let us keep the evidence discreet. You never know when it might come in handy. I always thought Su Wanru seemed like a woman of loose morals. How could she withstand the loneliness? Today, she was simply unfortunate to cross paths with us. Who knows how many others she has encountered? It seems she is quite the thrill-seeker. I suspect her illegitimate child might very well be Bo Xian's. It could be a frame-up, and Bo Xian might be unwittingly trapped. She fell silent. Ming Han's words held a ring of truth. With Su Wanru's character, she could indeed engage in anything. Yunxi then took Ming Han for a beauty treatment and a new hairstyle. One must admit, while this establishment was pricey, the results were remarkable. The process took some time, allowing them to enjoy the complimentary buffet offered by the salon. The dining environment was elegant and warm, rivaling any high-end restaurant outside. Yunxi, look over there, isn't that JK dining? Indeed, not far away, JK sat alone at a table, a steak before him, along with several boiled eggs. Look, he ordered 6 eggs. Must be replenishing his energy. Ming Han chuckled mischievously. She had not only a sharp tongue but also keen eyes, able to count the eggs from such a distance, as they dined. They continued to gossip. Look at you. Your heart is so anxious that even while eating, you can't keep your mouth shut. Ming Han chatted with Yun-shi while keeping an eye on JK. He wore a pristine white shirt, deliberately leaving 3 buttons undone, revealing tantalizing hints of his toned physique beneath, creating an enticing visual. Occasionally, a few attractive wealthy women approached to strike up a conversation, but he maintained an air of gentlemanly decorum, polite and respectful. He's clearly a player. Look how those wealthy ladies are utterly captivated. Your tongue is quite something. Yun-shi shook her head at that moment. JK noticed Yun-shi and Ming Han glancing in his direction, mistakenly believing his masculine charm had drawn the 2 beauties. He approached, holding his plate. Hello, ladies. Well, the fish are practically leaping into the net. Ming Han exchanged a meaningful glance with Yun-shi. JK, your physique is incredible. How do you maintain it? What are your names, lovely ladies? Ming Han concocted a name to throw him off. May I add you on WeChat? Let us be friends. Next time you visit, just let me know, and I'll treat each of you to a complimentary full-body essential oil massage. Is that for real? That's over 10,000 a session. Ming Han feigned surprise. Taking out her phone, she scanned JK's WeChat. Could you add me as well, beautiful? JK's captivating peach blossom eyes were fixated on Yun-shi. He had been particularly attentive to her since their time at the hot springs. Just add me. We both came together, Jiang Ming Han explained. Observing that Yun-shi showed no intention of adding him, JK felt a twinge of disappointment. After leaving Shuianjian, Ming Han browsed through JK's moments, filled with narcissistic selfies and close-ups that crafted an image of a disciplined, ambitious individual. JK's lifestyle exuded a luxurious sophistication, and it was likely that affluent women wishing to flirt with him would first assess their own financial standing. Yun-shi drove Jiang Ming Han back to Mrs. Zhang's residence, endlessly critiquing JK, providing comedic relief to Meng Han's mundane life. The gentle breeze signaled the return of Nanfeng, who was teaching Wenwen to paint. Ye Buoxuan and Mrs. Ye were engaged in a warm conversation. Upon Yun-shi's arrival, she mentioned, I was discussing with Auntie about picking you and Nanfeng up to stay at the Yi family's old house. Ye Buoxuan gazed at Yun-shi, her face radiant from a recent facial, exuding beauty that was hard to look away from. Yun-shi, I truly hope you will return home with Buoxuan, but I can't bear to part with Nanfeng. Mrs. Yi observed from a distance, her eyes glistening with tears as she watched the young man patiently instructing Wenwen in painting. Auntie, we will visit you often. Ming Han will soon be adding another grandchild for you to dote on, and then you'll have your hands full, Yun-shi said, affectionately wrapping her arm around Mrs. Zhang's shoulders. Buoxuan, you must promise me to protect Yun-shi and Nanfeng. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you, Ming Han declared, flexing her toned arm at Yi Buoxuan. Chapter 56. The Fragrance of Memories. Uncle, are we moving to great-grandma's house? Nanfeng, wise beyond his years, listened intently. Nanfeng, you need to change how you address him. It should be Dad from now on, Ming Han said with a laugh. But what about little Jiaheng? Does he no longer have a father? Not at all. Your father is also little Jiaheng's father. From now on, you two will be brothers. Mrs. Zhang reassured Nanfeng, I have a dad now. I have a dad now. Mommy, I want to video call my friends in France to tell them my dad has returned. Yi Buoxuan felt a surge of emotion. He understood that Yun-shi's decision to return to the Yi family home was largely motivated by her desire to provide Nanfeng with a complete family, unrelated to wealth or fame. Under Buoxuan's urging, Yun-shi and Nanfeng swiftly relocated to the Yi family's old residence, which boasted numerous rooms. Buoxuan intentionally chose the largest room, renovated it, and furnished it anew as their wedding suite. Mrs. Ye even arranged for a butler to provide Nanfeng with a dedicated driver for school and a tutor. Initially, Yun-shi struggled to adapt. After all, having a driver to take her out and servants at home made her feel somewhat useless. However, she gradually acclimated, finding it easier to transition from luxury to simplicity than vice versa. The staff, trained by Mrs. Ye over the years, were discreet and respectful, ensuring they did not intrude upon her solitude. For a time, Yun-shi enjoyed a peaceful existence. Mrs. Ye loved a lively atmosphere and often organized gatherings for other ladies to enjoy tea and conversation. One day, Ming Han visited the Yi family home to spend time with Yun-shi. With her keen perception, Mrs. Yi quickly discerned Ming Han's pregnancy. Ming Han, do your in-laws and husband hope for a boy or a girl? Granny, do you sense something? Ming Han replied, I have a bit of insight, though I can be wrong at times. My husband dreams of having a son. I don't know what this baby will be. regardless of gender. What era are we living in to still favor boys over girls? Yunchi chimed in. The Jia family has a strong preference for sons. They have had 3 generations of only boys. If I have a girl this time, they'll likely want me to keep trying, Minghan lamented. You are not a baby-making machine. What can they do if you choose not to have more? Yunchi countered. Minghan, your in-laws' mindset is quite outdated. I adore granddaughters. I would love to have one, but I don't have any. Life is fair. It won't give you everything, however. If I could have another granddaughter, my life would be complete. Granny. Yunchi's face flushed like a peach blossom in March. I noticed you and Buoxuan haven't shared a bed lately. That's unacceptable. If he doesn't take the initiative, you must be the one to do so. My grandson has his grandfather's temperament, loyal and honorable. But not particularly interested in romance, he doesn't prioritize such matters, focusing instead on business. But the time to have children is fleeting. Have another child to keep Nanfeng company. I'm eager to hold a granddaughter. Granny, did you pursue Grandpa, or did he pursue you? Yunchi inquired. In our day, we relied on matchmakers for introductions. We married without knowing each other well. When we first wed, your grandpa was quite reserved. Likely inexperienced, like a wooden puppet. My mother-in-law was desperate for grandchildren and nagged me incessantly, which drove me to take the initiative with your grandpa. We weren't incapable of having children. We eventually had 3. Mrs. Ye's humorous storytelling elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Yunchi, the soundproofing on the 2nd floor is excellent. You needn't worry. Just be bold. My grandson is shy. I doubt he would run away, Granny. Yunchi playfully protested, imagining how Buoxuan would react if he knew his grandmother was imparting such advice to her. Yunchi, let's go shopping for lingerie this afternoon. We need to pick out some alluring sleepwear, Minghan suggested. You're still carrying a baby and thinking of such things? That's not good for prenatal education. You might end up with a lecherous son. Don't you know? Men are most tempted during pregnancy. They often stray, and one thing leads to another. I'm thinking of our family's harmony, Yunchi reasoned. All right, you always manage to justify your desires. Is it wrong to appreciate beauty? As Mengzi said, it is one's nature to live. Minghan boldly proclaimed. Is that really how you interpret it? The 2 women arrived at the mall and began browsing the lingerie store. Yunchi opted for cute, modest designs, while Minghan insisted she select daring, lace-trimmed pieces. Ultimately, Yunchi yielded to Minghan's insistence, and they each chose 2 sets. The sales staff, confused, speculated whether these 2 were indeed what they seemed, considering Minghan's visible pregnancy. Embarrassed, Yunchi hurriedly paid and slipped away. After dinner, she played with Nanfeng for a while. The little orange had grown quickly, now nearly as tall as Nanfeng, and followed him everywhere, lying quietly by his feet while he practiced piano. Once Nanfeng finished, the orange would excitedly run around, fetching toys, filling the villa with the sounds of children's laughter and barking. Mrs. Yi, ever watchful, repeatedly cautioned Nanfeng, slow down, be careful not to fall. Her laughter rang out joyfully. That night, Buoxuan returned late from work. Yunchi had already finished her evening routine and donned the alluring sleepwear she had just purchased. Admiring her reflection, she felt a rush of warmth. Around 10, Buoxuan stealthily approached Yunchi's door. Glancing at the slightly ajar entrance, he gently pushed the door open, revealing Yunchi, whose figure was accentuated by the sensual sleepwear. Minghan may have had questionable taste in other clothing, but her selection of sleepwear was impeccable. Yunchi appeared to be lost in a lovely dream, a smile gracing her lips, her delicate mouth slightly parted, releasing an enchanting fragrance reminiscent of orchids, so familiar. Research has shown that among the 5 senses, the memory of scent is the most enduring. This alluring aroma stirred memories long buried in Buoxuan's mind, flooding his thoughts with a torrent of recollections. Unable to resist, he leaned down, greedily inhaling the scent. His soft, cool lips brushed against Yunchi's slightly parted ones, illuminated by the warm glow of the bedside lamp. Clad in a black silk camisole, the delicate straps hung loosely from her shoulders, the black lace contrasting beautifully with her creamy skin. Creating a striking visual. In that moment, Yunchi found herself in a state of undress, her graceful contours accentuated beneath the sensual fabric. Chapter 57. The conspiracy. Yunchi was jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open to find Buoxuan's handsome face mere inches away. Her heart raced uncontrollably. All she needed to do was beckon him with her pristine arm, and he would willingly surrender. Yet, a sense of innate pride restrained her from making such an enticing gesture. Buoxuan cleared his throat awkwardly. Yunchi, I apologize for interrupting your rest. Since you've already intruded, why not just accept me outright? Yunshi silently mused. I worked late today and wanted to check if you were asleep, he explained. Despite Yi Buoxuan's formidable presence in the business realm, exhibiting a shrewdness that belies his novice status in such personal matters, he remains rather unseasoned, his demeanor notably tender. Furthermore, Yunshi intentionally teases him. I wish to discuss with you the possibility of organizing a wedding ceremony anew and would like to gauge your thoughts on this matter. Seated at the edge of the bed, Yi Buoxuan's gaze uncontrollably wandered towards the alluring silhouette of Yunshi. Upon noticing, Yunshi's cheeks flushed crimson as she realized the inadequacy of her nightgown, which left little to the imagination. Hastily, she grabbed a blanket to cover herself, while Yi Buoxuan, overwhelmed by desire, leaned in for a passionate kiss, his hand wandering to Yunshi's curves. Daddy, why are you bullying Mommy? A voice exclaimed, causing Yi Buoxuan to spring up in shock. He had forgotten to close the door securely, and Nan Feng had come to investigate the light in his mother's room, catching them in a compromising situation. Mommy has a stomachache. Daddy, could you help her? Oh, does Mommy still hurt? Let me help too, Nan Feng said, diving into Yunshi's embrace, his small hands gently rubbing her abdomen. You're quite adept at this, Nan Feng. The pain has subsided. Now, off to bed with you. For school awaits us tomorrow. Very well. If Mommy feels any worse, just call for me, Nan Feng replied with concern, and after stepping out, he sweetly closed the door behind him. With their romantic moment disrupted, both were left devoid of desire, realizing the necessity of securing the door in future encounters. Yi Buoxuan reclined back on the bed, wrapping Yunshi in his arms. What were we discussing just now? Ah, yes, the wedding ceremony. What are your thoughts? With Nan Feng nearing his 4th birthday, perhaps we could celebrate it as a dual occasion, inviting everyone for a simple wedding alongside his birthday feast. Given that our child is already so grown, hosting an extravagant wedding now would seem rather peculiar, don't you agree? I shall defer to your wishes. It shall be settled then. We shall hold the ceremony on Nan Feng's birthday, and what of your parents? Yunshi's heart sank upon recalling Ye's mother's prior words, Do not concern yourself with them. I have matters under control. Yunshi recalled Jiang Minghan's insinuation that Yi Jiaheng might not be Yi Buoxuan's child. For a moment, she contemplated revealing what she had overheard to Yi Buoxuan, but hesitated, recognizing the inappropriateness of her position. Such preoccupation with the matter might lead Yi Buoxuan to believe she was jealous. After much deliberation, she chose to keep her silence. Rest early, Yi Buoxuan said, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, before quietly closing the door. The next day, as Yi Buoxuan arrived at the office, his secretary approached him with an urgent report. Mr. Yi, the company lawyer, Zhang Lin, is here to see you. Send him in. Moments later, Zhang Lin entered, clutching a manila envelope. Mr. Yi, I have successfully investigated the matter you asked about last time. Zhang Lin glanced at the two secretaries, and Yi Buoxuan gestured for them to leave. Once alone, Zhang Lin laid a stack of photographs before Yi Buoxuan, whose expression darkened with each image. Upon finishing, he exhaled deeply. Zhang Lin, you have worked diligently. This matter must remain confidential. After Zhang Lin departed, Yi Buoxuan locked himself in his office for the entire day. During lunch, he left the takeout untouched as whispers circulated outside among the secretaries, speculating on what could be troubling their usually composed manager. As the day drew to a close, Yi Buoxuan received a frantic call from his grandmother. Buoxuan, something terrible has happened. His heart raced. Grandma, please calm down and explain. It's Nan Feng. He has been in an accident. Yi Buoxuan felt a rush of panic. What happened? While being picked up from school, his car was struck by a large truck. He is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. His grandmother sobbed inconsolably. In a frenzy, Yi Buoxuan disregarded formalities, racing to the hospital. Upon arrival, he spotted his parents and the family butler rushing towards him. What transpired? I'm not sure. Grandma said Nan Feng was in trouble. Have you contacted Yunshi? His mother inquired anxiously. I must assess Nan Feng's condition first before reaching out to her. Rushing to the emergency room, Yi Buoxuan called out to the doctor. Is there a young boy who was in a car accident being treated? Yes, he has just been taken into surgery. Are you the child's guardians? Yes, we are. Someone needs to cover the expenses immediately. The child requires a blood transfusion due to significant blood loss. I'll donate my blood. I'm his father. Very well, please proceed to the blood testing area. If your blood type matches, We can prepare for the transfusion. As he mechanically followed the nurse's instructions, a small voice piped up, "Daddy, you finally made it. Ninfeng, are you all right? Who requires the transfusion?" Seeing Ninfeng unharmed, Yi Buoxuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Daddy, it's Jiaheng. After school, he wanted to come to our house to see the puppy, and we took our car. We had an accident on the way." At that moment, the driver, old Liu, appeared, bandaged and with his arm in a sling. "What happened, Liu?" "Mr. Yi, the boys attend the same kindergarten. After school, Jiaheng insisted on coming with us. But I warned the nanny taking care of him. Out of nowhere, a large truck collided with us. If I hadn't swerved quickly, we would have been crushed." Ninfeng was seated safely in the back in his booster seat, sustaining only minor scrapes, but Jiaheng insisted on sitting in the front and is in critical condition. Just then, a nurse called out, "You, as the father, need to hurry and get your blood tested. They are waiting for the transfusion." "I'm type A. I don't need a test. The child's mother is also type A, so he must be as well. Just take my blood." The nurse checked the child's medical records, whispering with her colleague. "What is going on?" Yi Buoxuan demanded. "We need to verify your blood type. Please confirm you are type A. How could there be a mistake?" He reluctantly went for the blood test, and the results confirmed his type is A. When the surgeon later emerged with the test results, Yi Buoxuan's heart sank. The report clearly stated that Yi Jiaheng was type B. A sinister smile crept across Yi Buoxuan's face as he instructed the doctor to prioritize the transfusion with blood from the bank. He dialed Su Wanru's number, her dulcet voice echoing on the line. "Buoxuan, have you been missing me?" "Su Wanru, your son has been in a car accident and is in critical condition at Dongli Hospital." Feeling utterly drained, Yi Buoxuan slumped against Ninfeng. "What is happening?" his father queried. "Let Su Wanru explain," Yi Buoxuan replied, handing over the blood test results. Not long after, Su Wanru and her family rushed in, her demeanor fraught with distress. "What on earth happened? How could Jiaheng end up in your vehicle?" Yi Buoxuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. "That is a question for you to answer. How did you know my car would be involved in an accident? What of Jiaheng? We must save him," Su Baichuan interjected, attempting to mediate. "He's still in surgery." Yi Buoxuan snapped. At that moment, Yi Jixing brandished the blood type test results towards Su's family. "Explain this." Su's mother took the papers, perplexed. "What does this mean?" "We need the hospital to clarify," Yi Jixing scoffed. "You should ask your precious daughter." In her worry for Jiaheng, Su Wanru snapped back. "What is there to explain? Your grandson is still in surgery, and you are quibbling over test results. Miss Su, the child being treated inside is your son, not ours." Unable to restrain herself, Shun Huixian interjected. "What do you mean by that?" "What do you think I mean? Look for yourself." As Su Wanru scrutinized the blood test results, realization dawned upon her. She had been tested as type A during childbirth, and Yi Buoxuan was also type A. But this child was type B. Even a fool could deduce that this child was not Yi Buoxuan's. Overcome with despair, Su Wanru collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, disregarding all semblance of decorum. There must be a mistake. "The hospital has erred." A crowd began to gather, murmuring amongst themselves as Yi Baichuan shouted, "What is there to gawk at? Everyone disperse. No photos." He directed his ire at an onlooker who was attempting to capture the scene. "Su Wanru, how long do you intend to keep this charade? You've deceived everyone for years. Surely, you must feel quite proud. But remember, the wicked shall ultimately face their own downfall." Yi Buoxuan gritted his teeth and threw the brown paper bag to the ground. "The car accident from 4 years ago was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Thanks to your machinations, I nearly lost my life and suffered total amnesia. You even colluded with the doctor to keep me on medication to prevent my memory from returning. Su Wanru, your calculations are truly diabolical. Everything you have done is merely for the sake of the Yi family's fortune. You think that if I were to die, Jiaheng would inherit all my assets? You seem to have forgotten that Jiaheng is not my son. He is Yi Jianwei's child. This car accident you planned was aimed at Ninfeng, wasn't it? Little did you know, you ended up sacrificing your own son. You wicked woman!" At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from the hospital entrance as several officers, armed and resolute, entered and immediately handcuffed Su Wanru. Unable to cope with the sudden blow, Su's mother fainted. "For the sake of Jiaheng, who has called me father for 3 years, I will seek the best doctors to treat him." Yi Buoxuan's words seemed directed at the Su family, yet also at himself. He scooped up his precious son and, along with the driver and his parents, departed from the hospital. Upon returning to the Yi family estate, his 2 uncles and 3 cousins had been summoned back by their grandmother. When Yi Laodai saw her beloved great-grandson safe and sound, she couldn't help but weep tears of joy. "Come here, let Tai Nai see. My little Ninfeng isn't hurt, is he?" Yi Laodai carefully inspected Ninfeng from head to toe, confirming he was unharmed, before pulling him into her embrace, cooing affectionately. Nearby, Yi Jianwei, amused by his grandmother's antics, couldn't help but speak up. "Grandmother, since Ninfeng is fine, can we leave now? Why the hurry to leave? Aren't you concerned about Su Wanru? Don't you care about your son?" Once Yi Buoxuan uttered these words, everyone present fell silent, fully aware of his implications. "Brother, please spare me. I only had that one encounter with Su Wanru. I truly had no idea she would become pregnant. I was deceived." Yi Buoxuan gazed at his disappointing cousin, who spent his days mingling with a group of aimless rich youths, gambling and chasing women. Lacking any ambition or common sense, it was only natural that he would be manipulated by Su Wanru. Yi Laotai, ever astute, had already pieced together the situation. It seemed her beloved eldest grandson had been thoroughly duped by that little vixen. Su Wanru, over the past 4 years, becoming a bitter figure of resentment. It was only natural for his frustrations to spill over onto his brother. "Buoxuan, we are all family. Let us not damage our relations. Besides, Jianwei was also a pawn in this game. As long as everyone is safe, that is what truly matters. Since we are all gathered here today, I have something to discuss. Buoxuan and Yunqi have been married for over 4 years now, and with Ninfeng growing so big, I have spoken with Yunqi about planning a wedding to celebrate Nanfeng's birthday, and my granddaughter-in-law is not one to seek extravagance. She insists on a modest ceremony, and I respect her wishes. They ought to take a honeymoon and visit their aunt in Malaysia. We are family, after all, and should maintain our connections. While the wedding may be simple, the bride price cannot be trifled with. I am getting on in years and cannot manage the details anymore. I plan to transfer some of my properties to Yunqi for her to manage. She is young and should learn to take charge." Once the matriarch made her declaration, who would dare object? Traditionally, these properties had been under Yi Laotai's name, managed by professional companies. Handing them over to Yunqi signified her intention to bequeath her legacy to Yunqi. Although she did not state it outright, everyone understood the implications. Yi Jingxing and Shen Huixian were secretly elated, for this represented a substantial asset outside of the Hai Xian group. Should Yunqi prove capable of inheriting it, the entire Yi family fortune would be firmly under their branch's control. Chapter 59. A need for supplementation. Yi Buoxuan's expression remained as cold as ever, but internally, he was elated, not for the wealth, but for the affirmation of Yunqi's significance in his grandmother's eyes. No one in the family would dare look down upon Yunqi's humble origins again. All of this transpired unbeknownst to Yunqi, who would only learn of it upon returning home from work. After listening to Buoxuan's recounting, her expression remained calm, retaining that harmless demeanor, showing no signs of surprise. Unable to contain himself, Yi Buoxuan asked, "Yunqi, don't you find this situation absurd?" "Buoxuan, during my last visit to Shui Yunjian for a spa day with Ming Han, I realized that Su Wanru is far from what she appears." She sent Buoxuan the photos and videos that Ming Han had taken. Buoxuan nearly dropped his jaw upon viewing the video. There lay Su Wanru, completely unclothed, on a massage table. As JK's hands shamelessly caressed and teased her, Su Wanru appeared to be in a state of bliss. Unable to suppress her moans, and eventually, she reached out her delicate hand to touch JK's sculpted abs, sliding down towards the tinting fabric of his trousers. The video abruptly ended there. The accompanying photos vividly illustrated Su Wanru's intimate encounter with JK. Ming Han had a knack for capturing moments, and her angles were spot on. She ought to consider making short videos. They could go viral. Yi Buoxuan smirked at the thought. "You seem to view this as entertainment. Aren't you angry? Why would I be upset? She is not my wife. The one who should be angry is Yi Jianwei. He is already wearing a green hat before even marrying her, my dear. Resolving this matter also clears my name, proving my innocence. My heart has never wavered. The sun and moon can attest to that." Seizing the moment while Yunqi was caught off guard, Yi Buoxuan swept her into his arms and headed for the second floor, causing Yunqi to squeal in surprise and bury her head against his chest. The servants exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of the sweet couple. "Buoxuan, put me down. What if someone sees?" "Let them see. We are a legitimate couple. Tonight, I intend to serve you well. My skills will surpass even the professionals. Yunqi's face flushed crimson at the mention of JK. The following morning, as Yunqi sat down for breakfast, she discovered an even more lavish spread than usual, complete with a cup of bird's nest milk and a small bowl of sea cucumber congee. Bushwan, who had a habit of rising early, winked at Yunqi as he ate. What do you mean by this? Grandmother is concerned that your constitution is delicate and may not withstand my antics, so she specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare extra for you every morning. Upon hearing this, Yunqi's face turned beet red. Why would you even mention such things to grandmother? Indeed, after waking, Yunqi felt her legs weak, as if walking on cotton. I shouldn't have to mention it. Grandmother has lived long enough and has seen more than we ever will. With the way you walk, who wouldn't notice? I must be mindful to keep it to once. Any more, and I fear your body might not cope with that. Yi Bushwan mischievously lifted Yunqi's delicate chin with his long fingers and planted a kiss on her cherry lips before turning to leave for work. Yunqi quickly scanned her surroundings, ensuring no servants were watching before she could finally relax and enjoy her breakfast. Nanfeng bounded down the stairs, full of energy. Mom, I came to your room last night to ask for a story. But the door was locked. Daddy didn't bully you, did he? How could Daddy bully me? Aren't you supposed to be at school today? Yunqi swiftly diverted the topic. Grandmother said I should rest at home for a couple of days. Grandpa Zhang is taking me and Chengzi fishing. All right, Nanfeng, be sure to stay safe while fishing. Got it? Mom. With Nanfeng's birthday approaching, Yunqi contemplated the wedding they would hold to celebrate, thinking about the wedding dress she would still need to wear. She recalled Feng Rushi was also set to marry Dong Hao. She wondered if her gown had been arranged. She called Feng Rushi. Rushi, have you set a date for your wedding? Oh, we have. I wanted to ask where you and Dong Hao are getting your wedding dress and suit from. I know nothing about this. Your taste is impeccable, so I trust your choice. Great. Come by my office this afternoon, and we'll go choose together. Knowing Feng Rushi was also selecting her wedding dress saved Yunqi a great deal of trouble. Ming Han, I'm going to help Rushi pick out her wedding dress this afternoon. If you're free, come along. Yunqi knew Ming Han was bored at home, spending her days eating and gaining weight. If this continued, she would become quite plump. Sure. I'll be there in a jiffy. Not everyone can manage being a full-time housewife. And Zhang Minghan was certainly not cut out for IT in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Minghan burst through Yunqi's office door. Minghan, did you arrive on a whirlwind? Yunqi asked in astonishment. I was just shopping nearby, preparing some little outfits for the unborn baby. Yunqi glanced at Minghan's noticeably round belly. She had always been tall, and now her added weight made her appear even bulkier. Minghan, you need to be careful. It seems your weight is increasing rather rapidly. The doctor advised me to be cautious. I have nothing to do at home, and I don't have any other hobbies. Well, I suppose my hobby is eating. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh at her predicament. Minghan, do you remember Zhang Wanru? My former colleague has truly blossomed into a bona fide internet celebrity. You should take some time to learn from her. Perhaps engage in some microblogging or videos on platforms like Douyin. Yi Bushwan has mentioned your potential for video creation. Why not produce a few short clips? You might just find yourself becoming a sensation as well. You see, she certainly possesses remarkable talent. By the way, isn't she now involved with Zhao from your previous company? What has become of that situation? Has she ascended in status? I hesitated to inquire if she is still with Zhao, or if they have tied the knot. That I should reach out to her soon to gather some insights. Minghan wore a mischievous grin. She is the most inquisitive among us, her enthusiasm igniting at the mere mention of such matters. You, my dear friend, will never change, even at 80, Yunqi chuckled. Shortly thereafter, she received a WeChat message from Feng Rushi, indicating that their ride had arrived. The two descended to the ground floor and stepped into Feng Rushi's eye-catching red sports car, heading towards Qinzichun, the largest bridal boutique in Quancheng. Rushi, having a pregnant lady like me in your sports car must surely diminish your allure. Minghan laughed. It seems you are living a rather comfortable life, sporting a figure of happiness. Minghan gazed enviously at Rushi's midriff-bearing outfit. I must learn to control myself. I cannot indulge like this. If I continue, not only will my husband lose interest, but I myself will be displeased with my reflection. As long as you are aware, Yunqi laughed. When the traffic light turned red, the car halted at the intersection. Rushi's flashy red sports car drew the attention of many passers-by. Rushi appeared unfazed, continuing her playful banter with Minghan. Yunqi, feeling somewhat out of place, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly spotted a white Audi coupe nearby. The window was rolled down, revealing a stunning woman with flowing hair and oversized sunglasses, while a man beside her bore a striking resemblance to Jia Kong. As the light turned green, Yunxi leaned out to get a better look, but the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Did you catch a glimpse of that white Audi coupe? Ming Han? I did indeed. It was a glamorous woman in sunglasses, wasn't he it? I must say, one cannot solely blame men for their wandering eyes. Women too are drawn to beauty and luxury. I wasn't he referring to the woman, but rather the handsome man beside her. He looks familiar. Yunxi, have you succumbed to my gossipy ways? As long as it's not your beloved Yi Gongzi, I couldn't care less. Yunxi chuckled quietly, while Ming Han, now pregnant, refrained from making assumptions. After all, even if it were indeed Jia Kong, sharing a vehicle does not imply anything significant. The bridal shop, Chenzi Chun, boasted an impressive array of gowns. Yunxi immediately fixed her gaze upon a stunning high-neck lace wedding dress adorned with diamond-studded tassels. Rushi, you have an excellent eye. What do you think of this one? Yunxi, you must try it on. I believe this elegant style would suit you perfectly. Then I shall. The attentive staff assisted Yunxi in trying on the dress, explaining that it was a masterpiece by a renowned French designer. Standing before the mirror, Yunxi barely recognized herself. She appeared nothing short of ethereal. Ming Han gasped, her mouth agape. Yunxi, you look absolutely breathtaking. I might as well consider a second marriage. Ming Han, could you not be so frivolous? You are already expecting your second child, yet you still fantasize about remarriage. The nearby attendant chimed in with a smile. We also have maternity wedding gowns if you wish to try one on. No, thank you, given my current state. Even if I desired a second marriage, who would be interested in me? Laughter erupted among them. Feng Rushi chose a low-cut, figure-hugging wedding dress, accentuating her slim waist to an astonishing degree. Rushi, your waist is simply exquisite. Is this what they refer to as a willow-like figure? Ming Han exclaimed enviously. You too once possessed such a slender waist. It is merely the result of your pregnancy. Yunxi reassured her. After selecting wedding gowns, they browsed several evening dresses and relaxed in the bridal shop while enjoying afternoon tea. Rushi, is there anything romantic brewing between you and Dong Hao? Ming Han's curiosity resurfaced. Ming Han, you mustn't tease. Rushi playfully protested. If you find yourself bored at home, perhaps you should connect with Wanru. I fear you might develop an ailment from idleness. Yunxi, do you think I am simply destined for a life of poverty? Being a full-time housewife is not as glamorous as it seems. I find myself with too much time on my hands, leading to endless thoughts. Even Jia Kong has remarked that I have changed, and that we no longer share common interests. Ming Han lamented. Yunxi recalled the man resembling Jia Kong next to the sunglasses-clad beauty. Ming Han, does Jia Kong work excessively? Does he have time to spend with you? Yunxi inquired with concern. His business keeps him extremely busy. He is often away, and I might see him only once or twice a week. It's just my mother, Wan, and I at home. No man in sight. My mother suggested we return to Qingxing next week to bring my father back. Otherwise, when I give birth, who will take care of Wan? I haven't seen uncle in quite some time. I'll drive with you to pick him up next week. Yunxi expressed sympathy for Ming Han, who was struggling with her pregnancy. All right, but if your company is busy, don't worry about me. I'm not currently earning anything and am quite idle. No matter how busy I am, it pales in comparison to your importance. We agreed to return next week. The following afternoon, Yunxi arranged a meet-up with Jiang Wanru and Ming Han for some beauty tea. Yunxi's driving skills were not particularly impressive, as she seldom took the wheel herself. The Yi family's estate employed two drivers, one dedicated to transporting Nanfeng, and the other serving the elderly matriarch, who rarely ventured out these days. Thus, the remaining driver was primarily at Yunxi's service. That afternoon, Uncle Lu picked up Yunxi and Ming Han, taking them to the renowned Yunding CAF in Quancheng. Seated in the revolving CAF on the 30th floor, they enjoyed breathtaking views of the city. As they sipped their coffee, Yunxi and Ming Han leisurely admired the scenery while awaiting Jiang Wanru. Presently, Wanru had gained some fame in Quancheng, attracting fans wherever she went. Before long, Jiang Wanru arrived, clad in a revealing black bodycon dress and towering 10-centimeter red heels, making a striking entrance. With each step, her ample bosom swayed, prompting concern that it might spring forth like a rabbit. Draped over her shoulders was a vibrant red fur shawl, undeniably eye-catching. I apologize for the delay. I was recognized by several fans downstairs who insisted on taking photos with me. Sister Wanru, you're a celebrity now. Surrounded by adoring fans wherever you go, Yunchi laughed. You may not know this, but I love being in the limelight, craving attention. Unlike you, who is a renowned proprietor of a prestigious winery and a lady of high society. It is an honor for me to have you join me for coffee. Just promise me that you'll allow me to post some videos. I'm sure we'll attract a legion of new fans. Jiang Wanru teased. Sister Wanru, your figure is simply mesmerizing. You embody the ideal figure that men covet. Minghan marveled at Wanru's exposed, alabaster decolletage. The laughter of Jiang Wanru filled the air, while nearby tables of male patrons couldn't tear their eyes away from her as she sashayed in. Sister Wanru, what is your current relationship status? Minghan couldn't help but pry. I'm still with old Zhao, but we aren't married. I've come to realize that men are often drawn to you for either physical attraction or the desire for offspring. Very few are genuinely in it for love. It's all a matter of mutual benefit. And what do you seek from him? You silly girl. Do you think I'm after love? Affection can be bought, just as money can die pursue wealth. At least if love fades, there remains financial security. But if I chase love and it disappears, I am left with nothing. Jiang Wanru elegantly lifted her freshly manicured fingers, clearly not accustomed to household chores, and took a delicate sip of her coffee. Sister Wanru, have you never considered marrying Zhao? Yunchi inquired. Initially, I wanted to marry him for status, but he has a wife and a son, and I didn't want to complicate matters. Now that his son is married, he expresses a desire to wed me, yet I am no longer interested. Besides, I am pursued by numerous wealthy and youthful suitors. I refuse to tie myself to a single tree. Sister Wanru, you have truly come into your own. Enough about me. Let us discuss you. Yunchi, I have yet to celebrate your wedding. Don't worry. Prepare a red envelope and await the invitation. It will surely reach you. Minghan joked. Minghan, you're expecting your second child, so be cautious. Men are most prone to stray during this time. If you notice that Jia Kong is frequently away on business, and his texts are less affectionate, or if you find you're spending less time together, you must remain vigilant. Never hesitate to spend your husband's money. Men conquer the world, while women conquer men. A man earns money to spend on a woman. If you don't spend it, another woman will. Therefore, rather than letting someone else benefit, invest it in yourself and your children. Jiang Wanru's words resonated deeply with Minghan, striking a chord within her. Chapter 61. The wedding of three. Uncle Lu drove the car, with Yunchi accompanying Minghan back to their ancestral home in Qingqing to pick up Uncle Jiang. As they approached Qingqing and beheld the familiar scenery lining the roads, Yunchi couldn't help but reminisce about her late grandmother. Minghan accompanied Yunchi to purchase a substantial amount of joss paper and gold ingots, which they burned at her grandmother's grave before returning to the old family residence. Upon their return, Yunchi noticed that the old house seemed to have been tidied up. The once rampant weeds had vanished, the yard was impeccably clean, and several pots of flourishing glass begonia flowers adorned the balcony. While they were still marveling at who had taken the initiative to clean the place, a weary-looking woman, appearing to be in her 50s, entered with half a bucket of water to tend to the flowers. She paused upon seeing Yunchi and Minghan, timidly inquiring, "Are you Yunchi?" Yunchi recognized her as her remarried aunt, her mother's sister. "Aunt, what brings you back?" "Indeed, it is you, Yunchi. You've blossomed into such a lovely young lady that I scarcely recognized you. Please, come in for a glass of water." "And who is this?" "This is Jiang Minghan, my classmate." As they entered the house, the old furniture left by her grandmother remained. Yunchi and Minghan sat on a hard bench. Listening to her aunt recount the changes over the years, it turned out that after her aunt remarried and had a son, the husband, who also had a son from a previous relationship, passed away due to illness, leaving her in a precarious situation. The stepson blamed her for being a harbinger of misfortune, accusing her of having caused his father's death, and subsequently forced her and her own son out. With nowhere else to turn, her aunt returned to this house, making a living by selling snacks. "What about Xiaonan?" Yunchi inquired, recalling that the boy was not yet 6 when he left. "Why, ungrateful son never even completed his college education. He is consumed by gaming and now works at a nearby internet cafe. Sometimes, he comes back to ask me for money when his earnings fall short. When will this life come to an end?" Yunchi fell silent for a moment, leaving her aunt with her phone number. On the way back with Uncle Jiang, Yunchi continued to ponder over her aunt and Xiaonan. "Yunchi, do you find them pitiable?" Minghan asked. Actually, my aunt was quite kind to me before. But after uncle passed away, she simply lacked the means to sustain the family and had to remarry. She is indeed a sympathetic figure. Ah, I knew it. Your compassion is overflowing. If you cannot bear to see them like this, why not let them move to Quanqing and rent a stall to sell snacks? It would be better than living in this suburban area. We'll see if they call me, I will assist them. If not, then it's fine. With Nanfeng's birthday approaching and many tasks to attend to, Yunqi wished to avoid any complications. That day, Grandma Yi summoned Yunqi to her room. Claiming she had something to show her, it was Yunqi's first time in her grandmother's quarters. The room was spacious, adorned with a distinctly aged Southeast Asian decor, featuring exquisite Thai rosewood furniture. Grandma presented a stunning set of pigeon blood ruby jewelry, saying, Yunqi, this jewelry set was gifted to me by your grandfather in my youth. He procured these pure pigeon blood rubies while conducting business in Nanyang. And I have treasured them ever since. I wished to gift it to you as a wedding present, for I have noticed you possess little in the way of adornments. Bo Xian is not particularly attentive. And in a family like ours, it is essential to have a few sets of jewelry for various occasions. I've also spoken to Bo Xian about taking you to customize a few sets and styles that you young people prefer. The cost can be covered from the profits of our shops. At my age, I can no longer indulge in such luxuries, and no matter how much we earn, it is merely a number and holds little significance. The annual profits from the shops, after covering the wages of the workers and the usual expenses for the old house, can be at your disposal. Use it as you need. There is no need to seek my approval. This family entrusting its management to you signifies our trust in you. Yunqi was momentarily taken aback by the magnitude of the wealth, realizing that she would never exhaust it throughout her lifetime. She finally understood why so many girls sought to marry into affluent families at any cost. Her thoughts drifted to her aunt's face, weathered and lined, oppressed by the harsh realities of life. The chasm between the wealthy and the poor was indeed vast. On Nanfeng's birthday, the wedding of Yi Buoxuan and Xia Yunqi was held at the Yi family's ancestral home. The guests were all close relatives and friends. And to prevent media intrusion, a security detail of over 100 personnel was deployed 2 days in advance to fortify the area. When Yunqi appeared in the chosen wedding gown, adorned with the ruby jewelry gifted by her grandmother, the guests were left in awe. She resembled a resplendent lily in full bloom, even captivating the officiating pastor, who exclaimed, "Wow, that's beautiful." Wanwan and Nanfeng, the golden couple, served as flower children, with Nanfeng carefully assisting his mother in managing the train of her gown. As Yi Buoxuan took Yunqi's soft, delicate hand from Uncle Jiang, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. On this day, the young birthday boy, Nanfeng, stole the spotlight just as much as his parents. When the 4-tier cake, specially ordered from the finest bakery in Quanqing, was wheeled in, Nanfeng's little nose quivered with excitement. He hugged his great-grandmother tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek, then took Jia Heng's hand to blow out the candles together. The situation with Su Wanru had no bearing on the camaraderie between the two little brothers. Now, Yi Jiahong had taken to calling Yi Buoxuan uncle, as fate had twisted their relationships. But the natural order was gradually being restored. Yi Jianwei lurked in the shadows, observing the jubilant scene with a tumult of emotions. He was burdened by the reality of having fathered a child while his fiancée was imprisoned. His resentment towards Yi Buoxuan and Xia Yunqi grew. Even if the Yi family chose not to pursue the matter, the Su family was determined to fight for justice. Yet, the law is inexorable, and the consequences would eventually catch up. Justice may arrive belatedly, but it never fails to show up. The happiest person today was undoubtedly Grandma Yi. During the wedding, she publicly announced her decision. All shops under the Yi family would henceforth be managed by Yunqi. This signified that the future management of the family would rest in Xia Yunqi's capable hands. The guests, all close to the Yi family, understood that the dynamics of the Yi family were about to change fundamentally. Xia Yunqi, however, was oblivious to the significance of Grandma Ye's decision, while Yi Buoxuan was acutely aware of its implications. After a long day of bustling activity, the celebration finally concluded, and the last wave of guests departed. Yunqi returned to her bedroom, eager to wash off her makeup, take a soothing shower, and finally rest. The servants had bathed Yi Nanfeng and were preparing to put him to bed, but Nanfeng was far too excited to sleep, bubbling with joy like a wild stallion. After finishing his own grooming, Yi Buoxuan looked at the romantic ambience created by the dim lights, the vibrant red bedding enveloping the enchanting bride, and was overwhelmed by an indescribable urge. Yunqi's long hair cascaded naturally over the red silk pillowcase, accentuating her milk-like complexion, which glimmered with a satin sheen. Unable to resist, Yi Buoxuan lunged towards her, kissing her deeply, his voice a sultry low whisper. "Tonight, I intend to fully savor my wedding night, darling, so be prepared." He gently kissed Yunqi's delicate ear, provoking a fit of giggles from her. Chapter 62. Another daughter. A warm, strong hand caressed Yunqi, making her feel like a ripe peach, ready to burst with sweet juice at the slightest bite. Just as Yi Buoxuan felt compelled to act, a knock echoed from the door. Yi Buoxuan's expression turned perplexed. It was their wedding night? And who dared interrupt them? Suppressing his discomfort, he opened the door to find a small figure darting in, leaping onto the bed. "Daddy, Mommy, I want to sleep with you tonight. I love this red bed." Xia Yunqi laughed heartily. All right. Nanfeng can sleep with Daddy and Mommy." Yi Buoxuan stood at the foot of the bed, taking a moment to compose himself. He extended 5 fingers towards Yunqi, who understood that he meant she owed him 5 times. Like a child, this grown man was competing with their son for his wife's affection. Once calm, Yi Buoxuan returned to the bed, playfully pinching Nanfeng's nose, realizing that his most formidable rival was right beside him. Soon, Minghan was about to give birth, and the Jiang family was in a flurry of activity, as her parents had come from their hometown. Minghan had previously had a smooth delivery, and it was expected that this second child would follow suit. Given Minghan's generally robust health, everyone anticipated no complications. Yunqi wrapped up her own matters and went to the hospital to be with Minghan. Contractions became increasingly frequent, and the doctor came to check repeatedly. Yet Jiakong had not yet arrived. "Minghan, let me call Jiakong. What could possibly be more important than your wife giving birth?" Beside her, her mother-in-law was equally furious, saying, "Minghan, don't be upset. Focus on your delivery. I'll give that scoundrel a piece of my mind." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiakong rushed in, drenched in sweat. "You scoundrel, you finally made it. If you hadn't shown up, I would have sent your father to drag you back from your company." Menghan's mother-in-law scolded Jiakong. "Minghan, you haven't given birth yet? That's wonderful. It's good that you haven tea. I had a flat tire and had to contact a repair shop, which delayed me. But don't worry. Minghan, I'm here for you." Tears welled in Jiang Minghan's eyes, yet she resolutely held them back. Yunqi understood the grievances that weighed upon Minghan's heart. What woman who bears a child does not traverse the perilous threshold of life and death? Though Minghan often appeared carefree and unconcerned, deep within, she remained a young girl, especially vulnerable after becoming pregnant. When the contraction struck, the pain rendered Minghan breathless, causing her to faint from the agony. Yunqi, alarmed and pale, cried out for the doctor. The physician and nurses hurried to her side, and after a quick examination, they reassured her. "Do not worry, labor is imminent. The expectant mother is fatigued, and the baby is rather large." Complicating the delivery, be prepared for a cesarean section. Minghan was wheeled into the delivery room, while her family anxiously gathered at the door. Mrs. Jiang had made several frantic phone calls, unable to shake her unease about Minghan. Her right eyelid had twitched incessantly, stirring her heart into a frenzy, fearing for Minghan's well-being. She entrusted Wenwen to Mr. Jiang and took a taxi to the hospital. An hour passed without any sign of progress. Only the hurried movements of doctors and nurses could be seen. The attending physician, Dr. Wang, was the best obstetrician in Quanqing, a connection Yunqi had facilitated. As soon as Dr. Wang emerged, Yunqi rushed forward. "Dr. Wang, how is Jiang Minghan faring?" "Mrs. Yi," Dr. Wang replied, "the patient's situation is somewhat complicated. The baby is large and in an improper position, indicating potential difficulties in delivery. For the safety of both mother and child, we recommend a cesarean section." Time was of the essence, Yunqi urged. "Then let us proceed with the surgery at once." "What do the family members think?" Dr. Wang inquired. It was then that Yunqi remembered that Shi Jiakong held the decision-making power. Shi Jiakong approached. "You are a family member of the expectant mother, correct? Her current condition is not optimistic, and a cesarean section is necessary. There are inherent risks involved if you must choose between prioritizing the mother or the child. You need to sign here." Without hesitation, Shi Jiakong declared, "The mother is paramount. We must protect her." He signed his name. Yunqi exhaled deeply. A husband's role is indeed crucial when it comes to matters of life and death. It is often not the doctors who decide, but the husband. An hour later, a nurse emerged cradling a newborn. The family gathered around eagerly. Is it a boy or a girl? Shi Jiakong asked anxiously. The nurse glanced at him, remaining silent as she handed the child to him. Yunqi and Mrs. Zhang inquired, "Nurse, is Jiang Minghan all right?" "The mother is fine, though delivering such a large baby was quite a trial for her. She has shown remarkable resilience. You may go and tend to her now." Yunqi and Mrs. Zhang entered the room to find Minghan drenched in sweat. Mrs. Zhang grasped Minghan's pale hand, tears streaming down her face in sorrow. Yunqi had arranged for 2 highly skilled postpartum caregivers, believing that entrusting professional care would bring peace of mind. That moment, Yunqi recalled the baby. The infant, now cleaned and swaddled, lay in the nursery, with Menghan's mother-in-law seated nearby. "Auntie, is it a boy or a girl?" Yunqi responded, "Another girl." Her tone hinted at dissatisfaction. "Girls are just fine. They can be dear sisters, caring for one another as they grow." Yunqi cooed at the rosy-cheeked infant. "Look at that little nose and mouth. She takes after Shi Jiakong. Ah, where is he? He got busy at the office and left early." Menghan's mother-in-law had a gentle disposition. Her husband and son were her universe. Yunqi scoffed internally, pondering if Shi Jiakong would have abandoned his wife and newborn for work if they had had a son. Anger surged within her, and she approached the doctor once more to confirm Menghan's safety before visiting her. As she watched Menghan, weakened from childbirth and in slumber, she gently tucked the covers around her. Just then, her phone rang. It was Yi Buoxuan calling. "Yunqi, how is Menghan?" Unable to restrain herself, Yunqi vented about the Shijia family's attitude. After a moment of contemplation, Buoxuan replied, "Yunqi, let Menghan focus on her health. Everything else pales in comparison." After 2 days of observation in the hospital, Menghan was transferred to a postpartum care center to recuperate. Yunqi harbored an unsettling premonition regarding Shi Jiakong. That evening, after dinner, Nan Feng was occupied playing checkers with his great-grandmother. Spotting Buoxuan in the study, Yunqi brought him a cup of tea. Yi Buoxuan accepted the tea, placing it on the table. Seizing the moment when Yunqi was unawares, he pulled her onto his lap. Yunqi gasped in surprise. Before she could speak, Buoxuan kissed her. The lingering taste of strawberries was still on her lips. Yunqi wriggled free, exclaiming, "Buoxuan, I need to discuss something serious." Chapter 63. The private detective Yi Buoxuan licked his lips, clearly enjoying the moment. "Darling, what could possibly be more important than our intimacy?" Yunqi chuckled, bemused. Since their wedding, Buoxuan seemed particularly enamored with their romantic moments. He had instructed the staff that whenever he and Yunqi were home, no one was to disturb them on the second floor, with the occasional exception of Nan Feng, who often sneaked up. That second floor was their sanctuary. Buoxuan would seize any opportunity, regardless of time or place. Whenever he spotted Yunqi in anything remotely alluring, he seemed to lose all self-control, relentlessly pursuing her, embodying unfulfilled desire. Yunqi often wondered if Buoxuan was suffering from some affliction and considered summoning the family doctor to examine him. Pointing at Yunqi's petite nose, Buoxuan teased, "You silly girl, you are simply irresistible. What man could withstand such temptation?" As a result, Yunqi had replaced all her revealing loungewear with modest attire, ultimately donning ankle-length robes. Whenever Buoxuan saw her in those long robes, he would mischievously lift the hem, playfully teasing her. Eventually, Yunqi found herself at her wits' end. Buoxuan had been denied for so long, and perhaps once the novelty wore off, things would settle. Their grandmother had particularly admonished Buoxuan. "Ah Xian, you are young and vigorous, your body can withstand much, but Yunqi is delicate. She cannot compare to you. Once a day at most. I am still hoping Yunqi recovers well enough to bear me another great-granddaughter." "Grandma, with your relentless encouragement, I must strive to ensure Yunqi gives you another pair," Buoxuan retorted, causing the elderly lady to laugh and cry simultaneously. This young couple basked in sweetness, much to the delight of the grandmother, who reminisced about her own youthful days filled with love and joy alongside her late husband. Among their grandchildren, only Yi Buoxuan remained devoted, mirroring his grandfather's loyalty, in stark contrast to the flirtations of Yi Jingxing. "Buoxuan, do you know any private detectives? Please introduce me to one. What are you planning to do? Investigate your husband, I presume. As long as you keep me well fed at home, you need not worry. I have no intention of seeking companionship elsewhere." Buoxuan teased, a mischievous grin on his face. "Who cares? If you wish to find someone outside, go ahead. I could use a break. If someone helps me share the burden, I'd be delighted." Now I understand why so many first wives in ancient times would take concubines. They must have been exhausted. What nonsense fills your mind? Are you suggesting I should take a concubine? Who could possibly be better than you? If you seek idleness, that will not do. Help, spare me, my lord. I shall never dare again. Enough of this jesting. Let us speak seriously. Who are you investigating? Bushwan straightened Yunqi's shoulders, gazing into her captivating face. Yunqi, I sense something is amiss with Jiakong. He and Ming Han have been childhood friends, and for years he has been devoted to her. However, since Ming Han became pregnant with their second child, his business trips have increased. Once, while accompanying Rushi to select a wedding dress, I spotted a woman in sunglasses driving a small Audi convertible, and the man beside her bore a striking resemblance to Jiakong. I suspect he is having an affair. Bushwan chuckled softly. Yunqi, take a look in the mirror. Your expression suggests I am not your husband, but rather Jiakong. Bushwan, I am not joking. This matter weighs heavily on my mind. Yunqi, I can introduce you to a private detective without issue, but if we uncover something concerning about Jiakong, what will you do? Will you inform Ming Han and advocate for their divorce? What about the child? You must think carefully. Of course, they must divorce. If a marriage lacks fidelity, what significance does it hold? We can co-parent. Such an irresponsible father is better left behind. Bushwan recognized the determination in Yunqi's eyes, understanding that she was resolute in her pursuit of the truth. I'll contact Zhang Lin and have him arrange for someone to investigate. Focus on supporting Ming Han. It is best not to let anger take root during her recovery, or it may lead to long-term health issues. Bushwan, I knew you would not remain indifferent. I truly appreciate your help on Ming Han's behalf. You are such a wonderful husband. Yunqi turned Bushwan's face toward her, planting a firm kiss on his lips before attempting to flee. Bushwan quickly pulled her back. Sweetheart, now that your issues are resolved, you must help me with mine. As she spoke, Yunqi lifted the hem of her long robe. Each day, she visited the postpartum center to check on Ming Han, finding solace in her satisfactory recovery. Ming Han was steadfast in her commitment to breastfeeding. Although it was a challenge, it was undeniably beneficial for the child. The little girl transformed remarkably as she approached her first month, adorably delicate with her rosy complexion. On this particular day, Yunqi brought Nanfeng along to see Ming Han. Nanfeng always sat quietly on the side, gazing intently at his little sister. Observing his earnest expression, Yunqi playfully remarked, Ming Han, I believe our Nanfeng has developed an affection for your daughter. Just look at the way he gazes at her. Reminiscent of Bushwan. Well, it seems my Qianqian has the potential to marry into a wealthy family. At that moment, Yunqi's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She answered, Hello, who is this? Is this Yunqi? It's your aunt. Recently preoccupied with Ming Han's affairs, Yunqi had neglected her aunt's concerns. She understood well that her aunt sought her assistance. Aunt, how have you been? Oh, I'm just left with this wretched body of mine. Yunqi called to request a favor. Your useless brother lacks a proper job. Could you help him find work in Quanqing? A stable job would make him more appealing to potential brides. Otherwise, how will he ever get anywhere? Aunt, I was actually about to call you. A friend of mine is working out of town and has an empty apartment. Why don't you come to Quanqing to look after it? And perhaps keep an eye out for suitable job opportunities? That is splendid. I knew you were a kind-hearted child. I shouldn't have abandoned you. Yunqi felt a pang of guilt as her aunt began to sob on the other end. Aunt, it has been so many years. Why dwell on the past? Should I come to pick you up, or will you take a bus here? No need for that. Xiaonan and I will take a bus. Just give me the address and we will find you. Here is the plan. I'll give your number to a colleague, and when you arrive, he will pick you up and take you to my friend's house. You can settle in first. I'm currently away on a business trip, but I will visit you once I return. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. After hanging up, Yunqi relayed her aunt's phone number to Lu Bo, specifically instructing him to use the oldest car available for the trip. She organized the arrangements. In truth, the oldest vehicle in the Yi family was the domestic cherry sedan that Yi Buoxuan had purchased years ago to feign poverty. He insisted on keeping it as a memento, and it had remained untouched in the garage ever since. Yunqi, what you're doing is the right thing. A grain of kindness may yield a bushel of resentment. Ming Han remarked, I have no choice. After so many years apart, I can only observe how they have changed. Chapter 64. The exhaustion of surveillance. Ming Han, has Jiakong visited you recently? Yunqi scrutinized Ming Han, determined not to let any hint of dissatisfaction escape her notice. He has come twice, but he said his company is busy and he has to travel for work, so he hasn't returned. Mentioning Jiakong dimmed Menghan's expression as she swayed gently beside Qianqian's cradle. Yunqi understood Menghan's heartache and chose to remain silent. Aunt Menghan, when will little sister Qianqian start to talk? In about a year, she will be able to call out to her brother Nanfeng and play with him. I want little sister Qianqian to live at my house so we can play together with Chengzi. Sure, I wouldn't mind having you as a child bride. Menghan teased Nanfeng. Mom, what is a child bride? It means when you grow up, you will be Nanfeng's wife. Would you like that? Nanfeng inquired, tilting his head. Something like that. Yunqi pondered that in the future, she would need to be cautious around Yi Buoxuan and Nanfeng. Despite his youth, he understood far more than he let on. That's wonderful. Now I have a wife too. This elicited laughter from the nurses at the postpartum center, who adored Nanfeng. Each time they saw him, they would jest, Nanfeng, here to see your wife again? Nanfeng would always nod seriously in response. Yunqi assisted Menghan and her daughter in moving back to the Jiang residence. Menghan's mother-in-law briefly visited the child before returning to Qingcheng, stating that according to local customs, she needed to return to host a full-month celebration. Yunqi couldn't help but find it curious. With Menghan and the baby in Quanqing, why would they return home for such a celebration? Yunqi's aunt, Zheng Yufang, arrived in Quanqing with her son, Zheng Nan. Yunqi arranged for the housekeeper to rent a modest apartment for them to settle in. After work, Yunqi bought some fruit and paid them a visit. A young man in his 20s with dyed yellow hair opened the door, clearly someone with a rebellious air. You must be Zheng Nan. Yes, you're Yunqi Jia, right? Mom, Yunqi Jia is here. Her aunt welcomed her, wiping her hands on an apron. Come on, hurry up and invite your sister in. Quickly pour her a glass of water. Yunqi settled on the sofa and surveyed the apartment, which was quite tidy. Zheng Nan was shy, and after pouring a glass of water for Yunqi, he retreated to a small room. Aunt, is this living arrangement to your liking? It's quite comfortable. This place is much better than our old house. And Quanqing is so different from our small hometown. Yunqi, you need not spend so much. Establishing yourself in a big city is already a challenge. Money is scarce, so don't waste it recklessly. Yunqi smiled but said nothing. Yunqi, where do you work? Are you married yet? She explained that both she and her husband were employed, and with a child, her mother-in-law helped with childcare, allowing them to manage in a small apartment with a mortgage. Yunqi, you're clearly a fortunate girl. We're just a burden. Your husband won't be upset, will he? I haven't mentioned it to him yet. Let us take it slow. He is much older than I am and tends to accommodate me, so I doubt he would object too strongly. Yunqi spoke convincingly, carefully observing her aunt's reaction. Yunqi, if your husband is displeased, please let me know. We can return home. We cannot continue to be a burden to you. Aunt, do you and Zhang Nan have any plans? Yunqi, I previously sold breakfast items. I'm in good health and can endure hard work. I'm not sure where I could set up a stall, but I could also consider cleaning jobs. With society improving, as long as one is willing to work hard, one can earn a living. My concern is your brother. He is still young, without education or skills, and life is long ahead of him. Please help him figure out what he can do. Aunt, I understand. You all can settle in for now. Given your age, it's best to avoid strenuous work. You don't want to strain your health further. When I arrived, I noticed that the community management was hiring cleaners. If you're interested, just inquire about it. At least it could provide some temporary income. Wonderful. I'll ask about it tomorrow, her aunt replied, her smile revealing more wrinkles on her face. Zheng Nan, come out and talk to your sister. Let her help you with some ideas. Zheng Nan hesitantly emerged, his gaze cast downward, clearly shy, and his bashful demeanor starkly contrasted with his bright yellow hair. Sister, Yunqi smiled. Zheng Nan, I'm not a tiger. Why are you so afraid to look at me? Zheng Nan quickly glanced at Yunqi before lowering his head again. Yunqi noted that Zheng Nan was not conventionally handsome but had a clean and pleasant appearance. Zheng Nan, do you wish to learn a skill or pursue further studies? Speak up. Zheng Nan shuffled his feet, kicking the table leg, remaining silent. Your sister is asking you a question. Speak up, Zheng Yufang urged. I don't know, Zheng Nan admitted, revealing his aimless existence with no clear goals. Zheng Nan, as a young man, you will eventually bear the responsibility of a family that I in today's world. Lacking education makes it easy to be left behind. I suggest you consider what skills you might want to learn or what education you'd like to pursue. Don't you worry about the costs. I will find a way. There is no rush. Take your time to think it over. Add me on WeChat, and when you've made up your mind, just message me. After leaving her aunt's place, Yunqi exhaled deeply. reassured that her aunt was not the type to be overly greedy. If she were, there would be no hope of getting anything substantial from her. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yunchi had taken a taxi to her aunt's. The neighborhood was old and vibrant, filled with small shops that made daily life convenient. Due to the area's age, there were no designated parking spaces, and private cars lined the streets, leaving just enough room for one vehicle to pass through. Today, Yunchi had deliberately donned a pair of jeans and a t-shirt from her school days, topped with a light cardigan, giving her the appearance of a university student. As she strolled through the neighborhood, she suddenly spotted a familiar white Audi sports car. Wasn't this the very vehicle she had seen at the traffic light intersection the other day? Observing the color, the vehicle's license plate eluded her memory. Yunchi feigned indifference as she strolled past, noting the absence of anyone inside. The convertible had been covered today, suggesting that its owner resided nearby. Seeing that the time was still early, Yunchi purchased a bottle of water from a small shop at the entrance, spending 25 yuan on a sun hat, and then nestled herself beneath an inconspicuous tree. The task of surveillance proved to be quite arduous. After crouching for a while, her legs grew numb. Suddenly, she recalled Zheng Nan. How could she have overlooked such a readily available ally? She noted the car's license plate and called Zheng Nan. Zheng Nan, come downstairs, I need your help with something. Upon hearing that Yunchi required his assistance, Zheng Nan rushed downstairs without even bidding farewell to his mother. He spotted Yunchi hiding behind a tree and found it curious. Zheng Nan, I suspect your brother-in-law is seeing someone on the side. The last time I saw him, he was in a car with a little enchantress. It's that Audi over there. Keep an eye on it for the next couple of days. Find out which building its owner resides in and who they come and go with. Stealthily snap some photos and send them to me, but be careful not to alert them. Absolutely do not. Zheng Nan's face flushed with excitement. It thrilled him that his sister needed him, and he nodded earnestly. Yunchi gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, stretched her cramped legs, and departed. Chapter 65. Infidelity upon returning to the Yi family estate. Yunchi found that everyone had already dined. Yi Buoxuan was in the living room, engrossed in the news, and he regarded Yunchi's attire with evident curiosity. Yunchi, where have you been today? He inquired. I was starving. So I ate first. I'll tell you all about it afterward. A servant brought out the leftover dinner, and Yi Buoxuan seated himself nearby, watching Yunchi relish her meal. Patiently, he waited for her to finish the last spoonful of soup. Yunchi, you can speak now. What was the occasion for your outfit today? Ignoring him, Yunchi rinsed her mouth, took a small plate of fruit, and settled onto the sofa. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I some kind of monster? You're not a monster, but your actions resemble one. Yunchi hurled a cushion at him, but Yi Buoxuan caught it with one hand and effortlessly lifted her off the ground with the other, carrying her toward the second floor. First, change into something comfortable, he commanded, his strikingly cold demeanor compelling obedience. Yunchi complied, changing into suitable attire and then sitting on his lap. Buoxuan, how is the investigation into Zhang Lin progressing? Answer me first. What did you do today? Yunchi briefly recounted her day's events. Yunchi, in the future, let Dolly handle such matters. Don't wear yourself out like this. Yi Buoxuan's tone softened noticeably. Buoxuan, now it's your turn. How is the investigation into Zhang Lin? Yunchi, be prepared. The situation with Shi Jiakong is quite complicated. Aside from infidelity, does he have other issues? His company is struggling, and it has become merely a shell. The current information indicates that his company is insolvent, with overdue debts to the bank. Soon, the bank will come to collect. Will that affect Zhang Minghan? They are married, sharing both assets and debts. Zhang Minghan did not secure a prenuptial agreement, and the villa they purchased together is part of their marital assets. But Minghan was not involved in the business. The debts belong to Shi Jiakong. Yi Buoxuan gently tapped Yunchi's nose with his long finger. Darling, you are too naive. Take some time to read the civil code, and you will understand. A chill ran down her spine as her phone chimed. She glanced at it to find a message from Zhang Nin containing photos, a man and a woman with their arms around each other. Captured from the side, though not very clear, it was evident that the man was Shi Jiakong. Moments later, another photo arrived, this time showing them passionately kissing in a hallway, clearly taken. Yunchi handed her phone to Buoxuan. This confirms Shi Jiakong's infidelity without a doubt. But what puzzles me is whether this woman is unaware of his company's troubles. Surely, she doesn't believe she has struck gold. These photos are still valuable. I'll have Zhang Lin investigate tomorrow to see if the car and house under her name were purchased by Shi Jiakong. If they were, Ming-Han has every right to reclaim them. Yunqi felt overwhelmed by the unfolding revelations. Buoxuan, what should Zhang Ming-Han do? Gather evidence of Shi Jiakong's infidelity, file for divorce, and secure existing assets. After the divorce, pursue the woman to reclaim property. It needs to be done swiftly. If we wait until Shi Jiakong's company is declared bankrupt, there will be nothing left, and she may end up with debts. Yunqi felt a surge of panic and pulled out her phone to call Zhang Ming-Han. Yunqi, hold on. Tomorrow, have a proper conversation with Zhang Ming-Han to gauge her thoughts. She might not even want a divorce. If that's the case, we can devise a plan to avoid divorce. Buoxuan's calm demeanor left Yunqi feeling inadequate. You rewrite. Better to dismantle a temple than to regret a marriage. The following morning, Yunqi called Zhang Ming-Han. Ming-Han, I'm coming over today. Is there anything you need me to bring along? Yunqi, we have everything we need at home. Just come. Noticing something amiss in Zhang Ming-Han's voice, perhaps her throat was hoarse, Yunqi parked and observed that Shi Jiakong's car was absent. Its absence at such an early hour suggested one thing. He hadn't returned home last night. Mrs. Zhang had just finished serving breakfast to the family and was busy tidying up in the kitchen, while Mr. Zhang was entertaining one with picture books. Yunqi, you're here. Take a seat. I'll cut some fruit for you once I'm done tidying up. Mrs. Zhang was a diligent homemaker, ensuring her family was well cared for. Yunqi, come upstairs with me. Hearing her voice, Ming-Han peeked out from the staircase. As Yunqi followed her upstairs, she immediately noticed that Ming-Han's eyes were red, indicating she had been crying, likely not having slept well the night before. Ming-Han, you look unwell. What's wrong? While changing Cece's diaper, Zhang Ming-Han replied, Yunqi, Shi Jiakong wants a divorce. Yunqi was not surprised by her admission. Had it been merely a business setback, she might have sought to console Ming-Han. But now, given that Shi Jiakong was the one being unfaithful and still dared to mention divorce, he had no right to do so. Anger surged through Yunqi, causing her to tremble. And he dares to ask for a divorce? What's his reasoning? He claims that his family has a tradition of carrying on the lineage for 3 generations. And since I've given birth to 2 daughters, the doctor said my health isn't suitable for another pregnancy. Humph. As if his family has a fortune waiting for him to father a son. Yunqi was furious, yet she aimed to comfort Ming-Han. What are your thoughts, Ming-Han? If he wants a divorce, so be it. Ever since I gave birth to Cece, he has transformed. He often stays out all night. I suspect he is seeing someone else. He rarely touches me anymore. This isn't how it used to be. Initially, I thought it was due to work stress, but later, I realized it wasn't he. As I often saw him sneaking phone calls in the study after returning home, clearly speaking to a woman, Ming-Han's eyes began to redden once more. Yunqi wrapped her arms around Ming-Han's shoulders. Ming-Han, let us go for it. I support you, but we mustn't let him off easy. We will not yield any of what rightfully belongs to us. Yunqi's words astonished Zhang Ming-Han, who had expected her to dissuade her from seeking a divorce. Ming-Han, do you know about Jiakong's infidelity? Yunqi shared the photos with Ming-Han, but refrained from mentioning Buoxuan's revelations about Shi Jiakong's financial woes and looming bankruptcy. Yunqi understood that Zhang Ming-Han was a woman of principle. She would divorce her husband for his betrayal, but would never abandon him due to his business failures. Just then, her phone rang. It was Zhang Nan calling. Sis, I found out where my brother-in-law and that little enchantress are staying. Just say the word, and I'll go teach him a lesson and vent your frustrations. Worst case, I'll just spend a few days in jail. Zhang Nan's voice was resolute on the other end. Yunqi, does Buoxuan also have an affair? That can't be true. Chapter 66. Ming-Han's divorce. Yunqi recalled her conversation with Zhang Nan from the previous day, realizing that Zhang Nan had mistaken Shi Jiakong for her husband. She couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhang Nan, please don't do anything rash. Just keep an eye on them. If you can get more photos or videos, that would be even better. They will serve as evidence in court. Rely on your intellect, not brute force. Understood, sis? I'll follow your advice. Her younger brother proved to be quite dependable. After hanging up, Yunqi explained yesterday's events to Ming-Han, causing her to burst into laughter. How can you still find humor in this? Your husband is acting this way. If it were me, I'd be beside myself. Yunqi recognized that Ming-Han was remarkably carefree, able to laugh in the face of such turmoil as if discussing someone else's plight. Yunqi, Shi Jiakong and I grew up together. We've known each other since childhood. While we may have shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, the reality is that we've only ever had familial affection, devoid of romantic love. If it weren't for the kids and our parents' feelings, I would have lost interest in him long ago. I suspect he feels the same way. Perhaps it's for the best that we part ways. He can pursue his own love, and I can reclaim my freedom while raising our 2 children. Ming-Han, it would be wonderful if you could think that way. From now on, I will be by your side as we raise the children together. Yunqi, let us refrain from mentioning this to my parents for now. They are of advanced age, and I fear this news may be too much for them to bear. Ming-Han, I will ask Buoxuan to recommend a competent lawyer. We must strive for every possible advantage. Yunqi, I understand your intentions are for my benefit. There is no need for a legal battle. After all, he is the father of our 2 children, and it would not be wise to escalate matters too harshly. Please accompany me to discuss this with Jiakong first. The custody of the children must be mine, and the remaining issue pertains to the division of assets. Surely, he cannot leave me and the children out on the streets. If we cannot reach an agreement, I will trouble Buoxuan to help me find a good lawyer for the lawsuit. Yunqi reflected on this and agreed it was a reasonable plan. Just then, Mrs. Jiang brought in a plate of freshly cut fruit. Yunqi, why didn't Nanfeng come with you? Yesterday, Wenwen was lamenting how she missed her brother Nanfeng, complaining that the little storybooks her grandfather reads to her are far less interesting than the tales told by Nanfeng. Look at that, Nanfeng has raised Wenwen's standards for choosing a partner so high. With such lofty expectations, it will be difficult for her to find a boyfriend when she grows up. Jiang Minghan reverted to her previous playful demeanor. Once the holiday arrives, let Wenwen stay at my house for a while so she can have plenty of fun with Nanfeng. It must be tiring for Auntie to manage both children. Yunqi truly cares for me, unlike my heartless daughter, who only knows how to irritate me. Mrs. Jiang gently tapped Menghan's forehead with her finger. All right, Yunqi is your biological child, and I am merely the one who raised you. Go on, go see your granddaughter. I will take Yunqi out shopping. I have been cooped up for over a month, and it is driving me mad. Mrs. Jiang playfully scolded as she headed downstairs. Jiang Minghan made a phone call to Shi Jiakong, agreeing to meet at the CAF located at his office building. Yunqi also called Buoxuan to report the situation. Yunqi, tell Minghan that since she intends to divorce, there is no need to prolong the matter. It should be resolved swiftly. We must preserve our existing property and savings. As for the company shares, do not even think about it. The quicker we extricate ourselves, the better. Understood. Yunqi replied affirmatively. Shi Jiakong's company is situated in the old city, and Yunqi noticed it was quite close to the apartment she rented for her aunt. A cold scoff escaped her lips. This seems to have been premeditated. Shi Jiakong was already waiting for her at the CAF. A woman's body and appearance change after having children, yet this man, the father of 2 children, remains unchanged, still impeccably dressed, a veritable young gentleman. When a man possesses a bit of wealth, it is almost inevitable that he will attract the attention of numerous young women. Yunqi scrutinized Shi Jiakong, noting his stylishly permed hair, tailored suit, and shoes polished to a mirror shine, complemented by a Swiss luxury watch adorning his wrist, an archetype of a successful individual. In contrast, Jiang Minghan had yet to recover from the physical toll of giving birth to her second child. Her figure having softened, her face devoid of makeup, marred by dark circles and bags under her eyes from sleepless nights spent nursing. She appeared to have aged over a decade. The once pampered princess, Jiang Minghan, was now a shadow of her former self. Jiakong, I have thought through the divorce matter you mentioned yesterday, and I agree to it. Let us discuss the custody of the children and the division of our assets. This outcome took Shi Jiakong by surprise. He had anticipated Minghan would cling desperately to the marriage, especially since their child was still so young and she was unemployed. Minghan's attitude unsettled him, as if he were the one being abandoned rather than her. Minghan, have you truly considered this? The child is still small, and you are without a job. Minghan scoffed. It was you who insisted I not work, promising to support me for a lifetime. You are the one seeking a divorce, Shi Jiakong. What more do you want from me? As Minghan grew increasingly agitated, Yunqi placed a calming hand on hers to soothe her emotions. Jiakong, since you both intend to divorce, there is no need for further delays. Minghan has come to discuss this with you in hopes of an amicable separation. After all, you are still the children's father, and a bitter conflict would not be in their best interest. Very well, how do you wish to proceed? He replied. Given the children's tender ages, they naturally required their mother, thus custody should rightfully belong to Minghan. However, you must provide monthly child support for the 2 little ones. The villa in your names will belong to Minghan and the children, and regarding savings, Minghan has stated that apart from the monthly allowance you provide, there are no significant savings. Most of the time, it is auntie and uncle who supplement with their retirement funds. As for the company shares, that is a matter of conscience on your part. Shi Jiakong expressed his dissatisfaction. The children bear my surname, so naturally, custody should be mine. How can it belong to Minghan? Furthermore, she has no income. How can she support the children? Jiakong, you need to manage the company. And clearly, raising children is not within your purview. Eventually, you will remarry. Having children will not be conducive to any potential new partner or their family. Yunqi thought coldly to herself, envisioning how any new partner would likely flee at the sight of him with children in tow. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Jiakong proposed, Minghan and I possess only this villa in Quanqing, which is currently valued over 10 million. I cannot be left without a place to live. My suggestion is to sell the house and acquire 2 larger apartments, thereby resolving the housing situation for both Minghan and me. Jiakong, your calculations are astute, but I have yet to dispute the company shares with you, and now you wish to negotiate the house? Yunqi interjected. When we purchased the property, my parents contributed over 3 million. Why do you not mention that? Logically, you should return that sum to my parents before we even discuss asset division. At that moment, a notification chimed on her phone. Upon checking, Yunqi discovered 2 photographs sent by Yi Buoxuan. One was a payment receipt for an Audi sports car clearly bearing Shi Jiakong's name, and the other was a payment receipt for the house, also drawn from Shi Jiakong's account. Chapter 67. Evidence of infidelity. Yunqi silently saved the photographs. Jiakong, we are here to negotiate amicably. If you persist in being petty, our conversation would not be taking place under such cordial circumstances. The foundation of this negotiation is that neither you nor Minghan has committed any fundamental wrongdoing. If either of you has been unfaithful, the outcome would differ significantly. You should understand that if there is irrefutable evidence of infidelity on one side, should this matter reach court, the judge would likely rule in favor of the wronged party, leaving the other with nothing. Yunqi gazed at Shi Jiakong, whose eyes darted uncertainly, and calmly added, I have not committed any infidelity. I am not afraid of going to court. Shi Jiakong stubbornly retorted, I have not cheated. Yunqi smiled. Whether or not you have strayed cannot simply be asserted. It must withstand court scrutiny. The truth cannot be disguised. And if the court investigates and finds evidence of wrongdoing, the distribution of assets will be altered. Though Minghan is currently unemployed, she is entitled to half of all income earned during your marriage. As granted by law, the 3 million contributed by my parents during the home purchase is verifiable through bank transfer records, indicating that they too have a stake in the property. Just because their names are not on the title does not negate their involvement. Jiang Minghan regarded Xia Yunqi with newfound respect. How did she possess such knowledge? Unbeknownst to them, the previous night in bed, Yi Buoxuan had imparted a thorough lesson on the legalities involved in divorce to Xia Yunqi. Shi Jiakong remained obstinate, refusing to admit to any infidelity. Jiakong, you are aware of who my husband is, correct? Do you think I would enlist my husband to help Minghan hire a private investigator or retain a renowned lawyer for a divorce case if you had any chance of sitting here negotiating with us? Once Yunqi uttered these words, Shi Jiakong's demeanor deflated completely. He knew he could not contend with Yi Buoxuan. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Noticing Shi Jiakong's silence, Xia Yunqi decided to deliver another decisive blow to extinguish any lingering thoughts he had about contesting the assets. Jiakong, take a look. She pulled up a photo sent to her by Zheng Nan and showed it to him. Upon seeing it, Shi Jiakong's face drained of color. Yunqi retrieved her phone. Jiakong, I have not disclosed this to anyone. You are also a man of dignity, so let us not ruin your reputation, shall we? Shi Jiakong stomped his foot in frustration. Fine, I agree to your terms. Then there is no disagreement. Proceed with the necessary formalities. Yunqi felt a profound sense of relief. In the afternoon, Minghan and Shi Jiakong went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce, and on the same day, Shi Jiakong moved his belongings out of the villa. Mrs. Jiang, bewildered, bombarded Minghan with questions about what had transpired. How could everything seem fine only to suddenly end in divorce? Annie, please allow Minghan some peace. I will explain everything to you gradually. That evening, Yunqi recounted the day's negotiations to Yi Buoxuan. Our Yunqi has made significant strides, even managing to outmaneuver a seasoned business veteran, all thanks to a good teacher. What shall we do next? Yunqi inquired, her large, expressive eyes sparkling. As the saying goes, to learn effectively, one must intimately engage with the master. Perhaps it is time for the master to take you under his wing before teaching further. Xia Yunqi attempted to escape, but Yi Buoxuan caught her firmly. Trying to run away? No chance. Husband, I shall not flee. Spare me. I am utterly drained by Shi Jiakong's antics. Yunqi pleaded softly. Very well, consider this a debt owed. We shall settle it during our honeymoon. Yi Buoxuan playfully teased Yun 11. By the way, Buoxuan, we haven't gone on our honeymoon trip yet. When shall we embark on this journey? If you wish to go, we can set off anytime. Let's first visit Malaysia to see Aunt, then proceed to Thailand to experience the unique culture. Is there anywhere else you would like to explore? We can plan our itinerary together. However, I am a bit concerned about Meng Han. She has just gone through a divorce and must be feeling quite low. I want to be there for her. Isn't it simple? Let's bring her along. She can stay at Aunt's place, which has a spacious estate. She can relax there for as long as she wants. A change of environment will surely lift her spirits. Does that sound good? Yunqi's excited face flushed a lovely pink, her delicate nostrils fluttering gently. Buoxuan noticed that whenever Yunqi was joyous or animated, her little nose would involuntarily twitch, a particularly endearing gesture. Of course. Am I not familiar with you? If Jiang Minghan doesn't come along, I can imagine your mood will plummet. You'd undoubtedly complain to me every night about your discontent, making it impossible for us to enjoy our honeymoon. Yunqi chuckled at this. Then I shall call Meng Han. Unable to contain her excitement, Yunqi hurried to share the delightful news with Meng Han. Meng Han, I have wonderful news. Buoxuan has invited you, uncle, aunt, Wan, and little Qianqian to join us in Malaysia. Buoxuan's aunt has a magnificent estate there, and you can all unwind for as long as you wish. Please let aunt know to prepare in advance. Yunqi, are you going on your honeymoon? It doesn't seem appropriate for our whole family to go. That's far too many light bulbs. Came Jiang Minghan's hearty laughter from the other end of the line. Tell Jiang Minghan that no matter how many light bulbs there are, it matters not during the day. As long as they don't shine at night, we're fine. Buoxuan whispered into Yunqi's ear, and she repeated it verbatim. Causing Minghan to chuckle uncontrollably, Yunqi, the 2 pictures I sent you today are evidence of Jiang Minghan's lawsuit against Zhao Xinya. The money used by Shi Jiakong to buy Zhao Xinya's car and house is considered joint property during their marriage, and Meng Han can reclaim half of it. However, we still need a compelling piece of evidence to prove their improper relationship, which is challenging to obtain. After all, we can't just sneak into their bedroom and film. Can we? Buoxuan said with a mischievous grin. But can we not file a lawsuit without evidence? Yunqi inquired. We can indeed file one, but having a video or other witnesses would significantly increase our chances of winning. He replied just as Yunqi's phone pinged. She glanced at the screen and saw a video from Zheng Nan, accompanied by a message. Sister, I've completed all the tasks you assigned. Yunqi smiled and replied. You're amazing. What has you so joyous? Buoxuan asked. Look at that. Just when I was dozing off, my dear little brother came through. He took his task seriously. I had him monitor Shi Jiakong and record a video of his infidelity as evidence. And he actually did it. Buoxuan leaned in to watch the short video alongside Yunqi. The initial portion of the video seemed perfectly ordinary. Shi Jiakong, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, appeared quite the gentleman, while the woman beside him wore a flowing shawl that accentuated her long, fair legs as they swayed under the streetlights. Shi Jiakong, with an arm around Zhao Xinya's waist, showcased a charming demeanor. As Zhao Xinya approached his BMW, she bent down, one leg poised to enter the vehicle, when suddenly, Shi Jiakong's hand landed firmly on her behind, transforming the once dignified man into a playful rogue. In the shadows, the car shook violently, and suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Xinya's disheveled attire and cascading hair that barely concealed her modesty. The video concluded with a large hand shutting the door again. Buoxuan and Yunqi exchanged glances and burst into laughter. This video should be sufficient evidence, right? Yunqi asked. Indeed. This amateur footage rivals that of professional paparazzi, Buoxuan chuckled. Buoxuan, I've recently observed that Zheng Nan is quite diligent. I'm considering discussing his future with him. At just 20, he should learn something valuable. Do you have any suggestions? It was evident that Buoxuan's image loomed larger in Yunqi's eyes. Clearly, he relished the admiration she held for him. At his age, he likely hasn't fully formed his values. Your aunt can't guide him much. Perhaps you could encourage him to enroll in a foreign language course. He could pursue a TCF or TEF for studying in France, or prepare for the IELTS or TOEFL for other countries, broadening his horizons. This would be far more beneficial than attending a junior college domestically. For expenses, we can arrange for him to study abroad under a corporate sponsorship. With a work contract to repay the costs gradually, it shouldn't be a free offer. That would motivate him. You truly have a knack for solutions. I knew I could count on you, Yunqi exclaimed sweetly. Am I to understand that your admiration for me is growing? Boishuan teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Admiration may be a stretch, but I do hold a smidgen of respect for you. She replied, playfully wiggling her pinky. Just a smidgen? Well, if you spend more time with your mentor, you'll surely recognize my worth, Boishuan proclaimed as he turned to kiss Yunqi. The following day, Yunqi shared all the evidence with Zhang Minghan. Though they were already divorced, it was evident that Minghan was still quite furious. She promptly decided to sue Zhao Xinya, and Zhang Lin contacted a lawyer friend who specializes in such cases to take on the matter. With Minghan's issues resolved, Yunqi felt a weight lifted from her heart. At the Roman Iconi vineyard in France, it was the prime season for grape harvesting. Frank often complained about the shortage of labor. As harvesting had largely become mechanized, however, the unique terrain still required human hands for effective picking. Manual harvesting not only reduced waste but also ensured better quality wine and protection for the vines. Nonetheless, such labor was seldom undertaken by locals, who were often sourced from underdeveloped countries through agencies. Frank lamented that local laborers often demanded around €500 a day, yet they remained elusive. Yunqi calculated that sourcing workers from her home country could save over half the expenses, even after accounting for airfare and other costs. However, a qualified agency was necessary for such a cross-border labor arrangement. Determined, Yunqi instructed her secretary to contact several major agencies domestically, ultimately selecting one that provided personnel and basic training. Yet, someone would need to oversee the management of these workers. Yunqi thought of Jingnan. Perhaps he could gain valuable experience. If he proved capable, he could study in France and return as a vital asset. Yunqi arranged to meet her aunt and Zhang Nan at a modest eatery near their community. Aunt, how's your work at the property management going? Thanks to your reminder, it's going well. I just clean the hallways daily. The work isn't strenuous, and it's close to home. The pay is sufficient, and what of you, Zhang Nan? Have you considered what you'd like to learn or pursue? Zhang Nan fidgeted with his hands. Sister, I'm not quite sure. Yunqi had anticipated this response. Coming from a small town, he had indeed limited exposure. My company is currently hiring through an agency for a short-term labor project in France. The pay is around $20,000 a month, calculated daily. There will be basic training, but it's manual labor, so we need strong, young individuals. Would you be interested? Upon hearing the figure, Zhang Nan was taken aback. He had only earned about $3,000 a month working late nights at an internet CAF. The prospect of going to France to broaden his horizons was simply too enticing. Sister, I'll go. As long as I can earn money. I don't mind hard work. Good. It will be a great opportunity for you. If you perform well, the company may even offer a chance to study in France. Zhang Nan's face lit up with excitement. He believed every word Yunqi said, viewing her words as absolute truth. At that moment, the restaurant owner brought out their dishes. Though the establishment was small, it was tidy, and the food was delicious. Zhang Yufeng scrutinized the eatery. Don't you hire anyone for serving or washing dishes? The owner sighed. Business has been tough lately, and rent is high. It's hard to find help. If the pay isn't good, people won't work, to be honest. I also clean at the property management in the nearby community, just for a bit in the morning. I can't stand being idle. It's quite an adjustment for me. How about this? The pay is a bit low, but I'm 46 years old and look older than I am. Yunqi remained silent. Knowing her aunt's humble beginnings, she understood that her aunt would take any job as long as it paid. All right, sister, since you seem straightforward, how about $2,000 a month, covering lunch and dinner? Does that work for you? Certainly. I shall commence the translation and refinement of your text now. Very well, I shall report to work tomorrow. Yunqi and Zhang Nan have agreed to prepare the necessary documents for the passport in advance. The lawyer for Zhang Minghan's case has already submitted it to the court. It will take some time before a hearing can be scheduled. Yi Boishuan has arranged for a private jet to take Yunqi, Nanfeng, and Minghan's family directly to Malaysia. Auntie Wenqian and Uncle Li Zhiheng personally came to the airport to greet them. Auntie Wenqian, now over 50, maintains her appearance remarkably well. Although her figure has slightly rounded, it accentuates her air of affluence. Uncle, though not tall, exudes an air of refinement. Aunt's elder and second sons, both in their 30s and already married. And her youngest son, who has returned from studying in Europe, is still at home and has yet to start working. Yi Buoxuan and his aunt have not seen each other for several years. And upon their reunion, the bond between them appears exceedingly close, making Yunqi feel that Buoxuan shares a connection with his aunt that seems even more intimate than with his biological mother. Shan Huixian. The convoy, grand and imposing, made its way to a castle-like estate on the outskirts of Kuala Lumpur. Chapter 69. Jealousy. Kuala Lumpur is the largest enclave of Chinese in Malaysia. As the head of the Li family, the most prominent Chinese family in Kuala Lumpur, Li Zhiheng can be regarded as the local king without a crown. If anyone could rival the strength of the colonial government and the indigenous power, it would be none other than the Li family. Many years ago, Yi Buoxuan's grandfather ventured to Southeast Asia in search of fortune, serving as a captain in Malaysia, where he and Li Zhiheng's father became sworn brothers, mining tin together and amassing considerable wealth. Upon returning to his homeland, he entrusted the management of his assets in Malaysia to the Li family. The Li family is well known for their philanthropy and holds great prestige in the Chinese community of Kuala Lumpur. After the passing of the elder Li, the family fortune was handed down to Li Zhiheng. Li Zhiheng and Yi Wenqian have known each other since childhood, having grown up together, and their marriage has been harmonious. Malaysian law permits polygamy, and many Chinese have adopted this practice, with numerous men marrying multiple wives. Li Zhiheng, however, has done remarkably well, with only Yi Wenqian as his sole wife. The welcome banquet was held at the estate, where Aunt Yi Wenqian invited the chef from Lianji Restaurant, a century-old establishment in Kuala Lumpur, to prepare authentic Southeast Asian cuisine. The table was a vibrant fusion of Chinese, Indian, and Malay dishes, visually appealing and exceedingly appetizing. The rich flavors of Nyonya cuisine, sauté skewers, and authentic curry laksa were all present. Yunqi, preferring lighter fare, found it challenging to enjoy the meal, as she struggled to find dishes that suited her taste. Buoxuan, aware of Yunqi's preferences, felt a pang of concern upon seeing his beloved wife eat so little. Donning disposable gloves, he engaged in conversation with his uncle and aunt while carefully shelling the crab meat from the curry crab, meticulously placing the unseasoned crab meat onto Yunqi's plate. Yunqi accepted it with ease, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. The entire family was astonished. Yi Buoxuan, renowned as the Iron Tree of the Yi family, is widely acknowledged for his handsome looks. Even with his often serious demeanor, his striking appearance cannot be concealed. In this era, where appearances are paramount, any woman who has encountered Yi Buoxuan is likely to remember him fondly. Over the years, numerous women have sought ways to be close to him, ranging from noble ladies to common beauties, and even some career-minded elites. Yet none have succeeded in softening this iron tree. However, Summer Yunqi not only managed to make Yi Buoxuan bloom but also bear fruit. The cold-faced gentleman, tenderly peeling crab and shrimp for his wife, exuded a warmth that felt entirely at home. Aunt and her family were left in awe. This was not an ordinary man, but Yi Buoxuan. The adage "one thing conquers another" held true here. Unable to suppress her envy, Aunt remarked to her husband, "Look, our Buoxuan is truly caring. You used to be like this with me when you were young." The implication was clear. Now that she had aged, he no longer displayed such attentiveness. Li Zhiheng hastily donned gloves to follow Buoxuan's lead. With their father setting an example, the elder and second sons could not merely spectate. They too began to emulate him. The two daughters-in-law of the Li family looked upon Yunqi with immense admiration. Only Jiang Minghan remained unperturbed, engrossed in her meal. The dinner was a delightful affair, with guests and hosts enjoying each other's company. After the meal, the family gathered to chat casually. Since Minghan was young, she retired early to rest. To ensure she could relax, and arranged for a Filipino maid to assist Minghan, renowned worldwide for their expertise. Naturally, Minghan was extremely grateful, as Mrs. Jiang would no longer need to tire herself with the care of little Qianqian. The next day, Aunt arranged for the eldest daughter-in-law, an Yingying, to lead everyone on a tour of the estate. An Yingying, a Chinese descendant, though raised in Malaysia, spoke excellent Chinese. After settling everyone into their rooms, she encouraged them to change into comfortable attire and took them on a tour of the estate in an open-top sightseeing vehicle. The estate was built against a mountain, encapsulating the entire hill within its grounds, designed in an ancient European castle style with interiors reflecting Southeast Asian aesthetics. Countless subtropical flowers flourished throughout, with lush palm trees, coconut trees, ironwood trees, fishtail palms, and jackfruit trees in abundance. Meng Han was astonished, exclaiming that this was no mere garden but rather a botanical garden. No wonder a vehicle was needed for the tour. Kuala Lumpur enjoys a tropical climate, with summer prevailing year-round, resulting in lush vegetation that painted the landscape in vibrant greens. The estate also featured a small horse ranch and a golf course. Nanfeng, having never seen a real horse before, was captivated by the sight of a few majestic steeds, particularly a 2-month-old chestnut foal, insisting on staying to play with it. Reluctantly, Ant's youngest son, Li Changza, remained behind to accompany Nanfeng. After touring the grounds, both Yunxi and Jiang Menghan were thoroughly impressed, realizing that a year's stay would barely suffice to explore all that the estate had to offer. In a wonder, Buochuan claimed one could stay here indefinitely. The estate employed hundreds of workers and servants for its upkeep, leaving Yunxi utterly astounded. Ant was particularly attentive to Yunxi, arranging for Changza to drive Buochuan and Yunxi around. Changza had always been somewhat intimidated by Yi Buochuan, and even now, as an adult, he still felt a psychological shadow. However, he found common ground with Yunxi, who was of a similar age and shared interests. Li Changza took them to explore the Pavilion shopping mall in Kuala Lumpur. No longer the timid boy who once hid behind his aunt, frightened by Yi Buochuan's gaze, he had grown into a confident young man, having inherited his aunt's height and his uncle's good looks. The weather in Malaysia is perpetually summery, and Changza's skin bore a healthy sun-kissed hue. He had a cheerful disposition, revealing a charming smile that showcased his bright white teeth, making him a clean and sunny young gentleman who attracted attention. Yunxi seemed to have an endless conversation with Changza, discussing Kuala Lumpur's local culture, each distinctive building. Li Changza eagerly shared anecdotes and interesting facts, and Yunxi listened with rapt attention, their laughter filling the air. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Buochuan, who had remained silent, felt a surge of jealousy as he observed their lively interaction. He had never noticed Yunxi being so talkative before. What was going on? Could it be that she had truly found a kindred spirit? While grappling with his jealousy, Buochuan pondered these thoughts. Summer Yunxi and Li Changza remained oblivious to Buochuan's discomfort. Upon arriving at Pavilion, Changza showcased his prowess as a young scion, being a frequent patron of luxury brands. There was no need to queue or make reservations. His mere presence often cleared the way for them. Yi Buochuan had advised Yunxi not to bring many belongings, as they could purchase clothing and essentials here. Changza's discerning taste surpassed that of Feng Rushi, and he enthusiastically helped Yunxi choose suitable clothing, bags, and accessories, much to her delight, sparing her the effort of selecting items herself. The sales associates, perplexed by the trio's relationship, assumed that Changza and Yunxi were of similar ages, while Yi Buochuan appeared slightly older. As Changza selected items and Yunxi tried them on, Yi Buochuan followed silently behind. One sales associate mistakenly complimented Yunxi to Changza, saying, "Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. She looks good in anything." Upon seeing Yi Buochuan's icy demeanor, Changza quickly realized his brother's displeasure and broke into a cold sweat as he admonished the sales associate. "Do not speak carelessly. This is my sister-in-law." As the sales assistant gazed at Yi Buochuan's icy demeanor, she realized she had made a grave mistake. When Yunxi emerged from the fitting room and approached the cash register, Yi Buochuan remained silent, merely swiping his card without a word. As long as Yunxi was pleased, as they strolled through other counters, Li Changza, being more observant, took on the role of a humble follower behind the couple, carrying their numerous bags and refraining from any ostentation. Yi Buochuan wrapped his arm around Yunxi's slender waist, leading the way. "You've shown some insight, young man. A subordinate ought to behave like one." Yunxi, however, remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. For dinner, Li Changza, accompanied by his cousin and sister-in-law, took them to a local Suzhou cuisine restaurant, having been informed by Buochuan that Yunxi was unaccustomed to the strong flavors of local dishes. Yunxi finally relished the opportunity to indulge heartily. "Changza, how do you manage to savor this local fare? It's a cacophony of spice, sweetness, greasiness, and saltiness, and you even drink iced water. How can you adapt? Living here would surely leave me as thin as a reed. My palate, accustomed to Huagua cuisine, simply cannot handle Western dishes. It's merely a matter of habit. They've been eating this since childhood, naturally growing accustomed to it. Buochuan, on the other hand, seems to handle it just fine. I believe my stomach is simply not suited for exquisite cuisine. I cannot enjoy Japanese food, nor can I adapt to Malaysian or Indonesian dishes. During my studies in France, I insisted on my steak being well done. You cannot imagine the way the waiter looked at me, as if I were a monster. I still contend that Huagua cuisine is the most delectable. Indeed, Huagua cuisine is renowned worldwide, a fact universally acknowledged. The Chinese community in Malaysia generally thrives in the culinary industry. As Li Changza grew more familiar with Yunxi, he increasingly appreciated her sincerity and charm, especially when compared to those pretentious daughters of affluent families. It was no wonder his aloof, domineering elder brother had developed an affection for her. Upon returning to the manor, everyone had already retired for the night. Although Kuala Lumpur's nightlife was vibrant, the manor in the countryside had retained its early to bed, early to rise tradition. The next morning, during breakfast, Yunxi encountered Meng Han. Meng Han, how are you adjusting to life here? Are the local eating habits acceptable to you? I'm a pig in the zodiac, not picky at all. Whatever is offered, I will eat. Surprisingly, I quite enjoy the local flavors. Once I return home, I won't have the opportunity to savor such authentic Malaysian cuisine. Perhaps you were born in the wrong place. I am truly struggling to acclimate. Yunxi, when will you and Brother Yi embark on your honeymoon to Pancur Island to relish some quality time together? What quality time? We've been together for so long. There's no honey, only the moon. Who says that? I am quite looking forward to it. Yi Buashuan was attired in a typical floral shirt favored by Malaysians, paired with white shorts and white casual shoes. Accustomed to seeing him in formal attire, this tropical vacation ensemble was a refreshing change, captivatingly handsome. Yunxi couldn't help but steal a few glances at her husband. He was indeed a sight for sore eyes. If not for the presence of others, she would have leapt to plant a kiss on Yi Buashuan. If Yi Buashuan were aware of his little wife's infatuation, preparing for an imminent leap, he would not know how to react with delight. Meng Han, do you have any plans for today? Yunxi inquired, concerned that Meng Han might feel bored and alone. I am going horseback riding today. Your uncle and aunt truly know how to enjoy life. They even have a horse trainer at home. You might not know, but your aunt bought a small pony for Nan Feng yesterday since he adores horses, and it has brought him immense joy. Aren't you going to ride together? We are content just to enjoy ourselves. We are heading to Pancur Island for a few days. If you need anything, just let Changza know. Rest assured, we will have a splendid time here. We are quite comfortable, and there are still many delightful places and delectable foods we have yet to explore. After breakfast, Changza arranged for a helicopter to transport Yi Buashuan and Yunxi to Pancur Island. Located on the western coast of Perak, Pancur Island is among the most beautiful beaches in Malaysia. The seascape here resembles a paradise, breathtakingly picturesque. The island boasts two renowned beaches, Pantai Pasir Bagak and Teluk Nipa, ideal for diving and engaging in various water activities. One can immerse themselves in the enchanting underwater world, closely interacting with marine life and experiencing the tropical allure unique to Pancur Island. Additionally, the historic Dutch fort stands as a cultural landmark that embodies the island's distinctive heritage. Yi Buashuan's uncle owns a private stretch of beach on this island, where a charming vacation villa has been constructed. Typically maintained by dedicated staff, when family members are not vacationing, it is occasionally rented to affluent visitors from the mainland or film crews for short-term leisure or filming purposes. Residing on Pancur Island marked the true beginning of their leisurely honeymoon. The island is tended to by a male driver named Shiva and a female maid named Kuna, a couple in their 40s who have overseen the island for many years. Whenever guests arrive for a vacation, Kuna delights them with her culinary skills, crafting exquisite Chinese and Malaysian dishes. One morning, Yunxi awoke to Yi Buashuan's tender kiss, the sun shining brightly outside. Drawing back the pristine white curtains revealed a stunning expanse of beautiful white sand beach facing the sea, where spring blossoms flourished. Yunxi had thought such a life was only seen on television, never imagining she would encounter it in reality. Kuna had thoughtfully prepared breakfast and brought it to their room. Sleepyhead, rise and shine. It's time to wash up and have breakfast. Yi Buashuan had already finished his shower, donning a pristine white robe, the neckline of which revealed his toned, alluring chest. Yunxi's gaze inadvertently wandered towards Yi Buashuan's collar. Noticing her scrutiny, Yi Buashuan quickly adjusted his robe, an action reminiscent of a bashful young girl concerned about exposing herself. Yunxi giggled, playfully attempting to tug at Yi Buashuan's robe. After a brief bout of playful teasing, they enjoyed breakfast together, then donned casual couple's attire, walking barefoot on the beach. The morning sun was pleasantly warm, casting a gentle radiance upon them. The couple spent the entire day indulging in each other's company within the villa and on the beach. This private stretch of sand, devoid of outsiders, allowed them to revel in their exclusive world. During dinner, Yi Buoxuan remarked, "Yunqi, at midnight tonight, I have a surprise for you. I guarantee you have never seen anything like it. Why must it be at midnight? I will want to sleep by then. You'll understand when the time comes. You'll realize that occasionally staying up late is worth it." As they watched television, they finally endured until 11 p.m. Darkness enveloping the outside world, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Yi Buoxuan kindly draped a shawl around Yunqi. "Come, I will take you to witness a miracle." The night breeze was refreshingly pleasant, carrying the scent of the sea. As they ventured deeper onto the beach, the night grew darker. "Buoxuan, I feel a bit scared. Let us go back. It's too dark." "Don't worry, I'm here," Yi Buoxuan reassured her, wrapping his strong, sturdy arm around Yunqi's slender waist. Guiding her further along the beach, as the night deepened, their eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and they gazed up at the starry sky, discovering a celestial tapestry of twinkling stars. "Buoxuan, look at how beautiful the stars are in the sky." Beneath the dark blue canopy, countless stars twinkled, casting a radiant glow, while a brilliant Milky Way gathered innumerable tiny stars, hanging in the sky. Yi Buoxuan gently laid Yunqi down on the warm sand, which had been sun-kissed throughout the day, providing a comforting warmth. Listening to the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore, it was akin to a melodious symphony, enveloping them in bliss. Suddenly, Yunqi noticed that the beautiful Milky Way seemed to have descended into the sea. As blue starlight began to shimmer on the water's surface, multiplying until the entire ocean sparkled with a celestial glow. "Buoxuan, look at this. How could the stars fall into the sea?" Yi Buoxuan softly kissed Yunqi's cheek. "Xiaoxi, this is my belated honeymoon gift to you. Meteor showers." The most romantic aspect of Panker Island was capturing the blue tears along the coastline at midnight. When the waves calmed, the shimmering lights along the shore mirrored the stars above, creating a romantic and ethereal spectacle, akin to a meteor shower fallen to earth. Yi Buoxuan held Yunqi's hand as they walked onto the beach, the starlit blue waves lapping against the shore. He cupped the luminous blue seawater in his hands, as if cradling a piece of blue starlight. With his arm around Yunqi's shoulders, they faced the sparkling waves, savoring the breathtaking scenery and relishing their exclusive romance. The following day, they rose quite late, combining breakfast and lunch. Kuna had lovingly prepared a Malaysian-style bak kut teh for them, and this leisurely vacation time allowed Yunqi and Yi Buoxuan to temporarily set aside their work. Indulging in a slow-paced life meant for just the two of them. After a few days on the island, Yi Buoxuan planned to fly to Tycoon Island the next day to teach Yunqi how to dive. They tidied up their belongings and awaited the helicopter's arrival. Suddenly, the phone rang, and upon seeing it was his father's call, Yi Buoxuan answered, "Dad, Yunqi and I are on vacation." A hint of displeasure tinged his voice. Everyone was aware they were on their honeymoon and yet still interrupted. "Buoxuan, I know. Unless there's a major issue at home, I wouldn't disturb you." Yi Jingxing understood his son's temperament. What major issue could there possibly be? "Your grandmother had a heart attack last night and is currently in the hospital fighting for her life. You need to come back immediately." The usually composed Yi Buoxuan was taken aback, the phone slipping from his grasp as he stood in shock. "How could this happen so suddenly, Buoxuan? What is wrong? Who is ill?" "It is grandmother. She has suffered a heart attack. We must hurry back. This time, your diving lessons will have to wait, but I promise to accompany you another time." Yunqi was also in a state of panic. How could grandmother, who had been so well, suddenly experience such a crisis? At this moment, the helicopter had arrived, taking the two of them directly to the airport without even stopping at Aunt's house. They arranged for a charter flight to return home 8 hours later. Yi Buoxuan and Xia Yunqi stood at their grandmother's hospital bed. Grandmother lay there, eyes closed, in a deep coma, connected to a respirator, her complexion far from healthy. "How could this happen to Dad?" Yi Buoxuan exclaimed. "Wasn't grandmother always in good health?" "Your grandmother is advanced in age and suffers from severe coronary heart disease," came the reply. "A few years ago, we considered a heart transplant for her, but she refused, saying that a person's lifespan is predetermined and that when it's time to go, one must go. She insisted on not having the surgery, believing that a healthy heart should be given to younger people who need it more. These past few years, she has been on medication without any issues. Who could have known it would suddenly come to this? Last night, we received a call from the maid, saying that your grandmother complained of discomfort and was rushed to the hospital. But by the time she arrived, She was already in a coma and has yet to awaken. As he spoke, Yi Jingxing's tears streamed down his face. Among the siblings, Yi Jingxing, the eldest, had started the family business with his father. Understanding the hardships of entrepreneurship, the burden of caring for their younger siblings had fallen on their mother, who had worried for them all. As the head of the family, he could empathize with the difficulties his mother faced. After his father's passing, their mother had single-handedly managed the family affairs, and now, just when it was time for her to enjoy the fruits of her labor, she was leaving them. Yunqi sat by the bed, holding grandmother's hand, gazing at the kind-faced elder with a heart full of pain. The love grandmother had shown her was vivid in her memory, and the more she thought about it, the more sorrowful she became. Unable to restrain her tears, aunt and uncle received the news and hurried back with Nanfeng. Nanfeng, seeing his great-grandmother lying in the hospital bed, cried uncontrollably. Perhaps grandmother was awakened by Nanfeng's cries. She opened her eyes, struggling to lift her hand to touch her beloved great-grandson once more. Yet, her arm felt as heavy as lead, and she could only manage to slightly raise her finger. "Grandmother is awake?" Yunqi, who was leaning over the hospital bed, exclaimed as she noticed the movement of grandmother's finger. She called out to everyone at that moment. The doctor hurried over, examined her, and addressed Yi Jingxing and Yi Buoxuan as well as everyone present, saying, "Madam Yi, time is of the essence. If you have anything to say, now is the time. Otherwise, there may not be another opportunity." Upon hearing these words, tears flowed freely from those present. Old Madam Yi lifted her eyelids to gaze at her children, a smile gracing her face. She felt that her life had been worthwhile. In her youth, she had a deeply loving husband and had given birth to several children, each of whom had found success and established families of their own. Yet, there was still something that troubled her, the existence of her son Yi Buoxuan's half-sister, Yi Jiana, her only granddaughter. For many years, she had kept this child from recognizing her roots, and as she aged, she felt increasingly guilty towards the mother and daughter. For years, Yi Jingxing had allowed Jiana and her mother to live in Singapore for the sake of the family's reputation, claiming that his daughter was studying abroad. Naturally, Shen Huixian was also aware of this arrangement. As long as she was alive, she would not permit Jiana and her mother to return. Old Madame Ye's gaze turned toward Buoxuan, her lips moving as if she wished to speak. Buoxuan leaned closer to hear her words, and after she whispered a couple of sentences, she permanently closed her eyes. When the doctor came to announce that old Madame Yi had passed away, the family finally broke into loud sobs. Nanfeng was unaware that his great-grandmother had departed. In his world, he could not comprehend the meaning of death. Yi Buoxuan picked up Nanfeng and held Yunqi's hand as they exited. There were still many matters to attend to, and tears would not resolve anything. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 days, following old Madame Ye's funeral, Yi Buoxuan finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Though the sorrow of her passing weighed heavily on his heart, as the crowd dispersed, he brought 2 large bouquets of vibrant white chrysanthemums, one to place at grandmother's tombstone and the other at grandfather's. Grandmother was laid to rest beside grandfather, their lifelong devotion to one another evident. They had endured hardships that others could not fathom and enjoyed blessings that others could not experience. In the end, they found peace in the earth, reunited in the afterlife. Perhaps that was the best outcome. This plot of land had been chosen by grandfather years ago, following the advice of a feng shui master. And after relocating the graves of 3 generations of ancestors, the Yi family's fortunes had flourished. Over the decades since the relocation, the family's business had soared to great heights, and wealth had begun to accumulate rapidly. Yi Buoxuan, having received a higher education, was not particularly superstitious about feng shui, but both grandmother and his parents held firm beliefs in it. He sat before grandmother's tombstone, much like he had sat at her knee as a child, listening to her recount stories of grandfather. The autumn wind blew gently, casting dancing shadows of the trees, and the rustling of the branches sounded eerily like a person's weeping. Yi Buoxuan remained seated until late into the night. As darkness enveloped the cemetery in silence, an owl, seemingly from nowhere, perched on a branch, hooting softly to Yi Buoxuan pondered grandmother's final words, unable to make sense of them. Chapter 72. A sister upon returning to the old residence. Yunqi had already fed Nanfeng dinner and was sitting at the table lost in thought, waiting for Yi Buoxuan to return so they could eat together. Since grandmother's passing, the home felt as though it had lost much of its vibrancy, lacking the usual warmth and liveliness. From upstairs came the sound of Nanfeng practicing the piano, his innocent notes infusing a semblance of life into the house. "Buoxuan, you haven't eaten yet. Come and have some." She called that a servant handed him a warm, disinfected towel. Yi Buoxuan wiped his hands and said, "Yunqi, you haven't eaten either. Let's eat together." Yunqi replied. But her chopsticks remained untouched, her poor mood making it difficult to eat. "You must eat a little. You can't neglect your health," Yi Buoxuan urged with concern. Yunqi nodded and took a few bites of rice. After dinner, Nanfeng finished practicing and sat on the living room carpet playing with an orange. "Daddy, when will great-grandmother come back?" "Great-grandmother has gone to heaven. She won't be returning," Yi Buoxuan replied gently, not wanting to deceive the child. "What is heaven like? Does great-grandmother have anyone to keep her company?" "Heaven is another world, not the same as ours. Great-grandmother is with great-grandfather, so she won't feel lonely. But I want great-grandmother," Nanfeng exclaimed. "Great-grandmother is watching over you from above. She knows you miss her. When you think of her a lot, she will come into your dreams to play with you," Yunqi interjected, picking Nanfeng up, not wanting to extinguish his hope. "Mom, is that true? If I go to bed early, will I see great-grandmother soon?" Nanfeng, who had been gloomy, suddenly brightened up. Yi Buoxuan cast a approving glance at Yunqi. The child's world was simple, and some lies were indeed kind and beautiful. That night, as Yunqi lay in Yi Buoxuan's embrace, she asked, "Buoxuan, what did grandmother say to you before she passed?" "She revealed a family secret to me." Surprised, Yunqi looked at Yi Buoxuan and asked, "What secret?" "I can't discuss it right now, but I can tell you this. Grandmother was worried about my half-sister before she died and asked me to look after her and her mother." "I know about that. You mentioned before that you have a sister who has been raised abroad because your mother does not acknowledge her as a member of the Yi family." "Yes, grandmother, respecting my mother's feelings, has not inquired about the matter over the years. But she is still a daughter of the Yi family, and now that she is approaching 18, I believe grandmother feels a sense of concern. Your father should take care of them. After all, they are his own flesh and blood." Yunqi found it strange that her in-laws appeared to be very affectionate, always in sync in their actions and thoughts. Never needing to discuss matters, observing such a loving couple, she wondered how her father-in-law could have such affairs. In today's world, it was not uncommon for wealthy men to have mistresses, but it was rare for them to have children out of wedlock, especially in a prominent family like the Yes, which was cautious about such matters. For her mother-in-law to allow her husband to take a mistress and even permit the woman to bear a child was rather remarkable. It seemed that her father-in-law did not show much concern for the daughter he had raised outside. Yet, grandmother had entrusted her grandson with the responsibility of caring for the two women. Shouldn't this duty fall to his eldest son instead? Yunqi found it puzzling. After all, discussing this matter with Buoxuan might make him uncomfortable, and she felt it best not to be overly curious. Ultimately, she was a daughter-in-law, not a daughter, and matters of the previous generation should not concern her. Her focus should be on her small business and her younger brother. Recently, she had been preoccupied with the honeymoon and grandmother's funeral, and it had been a while since she had visited the company. She assumed there was no urgent matter. If there were, she would have received a call by now. The new wine for this year has yet to be produced, and the inventory from previous years has long been sold out. The company currently has no significant matters at hand, with the most pressing issue being the grape harvest taking place in France. The following day, Xia Yunqi arrived at the company to convene a meeting regarding next year's sales strategy. Frank from France also participated in the meeting online, primarily discussing the sales plan for the upcoming year. Given this year's sales performance, achieving the sales targets for next year seems quite feasible. However, for red wine to possess a delightful flavor, it must undergo an extensive aging process in oak barrels, allowing the organic compounds within the wine to ferment and meld harmoniously, thereby enhancing its taste and quality. The longer the wine is aged, the higher its price and quality. To ensure a stable profit margin for the red wine in the long run, it is essential to cellar a portion of the wine, allowing time to elevate its value. Presently, the company enjoys ample cash flow. Consequently, the meeting concluded with the decision to allocate only 10 of this year's production for daily operational expenses, while the remainder would be cellared. This approach, sustained annually, would enable the winery to enter a virtuous cycle. Yunqi's sales proposal received unanimous approval. She also inquired about the grape harvest situation in France, to which Frank shared a video. The manual harvesting indeed reduced grape loss and improved the quality of the raw materials. Frank, please arrange for more such videos to be recorded and archived. capturing each variety of grape being hand-harvested. This will serve as the best marketing strategy in the future. Frank and Yunqi collaborated harmoniously, and from the shareholders' perspective, the prospect of recouping their investments while potentially multiplying their assets was unprecedented in the entire Burgundy region. Whatever Yunqi said, he believed without a doubt. After the meeting, with nothing pressing to attend to, Yunqi called Jiang Minghan to inquire about her situation. Learning that Minghan was having a splendid time and would return in a few days put her at ease. While on the phone with Minghan, Yi Buoxuan called. Since Yunqi was chatting with Minghan, she did not answer, but he called again shortly after. Suspecting he had something important to discuss, she noted that Buoxuan usually preferred messaging her unless it was urgent. Buoxuan, what is the matter? Yunqi, where are you? I'm at the company. What is going on? Hurry home and pack. I've booked a flight to Singapore for tonight. We're going on a trip. Why the rush? This isn't like you, Buoxuan. You usually plan everything meticulously. What is going on? No questions now. I'll explain on the way. Noticing the time was tight, Yunqi quickly called Aunt Shui to have her prepare a few things while she rushed home. After hastily packing for herself and Buoxuan, she had Uncle Lu drive her to the airport, where Buoxuan was already waiting with the boarding pass ready. Upon arrival at the airport, they checked in their luggage, and Buoxuan led Yunqi through security just in time. Once on the plane, Yunqi finally asked, Buoxuan, why the urgency? My sister's mother has had an accident and is in critical condition at the hospital. Chapter 73. The inexpensive sister too. What happened? This is so sudden, Yunqi asked, perplexed. Our grandmother just passed away, and now my sister's mother is in trouble. It's all rather strange. I suspect there might be a connection. As Yi Buoxuan spoke, a heavy weight seemed to hang over him. At that moment, a flight attendant approached, inquiring if they would like any beverages. Yunqi requested a glass of water, while Buoxuan opted for a cup of coffee. My grandmother had coronary heart disease, so she was always vigilant about her health. It's peculiar that this incident occurred while we were away from home, which raises my suspicions. I reviewed the home surveillance footage, only to find it had been deleted. I didn't want to raise any alarms, so I simply asked Aunt Shui, who has been with us for years. She informed me that on the day my grandmother fell ill, her daughter had a family emergency, prompting her to leave for her daughter's home. Aunt Shui was not present, so I have no knowledge of who came to the house or what transpired. All we know is merely what someone wanted us to know. The gravity of Buoxuan's words sent a chill down Xia Yunqi's spine. She had never considered that her home might be unsafe, especially with Nanfeng alone there. Buoxuan, are you suggesting that grandmother's heart attack was not natural but perhaps the result of foul play? Goodness, what about our Nanfeng? You needn't worry. Ive instructed Aunt Shui to keep Nanfeng within her sight. If there's a traitor among the household staff, they wouldn't reveal themselves so quickly. They must be waiting for another opportunity. The reason I insisted you come along is that I'm concerned for your safety at home, fearing you might unknowingly fall into someone's trap. Buoxuan, why would anyone want to harm grandmother or us? What else could it be for, if not money? Yi Buoxuan scoffed. Have you guessed who might be behind this? Currently, there are no concrete suspects, but grandmother likely sensed something amiss. Do you recall that she spoke to me alone shortly before her passing? Yunqi nodded. Besides worrying about her granddaughter, she mentioned a will that was kept with the family's feng shui master, advising that it should not be brought forth unless absolutely necessary. If my assumptions are correct, grandmother must have noticed something unusual. When we held the ceremony, she entrusted the management authority to you, which is no small matter. Not to mention the total value of the commercial properties, the annual rental income alone amounts to tens of millions. At the time, it seemed she was simply being affectionate towards you, but upon reflection, it's not so simple. There must be something about this that I don't know. Buoxuan's words left Xia Yunqi feeling a profound sense of unease. Realizing that the world of the wealthy concealed so many terrifying truths. Yunqi, now you understand why I insisted on signing a prenuptial agreement when we obtained our marriage certificate. In families like ours, the first lesson a child must learn is to protect themselves before they can hope to protect others. Yunqi gazed at Yi Buoxuan, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for him. His perpetually solemn demeanor stemmed from the immense responsibility he bore for his family. The life of a wealthy heir was not merely glamorous on the surface. Beneath that facade lay an intricate web of deceit and danger. That evening, the two were in such a hurry that they had no time for dinner, settling instead for a simple meal on the plane. The food was mediocre, but it sufficed to stave off hunger. After 5 hours, The plane landed at Singapore's Changi Airport. It was already past midnight when a stretched Rolls-Royce arrived to take Bushwan and Yunshi to the Marina Bay Sands Hotel. Exhausted and weary, Yunshi quickly washed up and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, she awoke to find it was already past 9 a.m. Singapore time. Listening to Bushwan's voice message, she gathered he was on his way to the hospital and instructed her to have breakfast before exploring the nearby area. Yunshi checked the map and discovered a shopping center in Singapore's south oldest Mount Faber Park nearby. Lacking interest in shopping, she donned a pair of comfortable shoes and took a stroll in the park before returning to the hotel to await Bushwan's return. Around noon, Bushwan called Yunshi, saying, "Yunshi, I've invited Jinnah to join us for lunch. Stay at the hotel. I'll come to pick you up shortly." Once again, it was the same Rolls-Royce that brought Yunshi to a restaurant. The server escorted her to a private room where Bushwan was seated across from a young girl, both enjoying tea. "Yunshi, this is Jinnah, the one I mentioned?" Yunshi nodded at the girl, who graciously extended her hand for a handshake. Saying, "Hello, sister-in-law," Yunshi naturally did not refuse. The girl's handshake was firm and strong. Catching her off guard, it reminded her of Jiang Minghan, who had a similar grip. Could it be that she practiced martial arts too? As Yunshi settled in beside Bushwan, she observed the young lady across from her. "We've ordered a variety of dishes. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to try." Bushwan said attentively, "No need. Let us just see what's good," Yunshi replied. "Jinnah, are you in college?" Yunshi inquired. "I'm a freshman this year." Jinnah had a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, her curly hair held back with a headband, revealing a strikingly defined and delicate face that bore a hint of mixed heritage. Her muscular arms were well-defined, showcasing a fit physique. Just then, the server entered with the dishes, prompting Yunshi to silence her questions. Once the server departed, she asked, "How is your mother doing?" "She is temporarily out of danger but still requires hospitalization for observation," Bushwan replied. The three of them began to eat in silence, with Bushwan occasionally serving dishes to Yunshi and his sister. Jinnah, his less-than-affectionate sister, accepted the gestures without a word of thanks. As they neared the end of their meal, Yunshi could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Bushwan, what was your mother hospitalized for?" "Poisoning," Jinnah answered from across the table, catching Yunshi off guard. She turned to Bushwan with a questioning look. "Yes, it was a rare type of poison, although she is currently out of danger. The cause of the poisoning remains unidentified. She is still in a coma," Bushwan elaborated. "Who is keeping watch at the hospital?" Yunshi inquired. "A personal maid is with her," she replied. Jinnah responded in a tone as if recounting the affairs of another family. Bushwan glanced at his sister but said nothing further. "Brother, I still have classes this afternoon. I won't be going to the hospital. I have no money left. Give me some." As she spoke, her hand reached out toward Bushwan. How audaciously she demanded money. Yunshi felt an awkwardness at the sight. Bushwan appeared unfazed, retrieving a card from his bag and handing it to his sister. "This card contains 10,000 Singapore dollars, which is your living expenses for 3 months. I will regularly transfer your living and tuition fees into this card. The password is your birthday. As for your mother's medical expenses, you need not worry. I will handle everything. Focus on your studies and refrain from working." Jinnah accepted the card, kissed it affectionately, and saluted before attempting to make her escape. Chapter 74. The Feng Shui Master. Bushwan seized Jinnah's backpack strap from behind. "Be sure to visit your mother at the hospital after school." "Understood. But I have a class this afternoon, and if I don't leave now, I'll be late." Jinnah wriggled away like a slippery eel, slipping past Bushwan's grasp. Summer Yunshi observed Bushwan's expression and chuckled. "Bushwan, your sister is quite unruly." Yunshi, have you had enough to eat?" "Yes, I'm full. Do you have anything planned for this afternoon?" "Wait a moment. I need to make a phone call." Bushwan dialed an unfamiliar number, speaking fluently in English. From the context, Yunshi gathered that he was tracking Jinnah's associations. Upon hanging up, Bushwan said, "Yunshi, where would you like to go this afternoon?" "I'll accompany you." "Bushwan, don't you need to go to the hospital?" "There is someone with my mother, and besides, this afternoon, my aunt will send someone to take her to Kuala Lumpur for treatment. There is no serum available here for her." "Serum?" Yunshi was puzzled. "Is your aunt afflicted by snake venom?" "It's a mixture of 2 types of snake venom. So far, we've only identified one." "What sort of person has she offended to warrant such a vicious act?" "The police concluded that she was bitten by a snake in her own yard, and upon examination, it was determined that a cobra inflicted the bite." After receiving the snake venom serum, she still did not regain consciousness, revealing that another type of venom remained unresolved. Only her awakening could unveil the true situation. Why Yi Buoxuan's expression remained impassive, and Yuanxi could discern neither his joy nor sorrow. Yi Buoxuan was reluctant to discuss matters concerning his aunt, and she did not dare to inquire further, as the situation was quite delicate. Why was the son managing affairs concerning his father's young mistress and sister? Shouldn't he this responsibility fall to Yi Jingxing? It simply did not add up for Yuanxi, leaving her perplexed and hesitant to voice her thoughts. Upon returning to the hotel, the two rested for a while and were about to venture out when Yi Buoxuan's phone rang. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Yuanxi observed him on the balcony, engaged in a call. Though she could not hear the conversation, his expression shifted from anger to irritation. Rarely had she witnessed Yi Buoxuan lose his composure. After a considerable time, he hung up, sliding open the glass door to the balcony, his demeanor restored to normal. Yuanxi, my aunt has passed. I need to handle the arrangements. Let me accompany you. Yuanxi genuinely worried for Yi Buoxuan. There's no need. I'll be back quickly after I manage everything. After Yi Buoxuan left, Yuanxi's unease grew, prompting her to call Jiang Minghan for an analytical discussion regarding the situation. Upon hearing the details, Jiang Minghan was equally bewildered, her understanding of the wealthy elite's world limited. Yuanxi, it seems your father-in-law and the young mistress share little affection. Perhaps it was a one-night stand that led to an unintentional pregnancy. And upon discovering it was a girl, he shirked his responsibilities. Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. Jiang Minghan, influenced by the severe patriarchal views of the Shi family, tended to draw such conclusions in any situation. Indeed, it strikes me as peculiar that grandmother specifically instructed Buoxuan to care for his sister, yet did not mention her own son in the same breath. There must be some hidden truth here. Sigh. I've realized that the wealthy have their own share of troubles. Having too much money isn't necessarily a blessing, as it attracts too many people with ulterior motives. Jiang Minghan's tone echoed a sentiment of envy, as if lamenting the unattainable grapes. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. That evening, Yi Buoxuan returned late, while Yuanxi was video chatting with Nan Feng in the living room of their suite. The screen displayed the cheerful image of Nan Feng and the puppy. Chengzi, Mommy, when are you coming home? Chengzi and I miss you. I'll be back soon. Just listen to Aunt Shui. Gazing into the innocent, pure eyes of the child, Yuanxi suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to escape the Yi family estate and return to their modest home at Huaranijing. Yuanxi sensed an atmosphere fraught with peril all around her. Uncertain of who among those nearby could be her ally or adversary, observing Yi Buoxuan's fatigued visage, she hurriedly bid farewell to Nan Feng, ending the video call, and took Yi Buoxuan's coat from him. Buoxuan, how did it go? She inquired with concern. It's mostly settled. I've contacted the local funeral home to arrange for the subsequent burial. Does Jenna know? I haven't told her yet, revealing it wouldn't resolve anything. We can discuss it when the time comes for the burial. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Buoxuan's phone rang again. A WeChat video incoming. Yuanxi, seated beside him, caught a glimpse of the video, which prominently featured Yi Jiana training with boxing gloves. Why Yi Buoxuan did not open the video, likely considering Yuanxi's presence. Yuanxi stood up, pretending to pour water for Yi Buoxuan, while he opened the video. The sounds of a boxing gym filling the air, familiar sounds to Yuanxi, as she often frequented Jiang Minghan's boxing gym. Buoxuan, your sister practices boxing, doesn't she? I shook her hand today, and her grip was quite strong. Jiana's mother was my father's personal bodyguard. She is trained in boxing since she was a child. Oh, so that's the case. Yuanxi understood now. You must be curious why it's me handling these matters rather than my father, right? Let me explain the circumstances. This is the fate of the Yi family, our secret. This is something your grandmother should have conveyed to you, but she unfortunately did not have the chance as a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. You would eventually need to know. Let me be the one to inform you. Yi Buoxuan grasped Yuanxi's hand, guiding her to take a seat opposite him, and began to unveil the clandestine secrets of the Yi family that were unknown to outsiders. This tale ought to commence 70 years ago, when his grandfather ventured south to seek fortune during the gold rush. The Yi family hails from Fujian, once a lineage of scholarly distinction, but began to decline with the generation of his great-grandfather. At that time, his grandfather was yet unmarried and lived in impoverished circumstances amidst a nation rife with turmoil and unrest. Many, in a desperate bid for survival, were drawn to the coastal regions where the fervor for gold mining in the south took hold. Thus, his great-grandfather, accompanied by his 18-year-old son, Yi Buoxuan's grandfather, was swept into the tide of illegal immigration to the south in pursuit of riches. Their destination was Malaysia, where they labored to extract tin ore. Joining them was the father of his uncle, Li Zhiheng. Initially, they endured great hardship. After a year of arduous labor, their earnings were scant, and the meager wages they managed to send back home were often lost in transit. As the country was struggling to provide even the most basic sustenance, however, a fortuitous encounter with a geomancer, also mining in Malaysia, changed their fortunes. The geomancer, descended from a line that had served the imperial family in matters of burial sites, perceived nobility in the countenance of his grandfather and thus cast his fortune. He informed the great-grandfather that although his son was destined for immense wealth, without a transformation of fate, he would remain mired in toil throughout his life. Unwilling to accept such a fate, the great-grandfather inquired if there were any means to alter their destiny. The geomancer revealed the existence of a fabled burial site, claiming that by relocating their ancestral tomb to this auspicious location and setting up a geomantic arrangement, they would witness remarkable results within 3 months. This arrangement promised prosperity for future generations, but came with a caveat. The male head of the family would require considerable vigor, which would inevitably diminish the lifespan of the women involved. Each generation's patriarch would need to take at least 2 wives to share the burden, as a single wife would struggle to endure the potent vitality of her husband. In that era, marrying multiple wives was commonplace. The great-grandfather, a firm believer in destiny, consented to the geomancer's plan, signing a contract that stipulated his grandson must wed the geomancer's daughter and care for her throughout her life. Naturally, the grandfather would also need to take a second wife to mitigate the effects of the geomantic arrangement. The great-grandfather, unwavering in his belief, clandestinely returned to their homeland with the geomancer, relocating the family tomb to the specified site and establishing the geomantic arrangement as advised. Indeed, within 3 months, the grandfather began to prosper in the gold mining venture in the south, achieving unprecedented success. The grandfather, tall and striking, soon caught the eye of the geomancer's daughter. Back home, his childhood sweetheart awaited. Hoping that once he amassed wealth, he would return to marry her. This childhood friend was none other than his grandmother. Upholding his promise, the great-grandfather compelled his grandson to marry the geomancer's daughter. Oblivious to the grandmother's plight in time, under duress, the grandfather wed the geomancer's daughter, yet their union remained unconsummated. As fate would have it, the geomancer eventually lost his sight, and the great-grandfather, yearning to return to his roots, developed a close bond with the geomancer's family through their marriage alliance. By then, the grandfather had earned immense respect in Malaysia as a respected captain. Eventually, he returned to marry his grandmother, making her his second wife, while the geomancer's daughter remained in name only. When Yi Jingxing was born, the geomancer's daughter found herself in a loveless marriage, leading to her despondency. Out of compassion, the grandmother implored the grandfather to share his bed with the geomancer's daughter, hoping to provide her with a child for companionship in her later years. Thus, the second uncle was born. Tragically, when the second uncle was merely 5 years old, their mother passed away, and the grandmother took him in as her own. The third uncle was born just a year later. The grandfather, deeply enamored with the grandmother, sought to protect her from physical strain, thus suppressing his desires, ultimately leading to his early demise in his 50s. In the current generation, Yi Jingxing wed Shan Huixian. Upon revealing the family's secret, Shan Huixian found it absurd and vehemently opposed any notion of Yi Jingxing taking a second wife. After the birth of Yi Buoxuan, Shan Huixian's health began to decline, leading her to reconsider her stance and permit her husband to seek another wife on the condition that no children would result from that union. During this period, the Yi family's business was just beginning to flourish, and Yi Jingxing was in his prime. The grandmother meticulously selected a suitable mother for Gianna, whose mixed Thai-Chinese heritage and martial arts prowess made her an ideal companion and protector for Yi Jingxing. Remarkably, after Gianna's mother joined the family, Shan Huixian's health gradually improved. From then on, she firmly retained control over the family's finances, indifferent to her husband's extramarital affairs. For over a decade, Gianna's mother remained by Yi Jingxing's side. Yet he forbade her from becoming pregnant until she secretly ceased taking contraceptives and conceived Gianna. Upon discovering this, Yi Jingxing distanced himself from her, leading Gianna's mother to realize his feelings lay elsewhere, ultimately leaving him to raise Gianna alone in Singapore. The grandmother always felt indebted to the mother and daughter duo, and as her final wish, she entrusted Yi Buoxuan with their care, for Gianna was indeed his half-sister. And blood ties still mattered. Upon hearing this tale, Yunqi could scarcely believe its veracity, though she accepted one truth. Yi Buoxuan possessed extraordinary vitality. Were it not for his conscious restraint, she doubted her frail constitution could withstand such vigor. It became evident why Yi Buoxuan often appeared perpetually unfulfilled. After absorbing this narrative, Yunqi finally comprehended her grandmother's concern for her health during her lifetime, as well as the various remedies she had provided. It dawned on her that the Yi men's exceptional vigor was beyond the endurance of ordinary women. That evening, as Yi Buoxuan lay beside Yunqi, he gazed at her exquisitely shaped body, an overwhelming impulse surging within him. Yunqi, noticing his struggle for restraint, felt a pang of sympathy. With delicate fingers, she traced the contours of his strong jawline, gliding down to his alluring abdomen, and then further stilled Yi Buoxuan, unable to withstand her teasing. Spoke in a low, seductive tone, "You ignited this fire. You must bear the responsibility to extinguish it." That moment, his phone rang with an urgent tone. Upon seeing it was Gianna, he answered, "Brother, my mother has passed away." "Why didn't you tell me?" Gianna's anguished voice erupted from the other end. "Gianna, you must remain calm," he urged. "My mother is gone. How can I stay calm? You promised to take care of her. And now she's dead, dead. Enough, Gianna. You know the poison was incurable. It was only a matter of time. Rest assured, I will uncover the culprit behind this and bring justice for your mother." On the other end, Gianna was sobbing uncontrollably, and amidst her cries, a man's voice could be heard. "Gianna, where are you?" Yi Buoxuan's instincts heightened. "Where I am is none of your concern," Gianna retorted, abruptly ending the call. Yi Buoxuan quickly dialed an unfamiliar number, instructing the recipient in English to dispatch someone to the gym and dormitory to locate Gianna and ensure her safety. Yunqi observed as Yi Buoxuan, typically composed, now displayed signs of distress. Moments later, his phone rang again, this time from the foreign contact, who reported that Gianna was neither at the gym nor the school dormitory. Yi Buoxuan immediately donned his coat and prepared to leave. "Buoxuan, where are you going at this hour?" "I'm going to find her. I'll accompany you." "Should I call Gianna?" Yunqi sensed Yi Buoxuan's reluctance to reach out to his sister, her concern for Gianna's safety mounting. "All right," he agreed. Yunqi dialed Gianna's number, and after several rings, Gianna finally answered. "Hello, Gianna. It's your sister-in-law. Where are you?" "I'll come to get you." After a brief silence, Gianna replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm at the hospital. I want to see my mother one last time." Yunqi signaled to leave. Gianna's weeping echoed through the phone. "Gianna, are you alone or with someone?" "I'm with my boyfriend, Gianna. Stay put with him. Wait for us there. We'll be there shortly." As Yunqi settled into the car, she maintained the call with Gianna, ensuring she remained in place. As they neared the hospital, sounds of a struggle erupted from the phone, followed by Gianna's screams. The line went dead. "This is bad. Gianna is in danger. Drive faster." As the driver pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, arriving at the hospital where a young man lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the pavement, a clear indication of a recent violent altercation. Yi Buoxuan leapt from the car, seizing the young man's collar with a fierce grip, his eyes ablaze with rage as he demanded, "Speak quickly. Where is Gianna?" "Gianna has been abducted by 3 men." The young man replied, his face bruised and swollen, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He gestured towards the direction in which the car had departed. "You remember the model and license plate, right?" Yi Buoxuan shook him vigorously, ensuring he remained conscious. "A military green Hummer, but I couldn't see the license plate clearly," the young man managed to articulate after spitting blood to the side. Yunqi hurried toward the hospital to summon a nurse to assist the injured young man. Meanwhile, Yi Buoxuan swiftly dialed the police, instructing them to seal off the nearby roads and inspect all suspicious vehicles. The young man, upon being admitted to the hospital, was examined by doctors who confirmed several minor lacerations that were not life-threatening. After stitching his wounds, the doctors decided to keep him under observation in the ward. "What is your name? What is your relationship with Gianna? What transpired tonight?" "My name is Akun, and Gianna is my girlfriend. We met while training in martial arts. This evening, after our training session, she came to the hospital to visit her mother. Since it was late, I wanted to accompany her for safety. Upon arrival, we discovered her mother had already passed away. She called her family, and we were waiting for a ride outside the hospital when a Hummer pulled up. 3 masked men emerged and abducted Gianna. We fought back for a while, but they were too strong. We were no match for them. Then you arrived. Akun's injuries were severe, his mouth swollen, making speech a laborious endeavor. After clarifying the situation, Yi Buoxuan began making additional calls. At that moment, the police arrived to take Akun's statement. Once completed, they approached Yi Buoxuan. Mr. Yi, based on the current situation, it appears the motive for the abduction is likely financial. Please remain vigilant for incoming calls. We need to install a tracking device on your phone to ensure we can locate the perpetrators promptly. However, we require your consent for this. I do not consent to the installation of a tracker on my phone. I demand that you rescue Yi Gianna as quickly as possible and ensure her safety. Yi Buoxuan replied coldly. Yunqi was taken aback by Yi Buoxuan's tone towards the police. This was Singapore, not their home country. One must bow their head when under someone else's roof. Indeed, the officer's expressions turned sour at his words. Just as tensions were rising, a phone call came in. The officer's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing the caller ID, and he answered the call with an ingratiating posture. After the call, he approached Yi Buoxuan, saying, Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the offense. It was all a misunderstanding. We will investigate immediately as instructed from above. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. We will follow your lead. Yi Buoxuan scoffed, his expression colder than the weather itself. There is no need for a tracker on my phone. Misunderstanding. Please forgive my impudence. Do not hold it against me. The officer quickly shifted his demeanor, barking orders at his colleagues. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and check the surveillance footage to identify that Hummer. After explaining himself with a bow to Yi Buoxuan, the officer resumed directing his fellow officers. Yi Buoxuan ignored him and strode away with Yunqi, who was equally astonished by her husband's connections, wondering if the police here were indeed familiar with him. Upon returning to the hotel, neither of them could find sleep. It was destined to be a restless night.